Hello everyone, I'm hospital right now for checkup, so video may be delay, sorry for that, and don't forget to like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Konoha 52 years. The bustling and prosperous Konoha street is full of people. The Nine-Tails rebellion 4 years ago brought heavy losses to Konoha. Countless ninjas died and many families lost their parents and children. Even the top powerhouse, 4th Hokage, who made great achievements in the battlefield, died because of the Seal of Nine-Tails. For Konoha Village residents, that night was a disaster. 4 years later, the village has regained its vitality. But the pain of the past has not been forgotten, but hidden in the bottom of everyone's heart, and it will explode at any time like a time bomb. They hated the Nine-Tails demon fox and wanted to eat it alive. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails demon fox in their eyes, walked into the street. He was wearing a neat white robe, with an elegant and confident manner, and a gentle smile on his face, like a refined little adult. Such temperament and appearance are touted everywhere, but they are not welcomed by the villagers. Most of the villagers' faces froze, a trace of disgust flashed in their eyes, and they turned their heads and stopped looking. A small number of villagers cursed in a low voice, "Damn Nine-Tails demon fox! Why isn't this monster dead yet? It's that monster! My son died because of him. I don't understand why Lord Hokage didn't put him to death. This needless kindness is disgusting. SHH, how dare you question Hokage's actions? There must be some consideration in his decision. In addition, there will be a very small number of people who will nod slightly at this small figure. Although there is not much kindness on their faces, at least they are not malicious." Uzumaki Naruto came to the familiar vegetable stall and asked softly. "I'm sorry to bother, Aunt Tanaka, I want to buy some vegetables." Unlike the villagers whose families were crippled by the Nine-Tails rebellion, Aunt Tanaka just moved to Konoha a year ago, so she couldn't feel the pain of the villagers. She was impressed with Uzumaki Naruto, a well-mannered little kid. Although only 4 years old, he has the maturity of an adult. Aunt Tanaka vaguely remembers the first time she met Naruto. At that time, the villagers threw rotten eggs and all kinds of rotten vegetables at Uzumaki Naruto. The skinny boy did not dodge and let the egg liquid bloom on his body. He still kept a gentle smile on his face, and kept bowing and apologizing to the surroundings. "I'm sorry that Nine-Tails caused you so much pain in the past, but I'm Uzumaki Naruto now, I'm not the Nine-Tails demon fox." With such words repeated in his mouth, under the endless malice, the small figure is so helpless, but at the same time still maintains politeness. The malice of life places children who should have had childhood in a harsh reality. Vicious words tempered his will. Make him grow into a little adult. Aunt Tanaka had heard before that Konoha is the most fertile and most humane village in all shinobi villages. But what she saw was far from what she knew. A 3-year-old kept bowing and apologizing. It hurts to be humble. The surrounding villagers all showed ugly faces. He slammed the child with vicious words that he had never thought of. This scene was imprinted in Aunt Tanaka's mind for a long time and could not be forgotten. Since then, she has always secretly looked after Uzumaki Naruto. "Take it and go." She stuffed a bag of vegetables into Uzumaki Naruto's arms. "Thank you, sorry to disturb you." Uzumaki Naruto put away the bag, thanked Aunt Tanaka, and then walked across the street without any haste, disappearing from everyone's sight. With the departure of Uzumaki Naruto, the street returns to its former laughter. Cross the street and go back to your dwelling. At the age of 3, Naruto couldn't stand the pettiness of a babysitter and moved to a new home to live alone after consulting with 3rd Hokage. The new home is not big, with only a bed, a table, and a humble stove. But all Naruto's needs for life have been met. Open the bag. In addition to fresh green vegetables, there are a few eggs. I believe that Aunt Tanaka has already prepared the bag before and waited for her to come. In this indifferent village, this love seems extra precious. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled into a gentle arc, and he got up and walked to the stove, holding a kitchen knife and threw a beautiful knife gracefully. Chopping vegetables, heating oil in a pot, and cooking, a set of actions can be done in one go. The biggest difference between a wise man and a barbarian is that he behaves elegantly and confidently, unlike barbarians who only bark. Simple sautéed greens and fried eggs are done in no time. Naruto sat down at the table and quietly enjoyed his dinner. The disgust and rejection of the villagers will not affect his mood. He will remain polite until he is accepted by all the villagers. As Naruto enjoyed dinner, his thoughts drifted further and further away. I vaguely remember the past. Whenever they take to the streets, these villagers will attack themselves with the most vicious words. At that time, he was helplessly escaping, fearful. My heart is full of confusion. Why did everyone hate themselves when they didn't do anything? So he started stupid pranks. Trying to get everyone's attention through grandstanding. Unexpectedly, this way makes the villagers hate themselves even more. Even those who used to just meet with indifferent eyes began to speak ill of each other. During that time, I fell into despair and lived almost like a year. Until I met Mr. Aizen myself. The gentle and elegant man who always maintains his demeanor. It was he who told himself. Be a wise man who controls the whole situation and control your own destiny. The strong will never humbly pray for the attention of others. From then on, he started to imitate Aizen, trying to be gentle and graceful. He used all the living expenses to customize the same white robe and ate instant noodles for a few months. He greeted everyone politely, smiling even when they responded with swearing. He learned to hide his emotions. Up to now, although the attitude of the villagers is still not good, at least some people have greatly improved their views. Life made him mature, malice made him see reality. Konoha Village, the so-called Will of Fire, is not open to itself. I am just a nine-tails demon fox. Thinking of this, Naruto's mouth twitched into a mocking arc. The pattern of the leaves is too small. I should have reached a higher level like Mr. Aizen. Naruto ate the last bite of the green vegetables and stood up, his eyes slightly sharp and unkind. But such eyes flashed past, and the next moment returned to the past gentleness. A flawless smile appeared in the mirror. Muttered to himself. My smile is perfect now, keep it up. Chapter 2. Naruto still remembers the scene where he met Aizen for the first time. At that time, he was finishing a miserable day when several children from the same village teamed up to beat him up. He dragged his scarred body back to the hut, ate a meal of instant noodles, wiped his body at will, and was ready to sleep. As a child, Naruto found himself different from ordinary students. No matter how many injuries, the bruises on the body will disappear the next day, and the physical strength will be restored. This also means that he is not an ordinary person. Perhaps, as the villagers said, he is the nine-tails demon fox. With complicated thoughts in his arms, he fell into a deep sleep. Consciousness is immersed and sucked into a mysterious space. Ding dong! The sound of dripping water woke Naruto up. He opened his eyes in confusion, and what he saw was the dark and cold basement. Where is this? Naruto looked confused. Obviously he was still sleeping, but the next moment he came to an unfamiliar space. Anyone? He shouted, his voice echoing in the space. With the dim light, Naruto fumbled forward, the cold air made him clasp his arms, his eyes filled with fear. Soon, he groped for an iron door. There is a seal on it. Through the dim light, a figure appeared. Wearing a white robe, brown curly hair, a gentle smile that is always confident, and a pair of unpredictable eyes hidden under the glasses. Aizen. Full name, Aizen Suke, from the world of Shinigami, former captain of Godai 13, 5th Division after betraying Soul Society to become the ruler of Hueco Mundo. On the surface, he is elegant and gentle, but in fact he is cold and ambitious on the inside. He has only one goal, surpassing Shinigami and pursuing supreme power. He sees everyone around him as pawns to play with. After gaining the supreme power, he became even more conceited, defeating the Shinigami who stood in his way one after another. But he was eventually defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo, who had become a moonless, and was imprisoned in the deepest hell. This is Aizen's original life, but now he is the powerful and polite 5th Division captain of the Shinigami Division. In the sealed space, facing Naruto with a confused face, Aizen adjusted his glasses, his brown eyes flickering. I don't know when it started, every time he fell asleep at night, his consciousness would come to this dark space. A light curtain will appear in front of him, in which are the bits and pieces of Uzumaki Naruto's life. Aizen watched Naruto's life like this, was controlled by the high level, bullied by the villagers as a demon fox, and suffered all kinds of indifference and malice. With Aizen's wisdom, it quickly became clear that Naruto was a terrifying force for Konoha's senior management. In order to control Naruto, they made Naruto the Nine-Tails demon fox hated by all the villagers, so that they could become Naruto's light. This is very low-level brainwashing. Called clumsy. Naruto, who grew up in this environment, can easily develop hatred for the village, and even go berserk. But surprisingly, Naruto doesn't hate Konoha, and even aspires to be Hokage. Hokage is the name of a leader of a ninja village. What Aizen knows about Hokage is just the tip of the iceberg of the entire ninja world, and he is full of interest in this unknown world. Before, he persecuted the former captain of the 5th Division, Iruka Shinji, and made him an experiment of Shinigami Hollow, in order to find the possibility of breaking through the power of Shinigami. Now, he wants to learn the secrets of the ninja world through Naruto's eyes and find the power beyond Shinigami. There is no soul society, no Shinigami, and no power system in the world of Shinigami, Riotsu. In their place are ninja and Chakra. Each ninja can use Chakra to use ninjutsu with different attributes. Sadly, Naruto has never seen ninjutsu in use. Aizen understands. Uzumaki Naruto's level is not enough. Or, when he grows up, he can come into contact with the mysterious ninjutsu. For now, Aizen is more curious about ninjutsu than. But it's another world system after all, and there's definitely a lot more to explore. Naruto, as Aizen's eyes, needs to grow well. So Aizen showed the elegant appearance that has been disguised all the time. Greeted Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, I finally see you. You know me? Naruto looked surprised. Of course, you like instant noodles, you hate drinking expired milk, you hate everyone's hostile eyes, and you want to be Hokage. Aizen's voice was full of magnetism. I know you better than you think, and I care about you, Naruto. The phrase I am very concerned about you made Naruto's eyes wet. Except for Grandpa 3rd generation, this is the first person to do this to himself. No, this Mr. Aizen knows himself better than Grandpa 3rd generation. By the way, my name is Aizensuke, you can call me Aizen. The encounter with Aizen was simple. He illuminates Naruto's world like a light. With Aizen's help, Naruto started reading and trying to think independently. Sometimes what your eyes see isn't real. Why do you, who are regarded as the Nine-Tails demon fox, have a human figure, and why are you so weak that you can even bully children? Every world has its rules, and you will be bound by the rules when you live in this world. Konoha is an umbrella for you, but it is also a place to bind you. Will you choose to follow the rules or jump out of the rules and become the maker of the rules? At that time, Aizen always said incomprehensible words with deep eyes. Naruto didn't understand it at first, but now he's trying to think too. How to escape the essence of events to see the truth. How to understand your situation and make the best response. Naruto lost his childishness and innocence, and became graceful and silent at the same time. He continued to grow in his studies and became deeply curious about Aizen. I don't know if it's an illusion. Naruto always felt that there was another side to this elegant and gentle man. He is so unfathomable. I always feel that what I see is not the real side of Aizen. Mr. Aizen, why are you helping me? One day, Naruto asked what was hidden in his heart. Aizen appeared in the sealed space inexplicably, and taught himself very gently. If it was before, he would be grateful and wish to regard Aizen as his god. But now, he thinks instead. There is no absolute selfless help in the world. There must be something Aizen-san wants in him. Facing Naruto's question, Aizen smiled, if you can ask this question, it seems that you are no longer the Uzumaki Naruto you used to be. I come from another world and my purpose is simple. 1. Knowing the secrets of ninjutsu through your eyes may be my help in the future. 2. Your life can be regarded as a spice for my boring life. I want to see how Naruto, who escaped the conspiracy, will treat Konoha and subvert the world. 3. In terms of my personal preference, I hate Konoha very much, because their methods are too clumsy and stupid, so I simply help you. Memories are over. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. In any case, it is an indisputable fact that Aizen is kind to himself. Without him, I might still aspire to be Hokage now. Chapter 3. Dang dang dang. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Naruto opened the door, and at the door stood an old man dressed in red and white Hokage robes, wearing a hat and smoking a pipe. Konoha is currently Hokage, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good evening, Grandpa 3rd generation. Seeing the person coming, Naruto smiled, his tone full of respect. Naruto, I didn't bother you, right? 3rd generation took a puff of his pipe and said cheerfully. Today he saw what happened to Naruto on the street through a crystal ball. Although it is still hated by most villagers, the attitude of some villagers has greatly improved. I don't know when Naruto has become polite, and even his outfit has changed. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's personality and behavior have changed, which is not good news for him. This means increased unknowns. Thinking of this, 3rd generation's eyes darkened a bit. But soon the kind smile returned. Grandpa 3rd generation, please come in. You are busy on weekdays. It's rare to find time to see me. How can you bother me? Naruto brought 3rd generation into the room and handed him a glass of water. Naruto has a gentle smile on his face and a refined temperament. For a moment, his face overlapped that of Namikaze Minato. 3rd generation looked lost for a while and couldn't help sighing. Naruto, you really grew up. Well, people will always grow up. I used to be too naive, so I was hated. Now I want to be like 4th Hokage, gentle and kind. I want to be recognized by everyone and become Hokage. Naruto's words were full of its vision for the future. Really, Minato is your idol, 3rd generation muttered, the guilt flashing in his eyes. I understand. It seems that Naruto was influenced by the book Hokage of the past and decided to become a Hokage like Minato. In this way, he had a lot of burdens at a young age. He rubbed Naruto's head distressfully and said warmly, Naruto, Grandpa from 3rd generation will come to see you often in the future. You have to remember that you are not alone, and I will always be your strongest backing. So I can be your only light. Grandpa 3rd generation, don't underestimate me, I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hope. Grandpa 3rd generation, as you said, where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the new leaves sprout. I want to be that fire, dedicate myself, and light the wood. Leave. 3rd generation was moved by Naruto's sincere speech. Minato, Naruto is exactly like you. Is this your last gift to the village? Naruto, please tell Grandpa 3rd generation if you need anything. 3rd generation felt even more guilty. Okay, thank you, Grandpa 3rd generation, I don't need anything right now. Grandpa 3rd generation, you should also take care of your health, don't work too hard, and protect everyone. I'm Hokage, and it's my responsibility to protect everyone. 3rd generation took a sip of his pipe and replied cheerfully. When third generation wanted to chat with Naruto and get to know Naruto's state of mind, an Anbu dressed in black appeared beside third generation and whispered a few words. Third generation's expression changed and immediately got up. "Naruto, I'll see you next time." Naruto still had a perfect smile on his face, obviously getting used to this scene. For these ninjas, getting in and out of their homes is a breeze. Naruto knew that his life was being watched by these ninjas. Naruto obediently sent third generation to the door, watching third generation's slightly hunched body disappear into the night. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his eyes became cold. This time I should be very satisfied with third generation's performance, and I should send supplies more frequently in the future. Although third generation doesn't come to Naruto's house very often, it occasionally sends a little supplies. Last time the material was the book The Will of Fire. As Naruto said before, where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. This is the core of the Will of Fire that Hokage has been advocating through the ages. The general meaning is to abandon all prejudices, burn yourself, and take care of the selfless dedication of the younger generation. However, Naruto did not feel the Will of Fire, and he asked himself that he did nothing wrong, but he has been subjected to unfair indifference and abuse. Everyone wants to tear themselves apart. If it weren't for the protection of Anbu's ninja, he might have died. Aizen once taught Naruto that the best way to control a person is to destroy his will first. This is so similar to my own situation. Whenever he is in a downturn, third generation will always appear by coincidence to comfort himself and instill a will of fire. What is the difference between such behavior and brainwashing? This allows him to identify with Konoha and the will of fire. Naruto doesn't know what he will do in the future, but now, in order to hide, he will always keep a perfect smile and move the villagers with sincerity. Thinking of this, Naruto sat down, opened the book The Will of Fire, and read it carefully. This is the 38th time. Only when you are thoroughly familiar with your heart will you not reveal flaws in your daily life. The real disguise is to forget the original self. Naruto has started reading The Will of Fire again. At the same time in Hokage's office, Anbu promptly reported Naruto's movements. "Naruto, you really inherited the Will of Fire." Third generation's eyes flickered, and he whispered. Danzo heard that. Naruto may be a better successor of the Will of Fire than Minato. Third generation looked proud. It shows that I made the right decision. Humph. In the corner of Hokage's office, a one-eyed old man leaning on crutches and covered in bandages snorted coldly. "You are too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. You should hand Naruto to our roots, and I will train him to be the perfect weapon of war. This is a surefire decision. Naruto can't be handed over to the root. He is Minato's only son. I have an explanation for Minato." "Explain?" Hee. Danzo sneered. "If that was the case, you wouldn't have put Naruto in such a situation. Hiruzen, in fact, you understand that the root is where Naruto lives, and I will train him to be the most perfect worker." "Danzo, Naruto is not a tool for the roots." Third generation's face turned cold. "Where there is light, there must be darkness, but Naruto will be in the light, inheriting the Will of Fire. Danzo, remember, I'm Hokage." "Humph, Hiruzen, you'll regret it." Danzo took a deep look at third generation and walked away angrily. "Hokage, Hokage again." The desire for Hokage swelled again in my heart. Chapter 4. At night, the sound of cicadas was heard outside the house, and most of the villagers had already fallen asleep. Naruto knew that the ninja watching him was still trying to work overtime. The Will of Fire really benefits people a lot. He closed the book and exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Put the books in order, wash, and sleep." Ding dong! In the dream, the familiar sound of water droplets woke Naruto up. Naruto opened his eyes, and it was the familiar gloomy dungeon again. He quickly got up and walked towards the iron gate with ease. "Mr. Aizen, I'm here." Coming to the iron gate, through the dim light, he saw Aizen sitting cross-legged on the ground. Brown hair and brown pupils, wearing black-rimmed glasses, slender bangs hanging down to the eyes, his face is gentle, just like a landscape. Yo, Naruto, I've seen it before, well done, you've learned to hide your emotions now. Aizen praised without hesitation. Thanks to Mr. Aizen. Without Mr. Aizen's teaching, I am still that stupid Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sat down in front of the iron gate. I'm just a push. Aizen shook his head, you're smart, Naruto. I see the potential to subvert Konoha in you. Me? Naruto pointed to himself in disbelief. This was the first time he had received such a compliment, and he felt a little joy in his heart. Of course, never underestimate yourself, Naruto. Aizen's eyes were deep, and he could be sure that Naruto's body contained a terrifying power that not even he dared to underestimate. That power may be what Konoha's executives are afraid of and try to control. Nine-Tails Demon Fox. He's looking forward to seeing Naruto's future. Is it to be a weakling who follows the rules, or go to the end of the rules? Until then, I will provide Naruto with the resources to learn and let it develop. Maybe in the future, he can be his helper beyond Shinigami's boundaries. Let's start today's study. Aizen waved his right hand. Several books appeared in front of Naruto. These are all textbooks for high school students that Aizen has collected from the world, involving not only language and mathematics, but also psychology, sociology, and other fields. He wanted to educate Naruto in an advanced society and open up his mind. Certainly. The whole process is Naruto's self-study. Aizen does not have so much mind to teach one-on-one. He picked up a book at random and read it, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although human beings in this world are weak, their wisdom cannot be ignored. So whenever he has time, Aizen will read books in the sealed space. Naruto didn't touch the textbook on the table and looked hesitant. For a moment, he seemed to have made a decision, bowed 90 degrees to Aizen, and shouted loudly, Mr. Aizen, please guide me how to become stronger. Get stronger. Aizen put down the book with a playful expression. Why do you want to be stronger? Because I want to have the ability to control my own destiny. I don't want to be stared at anymore. I want to have the power to break everything and change everyone's perception of me. Naruto replied without hesitation. Is it just that? Aizen's eyes filled with disappointment. Does other people's opinions really matter to you? Hearing this, Naruto fell into deep thought. Several fragments come to mind. Bullying by children, cursing by villagers, hypocritical smiles from third generation. Is the approval of others really that important to you? I used to be insulted, but at that time I felt that as long as I became Hokage, I would be recognized by everyone. So you have to keep working hard and try your best. But now I see how ridiculous I was at the time. Konoha wants to control herself. In their eyes, what are they? In fact, they don't see themselves as part of it at all. Naruto couldn't help clenching his fists, his eyes full of anger. He raised his head, his eyes firm. I want to have the ability to break everything. I want Konoha, no, the whole ninja world respects me, even fears me. Afraid? It's still not enough, but at least it's interesting. If that's the case, then I'll help you. Aizen stood up, her slender figure carrying a huge sense of oppression. Naruto only felt his breathing stagnate, and the terrifying pressure made him tremble. Is this not going to work? Aizen said coldly, taking off his glasses. His eyes were sharp. At that moment, the elegant temperament disappeared, and he became arrogant and conceited. It can be said that this is the first time in Aizen's career that his true self has been exposed. Naruto's pupils vibrated, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The world I live in is different from the world of ninjas. We Shinigami are souls and have no human bodies. Riotsu is a unique ability system in our world. The density of a person's soul is called Riotsu. The greater the density, the greater the power. Every soul of Soul Society will have Riotsu. Individuals with extremely strong talents can awaken zanpakuto and have their own Shikai language. You're human, so there would be no Riotsu. So if you were to forcefully awaken Riotsu, there would be a lot of unknowns. If you want to gain power, you must have the consciousness of death. The entire sealed space shook, and then an inconspicuous sword appeared in front of Naruto. If you already have the consciousness of death, then pick up this knife. Aizen put his hands behind his back and said coldly. The more he knew about this space, the more afraid of Aizen. In this space, he seems to be able to manifest all abilities and items to Naruto. He didn't know which supreme being created this space. Judging from the current situation, this space seems to want to become Naruto's teacher. With this speculation, Aizen wanted to verify whether Naruto in reality could gain the same power as a Shinigami. Even the powers of Shinigami and ninja are blended. If successful, Naruto may blaze a new trail. Aizen's eyes suddenly became hot. In order to pursue a higher level, he did not hesitate to use the bodies of his colleagues to do hollow experiments. In Soul Society, this move is undoubtedly a dance on the tip of a knife. Although Aizen is confident and arrogant, there is indeed something he fears in Soul Society. Shinigami Team Captain, the strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Captain. But he is confident that he regards everything as chess pieces, and the layout is like a game of chess. A little carelessness can lead to disaster. And Naruto will undoubtedly be a big variable for him. In sight, Naruto reached out without hesitation, holding zanpakuto tightly. There was no boiling shock of pain or power, just a lingering freshness. Naruto found that there seemed to be a strange power inside him. Although minimal, it does exist. It worked. Aizen's pupils trembled, and his heart was shocked. Uzumaki Naruto's whole body was flowing with Riotsu. Lingluo is the shape of aura, which is mostly used for exploration. Only the superior Shinigami can see the spirit network. The spirit network of Shinigami is red, and the spirit network of humans is white. But Naruto's spirit network turned out to be red and white. Chapter 5. So strange? Why does Mr. Aizen look so surprised? Early the next morning, Naruto woke up in a daze, scratching his head in confusion. In the past, Aizen has always shown a refined and confident appearance, as if nothing can make his mood fluctuate. But just yesterday, Naruto saw disbelief on Aizen's face. Is awakening Riotsu a rare thing? Naruto didn't understand the shock in Aizen's heart, and at that time he was still asking Aizen for the secret of controlling Riotsu. But Aizen sent him off with one sentence: first familiarize yourself with Riotsu in the body. When Naruto left the sealed space, he realized that there was an extra black, unremarkable sword on his bed. Why did you add a knife out of thin air? Naruto held the dagger in his hand. The heart-to-heart feeling shocked him. The knife seems to have life. This is your zanpakuto. Aizen's slightly complicated voice sounded in his mind. Zanpakuto. Naruto looked confused. Mr. Aizen, how do I use him? He hurriedly asked in his mind, but no matter how many times he asked Aizen there was no reply. Naruto had no choice but to hide the tachi under the bed. In Konoha, in addition to ninjas who cannot carry weapons without authorization, not to mention their own identity, is the sensitive Nine-Tails demon fox. If found, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. After a simple shower, Naruto began to try to sense the Riotsu inside himself. As Aizen said, Riotsu is energy from the soul, and after awakening Riotsu, you should be able to feel the Riotsu flowing in your body. Naruto sat down with his knees crossed and felt it quietly. However, in less than 5 minutes, he couldn't help scratching his itchy chin, opened his eyes, and twisted his body uncontrollably. He sighed and closed his eyes again. Seeing that he couldn't sit still for a short time, he couldn't stop. Riotsu comes from the soul, invisible and invisible, but it does exist. Calm down and clear all distractions, so that you can perceive Riotsu. Aizen's helpless voice sounded in his mind. Don't look at Naruto now acting mature, but after all, he is still a child who can't sit still. With Aizen's guidance, Naruto also calmed down, closed his eyes and started meditating according to Aizen's guidance. At first, he was still a little upset, but as time passed, Naruto's breathing gradually became smoother and his whole state became more relaxed. The sun was rising 3 times, and the birds were singing outside the window, but Naruto was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, motionless. He seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. He can feel and even control his Riotsu. Under Naruto's control, Riotsu spreads out like a large net, from the entire room to the surrounding environment. Everything seemed to be under his control. He could clearly hear his own breathing, the crisp chirping of birds outside the window, and even the chakra hiding Anbu. The various chakra colors outline the silhouette of the Anbu ninja. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 Anbu ninjas around the house. They were motionless, like rusted iron men. A few birds landed on Anbu's body, unaware that it was a human. But even so, Anbu remained motionless. This is the quality of ninjas. Naruto continues to explore the use of Riotsu as if he had found an interesting treasure. When he tried to use Riotsu to further outline the face of Anbu ninja, there was a feeling of labor in his brain. He knew that this was his limit. When I stopped using it, I felt tired. Don't overuse Riotsu, have a good rest today. Aizen fell into silence after the reminder. Naruto's talent was even scarier than he thought. In such a short period of time, I can have a preliminary use of Riotsu. It seems that Naruto has a strong Riotsu talent, coupled with his own mysterious power, he may really be able to open up a new power system. Looking forward to seeing Naruto fully developing Riotsu and ninjutsu in the future. The corners of Aizen's mouth twitched. Maybe you can be my opponent in the future. The road of the strong is destined to be lonely. In the pursuit of becoming stronger, Aizen will try his best to promote the birth of the strong, although he may not be able to make himself happy. But at least it's a small toy. An opponent? Then I'm still a long way off. Naruto was overjoyed when he was affirmed, I will trouble Mr. Aizen to teach me to practice in the future, and I will definitely try my best to become stronger. Aizen hummed lightly. Climb up the pole. Naruto's operation made him more satisfied. To become stronger by unscrupulous means is the attitude that the strong should have. Grumble. At this moment, Naruto's stomach sounded. Looking out the window, he realized that he had been meditating for at least 3 hours. I'm so hungry, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. Can't wait to cook now, Naruto rubbed his stomach and made a decision. Uncle Ichiraku is one of the few villagers who is kind to himself. But Naruto rarely goes to Ichiraku Ramen. On the one hand, I don't want Uncle Ichiraku to suffer the cold eyes of the villagers because of himself. On the other hand, you don't have enough money. Third generation provides itself with living expenses every month. These living expenses are only enough to buy some basic ingredients and daily necessities. Although not much, but at least it is a love. Naruto walked out the door and said hello to the big tree at the door. Good morning, ninja uncles. The leaves swayed, as if responding. Anbu ninjas are also used to Naruto's daily ceremonial greetings. Just nothing in my heart. Walk towards Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto deliberately bypassed the busiest avenues. He is not a masochist, and since others hate him, he will not dangle in front of others. Doing as much as possible to avoid the opponent is the correct solution. Although Naruto has always shown a graceful and calm side, there is also anger and resentment in his heart when he is treated rudely by others. If he wasn't under surveillance, he might have fought back. Just as he was passing through a remote street, he heard a familiar but unfamiliar swearing sound. White-eyed monster! Kill this white-eyed monster! Her eyes are really scary, and she's a monster like that Nine-Tails fox. Naruto stopped. He didn't expect that there were people in Konoha who were treated the same as him. He followed where the voice came from. Not far away, several children surrounded a little girl. The girl has lilac short hair and a delicate face, but a pair of penetrating white eyes ruined this delicate little face. This is a member of the Hyuga clan. Naruto's eyes flickered. Before that, he had tried to understand the distribution of forces entrenched in Konoha. Although the information is not very accurate, the basic information is still relatively complete. The Hyuga family and the Uchiha family are both famous families in Konoha, and both families have the bloodline limit of the I-type. White eyes and Sharingan. They are all people worth meeting. You can be your own help in the future. Naruto quietly watched the group of children abusing the girl, who curled up in the corner of the wall aggrieved, her face covered in tears. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. I want to be her light. He took a step and walked towards the boys. Chapter 6. Hey, you guys, is it fun to bully girls? Naruto said loudly. The daily activities of bullying were interrupted, and several bear children looked unhappy. They turned their heads to look at Naruto, and burst into laughter. Isn't this the Nine-Tails demon fox? Why is it suddenly so hard-hearted now? Do monsters also engage in heroes to save beauty these days? Didn't I beat you? Your skin is itchy. These bear children should be the people who are most familiar with Naruto. In the past, they all gave Naruto a 3-day beating package and a 2-day small beating package. They seldom see Naruto since Naruto changed. Now seeing Naruto crushing them regardless of temperament and appearance, an emotion called jealousy is brewing in his heart, and he wants to beat Naruto hard. Naruto sneered in his heart when he saw the bear child who was eager to try. These bear children can be regarded as the shadow of their childhood. Back then, being stuck in a corner and being beaten was routine. Those Anbu ninjas who protect themselves never intervene, they just watch from the sidelines. He didn't appear until he was about to hit the dead hand, and sent a fluttering sentence, "Stop hitting." This move naturally contributed to the prestige of the bear child. Until one day, when he fought back with all his strength, he knocked out 2 of the first bear child's teeth. For this, he also paid the price of becoming a pig's head. But at least from that day onwards, the bear children didn't come to find fault very much. As Aizen says, kindness only makes others worse and needs to be resolved with violence in the right circumstances. Now the bear boy doesn't bully Naruto, but turns his head and starts bullying others. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't hide his disgust. The garbage should be thrown into the garbage heap. Standing here to breathe the air is the loss of Konoha. He put away his gentle smile and his eyes were sharp. Raise your fist, swooshes count. The fist that attaches to Riotsu is astonishingly deadly. 1 punch each, the rain and the dew are all soaked. Several children with blood all over their faces sat on the ground crying loudly, and the child in the lead lost 3 teeth. Okay, now, the words are going to leak. Naruto silently watched the bear children cry for 5 minutes without continuing to attack because he knew that Anbu would not allow it. The so-called protection is just to ensure that you don't die. After the bear children had enough crying, Naruto showed a gentle smile, pulled them up, and said in a tone like a big brother, "It is very impolite to bully other people's appearance, we are all reasonable Konoha residents, no will use the savage way of fisting, right?" In the eyes of the bear children, Naruto's elegant and gentle smile made them shudder, making them hurriedly nodded. "Then what should you do next?" "Then me, I'll go." The head child sobbed. Naruto's hand on the bear boy's shoulder tightened suddenly. "Deo, Tao, apology." The bear boy was in pain and hurriedly changed his tune. "If you know what you're wrong, you're a good boy." Naruto released his hand and gave him a look. "Yes, I'm sorry." They walked up to the girl and whispered. "Be louder, and apologize with sincerity." Naruto reminded him intimately behind him. The bear children only felt cold on their backs, hurriedly bowed hard, and shouted, "I'm sorry." "Remember, be a good boy." Naruto watched the bear cubs stagger away, turned to look at Hinata, and gave a gentle, harmless smile, "Are you all right?" It was an unforgettable day for Hinata. She walked out of the clan alone, thinking about going to sell some snacks on the street, but was stopped by a few arrogant children halfway. Hinata recognized the children. They are a small group in Konoha and like to bully other children. They pushed themselves and cursed themselves with vicious language. When she was bullied, she saw a gentle and handsome boy appear like a hero, defeated the bad guy and saved herself. The young man was so gentle and his smile was so sunny. "I'm sorry." Tears flashed in Hinata's eyes when he heard the apology from the bear children, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto tearfully. It was not a tall figure, but it was reassuring. "Thank you, what's your name?" Hinata asked Naruto glutinously. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto gently rubbed Hinata's small head. This action made Hinata's face turn red as if it was steaming. Remember, kindness is a good quality. But sometimes the better you talk, the more you get bullied, and the harder it is to talk, but you don't get bullied. Naruto's gentle words sounded in Hinata's ear, "I hope to see it next time. By your time you are no longer the airbag. I am leaving, bye." Hinata hurriedly raised her head, only to see Naruto's figure disappearing at the intersection of the street. She stood there in a daze, Naruto's words echoing in her mind. "Aren't you going to be an airbag anymore? Miss, are you all right?" At this moment, Hyaga's guard stood in front of Hinata and asked nervously. As the eldest lady of the Hyaga clan, Hinata was originally accompanied by guards when she went out. But today Hinata ran out of the clan without permission, and the clan leader hurriedly dispatched guards to look for him after discovering it. As a result, the guards saw a few crying bear children near the street entrance, running and complaining, "Damn Nine-Tails demon fox, damn white-eyed monster. White-eyed monster. This must be talking about Miss." The escort and the master were eager, and hurried over regardless of punishing these bear children. Hinata ignored the guards and kept her eyes on the street where Naruto had disappeared. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." After today, Hinata's father, Hyaga Hayashi, was pleasantly surprised to find that his daughter who used to be submissive suddenly became diligent and began to practice gentle fist. He even said to himself, "Father, I want to practice, I want to become stronger, so that I won't be bullied by others." This change made Hayashi very gratified, and even praised Hinata fiercely. The other side. The Hyaga girl with a weak personality and the guards follow her. She should have a high status and is a person worth making friends. Naruto thought to himself while walking on the road. Before leaving, his Riotsu sensed the rapidly approaching ninja. In order to avoid trouble, he decisively bid farewell to Hinata. During his absence, he also met with the Hyaga guard. A young ninja in his 20s also has white eyes. It should be that girl's bodyguard. The Hyaga family is a wealthy family that rivals Uchiha, and the white eyes are as famous as Sharingan. It can be seen that that girl can be a very good bargaining chip in the future. Thinking of this, Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He has planted the seeds for the girl to become stronger, and he hopes that she can live up to his expectations when they meet next time. Work hard to become stronger, so that you are qualified to be my pawn. Chapter 7. Come, have a drink. Done, done. After so many ramen noodles, Ichiraku ramen is still strong enough. Ha ha ha, as long as the guests like it. As soon as he reached the door, Naruto heard laughter in the store. Clearly in full swing. Naruto paused at the door and adjusted the smile on his face to make it more perfect and elegant. Pushing the door and entering the small shop of Ichiraku Ramen, a smell of ramen and warm air blows in your face. After seeing the person coming, the original lively atmosphere was momentarily stagnant, but the original liveliness was restored. The guests continued chatting as if they didn't see Naruto. They all know that handbeats treat all customers equally. A customer once said that he would not eat at a restaurant with 9 tails, and forced Naruto to go out. Who knew that he was kicked out by hand? Since then, an unspoken rule has been added to Ichiraku ramen. No dissatisfaction with other guests is allowed. Uncle, I'm here to eat noodles. Naruto nodded slightly and smiled. It's Naruto, I have recently developed a new product, do you want to try it? Handa smiled boldly. Uncle, your ramen is already the strongest in Konoha, and you have to develop new products. I'm afraid my wallet is too small. Naruto sat down in the most remote seat and smiled lightly. Ha ha ha, it's still you who can speak. I have to show you a hand today. Naruto quietly waited for his ramen, looking at the ninjas and villagers in the shop without leaving a trace. One of the oddly dressed ninjas caught his attention. With long white hair, a black mask covers most of his face, the forehead protector on his forehead covers one eye, and the dead fish eyes exposed to the air are lifeless. Looks very indifferent. Naruto had seen many ninjas, but this white-haired ninja was the only one who was dead, but had a mastery temperament. But talk. How to eat noodles with a mask on? Naruto looked puzzled. Seemingly sensing Naruto's gaze, the white-haired ninja swept over and looked at Naruto. In a trance, Naruto saw that the white-haired ninja's originally calm eyes suddenly shook, revealing a trace of complicated emotions. That emotion is nothing like the familiar disgust. A little, guilt? Is it wrong? Naruto frowned. It's very impolite to keep staring at others. Naruto nodded apologetically at the white-haired ninja, then looked away and turned away. It's just that I have a little curiosity about the white-haired ninja in my heart. Kakashi retracted his gaze, stared blankly at the face in his hand, and suddenly lost his appetite. He was a disciple of Namikaze Minato, Naruto's biological father. Namikaze Minato took good care of himself during his lifetime and taught himself ninjutsu. But with the passing of Namikaze Minato, his father and his friend, Kakashi is lost, and he lives alone with the pain. Naturally he knew of the unfair treatment Naruto had suffered in the village, but he was just an elite genin. He didn't have the ability to intervene, and he didn't try to intervene because of the sinking in the past few years. He frantically took orders, trying to paralyze himself, but every time he saw Naruto, he felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. The teacher's blood is suffering, but there is nothing I can do. He took a deep breath, his lips trembling slightly under the mask. Naruto, unaware of Kakashi's mental turmoil at the moment, is seriously enjoying Ichiraku ramen. Before eating, put your hands together and say, I'm going to start. He leaned in first, smelled the aroma of the ramen, and took a sip of the soup, which was thick and fragrant. Then eat a mouthful of pork bone meat, which melts in your mouth and is silky soft. It's so delicious. Naruto didn't care about etiquette immediately, he picked up the bowl and started eating. Seeing Naruto, who used to be suave and graceful in the past, was like a hungry wolf at this moment, and he couldn't help but smile on his uncle's face. This is his greatest affirmation. Since you've already filled your stomach, let's start today's practice. As soon as I walked out of Ichiraku ramen, Aizen's calm voice sounded in my mind. Practice? Can I start practicing? Naruto was suddenly excited. Aizen chuckled, I hope you will be so keen on training in the future. Coming to the most remote area of the training ground, Naruto has already warmed up. Now that you have Riotsu and sealed state, you're already ready. Shinigami. Aizen paused when he said Shinigami, and Naruto's red and white spiritual network came to his mind. Even he himself doesn't know if Naruto is human or Shinigami. Or, both. Shinigami's fighting styles are roughly divided into chopping, white hits, shunpo, and kid. The most basic of them is white hits, which can also become unarmed combat. Chopping is kendo. Shunpo moves his body so fast that it's hard to catch with the naked eye, so it gives the illusion of teleportation. Finally, kid. Kid is a special spell for Shinigami, divided into 3 types, Had, Bakud, and Kide. The difficulty of Shunpo and Kid is too high for you. Aizen briefly introduced Naruto to the 4 fighting styles. Okay, so complicated. But I will definitely master these, and I will try my best. Naruto took everything Aizen said in his heart. Before you can master these fighting methods, you need to lay a solid foundation. The first is to polish your physical strength and strength. Let's run 3 laps around the training ground first. But the next moment, Aizen's words left Naruto stunned. The radius of a Konoha training ground is about 10 kilometers, and it is difficult to go around this circle, let alone 3 circles. What? Scared? Afraid? I'm not afraid. I run. Naruto gritted his teeth and started jogging along the edge of the training field. No one's success can be achieved overnight. The most important thing in this world is talent. Without time accumulation, talent will only be wasted. Today is just the beginning, and you will add courses of beheading in the future. Don't worry, it will be hell next. Same training. Aizen said softly, but what he said made Naruto scream in his heart. Aizen stopped watching Naruto's training, opened the book, and watched quietly. In the past, in order to become stronger, in order to overthrow the rotten 46 chambers, he had done devil-like training that was unimaginable to ordinary people. As he said, no strong man is achieved overnight. Not giving will just waste talent. For him, wielding the sword 10,000 times is just a normal routine. But there was one thing he didn't tell Naruto. There used to be countless talented Shinigami who worked as hard as I did. They thought that talent and time would make them the strongest, but unfortunately, in front of me, they were just pawns after all. Aizen sneered and said to himself, Road Uzumaki Naruto, I hope you don't disappoint my cultivation and add a little fun to my boring life. Chapter 8. It turns out that practice is such a tiring thing. After finishing running, Naruto lay down under the tree like a chicken in soup, gasping for breath. The original elegant image has disappeared, and now he is very embarrassed. He didn't fall into the river, it was his sweat. Naruto thought that practice was to learn various combat techniques, and as long as you had talent, you would get twice the result with half the effort. Unexpectedly, the good foundation that needs to be laid in practice can only be accumulated by time and physical strength. Do you regret it? He asked himself in his heart. No, I have the awareness to become stronger. He shook his head and put these chaotic thoughts behind him. Human physiques are weak, but they are also malleable. Through training, they can have infinite possibilities. Aizen watched Naruto's training quietly, his eyes flickering. There are also strong men who can rival Shinigami among human beings, and they are called quenchers. The essential difference between them and Shinigami is that Shinigami is constantly improving his Riotsu through practice, while Quincy can directly absorb spiritual power from the outside world. This has also resulted in that, with the exception of very few Shinigami who have extremely high talents, most of the Shinigami's strength is much slower than that of Quincy. This caused Shinigami's jealousy, but it wasn't the main reason for the conflict to erupt. The most important thing is their attitude towards the virtual. The killing of Shinigami is only to purify his soul and continue into reincarnation, and Shinigami is transformed from the soul of human beings. On the contrary, the Quince will completely kill a phantom and destroy the soul, so the Quince's actions will disrupt the balance between the soul society and the world, leading to the extinction of the Shinigami. Thus, the war between the two broke out. In the bloody battle that lasted for thousands of years, the Quincy retreated steadily and was almost wiped out by the Shinigami. In the present world, there is hardly a Quincy in sight. Unlike the Shinigami who hated the Quenchers, Aizen was full of curiosity about the Quenchers. If there is a limit to the potential of both humans and Shinigami, what about the combination of humans and Shinigami? It is because of this that Aizen, not long ago, led to the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo, a boy with Shinigami and Quincy blood. Thinking of this, Aizen is full of expectations. One is the descendant of Shinigami and Quincy, and the other is a human with the power of Shinigami and ninja. I don't know how much surprise they will give themselves. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki began to practice. Anbu Ninja reported Naruto's information to Third Hokage in real time. Practice? Why does Naruto think about training? Third generation frowned, smoking his pipe. He took out the crystal ball and started monitoring Naruto's every move in real time. In the crystal ball, Naruto was carrying a large tree. The roots of the tree were left with dirt. Apparently not long after they were pulled out, they were about as tall as Naruto, or at least 50 pounds. Looking at Naruto, who was struggling, but still moving forward, third generation frowned. Looks like I have to do something. Naruto originally thought that this kind of self-mutilation practice would cause damage to his body, but strangely, after a night, his sore body recovered as before, and he was still alive and well. My resilience is extraordinary, Naruto thought. With this layer of protection, Naruto continued to maintain high-intensity training. There was some resistance at first, but training was like lifting iron, sour and sore, and I fell in love with the feeling of overdrawing my body. And just one night, the third generation came unexpectedly. Naruto, how are you doing? I forgot to give you living expenses when I came last time. Third generation put a wad of money on Naruto's table. Grandpa third generation, this is too much. Naruto simply counted, with a look of surprise on his face. This time, the cost of living is at least 50% higher than before, and I can buy a little better food this month. The extra part is the pocket money that Grandpa gave you. Third generation winked at Naruto, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Third generation, it's so easy to control. Naruto, hee. At this time, third generation pretended not to notice Naruto's fatigue, and asked with concern, Naruto, why do you look so tired? I've been practicing for the past few days, and I'm spending a lot of money. Naruto replied. The two extended the topic along the way. Why do you want to start practicing? Because you can only become Hokage if you become stronger. I want to have the power to protect everyone. Hearing Naruto's textbook-like answer, third generation was touched and took a few puffs of cigarettes, but soon realized that Naruto was still a child, so he put down his pipe and sighed with emotion, Naruto, you have really grown up. Maybe it's the environment, because I want to be recognized, so I think a lot. Naruto became a little down for a moment, but soon raised his head and showed a warm smile, I believe I can become Hokage. If you need my help, just say it. Third generation promised. Naruto also took advantage of the situation and asked to learn swordsmanship and chakra. You're 4 years old, and you've reached the age of refining chakra. I'll ask Anbu to send you basic books, but why are you thinking about learning swordsmanship? Ninjas are good at using kunao and ninjutsu. Few ninjas use knives. A few days ago, I saw the description of White Fang on Konoha heroes. I think that as long as the swordsmanship is superb, it can also play a key role in the battle. Naruto, who was prepared, replied immediately. Why do you have to use swordsmanship? As long as ninjutsu is used properly, it can also be lethal. Besides, it takes a lot of time to practice swordsmanship. Actually, I think the knife technique is cool, and I want to try it out. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly. Children of this age really still want to be cool and strong. Third generation remembers having similar thoughts as a child. When I saw a very handsome attack method, I wanted to learn it, but after trying it, I chose to give up. I believe Naruto will give up soon. So third generation readily responded to Naruto's request. After third generation left, Naruto closed the door and took out the sealed state under the bed. The dark, unremarkable surface of the sealed state glowed with cold light, like a sword waiting to see blood. The sealed state is the form before Zanpakuto's awakening. It will only awaken after Shinigami communicates with the sword spirit. Aizen said at this time. Knife spirit? What is that? Naruto looked confused. Awakened zanpakuto. Naruto stroked the sealed state, and there was a connection between his heart and the sealed state again. This feeling is... Naruto's eyes widened, the palpitations of the heart-to-heart connection so familiar. Suddenly, a strong feeling of tiredness hit. Naruto only felt his eyelids sink, holding the sealed state, leaning against the bed and falling asleep. Chapter 9. The name of zanpakuto is in the dark. A fire lit up in the distance, and Naruto woke up suddenly, only to find himself in a magnificent palace. A delicate throne stands alone high at the far end of the palace. Full of loneliness and desolate atmosphere. This is where? Naruto was confused. In the past, when he fell asleep, he would come to the sealed space, but this time it was an unfamiliar scene. Why do I keep getting this weird thing? Naruto couldn't help but complain. You're finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, an ethereal and dull voice echoed in the space, and then a human figure shrouded in darkness appeared beside the throne. The man wears a black robe and a kabuto hat. The face is obscured by shadows, making it impossible to see the appearance at all. Standing straight on the edge of the throne, he felt a little respectful. Could it be the magic of ninjas? Naruto's heart sank. Perhaps because of his own practice, third generation was uneasy, so he sent his subordinates to test him with illusions? Probably. You can't show your flaws. The cautious Naruto spoke first. Hello, where is this place? This is your kingdom. As the words fell, the originally dead palace glowed with vitality, the entire space began to boil, and the little stars spread, drawing a dazzling starry sky. Just when Naruto was surprised, he only felt a flower in front of him. The next moment, he saw a black shadow appear beside him, elegant and respectful. Naruto took a cautious step back. His eyes stayed on the shadow's face. The strange thing is that even if they face each other at close range, the shadow's face is still shrouded in shadows, and it is impossible to see the real appearance. Who are you? Naruto felt a sense of intimacy from the shadow. This isn't an illusion, it's not a third-generation temptation. For some reason, he suddenly believed in his heart. Hearing Naruto's question, the shadowy figure bowed respectfully to Naruto. I am the deepest strength in your heart and the strength you desire. I am your most loyal and reliable help to the cloud. Power? Power as powerful as Mr. Aizen? Naruto asked. When the words fell, Naruto saw the shadow tremble, and his tone was full of disappointment. Aizen? It turns out that for you, his power is powerful. It seems that the time has not come yet. The black shadow's ravings echoed in the space, rustling. Remember, I am the only one you can trust, and I will be the sharpest blade in your hand, smashing all obstacles ahead for you. You can call me. Hearing the whispering voice in his ear, Naruto's consciousness gradually blurred, the man in sight became farther and farther, and the voice became unclear. When his consciousness fell into darkness, a sentence clearly rang in his ear. Kaika Suijutsu. By the time Naruto was awake again, he had returned to the room, candle light flickering against his uncertain face. Just, what happened? Kaika Suijutsu. He held his head in confusion, and the sealed state slid from his side to the ground. The blade is dark green, smooth, and sharp. This is not the original sealed state. Naruto held the transformed zanpakuto with a stunned expression. An unprecedented feeling came over me. A mysterious Shikai phrase came to mind, break it, Kaika Suijutsu. Early in the morning, Naruto woke up from his sleep, and in a daze, he touched zanpakuto, Kaika Suijutsu, beside his pillow. The cold handle of the knife lifted his spirits, and he got up without sleepiness. Kaika Suijutsu. He muttered zanpakuto's name, rubbing his temples with a headache. After zanpakuto woke up yesterday, he felt exhausted and soon fell asleep. This time, he did not go to the sealed space, and it was early morning when he woke up again. Mr. Aizen, My consciousness entered the unknown space yesterday and was told Zanpakuto's name. Naruto held up the dark green zanpakuto and tried to communicate with Aizen. You have mastered Shikai language. Aizen's tone was full of suspicion. Shikai is the first stage of zanpakuto liberation. Zanpakuto after Shikai will have unique abilities. Ordinary Shinigami needs at least 10 years to master Shikai, as for Bankai in the second stage, it is even more untouchable by ordinary Shinigami. It seems so. Naruto said uncertainly, it seems to be called Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen's pupils trembled, and then fell silent. No matter how much Naruto called out, there was no answer. In the sealed space, Aizen covered his face with his right hand, and the corner of his mouth suddenly evoked a strange arc. Sure enough, Naruto can use my power as I thought. I didn't even notice it. Riotsu is still the same, and there is no abnormality in his body. Could it be a replica? Deep laughter echoed in the sealed space. It's fun all of a sudden. After a simple wash, Naruto prepared a hearty breakfast for himself. 2 fried eggs and a piece of dry bread. In view of the training, he is in dire need of nutritional supplements. After breakfast, Naruto went out and walked towards Konoha's weapon shop. He needs to forge a knife and carry weights. Hello, uncle, I need to build a dark green knife and carry a load. Naruto came to the weapon shop and said gently. The weapon shop is in full swing, and the apprentices are working hard to forge. The blacksmith raised his head, was shirtless, wiped the sweat with his dark palms, and took Naruto's sketch with a frown. By the way, this is the weapon purchase license that Grandpa 3rd generation gave me. Naruto took out a license from his arms. Civilians in Konoha cannot buy weapons arbitrarily and need a permit. These things. The blacksmith looked at the sketch quietly and pondered slightly. The weapons of Konoha shinobi are similar, they are all shuriken, kunai, detonating talisman, etc. Very few ninjas will issue a commission to forge swords, these are not technical tasks. Why did Naruto buy these things at such a young age? Uncle Blacksmith glanced at Naruto inquiringly, but nodded without questioning. Not chasing customer secrets is basic professionalism. No problem, pick it up in 3 days, and pay the deposit first. Open the door to do business, he has no reason to refuse Naruto's lucrative commission. That would be troublesome. Leaving the weapon shop, Naruto walked towards the training ground. The blacksmith stared at the sketch in a daze, and muttered to himself, this knife is so long, it's strange, why did he order a 20 kilograms load, can he really bear it at such a young age? He patted his head for a moment, and suddenly looked at him, what am I thinking, he is the Nine-Tails demon fox, he must be different from ordinary people. Arriving at the training ground, Naruto started jogging around the training ground. The thrill of pushing the limits with every adrenaline surge is so addicting. From early morning to noon, Naruto sat sweating under the tree, gasping for breath. Swish! Suddenly, the surrounding trees made a sound. Who? After drinking Naruto's calendar, a boy with thick eyebrows walked out. Chapter 10. This is a boy with thick eyebrows wearing a black vest and looking unremarkable. If the eyebrows are normal, they will not be seen at all if they are thrown into the crowd. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to peek. I saw your training in front of me. It was really good. The exposed Rock Lee scratched his head embarrassedly, and then said excitedly. Naruto noticed that Rock Lee's hands were covered in bandages, he was limping when he walked, and even had a small cut on his face from a sharp object. The black vest on Rock Lee was washed a bit faded, the ninja shoes under his feet were a little worn, and calluses could still be seen on his bare toes. It is not difficult to see that the other party may be a civilian who longs to become a ninja and change his destiny. No, it's just daily training. If you want to change your destiny, you have to work hard. Naruto showed a gentle smile and nodded friendly to Rock Lee. Yeah, it's only through hard work that you can become a good ninja. Rock Lee felt the same way and nodded vigorously. I think so too. With the initial topic, the two began to chat. During the small talk, Naruto learned about Rock Lee's background. Born into an ordinary family, he will be able to enter the ninja school next year and become a ninja. Rock Lee aspires to be a good ninja, so he has been doing some rough training. This is that most of his training is blind, leaving a lot of dark wounds to the body. Rock Lee's background is too ordinary in Naruto's view, but Naruto is satisfied with his willingness and efforts to become stronger. Little Lee, you are the hardest working person I've ever met. Naruto first praised Rock Lee, then changed the subject. However, did you know that the direction and method of effort are more important? Direction method? Naruto, you mean? Find the right direction, and your training can be multiplied with half the effort. You are now at the age of development, but I see that you are covered in injuries. Obviously, you have not protected yourself well in your daily training, and excessive training will also use up your body's potential. Naruto, you're right, my arm often hurts so I can't sleep. Rock Lee said convincingly. Rock Lee, who doesn't understand training at all, just throws his fists and learns physique from groping. As for ninjutsu, don't think about it, his family didn't have the opportunity to give him early access to chakra. Under the in-depth communication about training, Rock Lee was even more impressed by Naruto's bearing and elegance. No matter the details of any training, Naruto will teach you everything. Strength training, physical training, many of the details that made Rock Lee's head full of question marks suddenly became clear at this moment. He also understands what is called a scientific training method. No one's success is achieved overnight. The most important thing in this world is talent. Without time accumulation, talent will only be wasted. But if you find the wrong direction of effort, it will backfire. Finally, Naruto said that someone yesterday the famous saying I just taught myself, I processed it a little later. Thank you, Naruto. Rock Lee looked moved. His thick eyebrows and goofy training methods have long been the object of ridicule by village children, and every time he goes out, he is thrown at stones. He also had doubts about himself, but in the end he gritted his teeth and persevered. Naruto is the first person to share his training methods so seriously. Although it may not be absolutely correct, he felt this love. Rock Lee bowed sharply to Naruto, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Please let me practice with you. Very happy. Naruto smiled suddenly. The strong are destined to be lonely, but on the way to becoming a strong man, he needs a lot of subordinates. In the training ground, Naruto quietly watched Rock Lee running. Under the scorching sun, Rock Lee was sweating profusely, his face was tired, his lips were dry, and his chest was heaving like a windbreaker. But even so, his eyes were firm and his footsteps did not stop. Naruto looked calm, lowered his head, and carefully assessed Rock Lee in his mind. Ordinary in appearance, warm-blooded and pure in character, easy to deceive, unknown talent, but definitely a hard-working genius. Naruto, I'm done running. Rock Lee's voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's ear. Naruto raised his head and saw a gasping Rock Lee sitting across from him, collapsed. He immediately burst into a gentle smile. Nice job, let's do this today, take good care of yourself, your body needs a rest. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto patted Rock Lee on the shoulder. Rock Lee, a hard-working guy. On the way to Ichiraku ramen, Rock Lee, who was walking with Naruto, also received advice from some vicious villagers. Look, that boy with thick eyebrows is walking with the Nine-Tails demon fox. It's disgusting. It doesn't matter if you look ugly, you don't have a brain. Naruto is used to these bad words, so he has always been polite and graceful, but this is the first time that Rock Lee has heard such comments. He remembered that his parents had also said about the Nine-Tails demon fox. Nine-Tails demon fox is extremely sinful, has a pervert character, and likes to eat children. But he really couldn't equate the mild-mannered Naruto with the Nine-Tails fox. He turned to look at Naruto. Facing those curses that were so vicious that he was angry when he heard them, Naruto smiled faintly and apologized to himself instead. I'm sorry, Xiao Li, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been scolded by them, or we'll go separately and meet at Ichiraku Ramen. Rock Lee only felt anger and puzzlement brewing in his heart. Even feel the same way. Like Naruto, he is the object of ridicule of bear children, but the difference is that adult villagers will also ridicule Naruto. Under such circumstances, Naruto still maintains elegance and even thinks about himself. How could such a person be the Nine-Tails demon fox who destroyed the village and committed heinous crimes according to others? So he stood up, his eyes were burning with flames, and he raised his fists and roared, "Listen, you people, Naruto did nothing wrong from beginning to end, but you. Before he could finish speaking, a rotten egg burst open on his face. He wiped the egg wash in confusion. Seeing this, Naruto stood in front of Rock Lee and shouted at Rock Lee. You go first. Naruto thought that by changing his temperament and the way he treated people, he could stop the villagers from venting to him. Originally it did work. But after Rock Lee came out to express his dissatisfaction, it inspired the deep dissatisfaction of the villagers. We all know that Naruto hasn't done anything wrong since he was born. But he is the Nine-Tails demon fox, he should be cursed, he should die. You should join us in the blame, not stand up as a hero. So even Rock Lee was angered by the villagers. Chapter 11. With Rock Lee coming forward, the relationship between the two seems to be a little closer. Naruto, in my eyes, you are not that Nine-Tails demon fox, you are my friend. You are my friend who recognizes me. Rock Lee said to Naruto very solemnly afterward. Thanks. Rock Lee was the first to speak up for Naruto. It is impossible to say not to be moved. But according to Aizen's words, sympathy and touching are the saddest feelings that should be abandoned. So Naruto quickly put the emotion behind him. Look at Rock Lee rationally. These simple-minded and hot-blooded teenagers are often excellent comrades in arms. Old time tomorrow, see you at the training ground. After dinner, the two set a time to meet again tomorrow. In the days that followed, Naruto had another training partner. Rock Lee bought weights from Naruto. He was not interested in knives, so he spent most of his training time practicing Pi and boxing. Although it is still rough, at least it has been modeled. And Naruto has already started the practice of swordsmanship. Holding the dark green Kaika Suijutsu, under the guidance of Aizen, he kept swinging the sword. Slashing is divided into kendo and slashing. Kendo, the fighting technique of zanpakuto, builds strong spiritual power by tempering the mind and will. The slashing technique, similar to Iaido, kills with one blow, and kills with one blow. The slashing technique can be dignified or despicable, with only one purpose, to defeat the opponent. In other words, the slashing technique exists for the sake of fighting. Murder. Aizen's voice echoed in Naruto's head. In the Shinigami world, Captain Yamamoto tried to teach Kenpeki when Zaraki Kenpeki entered the team, because he hoped that Kenpeki would replace the original bloody fighting methods with standardized fighting skills and Kenpeki spirit, hoping that the other party would realize something on the spiritual level thing. Unfortunately, the latter has absolutely no interest in learning. Combining the history of the 13 teams, Zenju Habich described the past 13 teams as sword ghosts because the former 13 team members used chopping instead of kendo. It was not until later that Captain Yamamoto and the first Kenpeki Hwaja switched to practicing kendo, and the outlook on life and world outlook of the entire 13 teams also changed. Aizen knew the history of the 13 teams and scoffed at kendo. In his opinion, zanpakuto is a weapon for killing people, and the so-called kendo spirit is simply a burden in battle. The current 13 team is too weak for him to be any threat at all. You decide for yourself, whether to learn kendo or slash. Aizen leaves the choice to Naruto himself. I choose slash. Unsurprisingly, Naruto chose slash without hesitation. Chopping. I am looking forward to the scene of your first murder. The first time you face will always be fear and panic. Just like the flowers blooming on the cliff, we will all stop in front of the cliff, instead of facing the sky without fear like flowers. Take a step. Once you take that step successfully, you will no longer be the original Uzumaki Naruto. The corners of Aizen's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of playfulness. 1 year later. Konoha 53 years. Today is also the day Rock Lee entered the ninja school. The day before admission, Rock Lee dragged Naruto for an afternoon chat. The general meaning is that he is very nervous and hopes that his ninja talent is good. He hopes to become a ninja with outstanding physical skills but not bad in ninjutsu. He had great expectations of himself. Naruto didn't send Rock Lee to the ninja school, he didn't want Rock Lee to get cold eyes on him. Sending sincere wishes to Rock Lee, he quickly shuttled among the trees. By converging the Riotsu on the soles of the feet, the speed of the forward movement can be accelerated, which is also the basic application that requires a master before learning Shunpo. During the year, Naruto also gained a general understanding of the Shinigami world in which Aizen lives. In Shinigami's worldview, there are two concepts of Riotsu and spiritual power. The higher the Riotsu, the higher the spiritual power that can be used. Spiritual power is the main substance that constitutes the soul. Qualified Shinigami can use the spiritual power in the body to create Riotsu through leakage, which can deter the enemy, and can also use the spiritual power to solidify various weapons or enchantments. Naruto's talent is good, and he has already mastered the basic Riotsu use this year. This surprised Aizen very much. For the rookie Shinigami, the most difficult thing was Riotsu's control. But Naruto did it all perfectly. In this regard, Naruto's heart is naturally proud, and he is full of imagination about his future ninja career. My Shinigami talent is so good, I must be a ninja talent as well. I'm going to be a Grandmaster Ninja and Grandmaster Kid S Shinigami. Naruto came home and he didn't train today because he was about to start one of the most important things in his life, Chakra extraction. 5-year-old Naruto can already start practicing Chakra, and third generation promised to send Naruto relevant books on the day of school. According to the rules of the Konoha Shinobi School, children who are 6 years old and have ninja talents can go to the ninja school to study. Naruto is still 1 year away from turning 6 years old, but he is ready to learn the relevant knowledge in advance. The clansmen of Konoha's major families will also start the Chakra practice in advance before entering the school. On the one hand, the family has the resources, and on the other hand, they hope that the clansmen can become the best after enrollment, and not fall into the family's name. There was a heated debate among the senior officials of Konoha over Naruto's practice of Chakra. The protagonist is naturally third generation and Danzo, two good friends who love and kill each other. In Danzo's words, "Give Naruto to the root, and I can make him the most perfect Konoha weapon ever, and he'll be the one that will stun other shinobi villages." Third generation believes that Naruto can perfectly inherit the will of fire, and it is the correct solution to let him enter the ninja school and form a bond with other students. After all, there is a successful case of Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina found true love during his studies, became one of Konoha's top fighting forces, and even gave birth to Uzumaki Naruto. This proves that third generation's theory is feasible. In the end, with Danzo's argument, third generation moved out of the Hokage theory again, succeeded in making Danzo's debate speechless, and walked away angrily. "Why ask my opinion since you've already made up your mind?" Danzo's dissatisfaction with third generation deepened, and his desire for the Hokage position added a point. But in any case, Naruto is the biggest winner of this debate. He had the opportunity to learn Chakra in advance. Naruto sat on the bed in the room, holding Kaika Suijutsu in both hands, waiting as excitedly as a child about to get his beloved toy. If you learn Chakra yourself, you can use ninjutsu. How Chakra is used? What is the difference between Chakra and Riotsu? His mind was filled with the desire to explore the unknown. Dang dang! There was a knock at the door. Naruto immediately ran to the door excitedly, opened the door, and there was no one outside, but there were 2 more books on the cold stone steps. "Thank you." Naruto nodded slightly to the trees and returned to the house with the book in his arms. The door closed again, and the leaves shook slightly. Chapter 12. Preliminary Refinement of Chakra. 3 Body Technique Master Essentials. Back at the house, Naruto couldn't wait to open the book. At the same time, Aizen is also watching the book simultaneously. Chakra is the source of energy for ninjas, and the more chakras you have, the stronger your ninjas tend to be. First Hokage, the founder of the Will of Fire, has a chakra that ordinary people can't imagine, and was called the god of the ninja world at the beginning. And then third Hokage was born. Although the total amount of chakra is not comparable to first Hokage, third Hokage is respected by the ninja world as Dr. Ninjutsu for its superb ninjutsu. Its strength is unknown, and it may even surpass first Hokage. Aizen read books with Naruto, and frowned as he watched. Is third generation strong? He recalled the aged figure of third generation and the chakra he felt. The third generation may be an experienced ninja, but it would be an exaggeration to say that the ninja world is number 1. If everything is true, the third generation is the top powerhouse in the whole ninja world, then the powerhouse in the ninja world is not enough to watch. I always feel that this book contains private goods. Aizen was somewhat disappointed in his heart. His biggest worry is finding out that the ninja world is a low-dimensional world to the Shinigami world. This would mean that the value of the ninja world would plummet. Aizen patiently continued to watch. A good ninja needs Grandmaster Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and illusion. The chakra in the body is extracted and used, or the ninja's body can be used directly, which is the so-called ninjutsu. Taiju, as it literally means, uses one's own body to attack the enemy's body. Generally, chakra is not required for taijutsu, so physical exercise is closely related to the strength of taijutsu. At the same time, the cultivation of taishu is quite boring and requires time and perseverance. There are also 2 types of physical art, one is to cause fractures, tears and other injuries to the opponent, that is, steel fist. The other is to use chakra to destroy internal organs and meridians and other tissues, which is gentle fist. The last illusion. Casting chakra will pull the opponent into the constructed illusion, causing a double blow to him physically and psychologically. Among the 3 attack methods, illusion requires chakra's control the most. How to refine chakra? Naruto was fascinated, and soon began his first attempt with the way of refining in the book. The way of using chakra is somewhat similar to Riotsu. It should be easy to get started. Judging from Naruto's talent on Riotsu, refining chakra should be very fast. Aizen nodded secretly. He did not distill chakra from what was in the book. No one knows if Riotsu and chakra can coexist, and Aizen will only start practicing chakra after making sure everything is safe and chakra really helps his strength. Naruto just sat quietly all night. Chakra and Riotsu have the same purpose, they both exist in the veins of the body, and through meditation, they are captured and united. It's just that Riotsu seems more cunning and unpredictable than chakra. With the experience of successfully awakening Riotsu, it seems that the extraction of mere chakra is not that difficult. After a night, Naruto opened his eyes and let out a slow breath. His eyes were bright, and he was not tired of staying up late at all. The corners of his mouth twitched, full of joy. Success! Feeling the chakra flowing in his body, he couldn't help clenching his fists. One step closer to the goal. He took a deep breath, his eyes full of joy and longing. Riotsu didn't have any conflict with chakra. They were like 2 friends who didn't break the river. They flowed in Naruto's body and formed 2 powerful forces. Yo xi, let's start learning ninjutsu next. With the successful refinement of chakra, Naruto was imposing, and now he feels that he is omnipotent. Open the second book 3 Body Technique Master Essentials. 3 Body Technique is the most basic and must-learn ninjutsu for ninjas. To become a powerful ninja, you must lay a good foundation. Three-body technique is divided into transformation technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique. Transformation technique, temporary changes to change objects or themselves through chakra. The essence is change. Photo, ninjas transform into other-looking humans. Clone technique, use chakra to create a controllable virtual clone. The essence is creation. Body replacement technique, use chakra to transfer the attack to the object, thereby escaping the attack range. The essence is transfer. After a brief understanding of the three-body technique, Naruto began to try it. Try the transformation technique first, and become the third generation first. Naruto thought to himself, and tried to seal with both hands. Most ninjutsu needs a seal to use. Some top powerhouses can use ninjutsu without printing. Naruto roughly compared a few not seal poses based on the contents of the book. Transformation technique. The white smoke filled it and enveloped it, and when it cleared, a grotesque figure appeared where Naruto was. Arms and head dislocated, face twisted. Success? It seems that my talent is excellent. Naruto looked at the mirror with joy, his expression instantly frozen. No, I made a mistake, come again. Transformation technique. Hey? It's because I'm not skilled enough in knotting, transformation technique. Shouldn't be. Let's change the clone technique. That's unreasonable. 10 minutes later, Naruto was sitting on the bed panting with frustration in his eyes. What happened? Why can't you control such a simple ninjutsu? Although the training of ninjutsu takes time, Naruto can feel that the chakra in his body is very full, and even if he uses ninjutsu all the time, there is no tendency to be exhausted. The only thing you need to do yourself is the control of the knot and the chakra. But chakra is different from Riotsu. The more stable chakra is more difficult for Naruto to control. This sign is so eerie. Naruto took a deep breath, did not get discouraged, opened the book and carefully read the introduction about chakra. Good foundation, knot printing speed and accuracy and chakra control precision. There is no specific practice method at the back of the book. But Naruto knew something. Chakra's control practice may be the same as that of Riotsu. You can attach chakra to parts of your body and perform some special activities. For example, climb trees, do crafts. As soon as he thought of it, Naruto rushed to the training ground after lunch, trying to attach chakra to his footsteps and strode towards the tree. Bang! No doubt, Naruto fell to the ground. Go on. He continued to charge towards the big tree. At night, he was wounded and returned home tired. Unfortunately, he couldn't even stay on the tree for more than a second. The chakra in the body is obviously very abundant, but it is as elusive as a scurrying monkey. Not to mention control, it's good not to mess them up. At the end of the day, Naruto was exhausted both physically and mentally. Ninjutsu brought him unprecedented frustration. Even directly kill the sense of accomplishment brought by Riotsu. He took a shower at will, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I hope that in the sealed space, Aizen can help him solve his confusion. Tick. The sound of dripping water sounded again in the pitch-black sealed space. Naruto woke up suddenly. It's just that the air in the sealed space seems to be extraordinarily cold this time. At the space wall, you can even vaguely see the dark red trail slowly creeping. Chapter 13. Why is the environment here so bad? Naruto frowned at the standing water on the ground. The current sealed space reminded him of the first time he met Aizen. The first encounter was in this cold and humid space. It's just that with the communication between Naruto and Aizen, the relationship between the two parties gradually became closer, and the sealed space in Naruto's body gradually changed the style of painting. It can be transformed into a prairie with fresh air or a magnificent palace. To Naruto's surprise, Shinigami, who is as refined and gentle as Aizen, likes Naruto's transformation of the sealed space into a cold and windy cliff. Standing on the top of the cliff, the whole area seems to be crumbling, the fierce wind whistles in the ear, and when you look down, you can see the dark abyss, awakening the deep fear in people's hearts. Naruto also asked about Aizen. Aizen's answer was surprising, it was the closest place to the sky. But now, the sealed space has returned to its original state. Does this mean something? Naruto immediately ran towards the familiar seal gate at great speed. There was no change in the sealed door, except that there was no Aizen's gentle smile and magnetic voice inside, but a dark red shadow like a giant mountain. "Little devil, you are here." A low and hoarse voice sounded from behind the door, and then the figure moved, and the entire sealed space seemed to vibrate slightly. Following the dim light, Naruto saw the creature behind the door. A fiery red fox with 9 tails. Is this a beast? What about Mr. Aizen? Naruto's eyes narrowed, full of danger. Mr. Aizen is gone? It's a good look, but this look shouldn't be on me, but on them. The giant beast suddenly exuded a strong negative aura of coldness and hatred, passed through the iron gate, and wrapped Naruto, causing him to shiver. There was an indescribable arrogance and murderous intent deep in his heart. I really want to destroy something at this moment. The ugly faces of the Konoha Village people suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. My former self was in agony because of them, and I longed for recognition every day. I want to kill them. Let them feel the pain they have suffered. Little devil, I understand how you feel, you are treated like a beast even though you have done nothing wrong. You are not wrong, it is them who are wrong, it is this Konoha. Your gentleness and elegance are just protective colors, I can see you're in your heart, you hate Konoha just like me. The red behemoth arched its body, its 9 fiery red tails fluttered, and its bewitching voice echoed throughout the space. Come on, I can give you the power to subvert Konoha, accept it, accept your truest self, destroy Konoha, kill them all, and make them regret what they have done to you. With words, the beast stepped forward and completely exposed his huge body to the light. Seeing this 9-tails fox full of negative emotions, Naruto immediately understood. No wonder the villagers see themselves as 9-tails foxes. No wonder third generation tried everything to control itself. Because there is indeed a 9-tails demon fox in his body. Although they do not know the relationship between the 9-tails demon fox and themselves, it is certain that the villagers do not know their relationship with the 9-tails demon fox. And the truth is very likely that the master is in the hands of Konoha's senior management. The villagers were all pawns who let themselves fall into darkness and were then saved by the third generation. It's stupid. The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Thinking of this, the boiling killing intent in his mind faded like a tide, and the next moment, Naruto resumed his gentle and elegant smile. Hey! 9-tails lowered his head and looked at the gentle Naruto, surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Naruto to be free from killing intent in such a short period of time and show such a gentle, disgusting smile to himself. The smile reminded him of 4th generation. The man who sealed himself. Little devil, put away your fake smile. With anger in his heart, 9-tails grabbed the iron door and roared at Naruto like the sky. The breath out of his mouth even blew Naruto's blonde hair. Still smiling, Naruto stroked his hair gracefully. Are you 9-tails demon fox? Humph, yes, the old man is the 9-tails demon fox. Those people sealed me in your body to control my power. To them, you are just a weapon, no, you are just a container that can be replaced at any time. 9-tails put away his angry face and answered without hesitation, but the content was half-truth. Little devil, I know you hate Konoha, hate them for sealing me in your body, hate them for not telling the villagers the truth, and let you live in abuse all year round. All of this can be changed. As long as you accept my power and kill them all, the resentment in your heart will be washed away and you will be reborn. 9-tails said the words that he had practiced countless times in the sealed space. Hopefully this will pull Naruto into the abyss. He was looking forward to the sight of the fourth generation seeing his only son destroy Konoha. It will definitely be the most exciting and splendid scene in the ninja world. After the words fell, the crimson chakra in Nine-Tails poured out and submerged into Naruto's body. Naruto's mind once again had a boiling killing intent that was even more terrifying than before. Third Hokage, you are trying to brainwash Naruto and make him Konoha's lackey, but you have taken the most crucial step wrong. I, Kurama, have been accumulating strength, and I will use the darkness you have drawn to completely corrupt Naruto and become my Kurama's revenge machine. Nine-Tails laughed wildly inwardly, and couldn't wait to see Naruto being dominated by killing intent. But the next moment, his expression froze. In the sight, Naruto had a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and looked at himself playfully. There was no killing intent on his body, and even the blood-red chakra faded, replaced by a bright blue light all over his body, and a long knife appeared in his hand. From the long knife, Nine-Tails felt a huge sense of crisis. He arched his body, his hair exploded suddenly, and his eyes were shocked and full of fear. Impossible, how can you escape my killing intent? What is this knife? What kind of bloodline boundary is this? His body subconsciously took a step back and asked with his teeth. When looking at Naruto's tiny body again, Nine-Tails' eyes were already full of solemnity. He understood that he underestimated Naruto. Naruto seems to have awakened the terrifying limit of blood. His own chakra is extremely erosive and cannot be resisted by ordinary blood-based boundaries. This also means that Naruto's blood-based boundaries have been awakened for some time, and he has mastered the blood-based boundaries. Could it be that Konoha didn't notice it during this period? Nine-Tails felt a chill rush out of his body. A 5-year-old child mastered an unknown bloodline limit under the watchful eye of ninjas. This is simply chilling. Thank you for telling me part of the truth, but it cleared up my confusion. Naruto stroked Kakashi Jutsu lightly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This also explains the attitude third generation and the villagers have always had towards themselves. This means he actually possesses the powers of Riotsu, Chakra, and Nine-Tails demon foxes in his body. This will be your help to go higher. Only Nine-Tails demon fox is not its own power. Those who are addicted to the power of others are weak. Chapter 14. I'm not at all interested in your power. The gentle smile on Naruto's face disappeared, and a look of disdain appeared. Not interested? Do you know what you're talking about? Hearing Naruto's answer, Nine-Tails looked in disbelief at first, then grabbed the iron door angrily and roared. The old man is the Nine-Tails demon fox who can subvert the ninja world. Even if you Konoha come out, you won't get any advantage in my hands. I can easily raise Konoha to the ground. Cage-level powerhouses are not worth it in front of me. Let me mention it. I am the power that all shinobi villages yearn for. It is also the power that all shinobi villages fear. Why do you think Konoha is so peaceful? Because of the old man, other shinobi villages can only hold back. Now you tell me you're not interested in my power. Speaking of this, a finger and nightmare-like words suddenly appeared in Nine-Tails' mind. Nine-Tails, you are too strong, so you are going to be sealed. Nine-Tails shrank his head subconsciously, and his tone became much weaker. Cough, of course, there are indeed some perverts in the ninja world who are still very strong, but they are all dead. Sure enough, it's just a beast. Naruto chuckled dismissively. To be honest, a weak baby can become a container that seals your strength. Your words are hard to convince me to believe in your strength. Perhaps you are so strong that the people of Konoha Village are afraid of you, and Konoha executives are eager to take control, but in Konoha's eyes, you are just a weapon after all. If they can seal you once, they can seal you a second time. For them, you can't make waves. Even if I accept your power, what about wanton killing in Konoha? It's nothing more than satisfying the anger and lust in my heart. The end of waiting must be resuppressed, and as a container, I have nothing to do with Konoha. In other words, it is a container that cannot inherit the will of fire, and my fate is obvious, which is death. And you will be sealed in a new container. Under the taming day after day, the wildness will be gone, and you will become Konoha's lackey. Having said that, Naruto sneered. He also tried to confuse me to make a scene in Konoha. People who can say such things are either stupid or bad. In simple communication, Naruto understood. Most of what Nine-Tails told should be true. Oneself is the Nine-Tails container that Konoha pays attention to, the weapon of war. This can also explain why third generation wants to brainwash itself and instill the will of fire. Neither Nine-Tails nor Konoha can be trusted, all he can trust is himself. After Naruto finished speaking, the entire sealed space fell into a long silence. Only the slight breathing of Nine-Tails echoed quietly. He was furious at first, but soon fell into deep thought. Everything Naruto said was true. It's true that he has bad intentions, but he doesn't expect Naruto destroys Konoha either. Although his power is powerful, he is only an individual after all. There are indeed many hidden means of Konoha. Although most of the top combat power has withered, it is not something that he can contend against. Hard to imagine. 5-year-old Naruto is so mature, his clarity of thought is terrifying. It is said that the authorities are obsessed, and the bystanders are clear. But Nine-Tails felt that Naruto was the bystander who saw Konoha and his own tricks clearly. You know he's only 5 years old. Combined with the mysterious bloodline boundary that even he was afraid of. Nine-Tails couldn't help but gasped. Konoha, what kind of terrifying existence did you force out? 4th generation, you must not have imagined that your son is so terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Nine-Tails suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. This was his happiest laugh in recent years, and he laughed so much that he even burst into tears. Interesting, interesting, very good, Konoha must not realize how terrifying you are, I know, I understand. It turns out that Naruto's feelings for Konoha are negative. Refinement and gentleness have always been just his disguise. Nine-Tails decided to change strategy. He put away his smile. Little devil, you are really interesting, but have you ever thought that since Konoha wants to control my power so much, it means that my power is indeed powerful. If you want to go out of your own way in the future, rely on your blood following the boundaries is definitely not enough. What do you want to express? Naruto tilted his head. Aren't you learning ninjutsu recently? All you use is the chakra that I gave you. Compared with my body chakra, it's not even a drop in the ocean. I can lend you my strength to use, and even help you become stronger. We are sitting in the same boat. Nine-Tails gritted his teeth and revealed a smile that he thought was gentle, but was actually ugly. Nine-Tails was confident that Naruto could not resist the tempting offer. No, no one can refuse. After all, he is Nine-Tails, the head of the tailed beast, and he possesses the power to subvert a ninja village. Sorry, I'm not interested. Naruto shook his head decisively. You are just a prisoner after all. The weak are not even qualified to peep into the sky. I am destined to reach the top. Your strength is not qualified to be my help. I'm even less interested in working with a loser. It was a pleasure talking to you, but goodbye. Naruto turned decisively, ignoring Nine-Tails' rage, and walked gracefully in the direction he came from. No matter how eloquent Nine-Tails said, Naruto wouldn't quite believe it. After being bewitched by Nine-Tails' chakra this time, he was determined. There is definitely Nine-Tails behind his various ninjutsu failures today. The fiery red, violent chakra seemed familiar. Naruto remembers feeling a similar chakra when he tried ninjutsu today. This kind of chakra is not only difficult to control, but even interferes with one's own chakra, resulting in the failure of ninjutsu. This means that his ninjutsu talent is not bad, but he was disturbed by Nine-Tails. This Nine-Tails is bad. So the words and promises are not to be believed. Besides, This Nine-Tails has revealed too much information in such a short period of time and has such a grumpy temper. It is enough to see that it is a violent beast with a bad brain. Isn't it digging a hole for yourself to cooperate with this kind of guy? So Naruto decisively rejected Nine-Tails' proposal and chose to leave. Away from the Iron Gate, concentrate on leaving the space. The next moment, Naruto's consciousness fell into a coma again, returning to reality and falling asleep. Nine-Tails let out a despised roar in the sealed space. Incompetent fury behind the Iron Gate. Uzumaki Naruto. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Naruto bloodily tore off the coat of his own packaging, revealing the essence. He, Nine-Tails, was just a prisoner. Chapter 15. Early in the morning, Naruto woke up from his sleep. He stretched, refreshed. What happened in the sealed space yesterday is still vivid in my mind. Nine-Tails Demon Fox. He murmured softly, showing a scheming smile. The first communication with Nine-Tails was not pleasant. The spiteful and irritable Nine-Tails thinks about influencing himself all the time. Even interfered with his own control of Chakra. Naruto is not sure that he can get rid of the interference of Nine-Tails' Chakra, and maybe his Chakra practice will be difficult in the future. But at least he has figured out his background and the reason why he is hated by the villagers. It's just a beast. Naruto got out of bed and spread the quilt. He felt that his mental state was surprisingly good. Start calling Aizen in your head. Mr. Aizen. What's the matter? Aizen's gentle voice sounded in his mind, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Aizen, so you're still here. Hearing Naruto's words, Aizen frowned, keenly aware that Naruto seemed a little different today. The tone turned out to be somewhat rejoicing. Naruto's next sentence solved the doubt in Aizen's heart. Mr. Aizen, I saw the Nine-Tails Demon Fox last night. Naruto simply informs Aizen of his encounter with Nine-Tails, who is instantly lost in thought. From the mouths of the villagers, it can be known that the Nine-Tails Demon Fox has the ability to destroy Konoha, but such a powerful existence is still sealed in Naruto by Konoha. It seems that Konoha is not as weak as he thought. It's a pity that I couldn't get in touch with the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in person. The world of ninjas suddenly became interesting. Today, you will continue to practice ninjutsu and Riotsu's control, and you will be able to contact Kid in a few days. Aizen has no idea of continuing to chat with a lot of information today, so he immediately stopped the topic and was ready to have a good idea of his thoughts. Kid. I can finally learn Kid. Naruto's eyes were full of excitement. Kid is similar to ninjutsu, and also uses specific means to condense Riotsu into different forms of attack, defense, and support. It's just that ninjutsu needs to pass through the seal, and Kid needs to pass the chant. Half a year ago, Naruto had the privilege of seeing Kid used by Aizen in the sealed space. At that time, he was attracted by the complex and obscure, but unknowingly chanting incantations. Over the past year, he has been practicing Riotsu's control method hard, looking forward to one day starting Kid's practice. This moment has finally arrived. Containing excitement and anticipation, Naruto quickly cooked himself a hearty breakfast. A slice of toast, 2 sun eggs, and a drizzle of soy sauce. This is the simple breakfast Naruto saw from a cookbook. After trying it once, I found that it tastes good and is nutritious, so I often prepare the same breakfast. Save time and effort, and delicious. Having read a lot of Shinigami's books on the present, Naruto understands the importance of daily nutrition, so even if funds are tight, he will try his best to find good ingredients. He is very skilled in making fishing traps and hunting. After breakfast, Naruto put aside distractions and continued to practice the three-body technique. He wanted to confirm his suspicions again. The knot seal, which controls the flow of chakra in the body. Clone technique. At the moment of performing the three-body technique, Naruto was keenly aware that the red Nine-Tails chakra began to interfere with his own chakra. Although this chakra is very secretive, it is also a negligible disturbance. But the operation of the human chakra itself is very delicate, and even a little disturbance will cause the ninjutsu to fail. Bang! Smoke billowed. Naruto turned his head, and beside him stood a fat, sausage-mouthed Uzumaki Naruto. Bang! Naruto punched his clone with a blank expression, his eyes full of danger. Nine-Tails Demon Fox, well done, you did well. He muttered to himself through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha. Smelly brat, call you a bull, ha ha ha, don't try to use a ninjutsu when the old man is here, ha ha ha, the old man must make you kneel down and cry for mercy at the end, I will stretch out the solace of my feet and give you a chance to kiss your toes. Nine-Tails rolled around laughing in the sealed space. Then he started talking to himself. With the interference of the old man, you won't be able to become a good ninja. I'm waiting for the day when you kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if you're thoughtful, you're just a little kid. Nine-Tails snorted coldly and began to count silently. I count 5 seconds. If you come in and apologize to me within 5 seconds, I can forgive you and still offer you the terms of cooperation before. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 3. Nine-Tails began to count in the sealed space, but after only a few minutes, it remained at 5 seconds. His face gradually distorted, and he grinned. Finally, an angry roar echoed in the sealed space. UBD, do you think this is cool? You will regret it. I will try my best to interfere with you, you don't want to be a ninja. On what it's like to have an outrageous tenant in your body. Naruto came to the training ground, held Kakashi Jutsu with a blank face and started training the chop art. Under the interference of Nine-Tails, Chakra's control is 10 million times more difficult than it should be. But if Naruto can still master the perfect three-body technique in this difficult situation, it means that he has a surprising degree of control over Chakra. Once the interference of Nine-Tails disappears, the training results accumulated over time will explode in a blowout manner, and learning other ninjutsu will also be multiplied with half the effort. Knowing this, Naruto will not give up practicing ninjutsu. But every time he failed in ninjutsu, the ugly face of Nine-Tails appeared in his mind involuntarily, grinning as if mocking himself. Even though Naruto is very mature, he is still a child after all. Really upset. Thinking of this, Naruto's speed and strength of swinging the knife were a little heavier. He stared at a boulder in front of him, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, his body soared. Kakashi Jutsu in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed. The invisible blade air erupted from Kakashi Jutsu, rushing towards the boulder. Bang! Under the impact of the knife gas, the boulder cracked from the inside out, the inside exploded with a bang, and the gravel flew in an instant. Naruto withdrew the knife gracefully, showing a relieved smile. Success! The practice of slashing has finally reached the small goal customized by Aizen. Next, it's Kid. Chapter 16. In the forest of the Konoha training ground, the sun shines through the gaps in the layers of leaves, and Madara falls on the figure. Kid is an advanced spell commonly used by Shinigami. It is divided into 3 types, Had, Bakud, and Kide, which correspond to destruction, control, and assistance, respectively. Kid is made up of spiritual suns, and different orderings represent different Kid. The use of Kid can be made smoother through the guidance of chance, but for individual powerful Shinigami, the release of Kid can be achieved without chance. Under Aizen's teaching, Naruto finally came into contact with Kid, who was on his mind. But his new junior Kid doesn't need a specific chanting spell. I saw Naruto standing upright, one hand raised, fingertips pointed at the boulder. The Riotsu in the body slowly flowed and gathered at the fingertips. This control over Riotsu is as smooth as possible, and it is not as difficult as practicing ninjutsu. One of Had, Rush. A white light appeared from the tip of the finger and disappeared in a flash, leaving a shallow trace on the rock. It didn't hurt, but at least it worked. A smile spread across Naruto's little face. He had forgotten that it was the first time he tried to use the basic kid properly. Keep working hard until master. Naruto's confidence surged. With the setbacks of previous ninjutsu failures, a little bit of Kid's progress now gives him huge confidence. Aizen watched the progress of Naruto's cultivation of Kid in the sealed space, his eyes flickering. With Kid initially available in such a short amount of time, Naruto's Shinigami talent is amazing, no, terrifying. For Naruto, the practice of Kid, and Riotsu seems to have no bottlenecks. As long as they continue to practice, they can steadily improve. Just like my old self. Naruto is like the son of luck in the ninja world. He has a sealed space and gets his own help. He also has a Nine-Tails demon fox in his body. Unsurprisingly, Naruto will still be able to use the power of Nine-Tails in the future. I believe that even without the power of Shinigami, he can become a strong one on one side. Compared with the corpse-eating guys in room 46, Naruto is undoubtedly the king. He has the qualifications to be invested by himself. Maybe in the future, he can really grow to a day that makes him happy. Seeing Kid released by himself, Naruto withdrew his fingers somewhat unwillingly. Although Kid's damage isn't enough, you must know that he has only just started learning Kid not long ago. I believe that with just more training, he will be able to master Kid completely. Naruto is very satisfied with his current situation. I have a nice house, enough supplies, and even a friend like Rock Lee, a wise teacher like Aizen. Compared with the lonely and desperate self a few years ago, the current self is far too good. Naruto's expression calmed down, and then a flawless smile emerged. Because of this, he must not show any flaws. For his own purposes, he had to show the Uzumaki Naruto that everyone wanted to see. Since attending ninja school, Naruto and Rock Lee's interactions have diminished. In order to have a good start, Rock Lee deliberately stopped these few days of training and concentrated on studying and refining Chakra at home. Naruto also went back to training alone. In addition to training in ninjutsu and Chakra, there are also beheading and Kid. The time of practice is like a white horse passing through a gap. In the past few days, Naruto's practice of Kid and slashing has become more and more handy. It's just that Chakra's practice is like falling into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. At this moment, he is practicing slashing in the training ground. Seeing him holding knives in both hands, standing motionless in the training ground, eyes closed, the whole person fell into a mysterious state. The breeze blew gently, with the scent of green grass lingering around. Naruto's presence is indifferent, as if blending in with the training ground. The monitoring ninja's heart trembled, and even the slightest fluctuation of chakra appeared accidentally, but it quickly returned to its original state in an instant. Naruto stood still in the center, surrounded by Riotsu. When a leaf fell, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes sharp. The Kaika Suijutsu in his hand suddenly turned into a phantom and passed by. Crack! Withdrawing the knife, Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. The fallen leaves burst from it, and were perfectly divided into 4 equal parts. Just as the leaves fell, Naruto made 3 strikes, precise and quick. Naruto has an unimaginable understanding of slashing. In this year, his beheading technique has advanced by leaps and bounds. It is no exaggeration to say that he can kill an adult in an instant. It's just that I haven't played against ninjas, so I don't know my true strength. In addition to beheading, his understanding of Kid is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Its own Riotsu is also steadily rising. According to Aizen, there are already 3 seats. And what gave Naruto the most headache was chakra practice and shunpo. To learn shunpo you need to have excellent physical fitness. Even if Naruto hadn't interrupted his physical training, it would be impossible to use shunpo now. As the intensity of Naruto workouts increases, so does the nutritional requirement. The consequence of this is that Naruto's living expenses are not enough to cover the high cost of ingredients. Naruto didn't ask 3rd generation for help. Because third generation is already relatively generous, it is impossible to give more living expenses. Fortunately, Naruto has read many books, so he found mushroom fungus and even ginseng and other foods in the wild Konoha to supplement his huge consumption of daily practice. Who? At this moment, Naruto suddenly heard the sound of a branch being smashed, his eyes widened, Riotsu poured out of his body, and shouted angrily at the place where the sound came from. Soon, a boy in white came out shaking. His teeth were even colliding under the pressure of Riotsu. This dress. Naruto noticed that the boy's white dress had a pattern of a fan, the symbol of the Uchiha family. Naruto put away Riotsu, who suddenly collapsed on the ground. Why peek? Naruto asked. Peeking? This is a public place, I just passed by. Uchiha Sasuke got up in shock, shocked by the scene he had seen before. This boy of the same age as him not only has a terrifying swordsmanship, but his overflowing temperament and eyes even made his body start to tremble. You are the proud Uchiha clan, and you can actually feel the emotion of fear. Sasuke couldn't bear the sad emotion that was in his heart, so he raised his head proudly. Humph, your strength is not bad. After saying this, Sasuke turned his head and blushed. This is the first time to say such a compliment, and it is unexpectedly shameful. The Uchiha family started out as a big family that kept pace with the Hyuga family. It is said that the Sharingan is one of Konoha's most powerful bloodline. It's just that the Uchiha people are very arrogant and don't get along well with others. This is what Naruto learned. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I'm reckless, sorry. Naruto introduced himself with a gentle smile. Chapter 17. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke felt a little embarrassed after receiving Naruto's apology. Because he did peek for a little while before. After introducing himself, Sasuke stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do or say. Although he looks rather cold, he is just a curious little boy. He grew up under the wings of his parents and his older brother, who was a genius and showed extraordinary talent from an early age. In such an environment, Sasuke started various ninja-related training from a young age. It can be said that compared to his peers, he is far ahead of the starting line. But even so, he couldn't resist Naruto's leaked Riotsu. He was very curious about Naruto, and even a little unwilling in his heart. He has always considered himself the best boy of Konoha's age. But now it has been completely compared. How can you be so strong? He hesitated for a moment, then hesitantly asked. A blush appeared on his face after asking. He turned his head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Naruto again. Naruto had heard Konoha Village people secretly talking about Uchiha, saying that Uchiha was very arrogant and usually ignored people, and the Konoha garrison they belonged to was even more ruthless and acted according to the law, with no humaneness at all. It can be said that the reputation of the Uchiha family in Konoha is not good, and it can even be called bad. It's just that Sasuke didn't make Naruto feel inaccessible, but rather a little boy from Tsundere. This Uchiha seems to be interested in power. Funny boy. A smile appeared in Naruto's eyes. Because I practice every day, I can become stronger. This deja vu scene is very similar to the scene where he met Xiao Li at the beginning. If you can fool this Uchiha boy to practice together, it should be good for yourself. It is said that the Uchiha tribe is rich and has many ninjutsu skills. Although Naruto's chakra control is not very good, he still expects ninjutsu. After all, Nine-Tails may cancel the interference chakra in the future. Cultivation? I have been practicing with my brother. Sasuke frowned. He didn't want to admit that he wasn't as talented as Naruto's guess. Unwilling to ask, what was that before? Is it your chakra? Why is there such a great sense of oppression? Is it murderous? You have killed people. Sasuke once heard from his brother that the truly powerful ninjas are all baptized with blood. They are good at killing skills. At the same time, because of killing, they condense murderous aura. The invisible murderous aura can make ordinary people lose their combat effectiveness in an instant, or even collapse. Sasuke couldn't imagine the pressure Naruto brought him before, he couldn't even move. And Naruto looks similar to his own age, but he has a murderous aura. It's unrealistic no matter what. No, that's not murderous, you can understand it as a means used by Chakra. Naruto smiled and said. The use of Chakra. Yes, condense the Chakra around the body and combine it with my own momentum to form a sense of oppression similar to murderous aura. Naruto explained patiently, because I practice the slashing technique, the combination of my own sword stance with Chakra can create a sense of oppression. Fortunately, Riotsu and Chakra are similar in nature, so Chakra can be used to prevaricate the past. Sasuke looked at Naruto with admiration, and wanted to ask him how to practice, but he was forced to speak out because of a bad face. Most of the Uchiha clan are quite proud, and Sasuke is naturally too. No, it's more tsundere than arrogant. Naruto saw Sasuke's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, I'm going back first. If you're interested, how about training here at noon tomorrow? Hearing this, Sasuke was overjoyed and nodded calmly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. All right, I'll show you the proud ninjutsu of our Uchiha clan too. After he finished speaking, he raised his head proudly. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Naruto smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to Sasuke and leaving the training ground. Seeing Naruto's back leaving, Sasuke was taken aback. Naruto is probably the first peer of his age to communicate with. All along, the Uchiha clan have done their part, the Konoha guard. But for some reason, the villagers are always hostile to them. Coupled with the arrogance of the Uchiha family itself, they don't want to explain, and they don't bother to explain. Over time, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha became more and more awkward. When the other villagers saw Uchiha, they ran away as if they saw the plague god. Even their Uchiha children rarely have friends. Sasuke has heard of Uzumaki Naruto, who is said to be regarded as the Nine-Tails demon fox, who is treated worse than Uchiha. In a way, they are sympathetic and lonely. But at the same time, Naruto was also the first non-Uchiha person to show him such a gentle and sincere smile. Thinking of Naruto's sunny smiling face, Sasuke suddenly had a feeling of being healed. How did he manage to be hurt and still smile, he murmured. In the Uchiha mansion at night, the Sasuke family sat around the large table, while Mother Uchiha Mikoto served the exquisite dishes. The family is happy. Itaki, how are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku asked. It's business as usual, but I'm a little busy and don't have time to spend with Sasuke. Itaki rubbed Sasuke's spiky head dotingly. Where's Sasuke? I'm at a very. Sasuke tilted his head and thought about adjectives at the training ground today, and added, a very powerful person, a genius. Genius. Uchiha Itaka suddenly became interested. This was the first time he had heard such high praise from his younger brother. Yes, his name is Uzumaki Naruto, about my age. Sasuke nodded. Uzumaki Naruto? Could it be Kushina's? Fugaku and Mikoto looked at each other. The Fugaku couple and the Kushina family were close friends during their lifetimes. It's just that after the death of the fourth generation, Naruto was taken over by the third generation. In addition, the Uchiha family was targeted, and they had no time to even interfere in Naruto's affairs. Faced with what happened to Naruto, their hearts were naturally angry. Fourth generation sealed the Nine-Tails in Naruto's body with life, hoping that Naruto could grow up as the son of a hero. Unexpectedly, Naruto has always been born in the heat of water. Fugaku couldn't intervene, but neither did he deliberately stop Sasuke and Naruto from approaching. Instead, the guilt inside wanted Sasuke and Naruto to be best friends. I'm curious to be called a genius by Sasuke. Uchiha Itaka laughed at this time. Sasuke told what he saw today, and finally ended, I'm going to train with him tomorrow, and I'll see how special his training method is. Can it directly affect Sasuke's aura? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were surprised. It seems that Naruto has inherited Minato's talent and he will become a very strong ninja. Chapter 18. After returning home and taking a simple shower, Naruto opened Chakra-related books and reviewed them again. Originally, he was not a person who liked to read, but under the guidance of Aizen, he gradually understood the importance of knowledge. In addition to force, wisdom is also a part that cannot be ignored. He once heard Aizen say, "The sharpness of the weapon is important, but if you don't have a brain, the sharpness will hurt yourself." Naruto quietly read the book for an hour. For him, this hour is not only a time to review, but also to calm down and give him a chance to review everything he has done. With the experience of the past few days, he also has a general understanding of the conspiracy that happened to him. The thing that gave him the most headache now was Nine-Tails. Naruto put down the book, sighed, and skillfully made the seal. Clone technique. Smoke billowed, and a grotesque human appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto punched his doppelganger with a perfect smile. Nine-Tails is still seriously interfering with his chakra. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust, let's suffer together. Tick. The familiar sound of water dripping from the sealed space sounded again, and Naruto opened his eyes, only to see darkness, and the corners of his mouth twitched into a cold arc. He patted the dust that didn't exist on his body and walked slowly towards the iron gate. The moment Naruto entered the sealed space, Nine-Tails had already sensed it. He smiled disdainfully, closed his eyes and pretended to be sleeping. He is not as stupid as those humans think. He has been dormant for the past few years, using his red chakra to constantly erode this sealed space. Although the effect is minimal, it does work, and maybe in the next few decades he will be able to completely escape the cage of Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time as the interference, Naruto's chakra control will also be greatly reduced, resulting in the result that the ninjutsu cannot be completed perfectly. Naruto, this stinky brat, didn't even care about his own power before, but he didn't know that he couldn't even become a ninja because he couldn't control chakra. I'd rather see what you little BD will beg me. Nine-Tails couldn't help but feel proud. Stop! Naruto's footsteps stopped in front of the iron gate. Stop pretending, I know you're awake. Naruto's gentle voice rang in Nine-Tails' ears. Nine-Tails didn't answer, scratched the side of his face with his claws, and said to himself, "Where did the mosquitoes come from? It's strange. Oh, what is that kid Uzumaki Naruto doing?" The old man slept. Is chakra working? It's still disturbing, this mosquito is annoying, increase the amount of chakra. Red chakra overflowed from Nine-Tails and filled the sealed space. Seeing this scene, Naruto was not angry, but a smile appeared in his eyes. It's fun to play with me, right? Having read many books on the reality of the Shinigami world, he understands that for a long-term prisoner, his everyday is uninteresting. Even in the dark sealed space, the psychological state is easy to collapse. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Nine-Tails is so violent. For him, he was undoubtedly an outlet for his emotions. Nine-Tails, who has long been eager to socialize, must be eager to communicate with himself in various forms. Naruto sat down on the icy ground and said to himself, pretending not to care, "This sealed space is really small, you are also an animal, how do you deal with eating and drinking? Why is there a stench? Nine-Tails, are you okay? Take a shower?" "Sorry, I forgot that you can't take a shower here. The first characteristic of prisoners is that life is inconvenient." Hearing this, Nine-Tails snorted coldly and shrugged his nose. "Stink? Where is the smell?" Without rushing, Naruto condensed a grill with Riotsu, skewered the chicken wings, and grilled them over the fire. "Suddenly I'm a little hungry, let's have some barbecue. Sprinkle some cumin and chili powder, and even use Riotsu to condense a fan, and fan the fragrance behind the iron gate where Nine-Tails is located." Nine-Tails' nose twitched wildly and his Adam's apple twitched. Under the natural charcoal fire, every fiber of the chicken dances, perfectly wrapping the aroma of the charcoal fire. The fire roasts the chicken crispy on the surface and locks the gravy inside. It is fragrant and tender. Juicy. Really fragrant. Naruto kept flipping the grilled chicken wings, and the aroma of which was constantly digging into the nose of Nine-Tails, which could be said to be pervasive. The second characteristic of prisoners is gluttony. Damn kid. Nine-Tails pinched his nose with his claws, saliva frantically secreting from his mouth. In the sealed space, he does not need to eat and drink, but he must retain the memory of tasting food before. When unrestrained, he sometimes hunts for some game in the forest. The aroma now is 100 times, no, 10,000 times more fragrant than the delicious food he tasted before. Stinky brat, your skewers stink, get out of here. Nine-Tails said angrily. Naruto ignored it and continued to repeat the grilling pose. Prisoners have been imprisoned for a long time and have a great craving for good food. Once this craving is awakened, it will get out of hand. For prisoners, the most painful thing is to see but not to eat. Don't you like to interfere with my chakra control? I'll let you experience life rather than death. Naruto thought wickedly, turning the skewer gracefully. A pair of grilled wings, double the joy. Such delicious food should be shared. He muttered loudly. Humph, stinky brat, do you think this uncle will like this kind of low-level food? I tell you, this uncle has tasted too much food, and your little gadgets are rubbish in my opinion. I know, so it's for me to eat. A high-end monster like you will naturally have food that he should enjoy. How can you look down on the food of mortals? Naruto blew at the skewers, at Nine-Tails' tearful eyes, Vice Admiral's skewer shoved into his mouth. While eating, he commented, the taste is not bad. Guru. Naruto seemed to hear the sound of a creature swallowing, and the perfect and elegant smile could hardly hold back, and he wanted to smirk. But Naruto knew that cravings weren't enough. He wants to completely collapse Nine-Tails physically and mentally. So he used Riotsu to create a computer inside the iron gate. Goodbye, Nine-Tails, I hope you'll be a little better next time we meet. Before leaving, he seemed to remember something, turned his head and added. By the way, isn't the three-body technique basic ninjutsu? Why is it so difficult to practice? After speaking, he showed a meaningful smile and disappeared into the sealed space. What trick is the stinky kid playing? After Naruto left, Nine-Tails turned around and muttered, his eyes drawn to the weird machine. A square, TV-like object, next to a mouse-like object and a rectangular plate and cylinder. What's all this? Nine-Tails approached curiously, jabbing his paws. I don't know what square object I poked suddenly lit up, and the words Dao appeared. Chapter 19. Hey, this little thing is weird? It can't be a detonation charm, right? This kid doesn't want to blow up this place. He's too naive, the sealed space is not something that a simple detonation talisman can blow up. But he can actually conjure objects out of thin air in the sealed space. Humph, it seems that I still underestimate him. Nine-Tails muttered to himself, gigantic claws pointing around the computer. The desktop appeared on the computer screen, and several icons above attracted Nine-Tails' attention. He got closer and looked closely. Originally he was illiterate, but after staying in the body of his predecessor Jinchuriki for more than 10 years, he could recognize some characters. My computer, recycle bin, Pokemon Fire. Nine-Tails read out the icon, full of question marks. What's all this? Nine-Tails, who had been boring for decades, seemed to have encountered a beloved toy and immediately began to study it. Soon, he discovered that the little mouse-like prop could manipulate the pointer on the screen. He immediately reduced his size, covered the fox's paw on the mouse, and clicked on each icon rusty. Finally, with an accidental double-click, he opened the game Pokemon. When the screen goes black, a streamer game interface appears, accompanied by cheerful game music. In the dimly sealed space, a fiery red fox sat in front of the computer, focused on controlling the mouse and keyboard, and began his journey to conquer the elves. The voice of the old man came from the computer. Welcome to the world of elves. Elves are lively and cheerful creatures full of spirituality. I am Dr. Damu. Humph, the childish style of painting. The old man of this creature takes one bite at a time. Along with Nine-Tails muttered dissatisfied. I still choose 3 at the beginning? Humph, this old man is already invincible. Since it's a game, let's choose a subordinate and decide it's you, little fire dragon. You should be a little bit skilled when you call yourself a dragon with confidence. I'll allow you to help the old man fight the country. Hey! This elf looks very powerful, how do I get it to be subdued and throw the elf ball? Failed. Damn it! Damn it! If the old man is here, there is no need to throw the ball so troublesome, just standing there, countless elves will come to surrender. Yo xi is very good. The subjugation is successful. Follow the old man to conquer the world, your choice is very wise. Humph, this gadget is quite interesting. It seems that the stinky brat has softened. Since you are doing so well, I will reduce the interference a little. If you apologize to me in person, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I will make you a ninja. Nine-Tails muttered to himself. Seriously, in the game? This bird is so weak, so I killed it directly. The weak are not qualified to be my subordinates. Jim? Humph, this kind of rookie can't be beat. Ah! You BD, you darn BD, how dare you smack this old man? After a while, Nine-Tails roared with rage in the sealed space. The challenge interface of the first gym owner was stuck, and there was a sentence on it. Fox, if you do well, I'll show you the story behind it. Naruto left the sealed space with a weird smile. This is called repaying grievance with virtue. Even though your Nine-Tails hurt me a million times, I, Uzumaki Naruto, still treat you like first love, not only let you enjoy the aroma of barbecue, but also bring you a game experience beyond the ninja world. Just ask, besides myself, who else has such an open mind? Naruto learned from various information in Shinigami's world that there is an invisible disease in the world that is more terrifying than a virus, internet addiction. The patient does not think about tea and rice, looks like a walking corpse, his face is thin, and life is better than death. As long as he leaves the computer, the whole person will lose his will, become crazy, and restless. Only when he sits back in front of the computer will he return to his normal appearance. It is said that there are countless obsessive games in that small computer. I believe that Nine-Tails, who has been lonely for a long time, will definitely like it. Nine-Tails is so lonely in the sealed space, and naturally, as a landlord, he will not sit idly by. Soon. After the night passed, Naruto got out of bed, refreshed. After a simple wash and breakfast, he dressed and walked towards Konoha Street. There are not enough food at home. Dressed in a white robe, the dashing Naruto walked into the street. Only this time is very different from the past. The original bustling streets have not changed, and the villagers still keep talking and don't look at Naruto. Naruto's character construction this year has been quite effective. At least for now, most villagers will choose to ignore it. The vicious curses of the past were almost inaudible now. As for those bear children, now I see Naruto walking around. Naruto bought some vegetables and meat, and after greeting Aunt Tanaka, he walked towards the house, placed all the ingredients, made a simple bento, and walked towards the training ground. Yesterday, Sasuke had an appointment to train together, and he is full of curiosity about the wealthy family Uchiha. This is what Naruto didn't know. The scene of his contact with Sasuke yesterday was already known to third generation, and even caused a debate. In the end, third generation decided to wait and see. If the Uchiha family had any desire for Naruto, he would immediately take thunderous measures. Inside the training ground, Sasuke arrived as promised. He saw Naruto holding a dark green long knife, standing under the rustling autumn wind, as if he was one with the environment when he first met. Swordsmanship, Sasuke muttered. The Uchiha family has practiced the sword technique, but Uchiha, who relies too much on his eyes, is not interested in this kind of practice. Moreover, the ninjas themselves also have weapons such as kunao and detonation charms, and they do not need long swords at all. But as the saying goes, there are no trash weapons, only trash ninjas. On Naruto, Sasuke felt the sharp sword intent. His small head didn't know how to describe that momentum, but he knew that he would definitely not be able to stop the knife. Sasuke, you're here. At this moment, Naruto put down his knife, looked in Sasuke's direction, and smiled. Good morning, Naruto. Sasuke greeted Naruto politely. Sasuke of this period is still living in a honeypot, the carefree Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke took a deep breath, as if he had something to say. In the past, he always thought that he was the second genius of the Uchiha clan, and there was absolutely no one stronger than himself among his peers. He has always been so convinced that he who inherits Uchiha's blood will one day open his eyes and live up to the expectations of his brother and parents. Until he met Naruto, who was elegant and gentle, but powerful enough to be terrifying. In the face of his coercion, he couldn't even have the courage to fight. But I am proud Uchiha. I can't fall into the name of Uchiha. There was a flicker of struggle in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto, please and I. Before he could finish speaking, the knife slashed across, leaving a bottomless mark on the boulder in front of Naruto. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly felt a little dry. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I'm still shocked every time I see it. He took another deep breath, summoned his courage, and shouted to Naruto, Naruto, please play against me, I want to know how far we are apart. Chapter 20. Exactly, I also want to know what the genius of the Uchiha clan is. Naruto showed a gentle smile. He didn't turn down Sasuke's challenge. It stands to reason that Sasuke has the resources of the Uchiha family, and also started Chakra's practice very early, and even has the teaching of ninjas. The starting point will not be lower than himself, and may even be higher. Such opponents can be a good way for Naruto to have a more accurate assessment of his talent and strength. This was his first time fighting against a big family, and Naruto was very cautious. Go! Sasuke approached Naruto at a very fast speed when the words fell. One punch. As expected of the Uchiha clan, they have such speed at such an age. Naruto's calm eyes fluctuated a little, and he opened his right hand and easily grabbed the punching fist in Sasuke's shocked eyes. Unfortunately, in front of my eyes, it's still a little short. It's my turn to attack next. Naruto threw it hard, and Sasuke's body flew backwards uncontrollably. The next moment, Sasuke only felt that Naruto had appeared in front of him. Same punch. Compared to Sasuke, Naruto's punch looked airy. Sasuke subconsciously raised his arms to resist the punch. However, Sasuke's face was horrified when the punch landed on his arms. Bang! Sasuke's body flew backwards at a faster speed as if hit by a full-strength train. The face of Sasuke, who was flying upside down, was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Naruto is obviously the same age as him, how can he have such terrifying power? How did he practice? Sasuke's body flew backward for a distance, and didn't stop until it hit a big tree. In the dust, Sasuke stood up in pain, his legs shaking from the pain. Although he had actual combat with his brother and Itachi was merciful because of his doting brother attributes, and more of it was a blow of doting. It's not like Naruto punched people all the way. The contrast was so great that he was a little stunned. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto retracted his fist and shouted at Sasuke with a little too much force in his heart. I can still fight. Sasuke patted the dust, the pain all over his body subsided, and attacked Naruto again. This time, Naruto suppressed most of the power and fought back and forth with Sasuke. It's just that there is no joy in Sasuke's heart, but more frustration. In the face of his seemingly ferocious attack, Naruto can dodge all of them just by turning slightly sideways. And his physical strength is rapidly depleting. After a few minutes, Sasuke was out of breath from exhaustion, but Naruto remained calm. Enough to see the difference between the two sides. It's a far cry from just physical skills. Sasuke was bitter. He took a step back unwillingly, with a solemn look on his face. Naruto, please use all your strength next. I will use ninjutsu. I still can't control it perfectly. Be careful, you may be injured. In addition to Sharingan, the most famous Uchiha family is fire style. Sasuke naturally also mastered the basic fire style, but he is not skilled enough. Ninjutsu. Both Naruto and Aizen inside were interested. Apart from the three-body technique, they have not seen any other ninjutsu. Yes, be careful. Sasuke's face was solemn, and his hands quickly formed seals. The printing speed is much faster than Naruto. As expected of the genius of the big family. Fire style, great fireball technique. The next moment, a fiery fireball spewed out of his mouth, streaking across the arc, and hitting Naruto. The power is too small to be of reference value. Aizen was disappointed and fell into silence. Looks very powerful, then I'll show a little bit of strength. Naruto raised Kaika Suijutsu and slashed. Under Sasuke's stunned gaze, the fireball was chopped up, and scattered sparks scattered all over the floor. You're really strong, Sasuke, this is the most powerful ninjutsu I've ever seen. Naruto said convincingly. Sasuke looked at the fragmented sparks, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It always felt like Naruto's compliments were just polite words. Sasuke is still somewhat unwilling. He is a genius from the Uchiha clan, but he was defeated by the commoner Uzumaki Naruto. The proud Uchiha could not allow himself to be defeated so miserably. After a short rest, Sasuke challenged Naruto again. Due to the lack of chakra, he can only use taijutsu. Sasuke's physical skills can't even match Rock Lee, let alone fight Naruto. He was knocked flying again and again and again and again. In the process of being beaten, his physical skills continued to improve, and he even began to imitate Naruto's attack methods. All this makes Naruto very happy. This at least proves that Sasuke is fighting with his brain. Finally, Sasuke fell to the ground because of his exhaustion. He was panting frantically, but his eyes were filled with joy, and he could feel that his physical skills had improved by leaps and bounds. He looked at Naruto, only to be shocked to find that the latter was only panting slightly, not even sweating. The gap is too big. Sasuke smiled helplessly. He didn't know that Naruto was suppressing his own strength and improving himself by putting pressure on himself. Although Sasuke didn't say it, he kept it in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke's talent is very high to be able to perform such ninjutsu at this age. Naruto's eyes were deep. After the battle, the relationship between the two seemed to be a little closer, and they sat and chatted under the tree. Sure enough, just as Naruto expected, Sasuke is the second son of the Uchiha clan, and his elder brother is known as the first genius of the Uchiha clan for several years. He has joined Anbu at a young age and possesses unimaginable power. Although Sasuke is also a genius, he is still inferior to Itachi. Naruto. At this moment, Rock Lee, who had not seen him for a long time, walked into the forest with a dejected expression. If Rock Lee was a hot-blooded teenager in the past, now he is no doubt like a corpse who has lost all his fighting spirit. This was the first time Naruto saw Rock Lee like this, and he frowned. He didn't want the person he liked to show such a dejected expression. Long time no see, Xiao Li. Naruto showed a gentle smile and introduced Xiao Li to Sasuke. Sasuke, he is my friend, Rock Lee. Little Lee, this is Uchiha Sasuke, a friend I met yesterday. Uchiha. Xiao Li forced a forced smile and said hello to Sasuke. Hello, my name is Rock Lee. But he sighed in his heart, inexplicably a little melancholy. Sure enough, a brilliant genius like Naruto is also a member of a wealthy family. Compared with them, I am really far behind. Thinking of this, Rock Lee became even lower. Chapter 21. Noticing the change in Rock Lee's mood, Naruto showed a slightly apologetic expression to Sasuke, then walked to Rock Lee's side, patted the latter's shoulder, and when the latter raised his head, he looked straight into his eyes and said gently, "The Rock Lee I know is always the one who is passionate about training, and aspires to be a good ninja. Xiao Li, you are not suitable for this dejected look. Hot-blooded, passionate about training, and eager to be a good ninja?" Tears flashed in Xiao Li's eyes. Naruto is still the suave, polite Naruto. And he is no longer qualified to be a ninja. He lowered his head again, his shoulders trembling. I was the last in the class to extract Chakra, and I don't have the talent for Chakra, I can't even master the three-body technique. Speaking of this, 2 lines of tears ran down his face. For a time, Xiao Li burst into tears. Becoming a ninja is Rock Lee's dream. But the blows of the past few days undoubtedly made him, the little boy, feel despair in advance. No matter how optimistic he is, no matter how enthusiastic he is, he cannot show a smile at this moment. My best friend, Naruto, is a consummate genius who loves to share his training experience with superb physical skills. I believe that Naruto will also give up my friend after knowing that I am a waste. If you don't have a talent for ninjutsu, then focus on taijutsu. Who said ninjas have to be good at ninjutsu? Don't be crushed by worldly prejudice, Xiao Li. Unexpectedly, Naruto's warm voice was in Rock Lee's ear. Sounded. Rock Lee looked up in disbelief. The sun shines on Naruto's bright and gentle smiling face, adding a touch of tolerance, geniality, and the atmosphere of a close brother. Naruto's eyes are so sincere and sincere, like his parents trust him. Concentrate on physique. Concentrate on physique? Can I really? Rock Lee was instantly stunned. Xiao Li, since the talent of ninjutsu is not comparable to others, then we will learn from each other's strengths and make up for our shortcomings, and put in 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times of effort to cultivate taijutsu. Haven't you always believed in it? You are a hard-working genius. Naruto's warm voice fell in Rock Lee's ears. At this moment, Rock Lee couldn't hold back the galloping tears, and the pain, sorrow, and grievances of the past few days poured out with tears. Naruto, thank you very much, it is the luck of my life to have you as a friend. I will definitely work hard, I will not disappoint your expectations, and I will definitely become a ninja. He wiped his tears awkwardly and bowed hard to Naruto. Fool, we're best friends. Naruto pulled Rock Lee up. Tell me, you are still the hot-blooded Rock Lee who is not afraid of hardships, and you will definitely become an excellent ninja. Well, I will definitely become an excellent ninja, and I will prove myself with hard work. Rock Lee wiped away his tears, a long-lost spark ignited in his eyes, and shouted loudly. I'm going to start practicing. As long as I work hard, I can become an excellent ninja, and I want to keep getting stronger. In this way, I can stand by Naruto's side. Rock Lee said firmly in his heart. So, under Naruto's relieved and Sasuke's shocked eyes, Rock Lee started running around the training ground. The first lap, the second lap, the third lap. It's not enough, if I want to defeat the ninjas who are good at ninjutsu, I need to put in more effort. Physical strength. The weight is not enough, order double the weight tomorrow. Under the setting sun, a boy with thick eyebrows and simple casual clothes was running around the training ground with a heavy load. After running, you can even squat down and start frog jumping to exercise your leg endurance and explosiveness. His face was flushed red, his body was sweating profusely, and the mud of the training ground that he ran over even left water stains. Every time he fell into physical exhaustion, his body seemed to pour out a force to support him to continue running. Sasuke's mouth grew slightly, and the scene was imprinted in his mind and could not be shaken away. This guy, no, is Rock Lee dying? Can this stupid method really catch up with genius? Sasuke looked at Naruto, only to see Naruto looking at him gently. Aren't you surprised that there are people as stupid as Xiao Li in this world? Hey! Sasuke waved his hand hastily, no. He's really stupid. Naruto's next sentence made Sasuke froze. He was stupid enough to know that his ninjutsu talent was not good, but he still wanted to realize his dream and become a ninja. He was stupid enough to know that this training method was doomed to be difficult, but he persisted without hesitation. It is said that Konoha is the cradle of genius, but who knows that behind these geniuses, ordinary people like Xiao Li are trying their best to catch up. You and I are very lucky, because we are born with a sort of talent, and we can achieve far more results than Xiao Li with the same training method. But that doesn't mean Xiao Li is a mediocre person. His terrifying perseverance and efforts beyond ordinary people's imagination will accumulate like raindrops until one day it will explode like a tsunami, surpassing everyone and shocking everyone. In my mind, he is a hard-working genius. Hard-working genius. Sasuke's pupils vibrated. Watching Rock Lee sweating on the training ground, Sasuke asked himself if he could hold on. The answer is no. This kind of training beyond the limits of human beings is simply something he can't imagine. Is that why you are so strong? Sasuke looked at Naruto. Not bad. Naruto nodded. The world will never remember a loser. Only hard work can become the top. Naruto pulled off his coat, revealing the dense weight inside. You are actually wearing a weight to fight with me. At this moment, Sasuke was almost at a loss for words. When you find that your talent is not inferior to your partner's efforts, you will be ashamed. Sasuke was very ashamed. He was actually wasting his talent. Compared with them, he is mediocre. Naruto's warm palm rested on Sasuke's shoulder, his voice as warm as the warm sunlight. Sasuke, you have the blood of Uchiha. From the beginning, you have won most people, but don't be complacent because of your talent. You have to remember that everyone is moving forward, and once you stop, you will be surpassed. Naruto withdrew his hand and looked at the sunset with deep eyes. This is also the reason why I work hard. I want to surpass everything and stand in the sky. On the way back, walking on the road dyed red by the setting sun, and recalling the bits and pieces of today, Sasuke's heart is complicated. Naruto, who has a talent for terror and still works hard. Rock Lee, who works so hard it's terrifying. For some reason, the words Naruto said kept popping up in Sasuke's mind. I want to transcend everything and stand in the sky. Standing, heaven? Involuntarily, Sasuke's heart surged with enthusiasm. Chapter 22. It was a perfect day for Naruto. Let the depressed Rock Lee rejuvenate his fighting spirit, and let Sasuke know his ambitions further. More importantly, show your strength and will to fire. I believe that my rating in third generation's heart is one more point higher. Inside Hokage's office, Naruto's physical skills are so good that he started training with so much weight at a young age. Naruto's will to become stronger cannot be ignored. Third generation took his pipe in his mouth and looked away from the crystal ball with a contemplative look on his face. The contact between Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan is not good news. The Uchiha family has always been a wealthy family that Konoha's executives are eager to control. Their bloodline Sharingan is the first bloodline limit of Konoha. But while being powerful, Sharingan is also known as the evil bloodline boundary, which needs to be stimulated by life and death to open its eyes, and Manjiki Sharingan even needs to kill blood-related people to develop. All this casts a bloody cruel veil on Uchiha. In addition, the first ancestor Uchiha Madara once established Konoha with first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and finally went to darkness. Many villagers define Uchiha as dark and bloody. full of vigilance. And the Konoha executives headed by the third generation used their power to force Uchiha to move to a remote area and put him in charge of the thankless department of the Konoha Guard. Over time, friction between Uchiha and other villagers grew. This is why Uchiha is not welcome in Konoha. For third generation, they have to stop Uchiha from getting stronger. Can't let Uchiha get Naruto's friendship. Otherwise, an accident may occur. Thinking of this, third generation frowned. Being in a high position, the idea is not to suppress blindly, but to balance. Just like he allowed the roots to be established, although he differentiated his rights to a certain extent, he also added a department to do dirty work. Let's wait and see. Naruto, who inherits the will of fire, may assimilate Sasuke. Let Sasuke love Konoha like his older brother Itachi. Third generation muttered. On the other hand, returning home, Sasuke is quickly greeted with family-friendly condolences. Bracon's expression changed instantly after seeing Sasuke with a bruised nose and a swollen face. There was even more murderous intent brewing in his heart. Although the Uchiha family is not welcome in the village, it is not to the point of being bullied. Who is it? Who is hurting my Udaudu? But in an instant, he regained his usual gentle smile, stepped forward and asked Sasuke, "Sasuke, why do you have so many wounds on your face?" Sasuke touched the wound, grimaced in pain, and replied, "I played with Naruto today, but the gap is a bit big, so I keep losing. But it doesn't matter. With Naruto's guidance, my physical skills have been improving. Naruto was really nice and patiently fed me." Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes a little unkind. "I didn't expect Naruto's talent to be so outstanding that even Sasuke was no match for him." Uchiha Fugaku looked thoughtful. "It seems likely that Naruto has inherited the talent of his father Namikaze Minato. From this point of view, Konoha should be holding on tighter." Thinking of this, Fugaku's eyes darkened a bit. For Uchiha, this may not be a good thing. He is worried that Konoha will embarrass Uchiha again using Naruto as an excuse. Fugaku sighed. The Uchiha clan's patience has almost reached the limit of Chunin's patience. At this rate, rebellion will be inevitable. "Stop talking, the food is ready, go wash your hands first." Sasuke's mother Uchiha Mikoto walked out of the kitchen and said gently. The family sat around the dining table, and Sasuke continued to talk about the details of today's training. From his taijutsu to ninjutsu. "Sasuke, you even used the great fireball." Not only Itachi, but also Fugaku looked in disbelief. Sasuke's grip on ninjutsu is shaky, but even so, the power of the great fireball is not something a 5-year-old can stop. When they heard Naruto slash the fireball with a knife, their expressions were even more horrified. Uzumaki Naruto's physical skills and sword skills may already be at the level of genin. Uchiha Itachi and Fugaku looked at each other and nodded slightly. He decided to take a good look at it in the next few days. Naruto said that if you don't work hard, you will waste your talent, so I will work harder. Kaizen, I will train with Naruto and Rock Lee every day from now on, I can't lose to them. Sasuke is full of fighting spirit. Fugaku naturally raised his hand in favor of Sasuke's decision. For a long time, he thought that Sasuke lived under the protection of his brother and lived too well. This is good. After experiencing setbacks, I understand the difficulties of civilians. I believe that Sasuke can go further in the future. Night. Mikoto had just finished cleaning the table, and Sasuke, who had just finished eating, took Itachi to the yard to practice. In his words, the gap between himself and Naruto is too big, he may not even be the opponent of Rock Lee, he must work harder, he can't lose, because he is proud Uchiha. Looking at Sasuke's back in the yard, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were a little melancholy, and he was washing the dishes with a complicated face, not knowing what he was thinking. Uchiha Fugaku walked out from behind and whispered, "The relationship between us Uchiha and the village is getting more and more tense, Naruto as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will definitely be controlled by the third generation, and we can't change Naruto's status quo. I know, but he is Kushina's child after all. If the village is not hostile to us, at least we can give Naruto a good life and not be hated by so many people like now. Thinking of his deceased friend, Mikoto wept silently. Fugaku sighed. This is unchangeable. As long as the third generation lineage exists, we Uchiha will never have a day of success. He muttered to himself. Since third Hokage came to power, Konoha's top clan and combat power have been withering at an incredible speed. Just over a decade later, even Uchiha is now in an unprecedented crisis. Uchiha, is there really a tomorrow in Konoha? Fugaku struggled in his eyes. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. Naruto put down the will of fire, propped his chin and fell into contemplation. He has been exploring the will of fire that continues Konoha to this day. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles without being imperiled. Naruto tries to dissect the high-level ideas of Konoha from the will of fire. In repeated pursuits and explorations, Naruto discovered. After the third generation came to power, the founding family of Konoha, the Senju family, gradually withered away, and was exterminated in the Ninja World War. And the Uchiha clan, which is opposite to the Senju clan, are also in a very bad situation. They relocated to remote areas, and although they were in charge of the actual Konoha garrison, their reputation and status in Konoha had also been declining. First annihilate the most threatening Senju clan, and then divide Uchiha. Although he controls the Konoha guard, it is actually a trivial matter that offends people. Use Uchiha's arrogant character to create conflicts between them and the villagers, and reduce Uchiha from the root. The power of. Maybe in the next few years, Uchiha will also be exterminated for various reasons. Naruto looked apprehensive and came to a conclusion in his mind. This is definitely not something a Hokage can do. The third generation should have a very important helper. What is that helper's attitude towards me? Chapter 23. Since that day, Sasuke has joined Naruto's training team. With Naruto and Rock Lee as role models, Sasuke's practice is much higher, and he is motivated to surpass Naruto. During training, Naruto also became interested in Sasuke's older brother, whom he had never met. In Sasuke's mouth, his brother is the first genius of Konoha, and he is gentle. It's just that after joining Anbu, Itachi is very busy and rarely returns home. So when Itachi is at home, Sasuke stays at home with his favorite brother. With Sasuke on board, Naruto and Rock Lee's food quality has also risen. The virtuous Mikoto prepares the three of them a very hearty bento every time. Naruto silently kept this feeling in his heart. During this time, Naruto did not go to the sealed space. Chakra's practice is still difficult, Nine-Tails is still stubbornly interfering, but the strength seems to be reduced. Naruto also left Nine-Tails behind due to training. Until one day a month later, Naruto was surprised to find that his three-body technique was extremely smooth and natural. It was only then that he remembered that he actually had a Nine-Tails in his body. Is he reminding me to enter the sealed space? It seems that he can't stand the loneliness. Naruto smiled dumbly and entered the sealed space. Tick. It was the familiar sound of dripping water again, and when you opened your eyes, it was an extremely dark sealed space. Naruto walked towards the iron gate with ease. During this month, he hadn't been to sealed space, and he hadn't even seen Aizen once. He has been immersed in cultivation, and whether it is kid, the slashing technique has improved visible to the naked eye. Stinky brat, come here soon, bratty brat. As soon as he appeared in the sealed space, Naruto heard Nine-Tails' collapsed roar. When Naruto walked to the iron gate, just when he was about to see Nine-Tails clearly through the dim light, suddenly a paw gripped the iron gate tightly, a twisted fox face stuck to the iron gate, and his eyes were full of madness. Little devil, you won, I admit it, old man, you won, hurry up, open up the follow-up game for me, Hurry up! Fox Paw slapped the iron door frantically. Nine-Tails' voice became hoarse and frantic. During the slapping, he even slammed his head against the iron door, making Naruto frown. Through the light, Naruto could see the appearance of Nine-Tails. The hair all over his body was messy, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his eyes were full of urgency, just like a dying person seeing the fountain of life. Is this what the book says about internet addiction? Naruto's eyes widened, a hint of enlightenment in his heart. Even such a powerful beast as Nine-Tails was vulnerable, and even had mental problems. This virus is really scary. Naruto took a step back subconsciously, as if he was afraid that he would also contract an internet addiction. This step back made Nine-Tails anxious and thought Naruto was leaving. Immediately grabbing the iron door, the fox's face was pressed even tighter, and it was even strangled. Don't go, kid, don't go, I won't interfere with your chakra, don't go. No more interference? Naruto asked rhetorically. Don't interfere, really don't interfere, if I interfere with your chakra again, you will starve me to death, bored to death. Nine-Tails nodded his head like garlic. Nine-Tails has been very serious during this tormented month and has thought about it over and over again. Freedom is important. But now the relationship between the various ninja villages is tense, and there are countless powerhouses dormant in the ninja world. No one knows what the ninja world will look like in the future, and what kind of powerhouses will appear. If you left Naruto's body now, a little bit of himself will become the target of all shinobi villages. They will all long for their own power. The current self may not even be able to defeat Konoha's top combat power, let alone face the entire ninja world. Nine-Tails is confident but not arrogant. Now is not the time to leave Naruto. Although Uzumaki Naruto is a stinky kid with a bad personality, this black box he tinkered with is very interesting. Just reluctantly stay in his body for a long time. During this period, play the game in the black box and wait quietly for the moment of freedom. Well, it was decided. Stinky, Naruto, cough, I decided not to interfere with your chakra. Nine-Tails resisted his desire for the game, pretended to be calm, coughed lightly, and said sternly. You don't want to go out? Don't want to destroy Konoha? Naruto asked playfully. Humph, Konoha is nothing but gravel to this old man, you can destroy it any time you want. Nine-Tails snorted coldly. Little eyes kept glancing at the computer. Naruto followed his gaze and saw a strange interface. There are 5 very cute creatures on it, corresponding to the numbers. Naruto has seen a similar explanation from the book. Those words represent levels 60, 63, 63, 71, and 42, respectively. Feeling Naruto's gaze, Nine-Tails looked proud. These are all of the old man's elves, and they are of high rank. This fire-breathing dragon is a special attack, and the fire is quite the style of the old man's tailed beast cannon. There is also this bi-eagle, don't look at him very handsome, he was a small one before. Broken bird. Nine-Tails turned into a teenager who was addicted to the internet and talked freely. You're having fun, I'll go back first. Naruto was not interested in listening, so he turned around and walked in the direction where he came, ready to leave the space. Wait a minute, Naruto. Quickly unlock the game for me. Nine-Tails roared from behind. After Naruto left, Nine-Tails returned to the computer. The limitations of the game have disappeared, and he expertly grasps the keyboard and mouse with 2 paws, respectively, and begins to enter the game mode. Ha 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 ha, the old man's elves are already invincible. The first gym owner, how come the elf is only level 16, it's not enough to fight. As soon as he left the sealed space, Naruto tried to use ninjutsu again. Skilled not printing, clone technique. After the smoke filled, an identical Naruto appeared in front of him. Success! Naruto put down his hands, his eyes filled with joy. With the cooperation of Nine-Tails, Naruto's ninjutsu practice is also advancing rapidly. Sasuke and Rock Lee have also improved a lot with his help. Most importantly, Rock Lee strengthened his beliefs and Isshin launched a charge towards Taijutsu. His weight was even close to surpassing Naruto's. In the days to come, Nine-Tails passed the Pokemon game and began to release Chakra interference. It wasn't until Naruto entered the sealed space angrily that Nine-Tails revealed his purpose. He wants more games. In order to create a fox of internet addiction, Naruto downloaded several new Pokemon games to Nine-Tails' computer. In the days that followed, both Naruto and Nine-Tails gained a tacit understanding. When the Nine-Tails game is cleared, it will interfere with Chakra. At this time, Naruto will re-download the new game. Chapter 24. Another year in the blink of an eye. The time comes to Konoha 54, which is also the year when Naruto was 6 years old. Throughout the year, Naruto has always remained gentle. Since he didn't do anything harmful, he even helped villagers find lost pets and gave food to elderly villagers, so soon, his reputation finally began to change. Ordinary villagers still responded with hostility, but they were no longer the same vicious insults as before, more ignoring them. After all, Naruto's handsome and elegant appearance can't be hated. Naruto even gained some little fans. And on this day, Naruto received a good message. On a certain night, third generation came by, put a letter on the table, and smiled gently. Naruto, do you want to go to ninja school? This is an admission letter. So I'm 6 years old. Naruto picked up the envelope with a puzzled look on his face. From Shinigami's knowledge of the world, he learned that people can celebrate their birthdays every year. Birthdays are the happiest day of the year, and family and friends will accompany them to spend an unforgettable day together. But my birthday is always alone. Moreover, he didn't even know his own birthday. I don't know when I was born and who my parents were. Who else can you trust in Konoha? I'm going to be a good ninja, no, I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto clenched the envelope, looking excited. I'm sure Naruto can do it. Third generation gleefully took a puff on his pipe. There must be a lot of new friends in the ninja school. Naruto's eyes are the vision for the future. Seeing Naruto's expression of excitement like a child, who was usually calm, third generation smiled slightly. That's right. Like a child in the cradle of Konoha growing up happily, studying earnestly, and then inheriting the will of fire and fighting to protect Konoha, this is the correct way to open Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is also Naruto that Minato and Kushina want to see. Thinking of this, the guilt in third generation's heart has been reduced a lot. Under his own training, Naruto has been on the right track, and he has lived up to the expectations of his grandson Namikaze Minato. He really is Konoha's best Hokage. Naruto, you will bond with your classmates in the ninja school, and you will both become excellent ninjas. The day after tomorrow is the day of reporting, don't be too excited to sleep these days, go to bed early and get up early, don't be late. On the first day of reporting, I want to make a good impression on the teacher. Third generation patted Naruto's head kindly, and babbled like a grandfather. Naruto nodded excitedly, tears even flashing in his eyes. Grandpa third generation, I will not disappoint your expectations. He hugged third generation tightly, very tightly. Third generation patted Naruto's back lightly and muttered, Naruto, Grandpa third generation is very optimistic about you, you can definitely become the future Hokage. As everyone knows, Naruto in his arms showed a very cold look for a moment. Hokage, he wasn't interested. Within the sealed space. Tick. The familiar sound of water droplets sounded, and the light Naruto opened his eyes, and the goal was the brilliant sci-fi space. The sky is a shining colorful star, mixed with elves and mecha patterns. The streamer on the wall swayed, outlining the atmosphere of science fiction. Seeing this scene, Naruto sighed and walked towards the iron gate. From far away, you can see an adult-sized fire-breathing dragon standing beside the iron gate. The fire-breathing dragon turned its head to the sky, with a fierce face and full of momentum. And on the left side of the fire-breathing dragon, there is also a delicate fox demon Xiao Mei Niang figure, dressed in cool clothes and winking like silk. Arceus, Sai, the elf creation god, I don't know how it compares with this old man. If you want to get the approval of this old man, just use all your strength to defeat this old man. Nine-Tails murmured from behind the iron gate. Naruto saw that the space inside the iron gate was bright and simple, with a bed, table, and chairs. Nine-Tails was sitting on a chair, stepping on the chair with legs like a dead house, and operating the computer attentively. The bed behind him was painted with elf patterns. There are posters of various games on the walls of the room. And the original black computer mainframe has been transformed into a colorful appearance, and the colorful lights are shining constantly, which makes Naruto's eyes dazzled. In just 1 year, the sealed space has undergone a sudden change. The relationship between Naruto and Nine-Tails has also grown a lot during this year's exchange. Yo, Nine-Tails, how are you doing? Naruto sat down in front of the iron gate and greeted. Well, it's okay. Nine-Tails stared intently at the computer screen, quickly operating his hands, and replied absent-mindedly. Internet addiction fox is so rude. Watching Nine-Tails, whose expressions fluctuated with the game, Naruto thought about how to start a conversation. How have you been playing the game recently? Do you want a new game? After thinking for a moment, he asked. Nine-Tails briefly looked away from the computer and glanced at Naruto. Tell me, what kind of deal? Nine-Tails clearly understands that Naruto is a boy who is refined and polite on the surface, but is actually rational and realistic. He won't comfort himself, unless he has what he wants. It saves time talking to you. Sure enough, Naruto smiled. I want to learn ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? I won't. Nine-Tails directly rejected Naruto. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I checked the history of the documents and found that you appeared about 40 years ago and were suppressed by the first Hokage. Since then, you have been locked in a cage. Naruto did not hurry, slowly. Being mentioned in the past, Nine-Tails' eyes showed murderous intent. First Hokage, the shame of his life. Because of the sentence you are too dangerous, so I will seal you. Nine-Tails began to live in darkness for decades. You must have changed hosts several times over the decades, and they should have learned ninjutsu from scratch like me. This means that you probably remember some ninjutsu seals, and I need them. As a reward, I can download 2 new games for you. Naruto gestured with 2 fingers with a confident look on his face. Humph, then I have memorized some ninjutsu seals. Nine-Tails snorted coldly, what ninjutsu do you want to learn? Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto said without thinking. In the communication with Sasuke, he learned about this forbidden technique. Create a physical clone through Chakra, the clone will have a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist. After the release, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. This is a ninjutsu tailored for practice. This ninjutsu is not easy, it needs at least 3. Make a deal. Hey, why do I feel cheated? There seem to be too few 3 models. Nine-Tails was shocked and angry. Chapter 25. Shadow Clone Technique, a B-class ninjutsu developed by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, is widely circulated in the ninja world. As long as the master has mastered this technique, and matched with the Nine-Tails chakra in his body, Naruto can divide hundreds or even thousands of shadow clone for cultivation at will. It's just that this technique has a drawback that cannot be ignored. The memory of the clone will return to the main body. This also means that if Naruto summons several avatars to practice, after the practice, the pain beyond the limit experienced during the practice or the feeling of being killed in battle will be instantly fed back to Naruto's spirit. For the average ninja, it is likely to collapse because of this. So this ninjutsu is not very useful in combat. Because if the clone is exploded, the momentary pain feedback to the main body is likely to cause the caster to be dull for a moment. The battle is changing rapidly, and a moment of hesitation may lead to death. So if you want to use Shadow Clone in battle, you must at least practice to ignore the pain caused by the body explosion. This is what Naruto learned from Sasuke. Although the information is complete, the specific situation is still based on your own experience. Stinky brat, your mother. Nine-Tails realized that he had made a mistake in the middle of the sentence, and hurriedly changed his words with the internet phraseology he learned from the game, Yuhen, the difficulty and danger of Shadow Clone. The predecessor Nine-Tails Jinchuriki took a lot of effort to successfully practice this technique. You have to remember that at the beginning, you have to go step by step, and don't divide too many clones at once, or you will die of pain. Nine-Tails seemed to think of something and showed a smile. I thought that Kushina, who knew nothing about the sky and the earth, had done such a stupid thing, but the pain of hundreds of shadow clone explosions made her cry directly into tears. Alas, Kushina, as annoying as it is a good Jinchuriki. Things are right and wrong, and it is unexpected that Kushina's son has become his own Jinchuriki. If Kushina knew about the treatment Naruto received in Konoha, I believe that with her character, she would definitely punch third generation hard. Putting away his memories, Nine-Tails slapped his mouth and waved his hand perfunctorily, with the old man's chakra here, let alone 100, even thousands of avatars are easy, you should cherish them. I'll teach you when I finish this one. Okay. Naruto sat on the spot without disturbing Nine-Tails. In the training ground soon after, Naruto begins to seal multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds like firecrackers sounded, and then hundreds of elegant Naruto dressed in white robes appeared throughout the training ground. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's chakra is bottomless, coupled with terrifying resilience, the multiple shadow clone technique can be said to be tailor-made for him. Hello everyone! Naruto greeted his shadow clone. Hello! Hundreds of shadow clone replied in unison, their voices deafening and imposing. Very well, what do you guys want to do now? Naruto decided to check if Shadow Clone had an independent mind. Train. A little sleepy. Chat with Grandpa third generation. Help the villagers. The Naruto responded differently. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, looked at one of the Shadow Clones, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm going to blow you up and experience the pain. Naruto, I think you can choose someone else, I'm different. The Shadow Clone smiled. I'm different too. You never see my measure because we are in different dimensions. Naruto, you won't attack. In my heart, you are gentle and elegant. Tell me you won't blow me up. Naruto, I understand that you want to become stronger. In my heart, you are extremely talented. Before you blow me up, please give me the last 5 seconds to see the world. The Naruto began to pretend to be sneer, or turned into warm men. Naruto blasts a shadow clone with a black thread. The pain immediately transmitted to him. He only felt a slight pain suddenly flash across his chest, almost negligible, but it was there. Such pain is completely acceptable, and even receiving such pain in battle does not affect the body. But you must know that if hundreds of shadow clone die all at once, the accumulated pain will be unbearable. To be conservative, Naruto lifted most of the shadow clones, leaving only 10. Standing in the clearing, he cleared his throat and his eyes became firm. Everyone, I think everyone knows what our purpose is. That is to become stronger. Without hard work, talent will be wasted. In order to become Hokage, we need to have power beyond everything, so. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a shadow clone. This kind of chicken soup doesn't work for me, my eyes have gone through nothingness to see the essence. There is also shadow clone with a gentle smile, Naruto, you said it very well, I think the same as you, let's work hard for a better tomorrow together. Like Naruto with independent thinking will stick to their own personalities, and at the same time have inner pride. This made Naruto really have a headache, so he could only wave his hands to disperse these shadow clone. You can arrange your own cultivation, don't be lazy. The words fell, and the shadow clones disappeared one by one, and it didn't take long before Naruto was the only one left. In this way, my true personality is still very troublesome. Naruto maintained a perfect smile, thinking. Stretching his muscles and bones, Naruto picked up Kakashi jutsu and started today's beheading practice. He knew that, judging from his seemingly gentle and arrogant personality, those shadow clones would never be lazy. You have to work hard on your own body, but you can't be compared. Naruto actually learned multiple shadow clone techniques. Third Hokage, who sources daily, looked away from the crystal ball with a thoughtful look on his face. The multiple shadow clone technique is not a high-end ninjutsu, but where did Naruto learn it? Could it be Uchiha? Third generation squinted, with a fierce light in his eyes, and then hit his edge. Impossible. I've been observing for the past few days. Although Sasuke mentioned this ninjutsu, he didn't teach Naruto the knot. An Uchiha is not stupid and will not interfere in Naruto's practice. In that case, it should be Nine-Tails. A look of surprise flashed in third generation's eyes. That cruel Nine-Tails is willing to teach Naruto ninjutsu is something I never imagined, but it doesn't affect my plans. Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki is perfect for the multiple shadow clone technique, and Naruto's growth rate will increase even faster. But he needs more bonds, so let him go to Iruka's class. Although Iruka hates Nine-Tails, he is still gentle and kind, and he may become another light for Naruto. Chapter 26. Konoha 54 years. Ninja school entry time. Early in the morning, Naruto woke up early in the morning. This is the first day of the ninja school. No matter how mature he is, he can't contain his excitement. After making himself a delicious breakfast and preparing a lunch box for lunch, Naruto washed and dressed up. Similar to the white robe of the Shinigami squad leader, lined with black. Naruto even put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses for himself. Look into the mirror. The young man in the mirror is gentle and elegant, and his delicate facial features have 6 paths cat-like whiskers, which add a touch of distinctive and unique temperament to him. This stinky brat is still pretty handsome. Today was Naruto's big day, and Nine-Tails rarely indulged in games. The current Naruto has the mildness of Namikaze Minato, but it is different. Nine-Tails can feel that Naruto is firm on the inside and soft on the outside, and his heart is actually more arrogant than anyone else. As he said before, disdain for non-original power. That said, Naruto's chakra is his own. Humph, kid, no matter how arrogant you are, you still have to rely on the strength of this old man. 4th generation, as you hoped, I became Naruto's power, but remember, he and I used each other, I didn't have any sympathy for him, and to me he was it's just my tool. Nine-Tails snorted coldly. I'm not the same as I used to be, and now I'm thinking, I want to help Naruto grow up, and I want to watch him judge Konoha with my own eyes. Nine-Tails smiled grimly. He does not believe in Naruto's becoming Hokage theory. He had a hunch that the future Naruto would definitely give him a big surprise. In order to see the wonderful scene, he decided to temporarily dormant in Naruto's body. Inside Naruto, Aizen was also watching all this quietly. He adjusted his glasses, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Time is so short. In the blink of an eye, Naruto has reached the age of school, and the mysterious veil of the ninja world can finally be glimpsed. If the chakra system is worth looking into, try a few Shinigami experiments. Aizen's eyes turned cold. It was getting late. Naruto put on the weights, put everything he needed into his backpack, opened the door, and ran towards the ninja school in the center of the village. The appearance of Naruto quickly caught the eyes of the villagers. Hey! Why is he dressed so handsome today? Several villagers hesitated for a moment, then exchanged in a low voice. Many villagers now use he instead of Nine-Tails, foxes, and monsters. Today seems to be the opening day of the ninja school, he won't be a student, right? My god, can he still be a ninja? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Probably, no, at least he hasn't hurt anyone yet. Fortunately, although many villagers do not admit it, Naruto's change has left a good impression on them. These sensory changes are subconscious. Naruto ignored these discussions and hurried towards the ninja school. There are a lot of people in front of the ninja school, all parents who go through the admission procedures for their children. After Naruto appeared, more eyes were cast, some were disgusted, some were surprised, and some were even amazed. He's so handsome. Several little fans who didn't know the situation directly held their faces and became nympho. But he was soon told by his parents not to approach Naruto, otherwise it would bring misfortune. Naruto made his way through the crowd and handed his profile directly to the teacher in charge of the grade. The registered teacher's eyes were calm, and Naruto was let go. Politely saying thank you to the registration teacher, Naruto walked towards the classroom, maintaining a perfect gentle smile along the way. This made many parents think in their hearts, aside from the identity of the Nine-Tails demon fox, he is a very polite child. Of course these thoughts are only fleeting. When Naruto pushed the door and entered the classroom was almost full, and his appearance was greeted by everyone's attention, even mixed with the exclamations of young girls. So handsome, is this handsome guy our classmate? It looks so gentle and graceful. I feel more attractive than Sasuke-kun. He smiled at me, oh my god, I'm going to fall. Sure enough, compared to the ruthless Sasuke-kun, I still prefer this kind of gentleness like water. Naruto was a little overwhelmed by the compliments in the classroom. But he reacted immediately, showing a gentle smile, and his eyes began to scan the classroom. Soon, he saw Sasuke sitting by the window, pretending to be indifferent, waving at him. And around Sasuke were two girls, one with blonde hair and one with pink hair like sakura flowers. Sasuke is quite popular. Naruto smiled dumbly and walked towards Sasuke. My name is Haruno Sakura, you can call me Little Sakura. My name is Yamanaka Ino, and I. Before he got close, he heard the two girls chatting about themselves, and then looked at Sasuke with a helpless expression. The cold-faced man's lethality to girls of this age is astonishing. Morning, Sasuke. Naruto greeted Sasuke. Well, morning. Sasuke nodded, looking at Naruto. From Sasuke's gaze, Naruto saw the meaning of help. Well, this handsome guy and Sasuke really have their own strengths. Little Sakura and Ino suddenly became uncomfortable after Naruto came out, and they whispered together. Excuse me, can I let you go? Naruto asked gently, standing in front of little Sakura and Ino. The golden sunlight shone through the window, reflecting Naruto's warm smile, making little Sakura and Ino stunned. This way, please. They hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Naruto with amazed eyes. Mature, sunny, the image of the big brother next door in the comics. This student is so perfect. How are you doing? Naruto asked softly after taking a seat. Yes, Kaizen made us a bento. Let's call Rock Lee to eat together at noon. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up, causing many students to scream. Little Sakura and Ino shrank to the side of the seat, watching the exchange of the two beautiful boys with fascination. The mind is constantly, and it has even progressed to the stage where one of the latter has a child. Only then faced a problem. Which one are they going to choose? At this moment, Iruka walked into the classroom and wrote his name on the blackboard. Domino Iruka. Hello everyone, I'm your teacher, Domino Iruka, please introduce yourself, your hobbies, names, things you hate and things you like. Domino Iruka's eyes swept across every student's face. Finally, he stayed on Naruto's face for a few seconds, with a complicated look in his eyes. His eyes are so strange. The alert Naruto suddenly frowned. From that gaze, he felt hatred, sympathy, and even a trace of struggle. Such a complicated look. Who is he? Chapter 27. Although he knew for a long time that he would become Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, after seeing Naruto, Iruka couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart. His parents died in the Nine-Tails rebellion. And Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that carries the Nine Tails. Nine-Tails is the culprit. But what did Naruto do wrong? He did nothing wrong, even Naruto was a victim. Looking at the mature Naruto with a refined smile, Iruka's heart shook. He naturally knew how Naruto was treated in the village, and even he himself wanted to join the bully. Those ugly faces and terrifying curses made even a mature ninja feel unbearable in his heart, let alone a young child. However, growing up in such a malicious environment, Naruto still maintains such a smile. He really loves Konoha. In this comparison, the people like myself are like real demon foxes. Iruka's heart suddenly had mixed feelings. He looked back. Then who would like to be the first to introduce myself? I soon had my first classmate. Hello everyone, I'm Hiro Murano, and my hobby is eating. My name is Harano Sakura, I love Anko ball soup, hate. My name is Akim Ichichi, I love yakiniku, eating, and hate snacking. With the self-introduction of each classmate, it was Naruto and Sasuke's turn soon. Under the watchful eyes of the classmates, Sasuke took the lead on the stage. Since he is not good at socializing, Sasuke shows a rather cold appearance. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like eating meatballs with my brother, training with Naruto and Rock Lee. I hate people who get in my way. I want to surpass Naruto and become stronger. Sasuke's self-introduction aroused many students' curiosity about Naruto. The Uchiha family has always been a representative of genius, and Sasuke is the son of the patriarch and has attracted much attention. Until then, the students thought that Sasuke would be the first genius in the class. But Sasuke said he wanted to surpass Naruto. Doesn't that mean Naruto is stronger than Sasuke? Naruto is not that. Some students exclaimed, but then covered their mouths. Their eyes were shocked, unable to combine the personable, gentle Naruto with the monsters that their parents spoke of. With his elegant temperament and legendary status as a demon fox, Uzumaki Naruto's color in the eyes of many girls suddenly became confusing. So mysterious, so, like. After Sasuke's introduction, it was naturally Naruto's turn. Naruto walked to the podium step by step. At the same time, in Hokage's office, all the upper floors of Konoha gathered to observe Naruto. This is a live broadcast through a crystal ball. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elder trio, these high-level leaders who hold great powers gathered together, it is enough to see the importance of Uzumaki Naruto. Even though third generation repeatedly emphasized Naruto's love for Konoha, the other elder advisors wanted to see believing. On this special day of admission, Naruto's speech will be crucial. It is likely to affect the direction of his future development. As soon as Naruto shows any possible threat to Konoha, Danzo strikes immediately. However, third generation did not panic at all. He knew that Naruto was the one who inherited the will of fire. Naruto wakes up in the morning thinking about his self-introduction. He knew that the third generation would know about his first day of ninja school through some means, so his words and deeds were very important. Naruto, who had a heart to write, came to the podium, looked directly at those curious little eyes, and said calmly, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like to practice with Sasuke and Rock Lee and enjoy the feeling of getting stronger. I like exploring the unknown and learning new ninjutsu. If I hate it, I hate being hated by others, and I don't want my friends around me to be angry because of me. I hope to be good friends with everyone. If you have troubles, you can come to me. I am willing to listen. In the future, I hope to become Hokage, protect everyone, turn into flames, and light Konoha." After speaking, Naruto nodded slightly to Iruka and walked off the stage. "Wow, so charming, I feel like a very reliable person. I really want to be friends with him. Naruto could hear the whispers of countless students, and almost all the girls looked at him with goodwill. Sure enough, warm men are more popular than cold men. Uzumaki Naruto, he's a good student. Iruka chewed Naruto's words over and over with a smile on his face. No matter how sensitive Naruto's identity is, at least he is his teacher and should face him with complete fairness. Inside Hokage's office. After listening to Naruto's speech, the elders fell into a brief silence. After a moment, third generation broke the silence. He was smoking a pipe, with a smile on his face. See, did you? Under my cultivation, Naruto perfectly inherits the will of fire, and he will warm everyone just like Minato. Udaten Koharu said, that can't be said. Naruto is too mature at this age. Is it possible that what he said is what we want to hear? And he said that he hates being hated by others, and he hates his friends being angered. Let's let go of the fetters between him and his friends. He must have suffered a lot of malice in the village, so he will definitely breed against the villagers, and even the village. It's okay to be dissatisfied. Mitokado Homura echoed, yes, I think he shows too much love for the village, which makes people a little disturbed. Aside from that, I quite like his attitude towards his friends. Humph, in my opinion, it should be handed over to the roots to cultivate, that is the foolproof choice. I will cultivate him into a war machine that is only loyal to Konoha, and will not have any other emotions. In his world there will only be Konoha. The bondage of emotions is fragile and may deteriorate at any time. Danzo said coldly, leaning on crutches. Hearing Danzo's words, third generation's eyes suddenly turned cold. He remembered the rumors spread by Danzo that Naruto was the fox who destroyed Konoha and killed the fourth generation. It's these rumors that have brought Naruto to where it is now. At that time, third generation wanted to stand up and refute the rumors, but then they made the rumors more violent, so that they could become Naruto's only light. As Naruto grew up, third generation saw Naruto's deep love for Konoha, and somewhat regretted his decision. If Naruto grows up like an ordinary child, he must be a ninja loyal to Konoha now. Instead of being suspected by the elders now. No one believed that Naruto could keep his love for Konoha after so much malice. These are things that third generation cannot change. He could only say coldly. Naruto's growth is under my control. He will be a ninja who inherits the will of fire. Don't forget, I am Hokage. Chapter 28. When Naruto was seated, the students in the front row started chatting with Naruto. The two sides introduced themselves and had a preliminary understanding of the two sides. It's just that Naruto didn't know that in the corner of the classroom, a white-eyed girl with short lavender hair looked at Naruto silently. Her face was slightly red, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After all the students were introduced, Iruka led the students to the textbook, and then entered the stage where the students were familiar. There was a circle of students around Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto also generally has a preliminary understanding of his classmates. Some are from big families, some are commoners. From the initial contact, there are a few who can try to make friends. Sasuke, Naruto, hello, my name is Haruno Sakura, I hope we can be good friends. At this moment, Naruto saw the pink-haired girl pulling the blonde girl over with a shy face. My name is Yamanaka Ino. Although I introduced it before, I believe you have not remembered it. Remember it now. Compared with Haruno Sakura, who seems to be shy, Yamanaka Ino is more enthusiastic and generous. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino? Both are very beautiful girls, I remember you. Naruto smiled and said gently. Hearing Naruto's compliment, little Sakura and Ino burst into ecstasy. Sasuke on the side couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering in his heart. This guy, Naruto, has no room for praise when he praises girls, but he always has a very harsh attitude towards his training results. Sasuke was still a child after all, and after training hard, he always wanted to be praised by his peers. But every time I waited it was Naruto's mild good, but I have to work harder. This frustrated Sasuke, and he wanted to be praised. The ninja lessons that followed were very boring, and Iruka taught very basic knowledge. Naruto had already learned from books. In addition to the basics, Iruka also taught about will of fire, will of ninja, etc. These Naruto have long been familiar with in heart. When it comes to understanding the will of fire, he is definitely a master. He could even write a sequel to Will of Fire. After school, Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side to the door, waiting for Rock Lee. The three of them walked towards the training ground together. As soon as they entered the training ground, they saw Naruto's avatar training in full swing. Naruto, you're sneakily training with Shadow Clone. Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes and raised his volume. No, I have been practicing with Shadow Clone openly. Naruto replied with a smile. But, I thought you would relax a little on the first day of ninja school. Is that what you think? Since you've known me for so long, I'm like a slack person. Naruto put down his backpack and started to stretch his muscles. It's you, Sasuke, you're slack. Humph, I did have the idea of being lazy today. Sasuke felt a little ashamed, and hurriedly put down his backpack and stretched his muscles. Look at Rock Lee again, but he has already started jogging. Rock Lee really worked the hardest. Sasuke couldn't help but said. I don't have the talent like yours, I can only rely on hard work. Rock Lee scratched his head stupidly, revealing a big white fang. You're already the number one in your class. Sasuke said a little sour. In the actual battle not long ago, Rock Lee succeeded in making a blockbuster, defeating various peers, and quickly established the title of the strongest in the age. It also defeated the original number 1 Hokage, and successfully staged the drama that ordinary people can also counterattack genius by practicing physical skills. Under the influence of Naruto, Rock Lee did not wear green tights like in the original book, showing a big white fang from time to time. On the contrary, he began to learn that Naruto wears a white robe, lined with a black tight-fitting combat suit, and throws the white robe into the sky every time he fights. But even so, Rock Lee has no small fans. Maybe something went wrong. Since getting to know Naruto, Sasuke's motivation to train has grown. In order to defeat Naruto, he asked Itachi about various ways to become stronger. Usually, I also use multiple shadow clone technique to assist my practice. However, his recovery ability, total amount of chakra, and pain tolerance are not as good as Naruto's, so at most use a shadow clone to assist his practice. And it takes several days of rest after each use. This made Sasuke realize that he would never catch up with Naruto and Rock Lee if he ditched his body drill. So with Itachi's help, Sasuke began to delve into the changing nature of ninjutsu and chakra. Progress is slow, but at least there is some progress. Everyone started their own practice, while Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass, closed his eyes, and placed Kaika Suijutsu in front of him. With the Riotsu boiling around in the body, Naruto also entered an ethereal state. A ninja who senses every bit in the air and senses the surveillance around him. Naruto remembered what Aizen had said. Master Zanpakuto's Shikai is just the beginning, and there will be stronger Bankai to follow. And there are nearly 100 kinds of kid, and they all need to have a stronger control over Riotsu. As it stands, Shinigami's power is obviously more powerful than the ninja's power. In order to have the power of self-preservation, Naruto spends a lot of daily on the practice of Shinigami power. Sasuke on the side looked curiously at the dark green Kaika Suijutsu. He had asked Naruto why he loved the knife so much, and carried it with him every time he traveled. Naruto always has a meaningful smile. And say to yourself, when you can force me to use Shikai, you will know the power of this sword. Shikai? What is that? With such doubts in mind, Sasuke keeps working hard, hoping that one day he will be able to test out Naruto's full strength. After becoming a student at ninja school, Naruto's life didn't change much. He's been accumulating his powers, not even using Shikai Kaika Suijutsu. And in the days that followed, Naruto and the students in the class got to know each other. The big family Inoshika Ch, Yamanaka Ino, Akim Ichichi, and Nara Shikamaru are all his close friends. The family behind them is the backbone of Konoha. Naruto is very optimistic about Nara Shikamaru. He knows that Nara Shikamaru has a high IQ and can often see the essence of things. Akim Ichichi is also good, although he is a bit greedy, but he is the type of stab at his friends. As for Yamanaka Ino, aside from being a bit nympho, there's nothing wrong with it. What surprised Naruto was that Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura didn't seem to be interested in their warm-hearted type, but rather like Sasuke's cold-faced man who is always in turmoil. Every day to and from school, Sasuke is pestered, trying his best to express himself. This gave Sasuke a lot of headaches. At one point, I turned to Naruto for help. But Naruto was happily eating melons on the side. In the boring life of ninja school, the emotional interest between young boys and girls can be regarded as a good agent. Compared with Sasuke, Naruto, who always has a gentle face, is obviously more liked and trusted by his classmates, who is like the big brother next door. Chapter 29. For the students, Naruto is a completely trustworthy partner. And everything Naruto did not live up to their trust. Someday, Naruto sees Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura completely falling apart over Sasuke, and a heated argument breaks out. "You wide forehead!" Ino roared angrily. Little Sakura's body trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ino's words undoubtedly ripped open her scar. She has always felt inferior because of her wide forehead. It was Ino who appeared to comfort her and put on a red ribbon to make herself confident and cute again, and even dared to show a wide forehead. From that day on, they became inseparable best friends. But now, the light for little Sakura has become the darkness that pushed her into the abyss. Broad forehead, hiss, so poisonous. But thinking about it, little Sakura's forehead does seem to be. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding students, little Sakura burst into tears, threw the red ribbon that Ino had given her on the ground, and ran towards the outside of the classroom. And Ino regretted it after blurting out, "Don't mock your classmates maliciously, that's very impolite." Naruto stood up, changing his usual gentle appearance, and his expression was serious. Under Naruto's accusation, the classmates bowed their heads in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Ino looked sad. "You shouldn't say it to me, but to little Sakura." Naruto rubbed Ino's blonde hair, his voice softened. "Jealousy is the most elusive emotion, and it may cost you a close friend. Cherish it well. Well, friendship is precious." Having said this, Naruto picked up the red ribbon and walked out of the classroom, leaving behind a regretful Ino. Little Sakura ran hard. She didn't know where her destination was, she just wanted to escape from the classroom that made her feel uneasy and embarrassed. In the past, she was laughed at by other children because of her wide forehead, which made her weak and inferior. It was the appearance of Ino that changed her and made her regain her confidence. They study together and play together. Until Uchiha Sasuke appeared. Although Naruto is also handsome, Sasuke's coldness makes them even more fascinated. Even though Sasuke faced each other with cold faces countless times, they seemed to suffer from masochism. In response to that sentence, what you can't get is always in turmoil. What you can't get is the most delicious. They became Sasuke's die-hard fans, and the two were secretly fighting each other, hoping to win Sasuke's heart. But now, his most trusted partner has uncovered the dusty scars, making little Sakura suffer the pain that he has endured as a child again. Broad forehead. For girls, the most important thing is appearance. At this moment, little Sakura only felt that the world had collapsed. She ran to the rooftop, hiding in the corner and sobbing softly. "Finally found you." At this moment, Naruto's warm voice sounded. Little Sakura raised her head, glanced at Naruto, hurriedly lowered her head again, curled up in the corner, full of helplessness and humility. She must be ugly now with tears in her eyes. Naruto sat down beside little Sakura, looked at the sun in the clouds, and said softly, I was born alone. I was regarded as a fox, a monster by the villagers, and every time I went out, I was cursed. They called me a monster, cursed me. Why don't I die? Why should I disgust them? In fact, I obviously did nothing, but only because I have a demon fox sealed in my body. Naruto gave a self-deprecating smile. That demon fox once destroyed Konoha, and I became the container that sealed him. Little Sakura stopped sobbing and listened quietly to what Naruto said. The girl's mind is often more delicate, and she can feel Naruto's pain. At the same time, she was also a little puzzled. Naruto, who sealed the demon fox, should be regarded as a hero, so why was he spurned by the villagers? When exposed to the dusty truth, little Sakura has a hint of sympathy for Naruto's current situation and dissatisfaction with Konoha. However, I haven't changed, I haven't become depressed or lost hope because of those malice. I train as always, enrich myself, face the malice of life with a smile and optimism, accept them, and change them. And now, you can also see that my efforts have paid off, I have friends, and the villagers will not curse me like before. Although the process is difficult, all the hardships are over at the moment of harvesting happiness. Naruto's tone gradually became clearer, and he smiled brightly. In my opinion, little Sakura, you already have the happiness that I dare not hope for, a caring family member, and a trusted partner. Naruto handed little Sakura a handkerchief. Little Sakura awkwardly took the handkerchief and raised her head. Naruto smiled brightly in the sun, and that warm smile seemed to melt all the ice. Little Sakura, you are actually very beautiful. The first time I saw you, I was attracted by your pink hair. It is also a blessing to see pink like sakura flowers at this time. You don't lose to anyone, don't live in the eyes of others, be yourself. Confident little Sakura, but very charming. Naruto gently tied the red ribbon around little Sakura's head and said gently. Once, the best of friends tied this red ribbon to little Sakura's pink hair to give her confidence. Now, the one who ties the ribbon becomes Naruto. Different people have different feelings. Feeling the warmth of Naruto's palm, little Sakura froze in place, only to feel that her heart was beating violently, and her mind was full of Naruto's words, Little Sakura, you are actually very beautiful. Tears suddenly filled his eyes. At that moment, she suddenly realized. I don't want a warm man, but I like the childish Sasuke. I am really blind. Thank you, Naruto. She squeezed the handkerchief tightly, looking straight into Naruto's eyes. Watching the girl regain her former self-confidence, Naruto smiled and rubbed little Sakura's head. Go back, everyone is waiting for you. Yet. Little Sakura nodded and followed Naruto towards the classroom. Inside the classroom, Naruto walked in with little Sakura, and the students who laughed at little Sakura bowed their heads in shame. Ino stepped forward and hugged little Sakura and sincerely apologized, I'm sorry little Sakura. The two chatted for a while and finally reconciled. Naruto, who returned to his location, immediately received condolences from Sasuke. I didn't think you would waste time because of women, hey, just let it go, so I will surpass you, surpass everyone, and I will be the one standing at the top. Tsundere face. Sasuke was excited and looked more seriously at the ninja experience that Ataka gave him. Fantasizing about defeating Naruto because of women's laxity one day. Stepping on Naruto's face, he smirked proudly, Naruto, you are too weak, run away, hate me, find a place to live, until you have my strength and reappear, then I will use stronger the power of destroying your self-confidence. The good little Sakura and Ino seemed to be getting closer. It was obvious that he was maliciously slandering the other party 1 second, but the next second it was like glue. Friendships between women can be so elusive at times. Ino glanced at Sasuke's direction and said first, Little Sakura, I've thought about it carefully, we both like Sasuke, let's play fair, no matter who takes the top, we'll be good sisters for life. No, I don't like Sasuke anymore. Unexpectedly, little Sakura shook her head. Under Ino's stunned gaze, she looked in the direction where Naruto was shrinking admiringly, and whispered. I've found someone I really like. Ino? Chapter 30. Life at ninja school is always so unpretentious. Naruto also thought about truancy, but in order to create a good student personality, he still achieved the good habit of not being late or leaving early every day. On this day, he came to the classroom and sat down as usual. Before the was hot, little Sakura handed Naruto a glass of freshly squeezed juice, looking shy. Naruto-kun, drinking some juice in the morning is good for your health. This is the 10th day that little Sakura is delivering breakfast drinks. Thank you, little Sakura. Naruto took it, showing a gentle smile. I don't need to send it in the future, and orange juice is not cheap. It's alright, we have a lot of orange juice, and we drink leftovers. No, it's all excess. If you don't drink it, it's wasted. Little Sakura explained in a panic, secretly annoyed at herself who said the wrong thing. Obviously, he used to be carefree, but he subconsciously became shy and unconfident in the face of Naruto. Okay, then thank you. Naruto accepted little Sakura's kindness. During this period, he noticed a look and turned his head to look. It is the Hyuga girl with short purple hair, Hyuga Hinata. Morning. He gave Hinata a gentle smile. The latter hung his head directly, and water vapor came out of his head. At first sight of Hinata, Naruto recognized her as the white-eyed girl he had rescued a few years ago. The temperament is weak and kind, and I don't know if she has changed now. Learned from Rock Lee that Hinata is the eldest daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan. Like Sasuke, he is the central figure in the clan. Naturally sitting on a large number of clan resources, the strength will definitely not be weak. Naruto looked away, waiting for Iruka's teaching. Everyone, today, we will have an actual combat drill. Iruka walked into the classroom and said gently. After the words fell, the classroom suddenly became noisy as if the hot water in the pot had been opened. This will be their first official battle after entering the ninja school. Their eyes were on Naruto and Sasuke. Looking forward to the performance of these two geniuses. Actual combat drill? I won the first place in the grade this time. Sasuke said with a wild arc on the corner of his mouth. Baby eagles are fearless because they don't know fear. Naruto smiled, his face unchanged. Actually, I've been thinking about this sentence for a long time. Sasuke broke down in seconds, sighed, and then said seriously, Naruto, I will take off all the weight this time, be careful. Sasuke wants to get serious. But think about it, after Sasuke started training, they didn't take a serious fight without leaving no room for it. Naruto smiled and nodded, I'm looking forward to it. Don't be careless, maybe I will force you to use Kaika Suijutsu this time. In the clearing, a one-on-one battle was about to begin under Iruka's direction. The first pair were two unremarkable students, whose names not even Naruto could remember. The two dragon sets started a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Since their studies in the ninja school have just begun, they are not proficient in the use of kunao and shuriken. The battle was very ugly, and many students were drowsy. But Naruto watched with relish. Next, Hyuga Hinata vs. Murakami. The battle of the Hyuga clan. Like many students, Naruto's spirits are lifted. The Hyuga family is good at jujutsu. Those white eyes, like our Uchiha's eyes, are extremely rare blood-based boundaries. They can understand the veins of the opponent's body and have great insight. Sasuke said softly. Compared to your Sharingan? Naruto asked curiously. Of course it can't compare to Sharingan. Sasuke raised his head proudly. Although Hyuga and our Uchiha are called giants and big families, in fact, the Hyuga family does not have top powerhouses, and the ability of Bun is only insight, and the upper limit is completely inferior to Sharingan. Sasuke at this moment is like a proud peacock. What you said is a bit of private goods. Naruto thought to himself, quietly looking at the arena. At this moment, Hinata has been fighting with the dragon students. I saw Hinata put on a peculiar fighting stance, her whole eye turned blue and white, and the veins around her eyes burst out. Perhaps Murakami looked very nervous in the face of the Hyuga clan. Ordinary civilians who want to defeat the wealthy family are as difficult as heaven, but if they succeed, they will definitely get a lot of attention. He picked up the kunai and summoned the courage to charge towards Hinata. The speed is very slow, like a snail under my eyes. Sasuke commented, if the Hyuga family can't even defend against this kind of attack, I will be disappointed. Facing the opponent's attack, Hinata took it easy and responded calmly, with every punch and style full of charm. The action seems slow, but every time it can perfectly defuse the opponent's attack. This battle lasted for nearly a minute. Sasuke frowned immediately, the Hyuga family is only capable of this? I can knock down this kind of opponent with one punch. That's softness. Naruto looked at Hinata thoughtfully. The gentle fist of the Hyuga family can defuse the opponent's strength, and even use it for his own use, thus playing a role of balancing 1,000 pounds. Naruto said to himself, Hinata's body has hardly left that circle. It's not so much that they are evenly matched, it is better to say that Hinata is trying to use Murakami, and this may be her first actual combat. Hearing this, Sasuke looked intently and found that Hinata used one foot as a pivot, and only moved the other foot to deal with the attack. The mud around the body draws a small circle that is only big enough for one person due to the movement of the right foot. Humph, the Hyuga clan still have some skills. Sasuke blushed and said coldly. Naruto looked relieved. Hinata got stronger. It didn't take long for Hinata to defeat Murakami, who was so tired that he couldn't hold his breath. On the other hand, Hinata was calm, his face was not red or he was out of breath. It's not a one-level battle, and the true strength is also hidden. Naruto commented. Next game, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. After that, the place was silent. There was an uproar in an instant. It's our turn at last, come on, Naruto. Sasuke stood up high-spirited, and the adoring gazes around him made him forget for a moment. I will show you the power of these eyes. You haven't opened your eyes yet. Naruto was barely able to complain. The biggest inferiority of the Uchiha family is this stupid arrogance. Pride will be the stumbling block that knocks you down. Naruto walked into the arena with a gentle smile on his face, like a handsome young man. This style is a bit inconsistent for a while. It's like a noble boy who came to the ninja school for a tour. I've been waiting for a day for a long time. Sasuke's mouth curved into a sinister arc, and it even caused many girls to scream. He took out his kunai and assumed a fighting stance. Let me see the genius of the Uchiha family, I hope you can make me happy. Naruto closed his eyes slowly. Everyone, including Sasuke, didn't understand why Naruto did this. But the next moment, they were stunned by Naruto's movement. Whether it's a student, Sasuke, or even Iruka. Chapter 31. I saw Naruto just standing there quietly, but the dust around him slowly drifted away as if he had lost gravity. A terrifying wave of chakra emerged from Naruto's body, spreading outwards, rolling up large clumps of dust and dancing around him. This chakra. Sasuke's eyes were horrified, and his body couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at Naruto again, the only thing that catches the eye is a chilling sense of oppression. This is an application of the combination of Riotsu and Chakra. The combination of the two forms an oppression that is more terrifying than murderous aura. Within the range of oppression, it can completely suppress and lock the opponent's momentum, and to a certain extent make the opponent's actions sluggish. This is just Naruto's initial use of Riotsu and Chakra, and Sasuke is the test stone. He gave Sasuke a gentle but chilling smile, ready to dance with the dust. Sasuke. As expected of you. Sasuke sneered and opened his clothes to reveal the heavy load inside. Bang! With the exclamation, he unloaded the load, and the heavy load smashed a small hole on the ground. With the relaxation of the body, the pressure seems to have also eased a lot. Did he go to school wearing weights all the time? The students gasped. Even Iruka couldn't help but stare in shock. Is this Uchiha's genius? Genius! Sasuke snorted coldly. I did it with all my life, don't use the word genius to obliterate my efforts. Shadow Clone Technique. 4 Sasukes appeared in the field in an instant, attacking and killing Naruto from 4 directions, front, back, left, and right. Sasuke's speed was so fast that it was a flash in the eyes of the students. One of the clones threw several shuriken at Naruto. Another clone used the Great Fireball. This time the Great Fireball was several times stronger than the one it was a year ago. Although the students watched the battle from a distance, they all seemed to feel the heat of the Great Fireball that was enough to scorch the twisted air. The fire style and shuriken throwing of the Uchiha clan are excellent. With such a fast speed, combined with the shuriken and fire style, he is indeed a genius of the Uchiha family. Iruka was horrified. He turned out to be the teacher of this genius monster. A figure appeared in Iruka's mind. Uchiha Itachi, the famous genius of Konoha. Graduated from ninja school at the age of 8, joined Konoha Anbu, and now his strength is unfathomable. At this moment, Sasuke and Itachi are equal. Perhaps Sasuke is as talented as Itachi. Iruka couldn't help but sigh. The Uchiha family is really talented. So, Naruto, what should we do? Boom! Suddenly Naruto's momentum skyrocketed, and the surrounding dust flew up, disappearing in front of everyone in an instant. Shunpo, through his high-speed pace and Riotsu's control, gives others the illusion of teleportation. After hard training, Naruto has the basic conditions to learn Shunpo, and successfully practiced Shunpo. After he instantly reached a shadow clone, he punched out, and the shadow clone was directly blown up. One-hit kill. The remaining 3 Sasuke didn't have any stagnation, and they reacted at a very fast speed, forming a situation of encirclement and suppression again. Sometimes they throw shuriken, sometimes they fight in close quarters, and occasionally they use Great Fireball to harass them from a distance. Yet Naruto roamed the dizzying battle. Flashing sideways, Shunpo counterattacks with ease. All the attacks were perfectly dodged by him, just right, with no extra movement and no extra space. Naruto is dodging all attacks with the least amount of stamina. Instead of fighting, at first glance it looks like a dancing dancer. So elegant. Naruto-kun's physique is far superior to Sasuke. A student swallowed and murmured. After a while, Sasuke's shadow clone has been completely solved, only the main body is left. Iruka was dumbfounded. Try to substitute yourself, but find that you may be very difficult to win, and may even lose? Hiss, my 2 students are too scary. Sasuke panted slightly, staring at Naruto. Sure enough, Naruto's power is more unfathomable than I thought. Not to mention Shikai, he didn't even take off the weight. Sure enough, is it still not good? Since that's the case. Sasuke raised his head, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a black Hokage slowly flowed, then use these eyes to defeat you. Sharingan. When did you open your eyes? Naruto froze, happy for Sasuke. The eyes of the Uchiha family need to experience life and death, or they can successfully open their eyes when they are emotional. Generally, the first eye is a Guyu. Through the later efforts, the number of Guyu can be increased, and the ability of Sharingan will also be enhanced. But what is Uguyu? What ability? Naruto was curious. See clearly, in front of my eyes, you have nothing to hide. The corner of Sasuke's mouth after opening his eyes evoked a maddening arc of evil spirits. You're slowing down, Naruto. No, it's my eyes that see everything. I've seen through you. Sasuke and Naruto fight together. Sasuke used the physical skills he learned in the past to use it smoothly. In contrast, Naruto's white hits also completely blocked every hit, but it was not as good as before. Naruto understood that this might be the limit of himself wearing the weight. Now I am qualified to let you use Shikai. Sasuke's face showed excitement. As you wish. Naruto pushed the boat forward and left the battlefield, and the shadow clone who was training before handed zanpakuto to Naruto in time. Naruto stroked Kakashi jutsu, his eyes solemn. Since you want to see it so much, then, be careful. I saw the dark green Riotsu galloping up from Kakashi jutsu, lingering around Naruto's body. Break apart, Kakashi jutsu. The Kakashi jutsu in his hand fell to the ground, stuck on the ground, and then shattered like a mirror, melting into the air. Everyone just felt a flash in front of them, rubbed their eyes, everything was as usual, but the dark green knife in Naruto's hand had disappeared. What's going on? Everyone was confused. This is Shikai. Sasuke asked in confusion. Not bad. Naruto smiled. It doesn't look anything special, and the knife is gone. Sasuke muttered to himself suspiciously, but then his eyes became sharp, and he pressed Naruto up, holding up the kunai thorn. If it's just that, then I won this battle. Pfft. The next moment, in exclamations, kunai plunged straight into Naruto's chest. However, there was no blood, and there was no pain in Naruto's face. Stabbed? No, no. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, and a huge pain came from his body. A dark green knife pierced through his abdomen. Sasuke's eyes were full of disbelief, and he looked up at Naruto. The other side had a gentle smile and calm eyes. What's going on? My eyes. Sasuke muttered, a dizzy feeling in his brain. The sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you, it's just that your eyes deceive yourself. Before falling unconscious, Sasuke heard Naruto's gentle voice. Chapter 32. Kakashi jutsu, the strongest hallucinogen zanpakuto. Ability, completely dominate each other's five senses, whether it is appearance, shape, quality, feeling, or even smell can be played with applause. The most terrifying thing is that once you see Kakashi jutsu's Shikai, the other party's five senses will be played by Naruto forever. Only Kakashi jutsu is not invincible. He has difficulty controlling Chakra and Riotsu far better than his masters, and at the same time, the consumption of manipulating the five senses is huge. Naruto can't use Kakashi jutsu for long before gaining enough power. But manipulating Sasuke's nascent five senses is easy. This is Naruto's initial understanding of Kakashi jutsu. He could choose to hide Kakashi jutsu all the time. However, considering Konoha's surveillance of himself and the character that has been operating in third generation's heart, he still decided to expose his blood follower limit, which is beneficial to the future layout. Inside the Konoha training ground, Naruto begins his day-to-day cutting training with Kakashi jutsu. Today's fight with Sasuke gave him a deeper understanding of Kakashi jutsu. The ability does pervert, but not invincible. At least at this stage, Naruto's Chakra and Riotsu are not strong enough to rely too heavily on Kakashi jutsu, and need to develop slash, kid, and ninjutsu. Illusion, it seems good. Recalling the details of today's battle, Naruto chuckled softly. In the previous battle, Sasuke, who was stabbed by himself, fell into a coma due to severe pain, and Naruto finally became the first genius of the class. The Uchiha genius with Sharingan was defeated by Naruto, and the shocking news quickly spread throughout the ninja school, and even alarmed the top officials of Konoha. The vanishing knife, the mysterious boundary of blood. Third generation, who understood the process, looked shocked and surprised, but more of it was fear. He won't question Naruto's will of fire, but this mysterious bloodline limit will undoubtedly become a breakthrough for Danzo to attack. Hiruzen, did you hear that? Naruto has awakened the terrifying limit of blood, give him to our roots, and I will nurture him well. Danzo arrived late but his eyes were full of greed. For Shinobi Village, the bloodline limit is the cornerstone of the village's combat power. Every rare bloodline limit can play a terrifying performance on the battlefield. Illusions of the wood style, Sharingan, white eyes, and saddle horses of Konoha. Other ninja villages are Dead Bone Pulse, Ice Escape, etc. For Shinobi Village, the bloodline limit is indispensable and not a luxury. Every ninja who awakens the limit of rare blood is a rare resource. The blood-following boundaries are mostly inherited, but the possibility of upgrading is not ruled out. Neither of Naruto's parents showed a Shijiji limit similar to that of Kakashi Jutsu, so his sanguine limit is likely to be upgraded, which has great research value for the roots. If Naruto joins the root, the face must be brainwashing and reproduction. Danzo will do whatever it takes to mass-produce such bloodline boundaries and keep them under control. For third generation, Naruto is currently growing up according to his own plan, meeting new friends at the ninja school, and also forging bonds. These are all factors that bind him to Konoha. Awakening the boundaries of blood is a good thing. In the future, when Naruto gets married and has a child, the child will also inherit the bloodline, and Konoha can also add a third-generation affiliated family. Everything in Naruto has been planned by third generation. So naturally he wouldn't hand Naruto over like this. He suddenly remembered that one day Naruto asked himself nervously, "Grandpa third generation, if a Konoha person awakens a strange ability, is he still a Konoha person?" At that time, he replied with a smile, "You are talking about the boundary of blood, right?" For a ninja, the power he possesses is only a tool to implement his beliefs. As long as he inherits the will of fire, no matter how strange his ability is awakened, he will always be a part of Konoha. After listening to this sentence, third generation clearly felt that Naruto seemed to be relieved. At first he thought that Naruto had discovered 9 tails in his body. Now it seems. Perhaps at that time he had already awakened to the limit of blood. This child, even if he wakes up Sweji Byinja, doesn't dare to show it, for fear of leaving Konoha because of it. Third generation chuckled inwardly, and roughly had a guess. But this conjecture needs to be verified by oneself. I have tailored a series of growth plans for Naruto, and everything is under control now. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the slowly sinking sunset, his tone full of sighs. Minato dedicated himself to Konoha, and now, the gift he left behind, Naruto also shines, and he will be our hope for Konoha. Don't forget. Third generation turned around, only to find that the office was empty. Where is this? Sasuke slowly woke up, looking at the white ceiling, the tip of his nose was the smell of hospital disinfectant. Sasuke, you're awake. His mother's gentle and concerned voice sounded in his ears. Kasen. Sasuke tried to get up, but there was a sharp pain in his stomach. Don't move, the injury is not healed. Mikoto hurriedly stopped Sasuke, helped Sasuke lie down again, covered the quilt, and complained, Naruto is also true, the attack is not serious. Did I lose? Sasuke was lying on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, I lost so ugly when I turned on Sharingan. He didn't even know how he was defeated. The memory stays at the sentence the sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you, it's just that your eyes deceive yourself. Mikoto was still complaining ramble over there, Naruto's child looks very mature and stable, why is this battle so hard? No, Kaizen, Naruto is telling me not to rely too much on my eyes. Sasuke suddenly interrupted Mikoto's complaint, with a wise smile on his face, and pointed to his own eyes. Kaika Suijutsu. Flowing water is the boundary of blood, which disrupts the enemy's vision through the reflection of fog and water, thus creating an illusion. This is water style. At night, third generation walked out of Naruto's house. Just now, he learned about Naruto's bloodline limit in detail and experienced it. It's a good bloodline limit, but the effect is inextricably linked to Chakra. It can be said that it is tailor-made for Naruto. But there are also fatal flaws, and it is too limited to disturb the vision alone. From the current point of view, the potential of the blood and the limit is still there. It depends on the development of Naruto in the future. The initial awakening of the blood following the limit can disrupt the vision, and it may disrupt other senses in the later stage. The overall potential is not bad. It seems that Naruto has the potential to become an illusion ninja. Third generation muttered to himself. Unknown to third generation, Naruto hid Kaika Suijutsu's true abilities. This is zanpakuto, a horror that can control the five senses. Chapter 33. Let's start the layout from now on. When he got home, Naruto opened the book and read it carefully, but his thoughts had drifted away. Everything today was thought through by him. He is confident that the Konoha executives headed by the third generation will not have any thoughts of violating ethics and morality because of the boundary of blood that he has exposed. In the past few years, Naruto has worked hard to manage the character design of the Will of Fire. He studies hard every day, and tries to help the villagers every day. Although he has often won cold eyes, this perseverance is seen in the eyes of the third generation. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. Even if these people in power are cold in heart, they will be influenced by their own feelings and judgments. This is why formalism is so important. Naruto had seen a system in temporal knowledge. Fair and just. But there is formalism everywhere. The so-called formalism is to show what other people want to see, so as to move everyone and move oneself. It's a show as the saying goes. That's what Naruto is doing now. Moved third generation with his own will of fire, and even moved himself. No matter how deeply misunderstood the villagers are, they are still full of love for Konoha, eager to ignite themselves and dedicate themselves. A single spark can also start a prairie fire, and he will eventually turn into a spark. Let the will of fire ignite Konoha. As it turns out, formalism has succeeded. In the eyes of third generation, he has been successfully brainwashed. At this time, showing a certain talent is a plus. Naruto chooses to expose his Kaika Suijutsu. One is that in the eyes of others, Kaika Suijutsu can only be regarded as the bloodline limit of an illusion system. It disturbs the line of sight through the refraction of water and light, and it is not even called an illusion, at most it is an illusion. Although this kind of bloodline limit does not sound high-end, it is very useful in actual combat. Third generation will definitely look forward to this bloodline limit, and hope to see it fully develop. Kaika Suijutsu will be the sharpest knife of Konoha. Second, people who have seen Kaika Suijutsu Shikai will permanently enter the state of hypnosis. With the use of Naruto Riotsu and his own Chakra, hypnosis, who are not even Genin students, can be said to be easy. Perhaps it was the arrangement of the third generation. There are many geniuses from big families in this class of students. Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, they may all grow into Genin in the future, or even stronger than Genin. Letting them fall into Kaika Suijutsu's trap from now on is definitely a foolproof decision. This is what Naruto had planned for a long time. Naruto put down the book, washed briefly, and fell asleep. Tick. The familiar dripping sound rang out, and Naruto woke up, looking at the blue sky. The cold wind was bleak and icy, and every breath seemed to freeze instantly. Small pieces of snow floated in the sky, adorning the cliffs with a touch of white. Naruto got up, the whistling wind around him made his white robe rustle, and at his feet was a cliff above the abyss, and he would fall into the abyss if he was a little careless. The depths below make people fear from the bottom of their hearts. This is the sealed space where Aizen is located. It's been a long time since I've been here. Naruto murmured, looking at the highest point of the cliff, and sure enough, a figure sat quietly at the top. No matter how violent the wind was, it wouldn't move. Mr. Aizen. Naruto walked over to Aizen and greeted respectfully. Aizen opened his eyes and watched the ice and snow fall on the cliff in front of him and melted. He couldn't help sighing. It's not bad to see the beauty of ice and snow in such a steep place. He raised his head and glanced at Naruto lightly, and said softly, "Naruto, it's been a long time." "Yeah, it's been a long time, Mr. Aizen. I have mastered Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai and Junior Kid." "Really, time flies so fast." Aizen's eyes blurred, as if thinking about something. Naruto's talent is astounding, and in just a few years he has accomplished what other Shinigami might have been unable to accomplish in 100 years. Perhaps this is the infinite possibility of human existence. In Shinigami and Su's research, Aizen found that human beings, who are regarded as prey by Su and weak by Shinigami, have potentials that ordinary people cannot ignore. Whether it is Naruto in the ninja world or Kurosaki Ichigo in the Shinigami world, they are all so special. Thinking of this, Aizen glanced at Naruto. The latter's outfits and smiles are so similar to their own, it's almost like they were carved out of a mold. In the past, Aizen wouldn't say anything, but now, he is full of expectations for Naruto's future, and his requirements will naturally be different. "Naruto, have you thought about your goals?" he asked. "The goal? Of course, to have power beyond everything, to be above the world, to stand in the sky." Naruto said, "Of course." Standing in the sky. Aizen fell into contemplation for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about it? Is that your goal, or mine?" Naruto froze in place, a look of astonishment on his face. He recalled what Aizen had taught all along. He learned about Aizen's goal, Aizen's pattern, and worshipped it. Wanting to be like Aizen, so Naruto started to imitate deliberately. It was a little rusty at first, but gradually became more skilled, and sometimes even regarded himself as Aizen. "Now I only see my shadow in you." Aizen's gentle voice sounded in his ears, "Naruto, your talent is very good, you should have your own beliefs, then you are qualified to be my opponent." Leaving the sealed space, Naruto had trouble falling asleep. "Get up and look through the window to the starry night sky." Konoha under the night sky is so silent, but there are many ninja chakra reactions around his hut. Sometimes they dormant among the dense leaves of the big trees, sometimes they hide by the house. But no matter what their posture is, they didn't fall asleep and were still waiting diligently. There will be no other ninjas changing shifts until late at night. Their mission is less surveillance than protection. Naruto, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is Konoha's most important war resource and must be well protected. This is ninja. Naruto closed the curtains. Suddenly there was some disgust in my heart. Also a little confused. What is your own way? Become a ninja? Concealment, assassination, these are all things ninjas do. But to be honest, he has no interest in being a ninja. He just wants the future self not to be bound by Konoha anymore, and can do whatever he wants, improve the pattern, and see the essence clearly. The world is huge, and I want to see it. Thinking of this, he suddenly became enlightened. That's his goal. This time it is no longer a deliberate imitation of Aizen. Rather, he sincerely wants to transcend everything, to have power beyond the ninja world, to control his own destiny, and to stand in the sky. Chapter 34. The next day, Naruto put on casual clothes that he had never worn before, and went to the ninja school with glasses. Different from the past, there is a little more fireworks. Naruto's new outfit caught some attention. These villagers were curious, why Naruto suddenly changed his outfit. Naruto, who has figured out everything, no longer sticks to all kinds of imitations, but wants to be himself wholeheartedly. Under the influence and teaching of Aizen, he has similar goals and philosophies, but he is not a replica of Aizen, but the flesh and blood Uzumaki Naruto. Coming to the ninja school, Naruto's dress immediately attracted the attention of his classmates. "Naruto, why are you dressed so casually today?" Yamanaka Ino greeted carelessly, pulling little Sakura closer. Since reconciling with Haruno Sakura, she has started to do her best to assist the little Sakura. Naruto-kun, you look good in this dress too. Little Sakura blushed slightly and brought orange juice. Thank you. Naruto took the orange juice, noticed the bow on little Sakura's head, and immediately praised, "This red bow is very interesting and matches your pink." After finishing speaking, he walked towards his seat, completely unaware that the girl behind her was blushing, celebrating today's victory with her best friend. Sasuke didn't come to school, and the injury hasn't healed yet. Naruto looks away and decides to visit Sasuke after school. After finally making it to school, Naruto and Rock Lee walked towards the ninja school together. Naruto, I heard that you have become the number one of your age, and you have shown a brand new limit of blood, Kaika Suijutsu. On the way, Rock Lee excitedly said, it seems that Sasuke's training is still fruitful, he even forced Kaika Suijutsu was used. I heard them say that it is an illusion of blood, is it an illusion? Yes, you can understand it as weak illusion, which is somewhat different from real illusion, but its practicality in battle is no less than illusion. Sikuyi, I really want to meet you. If it's Xiao Li, I think maybe it can be cracked. Naruto smiled gently. Haha, Naruto, please stop comforting me, illusion is my nemesis. Xiao Li, who is good at physique and has absolutely no resistance to illusion, only has the word white giving in the face of Kaika Suijutsu, and he can't make waves at all. The two chatted while walking, and soon came to Konoha Hospital. Uchiha is indeed a wealthy family, and even the private rooms are arranged. Down the long corridor, Naruto and Rock Lee found Sasuke's ward. Knocked on the door, pushed open the door and entered, and saw a gentle man holding a peeled apple and handing it to Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke looked happy and was about to open his mouth when he saw Naruto, and Rock Lee hurriedly turned his head. Ahem, here you are, Nissan, they're the Naruto and Rock Lee I always tell you. Nissan? This man is Uchiha's genius, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto narrowed his eyes, trying to depict Uchiha Itachi's chakra with Riotsu. But he was shocked to find that Uchiha Itachi, who looked like a teenager in front of him, actually had a huge amount of chakra in his body, which was unfathomable and bottomless. Naruto's body tightened, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. That was his innate perception. Riotsu was telling him that the man in front of him was very strong. Hello, I'm Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi turned his head and looked at Naruto and Rock Lee gently. I heard Sasuke mention it many times, you have been training with him, thank you for taking care of Sasuke. Itachi glanced at Naruto and Rock Lee, and stayed on Naruto for a few seconds, but the gentle gaze was abrupt, there was a little killing intent. Naruto, who was extremely sensitive to killing intent, just felt like he was in an ice cave. Inwardly horrified but also unwilling. Sure enough, the current self is still far from the top powerhouse. It's just that battle training is not a deadly battle, so you have to be a little bit cautious. Itachi's next words implied. Sasuke on the side hurriedly stopped. Nissan, I said, I let Naruto use Kaika Suijutsu, I want to see how far apart I am from him. Moreover, I have gained a lot in this battle, and if the battle is tied, the battle will be meaningless. Hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi softened a lot and apologized to Naruto. I'm sorry Naruto, I'm just too nervous, Sasuke has never been hurt since he was a child. It's alright, I really did a little harder this time, and I don't have the full master ability. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, acting like a shy boy at this moment. Naruto has heard countless versions of Uchiha Itachi from Sasuke, and without exception, he is a gentle and kind person who will not hurt others. But as the saying goes, seeing is believing, and Naruto only understood after he really felt Uchiha Itachi's murderous aura. Uchiha Itachi is an Anbu ninja, and his hands must be covered with blood, so how could such a decisive kindness treat such irrelevant people? All he cares about is his family. If he threatens his family, he will surely bear his wrath. Although Uchiha Itachi has put away his murderous intent, Naruto's vigilance towards Uchiha Itachi has been completely full, and he even wants to escape directly from here. He clearly understands that he is still in the stage of wretched development. Bullying a child like Sasuke is okay, and it is simply a gift to a real strong person. But looking at Sasuke's excited look, he was probably in a panic in the hospital and couldn't wait to find someone to chat with. So Naruto and Rock Lee chatted with Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Naruto also learned that Itachi came to visit Sasuke right after Enbu was done, and even handed the feed. In Itachi's eyes, Sasuke, who was injured in the abdomen, couldn't move at all and had to lie down and recuperate. This made Sasuke very helpless. Even though he suffered minor injuries, Naruto avoided the fatal part, and with the medical ninjutsu treatment, Sasuke was now able to go to the ground. But at Uchiha Itachi's strong request, Sasuke can only stay in bed and accept Itachi's love feeding. This Uchiha Itachi is Brokan. Naruto mentally tagged Uchiha. It seems that Sasuke will be lightly abused in the future, otherwise Itachi may wear small shoes. Sasuke's words showed his admiration for Itachi. In his small world, Itachi is Konoha's first genius, and he will follow in his brother's footsteps and become the second genius. After speaking, the two brothers looked at each other and smiled, showing their affection. Brokan and brother accusation, what a horror. Both were tagged by Naruto. Naruto was suddenly curious. If Uchiha Itachi did something unacceptable to Sasuke in the future, it would not completely destroy Sasuke's immature worldview. But just think about it. Looking at the love of the two brothers, I believe they will always live together forever. Naruto chuckled, putting his unrealistic fantasies behind him. Walking out of Konoha Hospital, Naruto and Rock Lee went to Ichiraku Ramen together. That's Naruto's favorite little shop. Where to eat is not only delicious, but also a human touch that cannot be found anywhere else. Itachi quietly watched Naruto's back from leaving the window, his eyes were deep. Nissan, Naruto's talent is really high, he is very strong, but I will definitely catch up with him. Sasuke's young voice sounded behind him. Itachi turned around and smiled softly. Sasuke, your talent is not lost to him, you will definitely surpass Naruto. Sasuke nodded vigorously, a confident smile on his face. Chapter 35. Konoha at night. Some are enjoying family reunion like Sasuke, others are on missions with blood on their hands. Others, like Naruto, stayed at home alone, thinking quietly. He held the book in both hands, but his mind had already drifted thousands of miles away. The Uchiha family is a wealthy family in Konoha. Sueji boundary Sharingan can copy the victim's ninjutsu, and at the same time understand the opponent's attack. In addition to the bloodline limit, Uchiha's fire style is also very good. Learned from Sasuke. Sharingan has greatly increased Uchiha, and the ability of each additional Sharingan in the eyes of Guya will increase unprecedentedly. Originally, Naruto was still complacent about his progress. But after feeling the terrifying power of Uchiha Itachi, he came out of the illusion he weaved. He's still the weak Uzumaki Naruto, still struggling to survive in Konoha. Take one wrong step and you lose everything. He doesn't have a wealthy background like Uchiha. If he loses, he will lose his life. He can't afford it. According to Sasuke, Itachi is 5 years older than him. That is to say, Itachi, who is only 11 years old, already has strengths that cannot be ignored. How many such geniuses are there in Anbu? Not much, but definitely have. In this way, Konoha's strength is really not simple. Gaining the third generation's trust is not the whole story, it's just the first step. Next, I need more information from Master about Konoha. Knowing oneself and knowing one another can lead to 100 battles. Naruto found that his past self imitated Aizen, and his heart became arrogant, but at the same time he did not have the matching strength. This is conceit. After thinking about it all, Naruto put his mind right. Wretched development, must not wave. At the same time, make the layout slowly, and don't reveal any flaws. Otherwise, Naruto was extremely apprehensive when he thought of attack as oppressive force. This is not a game and cannot be resurrected. The road to the cloud is destined to be full of thorns. Tick. At night, the sound of dripping water from the sealed space sounded. Naruto opened his eyes, got up, and walked toward the gate with ease. Inside the iron gate, Nine-Tails is sitting in front of the computer playing Plants vs. Zombies. He stared at the computer intently, and even when Naruto approached, nothing happened. Looking at the Nine-Tails fox, which is similar to his height, not vicious at all, and even a little cute, Naruto fell into contemplation instead. His past self regarded Nine-Tails as a beast without IQ and disdained to communicate with him. If it weren't for Chakra's stability, he wouldn't have had an intersection with it either. But think carefully. From the beginning of Konoha's establishment to the present, Nine-Tails has always been there, no matter if Konoha's top combat power changes due to times or wars. Changed the so-called container, vented his anger, and even played seemingly crude intrigues. As a result, first Hokage, the god of ninja world, died, Uchiha Madara, who was equally famous with him, died, and later second Hokage and fourth Hokage died. But Nine-Tails is still alive. Konoha hated Nine-Tails, but had to need Nine-Tails. In terms of freedom, Nine-Tails was miserable, he was imprisoned for nearly 100 years. But on the other hand, as long as he will boil to death all those who hate him, he will be the winner in the end. And every time he changed the container, he could use Chakra to make the other party go berserk. For him, this was a way to gain freedom, and it was not a pastime of a long prison life. I believe that to Nine-Tails, I am just a passerby in a long life. Naruto sat down in front of the iron gate, this time seeing Nine-Tails as his equal. Long time no see, Nine-Tails, he said gently. Nine-Tails glanced at Naruto, and his eyes were quite different. Little devil, why are you being so polite today? You don't need to pretend here. I have to apologize to you for my arrogance before. Naruto stood up and said to Nine-Tails very solemnly. Nine-Tails asked a question mark, and even panicked inside. It always felt like Naruto was trying to do some tricks again. Little devil, what's wrong with you? Nine-Tails suddenly felt a little restless. He had seen the polite Naruto from Naruto's point of view. He was very polite and sincere, but Nine-Tails who knew the truth naturally knew that it was a disguise. Nine-Tails is also used to Naruto treating himself with his nature. After all, they are all using each other. Now, seeing Naruto's elegant appearance, Nine-Tails panicked for some reason. Could it be that Naruto was brainwashed by the roots and changed his mind? Or is it being controlled by Sharingan? Nine-Tails was puzzled. Naruto chuckled, I just figured it out. Hey! Nine-Tails put down the mouse and became interested. Naruto looked at Nine-Tails and sighed, I just saw my weakness and once again understand the difficulty of my situation. Now I am like a small existence trying to shake the tree. Konoha has a history of nearly 100 years. No matter how good my talent is, it is not easy to get rid of it completely. I have not yet transcended the world and have not possessed enough power. A fool thinks he is smart, and a wise person knows himself. I don't want to be a fool. So, Nine-Tails, I have to look at my situation and I need your help. Naruto looked at Nine-Tails sincerely. You provide me with information, I will provide you with fun, and let you witness the beauty of Konoha being subverted. After all, we are sitting on the same boat. Looking at Naruto's sincere expression, Nine-Tails got up from the gaming chair and returned to the original mountain shape, with a fierce face and raised his head to laugh. Interesting, kid, it looks like you've figured it out. Very good, interesting, you're the funniest Jinchuriki I've ever seen. Yes, you are right, we are on the same boat. Although you are just a container, you can change it at any time if it breaks, but I don't want such an interesting container to die. I accept your proposal and I can give you strength. Chakra enough to make Konoha fear. No, what I need is not just chakra. Naruto shook his head. I want all kinds of information about Konoha, and even my background, the Uzumaki clan. Naruto's eyes were deep, making people feel shudder. For a long time, Naruto has been looking for information about the Uzumaki clan. From the wild history of various books, he learned that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is well known in the ninja world, and it is also the wealthy family that established the country of Vortex. But before the Second Ninja World War, the country was destroyed and the village was destroyed. And how was the boy who also had the Uzumaki surname born in Konoha, and who was his mother or father? Naruto secretly tried to find out if Konoha had the Uzumaki clan, but the information he got was, he was the only Uzumaki clan alive. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki family can seal the tailed beast, so it can be guessed. Nine-Tails was sealed in his body by his own parents. Hearing the question, Nine-Tails chuckled lightly, showing a wicked smile. Maybe you don't need to listen to me to answer this question. Nine-Tails clearly understands that 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato has a benevolent and good-natured personality. Before the seal, he considered that Naruto was too young and might be bewitched by himself, so he would probably stay behind. Naruto, you can try to tear the seal, maybe you will be pleasantly surprised. Nine-Tails showed a weird smile. Chapter 36. Nine-Tails is sealed, but not stupid. After being sealed he had a lot of time to think. 4th Hokage. Hokage, the first civilian born in history. He succeeded shortly after the end of the Third Ninja World War. Because he often wins in battle with his speed, his superb flying thunder god technique makes his figure difficult to capture, like a bolt of lightning active on the battlefield. He is famous in the ninja world with the title Yellow Flash. In the eyes of the third generation, he is the perfect disciple who has a gentle personality and inherits the will of fire. In the eyes of Master Jiraiya, he is a genius apprentice with superb ninjutsu and excellent fighting awareness. Both the villagers and even the enemies admired him. His smile was as bright as the sun. He is the perfect Hokage, the perfect father. But it cannot be ignored. He is also a ninja. A ninja who emerged from the battlefield with blood on his hands. His tenderness and kindness are always only for his own people. Nine-Tails understands that the distribution of various forces in Konoha is intricate and complicated, and to be able to become Hokage, 4th generation must be meticulous and have a certain shrewdness. For Konoha, he is an enemy and a weapon that frightens other shinobi villages. It's not 4th generation style to rashly seal yourself in a baby. He will definitely lay down a lot of backhands. That's why Nine-Tails let Naruto try to tear off the seal, and at that time, the backhand left by the 4th generation will be exposed. Nine-Tails was very curious about what the 4th generation, who had always been kind to others, would do in the seal. Looking at your answer, my parents should be the ones who sealed you. Hearing Nine-Tails' answer, Naruto's guess was confirmed to some extent. Yes, you can try to remove the seal, he will definitely have a backer, maybe you can meet. Nine-Tails smiled wickedly. But I saw Naruto suddenly chuckle. There are not many Uzumaki clan in Konoha. If you want to seal, you naturally need extremely powerful sealing techniques. The first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the wife of first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, can become the wife of first Hokage, her sealing technique is naturally powerful. I don't know about the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I can't find relevant information, nor no one told. But I noticed that the wife of the much-loved 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is named Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto looked at Nine-Tails' confused eyes, a smile on his lips, and continued. I was wondering a long time ago that there is no one named Uzumaki in Konoha. The only thing I can find is information about Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito. The Uzumaki clan with a powerful sealing technique was exterminated, and Konoha took in the remaining Uzumaki clan. But until now, I am the only surviving Uzumaki clan. The fourth generation died fighting on the night of the Nine-Tails, and the Nine-Tails were suppressed there. No one knows if the Nine-Tails were killed or sealed, but since that day, Konoha has been seen as more the baby of the Nine-Tails fox. Having said this, Naruto's mouth has a hint of playfulness. He inherited the Uzumaki surname. What's even more interesting is that he has the same blonde hair as fourth Hokage and the same sunny appearance. Naruto lifted his bangs slightly and took off his glasses. At one point, his appearance overlapped that of the fourth generation. Hiss! Nine-Tails swallowed, looking at Naruto even more shocked, and a guess emerged in his heart. No way! This kid can't figure this out on his own. Impossible! Is this kid too smart? Naruto put on his glasses and said slowly. Calculate carefully, I was born in the year Nine-Tails went wild. I have a very similar face to the fourth generation, and I have the same Uzumaki surname as the fourth generation wife. There are so many coincidences in the world, so many coincidences combined, it's a fact. It's not so much that I'm coming to this conclusion now, but I'm just starting to accept it now. 6 years ago in the Nine-Tails rebellion, the fourth generation died in battle, and at the same time there was an additional baby who sealed Nine-Tails. If I guessed correctly, they sealed you into my body before dying. I hope I can live as a hero's son, respected by the villagers. But why did I become the Nine-Tails demon fox that was spurned by others? Naruto still smiled, as if explaining in the tone of a passerby. But the calmer he was, the more panicked Nine-Tails felt. Cough, kid, don't talk with a smile, it's a little weird. Nine-Tails swallowed, feeling a little nervous. If I'm not mistaken, the top management of Konoha has tampered with the facts and made me suffer from malice, so that they can control me. Naruto's mouth curled into a sarcastic arc, turned his head to look at Nine-Tails and said. The will of fire, the old leaves turn into firelight, inspiring and warming the younger generation. But now, the new leaves have become rotten and withered life-sustaining grass, and the whole big tree is serving those rotten leaves. The son of a hero has become a tool for politicians to play with people's hearts, and it has become a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. You mean, will the ever-gentle and benevolent fourth generation know this fact? Will it be blackened? Nine-Tails was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were even more shocked. Apparently not expecting Naruto to have deduced the truth. In his long life, he'd seen too many gifted people, but he didn't really care about anyone except a pervert who caught himself as a baby. But at this moment, he actually had an admiration for Naruto. He then burst out laughing, I'm looking forward to it when you say that. Thinking of the expression that the always gentle fourth generation might have made after learning about Naruto's situation, Nine-Tails couldn't help but want to roll on the ground and laughed heartily. It's fun, kid, why don't you give it a try? Nine-Tails kept urging. I just happen to have a lot of questions to ask him. Naruto stood up, his calm eyes showed a hint of light, and he reached out and grabbed the seal. For fourth Hokage, his biological father, Naruto has no good feelings in his heart, and even has some disgust. Hokage who can become Konoha is somewhat intelligent. At the top, what is important is not only strength, but also power. The distribution of Konoha's forces is intricate and complicated. As a flag bearer, the most important thing is to weigh the forces of all parties and make plans. But fourth Hokage is naive like a child, he underestimated people's hearts, underestimated the third generation, and foolishly sealed Nine-Tails, but he had no guard against the third generation. It stands to reason that, in the position of Hokage, he should understand the darkness of Konoha. But he still stumbled, at the cost of Naruto's dark childhood and his current situation. This makes Naruto feel good about the father he has never met. So Naruto reached out to the seal without hesitation. The moment his hand touched the seal, a large warm hand pressed against Naruto's. The golden, sun-warming chakra illuminates the space, reflecting the complex gaze of Nine-Tails. Minato, it turns out you really have a backhand. Along with the murmur of Nine-Tails, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a white Hokage imperial robe, appeared beside Naruto. He is known as the Little Sun, and his smile is as bright as the sun. It is also the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, beloved and respected by the villagers. But no matter how prestigious he was an incompetent father to Naruto. Naruto, you've grown up. Minato looked at Naruto, who was extremely similar to himself, with a complicated expression. Chapter 37. The last time I saw Naruto, he was a baby who fell to the ground, and in a blink of an eye, he had grown up. Now he is elegant and gentle, quite the demeanor of his own years. Minato looked at Naruto seriously, with tears in his eyes. Before dying, he had a lot to say to Naruto. He had thought that maybe in the future, he would meet Naruto, Naruto would be Konoha's hero's son, at that time he might have grown into a handsome adult like himself, and even married and had children. But no matter what, he must be as handsome as himself. Now what I've been dreaming about has finally come true. He looked at Naruto, who had the same gentle smile as himself, and felt relieved. With the status of a hero's son, Naruto's life must be very good. Now Naruto is well dressed, elegant and gentle in temperament, handsome, and the blue eyes hidden under the glasses are full of wisdom, which is completely inherited from his own advantages. Although ordinary glasses cover up the beautiful eyes that are inherited from him. But boys, it's a good thing to hide a little edge. It appears that third generation has fulfilled its promise to take good care of Naruto. Thinking of this, Minato smiled, grabbed Naruto's hand affectionately, and smiled. Naruto, it should be the first time for you to see me. But what surprised him was that Naruto withdrew his hand and took a step back, his expression still gentle, but his tone was rusty. Fourth Hokage, are you the one who sealed Nine-Tails? The expected touching moment of father-son reunion did not come, and Minato was a little overwhelmed. Naruto, I am your father, Namikaze Minato. He seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Nine-Tails, his eyes became sharp. Nine-Tails, could it be that you did it? Before he finished speaking, he heard Nine-Tails' sarcasm. Fourth generation, lovely young girl, do you know how hard Naruto has been through these years? He is regarded as a monster by the villagers, and everyone shouts and beats him. If there is no old man, he may be dead. Minato? Impossible. Minato suddenly lost his voice, his eyes filled with suspicion. I clearly ask third generation. Before he finished speaking, his expression froze, and then there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. After he became the fourth generation, he was naturally exposed to the dark side of Konoha. Outside of the Anbyo group, which is affiliated with Hokage, there is also a route dedicated to cleaning. The route is controlled by Shimura Danzo, who does a lot of dirty things behind the scenes. Shimura Danzo is an extremely suspicious, cautious, Hokage-hungry guy. He really loves Konoha, even to the point of madness. For Konoha, he can do anything that goes against ethics. But he's extreme to the ultimate extreme. It can even be described as a lunatic. How could Danzo allow Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to live as the son of a hero? After simply going through it in his mind, Minato roughly guessed the reason why Naruto's identity was hidden. After the death of himself and Kushina, Konoha's cage-level combat power has plummeted. If the Nine-Tails run rampant next time, the price Konoha will pay will be unimaginable. Under such circumstances, the top management of Konoha wanted to fully control Naruto. So spread the rumors to darken Naruto's childhood so they can save Naruto. Minato looked at Naruto, whose expression was still gentle, but the alienation in his expression was so obvious. His heart was bitter. Sure enough, he neglected. He still made a mistake in believing too much in people's hearts and in the kindness of those conspirators. His face was in pain, his lips were wriggling, and he said, I'm sorry, Naruto. Even if he has words full of thoughts, this moment can only be turned into a belated apology. Does it make sense to apologize now? But Naruto didn't have a reproachful look on his face, just smiled warmly. He was very calm at this time. I didn't give you the chance to show up to hear your apology. Apologizing for the past, this behavior is pointless. That's right, Sister Yongdae, you are really wrong this time. Nine-Tails echoed triumphantly. For a long time, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato has always looked like a successful person, a commoner with outstanding talent, who successfully married Baifume, and even became the 4th Hokage and reached the pinnacle of life. Nine-Tails trapped in Kushina must be unhappy when he sees all this. Now seeing the culprit who sealed himself slumped, Nine-Tails was indescribably happy, and his favor for Naruto suddenly surged. Let's show you what happened to me first. Naruto stretched out his fingers, emptying out a bit. A light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Minato, and on it began to play bits and pieces of Naruto's childhood experiences. From the nanny's misdeeds to the vicious curses of the Konoha villagers. You monster, why don't you die? It's disgusting, just die. I really want to kill him. In the picture, Naruto walks helplessly on the street, enduring curses that would make adults go crazy, and his weak body even endures blows from all kinds of rotten vegetables and fruits. The helpless Naruto could only keep bowing to the surroundings, repeating the words, I'm sorry, I understand the harm Nine-Tails Demon Fox has caused you, but now I am Uzumaki Naruto, I am not Nine-Tails Demon Fox, I'm sorry. He was clearly not wrong, but kept apologizing. Naruto washed his body vigorously when he got home. The stench remains on the body, even if it can be washed off with water, the pain caused by malice will never be washed away. No matter how strong Naruto is, there are always tears at night. But he would wipe it off immediately and tell himself to be strong and manly not to cry. Minato's lips trembled and his eyes were red. He had no idea that his children would lead such a life. If he knew all this, he would never have let Naruto become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The picture turned, and the next was the picture of Naruto being bullied by the bear children. The little leaves that Minato sees as the future of Konoha are kicking Naruto with all their might, speaking vicious words they learned from their parents. Even though Naruto's injuries recovered overnight, he still had bruises on his body. Minato's pupils quivered, his eyes full of disbelief and anger. He couldn't believe that the villagers who were usually respectful and good to him had such a terrifying side. He couldn't believe that the villagers he had been protecting were hurting his own flesh and blood. He couldn't believe that the third generation, who he trusted in return, was really so cruel. His teacher, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen lived up to the entrustment of a junior and even the expectations of the young Hokage. At this moment, Minato's world collapsed. He even began to doubt the so-called will of fire. The will of fire that carried through his ninja career was so absurd at this moment. The will of fire, which originally symbolized beauty, has become a tool for politicians to play with people's hearts. In comparison, the fourth generation of myself is as simple as a fool. The scene is followed by various purposeful visits by third generation. In order to survive, Naruto pretended to be optimistic, became refined and gentle, and even began to familiarize himself with the will of fire to portray himself as a person who loved Konoha. The more Minato looked at it, the more distressed he felt, and his heart was boiling with killing intent. He was a man who was killed from the battlefield of the ninja world, and his hands were already covered with blood. It may be that the gentleness is too long, so that other people forget the decisiveness when they kill. Those who have been on the battlefield have no so-called gentleness. Minato took a deep breath, suppressed his killing intent on third generation, and looked at Naruto. I know it's pointless to say anything now, but I'll find a way to make it up to you. Compensation? What compensation do you take? Naruto's mild smile showed a trace of disdain. That's right, if you make up for a hammer, you're an all. Nine-Tails echoed triumphantly. Yeah, I'm already dead, what else can I do? Fourth generation lowered its head in despair, and at this moment of the frightening yellow flash on the battlefield, it was like a defeated soldier, showing an extremely vulnerable side. Then what do you want to do next? Fourth generation's tone was a little humble, not like the majestic fourth Hokage, but like a father begging for forgiveness. From the heart, he does not want Naruto and Konoha to be enemies. Because Konoha is still the first ninja village in the ninja world. Naruto was going to fight against it, no doubt hitting the pebble with the pebble. Don't worry, I'm not one of those short-sighted frogs in the well. Naruto shook his head. What I see from different dimensions is naturally different. I want to gain the supreme power and transcend everything. I want to stand in the sky. But if Konoha blocks my way in the future, I will destroy it. That's all. Chapter 38. Stand in the sky. Is this Naruto's ambition? Minato can feel Naruto's seriousness and firmly believes that Naruto can do it. At this moment, Minato's identity has been completely separated from fourth Hokage. In the past, he longed to manage Konoha well, lead Konoha to a new height, protect Konoha and protect everyone. But now, what he had pinned on and supported his efforts had completely collapsed, and all that was left was the vicious ridicule. Monster, why don't you die? Just ask, which father can calm down when he hears this curse? From this moment on, he is no longer fourth generation. Now, he just wants to be a father. I don't have much time, but I can definitely help you. Minato could feel the icy liquid sliding down his cheeks. It was disappointment to Konoha and pain. He stared at Naruto's blue eyes and asked seriously. Although he is dead, the knowledge in his mind is valuable. He believed that Naruto would need his knowledge. Since the past cannot be changed, let's do our best to make Naruto a better future. Help? You're trash now, did you hear that? You're. Nine-Tails scolded triumphantly on the side, but was stopped by Naruto. Naruto showed a gentle smile again, and said lightly. You can really help me. Great, how to do it? What do you need, me, I? Perhaps seeing the possibility of repairing the father-son relationship, the calm Minato lost his composure and asked awkwardly. This even attracted sarcastic laughter from Nine-Tails. I want all the information you know about Konoha's senior management, various departments, elders, Hokage's hobbies, personality, and even the family behind it. I want everything you know. Naruto said firmly. Fourth Hokage must know a lot of secrets, he hinted. Personal strength can indeed subvert everything, but it takes time to be strong. And Naruto doesn't even know how long he will live. Know thyself, ever victorious. Only by knowing the enemy, more than they themselves, can they control everything in their hands. Just like Kakashi jutsu, control everything. I know, if these can make your life better, I'll tell you all. As long as there is a chance to repair the relationship when needed, Minato nodded with a look of joy in his eyes. Very good, I believe you also know my situation. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and finally a smile appeared in his eyes. I'm walking on thin ice in Konoha. It turns out that they won't give me preferential treatment because of you. What I want is very simple, just live first. I need to understand Konoha from a deep level, so that I can become stronger with confidence, without suppressing my strength, and even dreading training. Having said that, Naruto looked Minato in the eyes, and the latter's eyes were full of pain and remorse. Naruto's eyes didn't waver, and Minato didn't even dare to look at that calm look. Through Naruto's eyes, all he saw was peace. A deadly terrifying calm. This made Minato feel even more bitter inside. Minato would rather Naruto beat and curse at himself than see Naruto so indifferent. It seems that to him, he is a passerby. Minato dared not look any further. He was afraid that his heart would hurt more. At this time, Naruto's tone fluctuated a little more. You are Konoha's well-respected fourth generation, you keep Konoha in order, but, in my opinion, you are a failure. As a Hokage, I miscalculated people's hearts and was deceived by the third generation and the elders. As a father, you arbitrarily let your only son become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and face the malice of the world alone. You're so naive. Naruto's tone turned cold. That's right, you're so naive. Nine-Tails echoed triumphantly. You were very unqualified in the past. Now, I will give you a chance to be reborn. Naruto stretched out his palm, and the white Riotsu slowly entered fourth generation. This is... Fourth generation looked surprised, and its weak body became fuller and fuller. This is Riotsu, energy that does not belong to this world. Naruto said lightly. I continue your life, you provide me with value. Naruto retracted his hand. I can even teach you the method of practicing Riotsu, so that you can exist in this world in another way. But I want to confirm whether you are still the fourth Hokage with Konoha's heart. I'm just a father who wants to make amends now. Minato lowered his head and clenched his fists. I'm dead, I have nothing to do with Konoha in the future, now I just want you to have a better life. Okay, then I'll teach you. Naruto nodded. Ryotsu is really so amazing. Could it be that old man Chakra is so powerful? Nine-Tails snorted coldly. Naruto looked at Nine-Tails with a smile in his eyes. Want to learn? I'll teach you. After Naruto left, only Nine-Tails and Minato remained in the sealed space. Minato looked curiously at the sealed space full of sci-fi, and found it very novel. Seeing Naruto again, and even having a chance at redemption, Minato was in a great mood. Minato was happy, Nine-Tails was not. Nine-Tails felt uncomfortable at the thought of staying in the same space as Minato in the future. Can't help but sneer. Sister Yongdae, you're really stupid. You've become a Hokage and you're still as innocent as a child. Let me tell you, if Naruto wasn't smart, he'd be brainwashed into a weapon of war. Luckily Naruto didn't inherit your brain. Before he finished speaking, Nine-Tails saw Minato thank him with a smile on his face. Anyway, thank you for taking care of Naruto. Old man, this old man just thinks he's more interesting, I just want to see how far he can grow. The first time he heard the praise from the enemy, Nine-Tails only felt his face blushed. There was a panic in his heart, and he turned his head and snorted coldly. Can you tell me more about Naruto's experience over the years? Please, Nine-Tails. Minato came to the iron gate, his tone imploring. It was the first time that Nine-Tails saw Minato's humble appearance, and he felt extremely happy inside. But he couldn't satisfy Minato so quickly, the resentment and anger that had been sealed over the years had not been vented. Nine-Tails rolled his eyes a few times and suddenly had an idea. He pointed to his computer. If you help me get the glitter, I'll consider telling you something. The so-called Feng Shui turns. Nine-Tails deeply realized this sentence. He lay leisurely in the sealed space, with Erlang's legs crossed, watching Minato sitting in front of the computer, operating the computer with empty eyes. I couldn't help but let out a barbell-like laugh. In the days that followed, Naruto learned from Minato about the entire Konoha high-level system and operational relationship. Even the secrets of some big families. With the deepening of understanding, he is also glad that he did not show his fault. Anbu is a ninja department under the third generation, and there are many top powerhouses in it. But the other route, run by Danzo, has the same strength as Anbu, maybe even more than Anbu. Anbu is in Ming, route is in. A lot of dirty things are done by the route. The two departments complement each other and together form the moat of Konoha. The routes are so hidden that no one but Danzo can command them, and not even Minato knows them well. While Minato was alive, many decisions were blocked by Danzo. Although he is Hokage, he will still be restricted by the third generation and the elders. He has a deep understanding of these and is eager to change, but the division of power is not something that happens overnight. Minato has been working hard, but to little effect. The roots have penetrated deep into the leaves and even merged with the leaves. The deeper the understanding, the deeper Naruto's dislike of Konoha's higher UPS. Also deeply understand. You must become stronger as soon as possible, at least to protect your own strength. Naruto rarely came to seal the space after that. He spends a lot of time training. In this way, time flies, and in a blink of an eye, another year has passed. Chapter 39. Throughout the year, Naruto went to and from school normally, and treated people gently every day. Quickly won the recognition of all the students in the class. Apart from Sasuke and Rock Lee, he has a very good relationship with Hinata, Inoshika Abarame Shino, and others. The practice of Riotsu and Chakra also went well. Naruto's skill level rises extremely fast. Even Kid's progress has been impressive, and he can now perform Kid chants up to size 50. But even so, he wasn't satisfied with the pace of his growth. After seeing attack as oppressive force a year ago, he was a little more demanding of himself. Inside the training ground, Naruto stretched out his right palm at the boulder. O King's Lander! The mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, rolling back south across the sea, and marching forward. Had 31, Chi artillery. Following the chant, a red flame condensed in Naruto's right palm, and then sprayed out. Bang! The red light sank into the rock, and then the adult-sized boulder seemed to be blown apart after being severely hit. However, Naruto then pointed to the right, aiming at the rebel flying in the sky, his eyes calm and unwavering. The fourth of Had, Bile. Lion majesty-like white light erupted from his fingers, flying continuously among the rebel in the sky. Bang bang bang! Under the impact of Bile, the gravel in the air suddenly turned into powder and fell slowly. Bile's control accuracy is not enough. Naruto frowned and shook his head. The gravel in the sky was densely packed, and the white thunder only hit most of the gravel. Naruto wiped his sweat, still having enough Riotsu in his body, and continued to train hard. Aizen in Naruto sees all this, and his heart is already numb to Naruto's talent. Just a 7-year-old boy, but he can use Kid so proficiently that he can even use Kid in combination. Even Kid's controls are more precise than most novice Shinigami's. Is this human potential? What a surprise! Seeing this, Aizen was also relieved. He understands that Naruto will keep improving and that sooner or later he will grow into what he wants to be. You can also plan with confidence. Aizen closed his eyes and slowly faded from the sealed space. Naruto didn't hide Kid. Konoha executives also looked at it as Naruto's bloodline limit. With magically transformed knives, as well as ninjutsu-like attack methods that do not require seals, Konoha executives are full of expectations for Naruto's bloodline limit. If it goes well, Konoha may add a family with a bloodline limit in the future. Naruto finished training and called out to Rock Lee and Sasuke, who were still training hard next to him. Little Lee, Sasuke, is it over yet? Let's eat. 1005, 1006. 1007. I'll be fine in a minute. Rock Lee was still doing sit ups, blushing. Fire style, impatience fire technique. Sasuke stood on the edge of the lake. After a complex knot, he spewed out a continuous fireball like impatience fruit from his mouth. It fell into the lake and rolled up a large piece of water vapor, which attracted the water in the lake. The fish tossed and fled everywhere. Several fish turned their stomachs and floated up from the water, falling into a coma. Sasuke took advantage of the opportunity to pick up the fish, waved at Naruto, and said with excitement, "There is a fish to eat." Since Mr. Sasuke experienced the fun of grilling fish and being self-sufficient, it seems to have opened up a new world. Fishing, an essential skill in life for Naruto, has become an entertainment in the eyes of the eldest young master. After training, the three who had enjoyed grilled fish walked down the Konoha street. The strange thing is that the traffic on the street is a little more than usual, and some ninjas can be seen from time to time. Recently, I feel that there are more ninjas returning to the village, and even more of our clansmen. Sasuke muttered to himself. Naruto's brows were furrowed, his gaze skipped the passing ninjas, and Riotsu in his body also depicted the ninjas watching around him. Strangely, there were at least double the number of ninjas watching. Naruto's intuition told him. They're not just spying on themselves. It can't always be Rock Lee. Then only. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Are they spying on Uchiha Sasuke? What is the purpose? With such doubts in mind, Naruto was a little worried along the way. The relationship between the Uchiha clan in the village is tense, and it is true that they are not welcome, but not to the extent that they need to be monitored. Hope is my illusion. Naruto thought to himself. Naruto, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. No, just thinking about what to have for dinner. Naruto smiled softly. Of course, after training, we need to supplement nutrition, let's go eat barbecue. Rock Lee raised his hand and suggested. Agree. The trio walked slowly towards the Konoha grill. Within the sealed space, Minato and Nine-Tails start a rare chat. Although the two have been running in constantly this year, they have at least found a delicate balance in getting along. Naruto's talent is really amazing. Minato felt relieved just after experiencing Naruto's day. This Riotsu is also amazing, I feel that my body has stabilized now. Minato felt the full body, and said, it seems that a spiritual body like me can cultivate Riotsu Master's power not to lose to ninjas. I don't know where Naruto got this power from, it's amazing. But fourth generation still has a tinge of concern. If Riotsu was brought about by Naruto's blood, then Naruto will definitely attract a lot of attention after Riotsu is exposed. Especially Danzo. That is Konoha's greatest evil. That kid's bloodline limit is indeed stronger, hey, but that Riotsu is far worse than this old man's chakra. Nine-Tails snorted disdainfully. So far he has not chosen to practice Riotsu. After all, his relationship with Naruto wasn't that good. That kid's strength has grown quite fast, but there are too many attack methods. Although Naruto is only 7 years old, his strength has already reached the level of Chunin. Whether it's white hits or slashing, kid, even the practice of ninjutsu is progressing. It can be said that the current Naruto is an almighty hexagonal warrior. It is said that greedy and chewing, it is best to focus on a few areas to study. Both the third generation and the fourth generation have particular areas of expertise. Like Minato, he is good at Muji ninjutsu and Flying Thunder God, but he doesn't have enough chakra in his body, and he can't even use Senjutsu. Or the famous powerhouse in the ninja world, Third Raikage. The ninjutsu combined with lightning-style body protection makes him an existence that can fight close to the tailed beast, but he is not as good as third generation, fourth generation in ninjutsu. The powerhouses of all dynasties basically have a very prominent skill, but from the current point of view, Naruto has not shown a particularly outstanding skill. Of course, this law does not apply to Aizen. Aizen itself has the terrifying Riotsu, capable of bringing Kaika Suijutsu's abilities to ultimate. Rather than saying that Kaika Suijutsu is the most powerful illusion, zanpakuto, it is Aizen who made Kaika Suijutsu. But aside from Kaika Suijutsu, Aizen's other abilities are also at the level of an instant leader. No chant instant kid, top-notch white hits and slash. No matter what field he is in, he is top-notch. Even without Kaika Suijutsu, he could subvert Soul Society. This is also Naruto's goal. Be truly omnipotent and crush everyone. Chapter 40. Hokage Office. Third generation looked away from the crystal ball. Naruto's bloodline limit is well developed, and the potential is high right now. Hiruzen, you really should hand Naruto to the root, and I will systematically develop his bloodline limit. This bloodline limit is not simple. If there is no accident, we can mass produce it. Danzo frowned on the side. Naruto is Minato's only son. Third generation resented. So what, you've lived up to Minato's expectations. Danzo snorted disdainfully. No, it's all your fault. When it comes to the sensitive topic of Minato, third generation immediately said dissatisfiedly, if you hadn't rashly spread rumors, Naruto wouldn't have grown up with such great malice. He grew up in bondage just like my plan, and had a happy childhood. Maybe he has now fully inherited the will of fire and has become a ninja worth relying on. At the mention of Minato, third generation is full of rage. Originally, he never thought of letting Naruto suffer the villagers' malice, but unexpectedly something changed in the middle. Hey, you didn't stop the rumors at the beginning, you didn't acquiesce to my actions, and now you regret putting everything on me. Hiruzen, your Hokage is so irresponsible. Danzo also became angry, his tone sarcastic. Okay, let's stop talking about that. Third generation stopped talking about Minato, smoking his pipe. As if all troubles could be drifted away with the smoke ring. The office then fell into silence. After a long time, Danzo said. It's already over there. Yet. Third generation replied dully, looking out the window, there were often ninjas roaming the streets under the dark Konoha. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes, and he murmured, I have come this far. Put away your kindness, Hiruzen, the traitors deserve what they deserve, all we're doing is getting everything back on track, all to protect Konoha. Danzo's tone increased. This is the Konoha guarded by the teacher. It will become better with our joint efforts. Since there is mouse shit, it will be cleaned up. It's a choice they made, and we all have to. In the dark of night, Danzo and third generation looked at Konoha outside the window, speechless, and their eyes gradually became fierce. Cleaning, coming soon. Back home, Naruto took off his weight and simply cleaned his tired body. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. A year goes by in the blink of an eye. Everything is currently on track. Recalling the past, Naruto's mouth twitched into a smile. First up is the Nine-Tails and Minato in the body. The two who were originally enemies suddenly became roommates. The internet-addicted fox indulges in computer games every day, yelling, making Namikaze Minato unbearable, and even protesting to Naruto countless times. It can be said that the feng shui turns, and Minato, who is not interested in the game, is harassed by Nine-Tails. Rock Lee's growth in a year is very obvious. Under Naruto's influence and guidance, he is no longer the original Hanin boy, at least he has a little brain. For Rock Lee, following Naruto was his goal. In his own words, my brain is not good, and I will never use my brain for things that can be solved with my fists. There is no problem with following Naruto. With Naruto, I don't need a brain. Uchiha Sasuke's growth is more obvious. Although he is still tsundere, Naruto can feel the recognition and even worship from Sasuke. This tsundere guy trains with Naruto every day. Of course, if Ataka comes home from the mission, Sasuke will not hesitate to pigeon out of training and go to a two-person world with his Nissan. Haruno Sakura is still courting Naruto, making Naruto uncomfortable. As for Yamanaka Ino, she still likes Sasuke, but she has a very free and easy personality. The other little friends are the same, nothing has changed, and the relationship with Naruto is not bad. Nothing surprised Naruto more than Hinata. I vaguely remember that it was a morning about half a year ago. Naruto was walking down the street, preparing to buy some ingredients. Although he is not a master chef, he has received the knowledge of Shinigami in the world, but he is also considered a small success in the way of cooking. Whether it is the delicious and spicy Hyuxia dishes, or the exquisite presentation of Western dishes, you can easily come here. Every once in a while Naruto prepares a table of exquisite dishes for himself. In his opinion, life is already so difficult, if there is no sense of ritual, it will be too sorry for himself. While walking, Naruto suddenly heard a familiar sound of beating and scolding. He followed the sound and found a group of bear children bullying a girl. This made him very angry. He thought that the bear children who had been taught by him would change their ways, but he didn't expect that their nature would be difficult to change, so he immediately prepared to take action. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the bear boy, and suddenly punched the wall. With a loud noise, a deeply recessed fist mark appeared on the wall. Seeing this, Naruto hid back to the hiding place and watched quietly. After the mysterious figure appeared, the bear children were silent and shivered with fear. "Are you bullying people again?" A familiar, crisp female voice sounded, and the mysterious figure turned to look at the bear child. At that moment, Naruto saw his face clearly. That turned out to be Hinata. "Is that the obedient little girl? Hey, you guys!" The shy and cute images in Hinata's and Naruto's minds were completely contradictory at this time. Their eyes had turned into penetrating white eyes, and the meridians were bulging around the eyes, adding a touch of terror. Hinata kept the bullied girl behind him, cornered the bear children, put his hands on the wall, and looked at the group of bear children with a murderous expression. "If I see you bullying others again, this punch will hit you in the head." The bear children were immediately frightened and ran away in fear. "Sister, you are so handsome." The girl protected by Hinata looked adored. Hinata turned around, showing a gentle smile like Naruto's, and gently rubbed the girl's head. "It's not hurt." I'm fine, elder sister, please join our five-head society. It's all right for you to be the eldest sister." The girl hugged Hinata admiringly, her eyes shining. It turns out that the airbag has changed. Naruto looked back and muttered to himself with a chuckle. It turns out that everyone is working hard and getting better. Every life is changing at any time in the world. Only by making continuous progress can we adapt to the world. He said to himself. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I added a sentence in my heart, but I will be detached from this world." Naruto is gratified by Hinata's change, which means she's no longer an airbag. In the days that followed, Naruto found that Hinata was gentle and slightly shy whenever he was in school. "But I am not afraid of communication, but I am willing to listen and share like myself. It's just that after school, when she's in trouble, Gentle Fist helps her." In just a few months, Hinata conquered all the bear children and became the eldest sister in their minds. Chapter 41. Even take back memories. Two very different faces of Hinata still come to Naruto's mind. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Get up and look out the window." The leaves under the moonlight were silent, and most of the lights had been extinguished. But Naruto's intuition was telling him that an uneasy feeling was surging. "Looks like something will happen tonight." Some of the top powerhouses and intuitions are gifted with danger perception. The same goes for Naruto. Perhaps influenced by Nine-Tails, he is very sensitive to danger. It's also a natural beast intuition. His eyes flickered, and finally he closed the curtains. Whatever happened tonight had nothing to do with him, he was just Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who didn't know it. Now he has no right to meddle in his own business. Turn off the lights, lie down, and Naruto sleeps quietly. Within the Hokage family, the two figures were still fighting fiercely in the training ground. They are fast-paced and the Gentle Fist intersects. The field is dusty and full of potholes, which is enough to see the intensity of their battle. "Miss, give it up, in the face of the absolute strength gap, it is meaningless to support." Hokage Niji's tone was cold. And his opponent was Hokage Hinata. Niji has always looked down on Hinata, who is weak and weak. He is in the clan, but he can't bear the heavy burden of the clan. He is weak and has no responsibility. And he, as a genius of the Hokage family, has the potential to surpass Hinata, but because of his fate, he lives in the branch house and is restricted by the cage in India all his life. This made him angry, but helpless. "Brother Niji, please use all your strength, I want to see how far I am from being a genius." Hinata, who was fighting with him, had a determined face, and used Gentle Fist to block all Niji's attacks with difficulty. The strength gap between her and Niji is still relatively large, so every punch is a big burden. If someone lifts the clothes on Hinata's arm, they can find that various red dots have appeared around her arm. Those are all wounds from acupuncture. Niji can rely on the white eye to penetrate the meridians in the human body, and then cooperate with gentle fist to attack the meridians. Obstruct the flow of chakra in the opponent's body through acupuncture. Due to the status of the eldest lady of the Hinata clan, Niji was merciful and impatient, hoping that Hinata would end the boring battle as soon as possible. Hinata is just too weak for him. He didn't understand that since he didn't have the talent, he should succumb to fate. Anyway, even if Hinata was a crippled person, she was still one level above him. This is the fate of Hyuga Branch House, a fate that cannot be resisted. But seeing that Hinata is obviously not strong enough, but still behaves so persistently. The look of this effort is so dazzling. For some reason, Niji only felt a little irritable inside, and his attack became more ruthless. There was another dense beating sound, and after a few minutes, Hinata flew backwards and fell to the ground weakly, blood spurting out of his mouth, and his face was wilted. "It's over, miss. If I'm fine, I'll go first." Niji looked indifferent. "Wait a minute." Under Niji's shocked gaze, Hinata stood up tremblingly and regained his fighting posture, his eyes still as determined as before. "I can still fight. If it was Naruto, I would never give up." Naruto's sunny smile and the words that kept her strong all came to Hinata's mind. "Don't be an airbag. I want to be strong so that I can stand by Naruto's side." Hinata took a deep breath, determined. "Brother Niji, it's not over yet." Looking at the girl's determined face and the blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, Niji was a little lost. The irritability in the heart was even worse, and finally he said angrily. "Why? It's obviously impossible to win, so why continue? The result of the battle cannot be changed. This is just a training, miss, there is no need to work hard, the gap between us is too big." He regained his composure and said coldly. "If you don't try hard when you know the result, that's also a kind of weakness. If it was him, he would definitely fight to the end." Niji was a little surprised by Hinata's words, and the next moment he responded irritably, "Okay, then I'll knock you out." This time, he attacked Hinata with all his might. Hinata responded calmly, with a calm face, even though Niji kept attacking her body's acupuncture points. She was trying to find an opportunity to break the game. On the contrary, Niji is getting more and more irritable, and he is also a little irrational while taking heavy shots. She is obviously the eldest lady of the Zone family. As long as she maintains quantitative training, she can become stronger and inherit the position of the patriarch. Hinata's life was full of light. She can have everything without effort. As for myself, in the dark, I long for the light. But the cage seal on his forehead locked him firmly. It was a fate he could not resist. "So, why do you work so hard when you already have light? This will make me appear cowardly to succumb to fate." Bang bang bang. After a set of gentle fist without any suspense, Niji spat out blood on Hinata again without any suspense. But this time, what shocked Niji was that at the last moment of being knocked down, Hinata managed to find the moment when he was distracted, and put a soft finger on his forehead. "Brother Niji, I finally hit you." With blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, Hinata burst into a smile that seemed pure and flawless to Niji, and then fell to the ground, unable to move any more. It was obviously a gap like a chasm, but she was seized by the opportunity. Although such an attack was weak, at least she met herself. Niji looked shocked. Is this the angry bun Hinata in my impression? Will the fate that seems to be irresistible in my heart not be so far away from me? Niji's heart is distraught. Brother Niji. Hinata, who was lying on the ground, said suddenly, his voice weak but full of firmness, "Fate is not irresistible, I will change the fate of Branch House." Being poked into the wound, Niji suddenly became irritable. "Change, what do you change? He lifted the forehead protector to reveal the cage seal on his forehead. This is fate, and it cannot be changed. I am different from you, my life is a life controlled by fate. I will continue to become stronger, I will become the head of the family, and then prove to you that fate can be changed. This is my way of forbearance. Hinata said more firmly. Niji's heart shook, and there was an unspeakable feeling in his heart. The obedient girl in my impression has changed. For some reason, Niji suddenly felt ashamed. He was silent for a long time like this. Before speaking, his voice was a little hoarse. As you like. Put some medicine on, I'm leaving, miss. The icy little jar was thrown beside Hinata, followed by the sound of Niji's footsteps leaving. Hinata picked up the medicine jar and smiled. Cheer yourself up. If it's Naruto-kun, I can do it. I'll do my best, Niji-san, I want you to smile again. Fate. Niji walked in the dark, his eyes flickering. Long sigh. Can it really be changed? His voice was full of confusion. Chapter 42. After parting with Naruto, Sasuke walked home with a smile on his face. Because the training ground was full today, their training was delayed. After training and eating, the sun has already set, and the night has become the main theme of Konoha. Today's training was a little hard, but Nissan seems to be coming back in the next few days to show him the Fengxian Huo technique he just learned. Sasuke was walking on the path, and he even hummed a little song in a good mood. Naruto's kid is really good. If only I could learn it, Nissan said that I should not do everything in my practice. It is best for me to concentrate on ninjutsu and eyes. Sasuke sighed. He really wanted to learn those damn cool chants from Naruto. Come to the gate of Uchiha's mansion. The door was open, and the door was empty. Hey? Why is there no one? His eyes fell into the mansion, and it was pitch black. Sasuke was a little nervous, but he dared to walk in. As a wealthy family, Uchiha will have guards patrolling the door and the clan 24 hours a day. But for some reason, there was no one there today. Sasuke didn't think too much and walked towards his house. Crack! Crisp footsteps sounded in the house. Uchiha Itachi walked into it with a bloody knife. Bloodline slid off the knife, leaving a chilling mark inside the house. Itachi's footsteps were heavy, and each step was slow. In the hall, Mikoto and Fugaku sat quietly at the table, speechless, as if they were waiting for something. The hall was silent except for Itachi's approaching footsteps. Is this your choice? Uchiha Fugaku asked in a low voice. Itachi froze, his face covered with blood and tears. Your decision will push Uchiha into the abyss. Itachi murmured, slowly raising the knife. For Sasuke, for Konoha. It's my choice. Fugaku turned slowly and looked at his blood-stained son. The once gentle young man's hands are now stained with the blood of his family. Fugaku's lips twitched a few times, as if there were a lot of things he wanted to say, but in the end, he said, Itachi, you have to take care of yourself and do it. Then he took his wife by the shoulders and closed his eyes to meet death. Itachi's calm expression finally changed. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. The long knife fell, and the blood appeared. There was silence in the hall, only the sound of panting and dripping blood. I'm back. Sasuke's cheerful voice sounded at the door, and the door was opened. Sasuke couldn't believe what he saw. The originally beautifully decorated living room had been stained with blood, and the parents fell to the floor, blood dripping from under them. And his most beloved brother was standing in the living room, holding a long knife, covered in blood, and gave him a terrifying smile. Welcome home, Sasuke. Enemy? Illusion. Sasuke's expression changed drastically, and he took out kunai subconsciously. Under Naruto's training, he has become rational and calm and can analyze the situation. The elder brother who loves and respects himself will never hurt his parents, and his parents are even top powerhouses, and there is not even a trace of fighting in the living room. so it is impossible for them to be silently killed like this. It must be illusion. Who are you? How dare you trespass our Uchiha mansion? He snapped. For the first time facing such a terrifying powerful enemy, his hand even trembled while holding kunao. But I heard the man who had the same appearance as Itachi said. My stupid Hidaudu, are you so weak that you don't even believe your own eyes? It's pitifully stupid. This is the first time Sasuke has seen his beloved brother make such an expression. Disgust, pity, even ridicule. Don't use my Nissan's face to make such an ugly expression. Sasuke only felt the anger in his chest keep churning and roared. A black hook suddenly appeared in Sasuke's eyes, and it slowly flowed in the scarlet eyes. The explosive force of his legs pushed him to cross the distance between him and Itachi at a high speed, and Kyo stabbed him fiercely in his hand. But then, he flew out at a faster speed, smashed through the gate, and didn't stop until he hit a big tree. Whoosh! Several shurikens slashed across his face and nailed them to the tree. Several bloodstains appeared on Sasuke's face. My stupid brother, what you see and hear is not a hallucination, they are dead. Killed by me, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi appeared in front of Sasuke like a ghost, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, carelessly wiping the blood from the long knife. It's up to you next, my stupid Hidaudu. It surprised Itachi. The expected expression of fear did not appear on Sasuke's face. Even a sneer. Although I don't know how you did it, I'm definitely not that kind of person, Nissan, so keep your mouth shut. Sasuke stood up holding onto the tree, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and slowly untied the load. Although I don't know how you tricked the clansmen into entering the mansion. And how did it pull me into the illusion? But congratulations, you succeeded in provoking me. Sasuke raised his face with anger. I'll do my best. Kill you. Bang. The weight fell on the ground, making a dull sound. Itachi's mouth twitched. How did Naruto bring his own auto like this? Didn't he see the situation clearly? In this case, it's still pretending. What did he hit me with? Let you see the results of my training. Sasuke disappeared from Itachi's line of sight. The next moment, he ran towards the door of the mansion with extreme speed, and the Guyu and Sharingan turned quickly. Sasuke remembers what Naruto taught during training. Understand your environment correctly and respond accordingly. Don't be tough. The Itachi in front of him is obviously not something he can deal with. It would be reckless to fight it hastily. Although Uchiha's glory did not allow him to run away in such an embarrassing manner. But he is not allowed to lose like this stupidly. Let me, Uchiha Sasuke, escape from the battlefield, rest for a while, and concentrate on penance. One day it will make a comeback and kill you under my eyes. The glory of Uchiha, guarded by me. Itachi? Itachi was about to be messed up, and the expression on his face was almost unbearable. He reacted quickly, chasing after Sasuke. Bang! No doubt, Sasuke was caught up, and then flew back to the mansion at a faster speed, hitting the tree again, clutching his stomach and wailing in pain. There's no time. Itachi could sense the approach of several chakras, his heart sank, he grabbed Sasuke's neck and lifted it up, Manjiki Sharingan turned frantically. My stupid Hidaudu, now I'll show you the truth. Tsukuyomi. In the endless Tsukuyomi space, Sasuke watched over and over again as the demon-like Itachi harvested the lives of his clan, and finally swung the butcher knife at his parents. No! No! Sasuke roared, covering his head in pain. Sasuke couldn't believe that his brother who loved him the most in his heart would do such a maddening thing. Impossible, this must be fake, it's all fake. He couldn't accept this reality, and knelt on the ground holding his head. The sky is actually colorless, but your eyes deceive yourself. Sasuke suddenly remembered what Naruto had said. However, before thinking about it, a huge force came, and Sasuke was kicked down weakly, and the cold shoes stepped on Sasuke's side face, and it was Ataka's indifferent gaze. My stupid Udaudu, you are too weak to be killed by me. If you want to kill me, run away with hatred, find a place to hang on until you get eyes like mine and come back. Chapter 43. Day 2. Naruto woke up from his sleep. Wash up, prepare breakfast. Looking out the window, the weather is fine. Yoshi, a new day, another day of hard training. Naruto stretched and his hands quickly formed a seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. After the smoke filled, Naruto appeared beside the main body. I won't say nonsense, slash jutsu, white hits, ninjutsu, chakra stability, kid, you can distribute it yourself, it's hard work everyone. Naruto said gently. Don't worry, I am also Uzumaki Naruto, I long to become stronger, and in the days to come, I will become a light and shine on you. Actually, Naruto, you are really talented. With talent and hard work, you can definitely become the best Hokage. In this cruel world, I will always be by your side. Several broken-mouthed Naruto said softly with gentle smiles on their faces. Get out of here before I blow you all. Naruto clenched his fists and said with a smile. The 4 shadow clones disappeared instantly. The world is finally clean. Naruto sighed, dressed, and walked towards the ninja school. He had a deal with Shadow Clone to go to school once a week, and Shadow Clone would take over the rest of the time. For them, the boring classes at the ninja school were undoubtedly torture, but considering the potential classmates, Naruto had to endure it. Naruto had considered graduating early, but later dismissed the idea. One is that the students in the same period have high potential and need to make friends. The second is that graduating early is not in third generation's plan and will definitely not pass. And it turns out that Naruto was right. Danzo and third generation had a fight over Naruto's early graduation. Danzo advocates for Naruto to graduate early and join Anbu for his own mentoring. However, third generation thinks that Naruto's bond with his classmates is not deep enough, and graduating early at this moment does more harm than good. The feud between the two sides shows Danzo's ambition to get Naruto. In the end, the topic was ended by third generation's unsatisfactory Hokage theory. Angrily, Danzo walked away, his heart twisted even more. Inside the dark Hokage office, third generation's eyes are so complicated that they eventually become firm. I didn't do it well before, but now, I'll make up for it. Minato, I'll make Naruto have a good time. Third generation murmured softly in the office. Coming to a familiar classroom, but not seeing a familiar figure, Naruto was a little confused. Sasuke used to come to school early, this was the first time in a year that he was late, right? Naruto-kun. Morning. In the classroom, Ino greeted Naruto cheerfully with little Sakura after seeing Naruto. The other students followed to say hello to Naruto. Morning. Naruto responded one by one, his eyes finally falling on the shy girl with short lavender hair. Thinking of the big side of Sister Hinata in my mind, I couldn't help but chuckle. Morning, Hinata. Morning, Naruto-kun. Being treated specially, Hinata shrank his neck like a bird in shock, and responded with a blushing face. What? Why did Naruto specifically say hello to Hinata? It wasn't like this before. Little Sakura pursed his lips with a taste. When Naruto took his seat, several students suddenly stepped forward. Naruto, did you know? Uchiha was exterminated. Really or not, such a big family has been wiped out. The other students immediately approached to discuss in amazement. Really, the wealthy family was wiped out overnight, it seems that only Sasuke survived. My god, who did it? So scary. I don't know. Now Anbu is cleaning up the mess. I heard that there is blood in the mansion. Listening to the discussion, Naruto's expression gradually became serious. My hunch yesterday was correct, and something happened. After the Senju clan withered, it is no exaggeration to call Uchiha the #1 wealthy family in Konoha. There are countless powerhouses who have awakened Sharingan, and it is an important piece of the puzzle that constitutes Konoha's top combat power. But is it such a wealthy family that was exterminated overnight? It doesn't make sense to think about it. Konoha's Anbu, what about Konoha's ninja? Did they all drink the northwest wind? The more Naruto thought about it, the more wrong it became. The event of genocide was too abnormal and too weird. Assuming that the mysterious force that killed Uchiha has nothing to do with Konoha, it means that this mysterious force has infiltrated Konoha and wiped out the Uchiha family overnight without even being discovered, or even being discovered, it can be used all over the body. The terrifying power of retreat. They killed the Uchiha family for just a few reasons, weakening Konoha's strength and hating Uchiha. Since they could kill Uchiha silently, they definitely wouldn't take Konoha in their eyes. It is better to attack Konoha directly. No matter how you think about it, Konoha must have played an extremely important role in this Uchiha genocide. It may even be the hands of Konoha himself. Naruto's eyes flickered, and his heart became more vigilant. Destroying Uchiha so easily, it seems that Uchiha has an inner ghost. There is only Sasuke left in the whole family, so the inner ghost should have something to do with Sasuke. Itake's gentle smile suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. Wouldn't it be Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi? Naruto swallowed and took a deep breath. Do you know who did it? Naruto asked. Hey, Naruto, don't you know? The classmates looked surprised. It's Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. He killed Uchiha. When the words fell, Naruto's heart was filled with stormy waves. Itachi? How could it be a weasel? He remembered the man who was terrifyingly powerful, and at the same time gentle enough to his younger brother. Such a man kills all Uchihas except Sasuke? This is totally impossible. It seems that the mastermind behind Uchiha's genocide is not simple. Naruto's eyes sank. Visit Sasuke after school. After school, Naruto took Rock Lee and the two walked towards the hospital. The last time I came to the hospital was also because of Sasuke. Thinking of this, Sasuke is going to become a professional hospital customer. Along the way, the two did not speak, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. For a long time, Rock Lee couldn't bear the loneliness, and he said first, Naruto, have you heard? Uchiha was. He didn't say the word genocide. After all, those two words are too heavy. In the past, Rock Lee was still troubled by his talent, and even had many naive thoughts, such as self-mutilation. But compared to extermination, his troubles are too small. In the future, Sasuke will bear the fate of the entire Uchiha, which is too heavy for him. Naruto sighed. Everyone born into this world has his own responsibility. Before the genocide, Sasuke was a carefree young master of a wealthy family, and he accepted the family's favor with peace of mind. Even if you do something wrong, someone will cover you. But after one night, he was alone. His words and deeds will represent Uchiha, and Uchiha's glory will rest upon his shoulders like a mountain. It's all too cruel for a child as young as 7 years old. Naruto and Rock Lee were speechless one after another. Chapter 44. Sasuke lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the snow-white ceiling. Since he woke up, he has been in this posture, neither eating nor drinking. His lips were even pale and chapped. Everything that happened last night kept replaying in his mind. The bloody house, the parents who fell to the ground, and the knife-wielding brother, Uchiha Itachi, who smiled coldly. Hate me, my stupid Udoudou, you are too weak. You are not even qualified to be killed by me. Itachi's voice kept echoing in his mind, haunting like a nightmare. Originally Sasuke thought everything was just illusion. Until the third generation brought him this news, the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi. This means that from now on, I am alone. Why? Why would Itachi do that? Sasuke was puzzled. How can a person change so much? He tried to recall the details of yesterday, but all that came to his mind were the cruelty he had seen in Tsukuyomi. The parents who fell in a pool of blood and the grinning Itaki. These images lingered in his mind like a nightmare and could not be dispelled. Every time I think about it, an unstoppable hatred fills my heart. Click. At this moment, the door of the ward was opened, and then a familiar voice sounded to Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto and I are here to see you. It was the sassy guy from Rock Lee. Sasuke's empty eyes rolled, but then fell silent. Naruto and Rock Lee sat down by the bed. Sasuke, I heard that you haven't eaten or drank all day today. Eat a little. Rock Lee foolishly put the apple to Sasuke's mouth, but Sasuke still stared at the ceiling and didn't move. Rock Lee looked at Naruto for help. In his heart, Naruto, who always warms others, must be able to find a way to cheer up Sasuke. Naruto didn't say anything, just sat quietly. He knew that Sasuke needed peace and company at this time. Rock Lee can only follow. The sound of cicadas sounded outside the window, and the sky gradually became dark. All three of them remained in the same position without moving. Naruto didn't break the silence until Sasuke's stomach roared with a hungry protest. Eat first. Only when you are healthy can you go down with the pride of Uchiha. Pride of Uchiha? There was a slight fluctuation in Sasuke's godless eyes. He spoke, his voice hoarse. Pride? It's gone, Uchiha is gone, destroyed by that man. Pain appeared in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. He killed everyone, he betrayed the Uchiha family. I'll kill him with my eyes. Sasuke's face turned murderous, his eyes suddenly turned into a scarlet and evil Sharingan, and two black Gyus slowly circulated in the Sharingan. The excitement of the night of the genocide made his eyes evolve again. He became stronger, but at the same time, he became lonely. Have you ever thought that maybe it's not him? Impossible. That man is like that. He killed mom and dad, he betrayed the Uchiha clan, he should be damned. Sasuke was like a dynamite keg, and suddenly became furious, his eyes suddenly turned to Sharingan, and the two Gyus slowly flowed. See, Naruto, these eyes are the witness. I'm stronger now. I'll keep getting stronger, be an avenger, and I'll kill Itaki. No one can stop me, not even you step on me. Sasuke roared. Crack. The next moment, Sasuke's face was slapped crookedly, and there was a look of anger on his face. Sasuke, do you know what you're talking about? It was Rock Lee who shot, and he was angry at the moment. Naruto has been training with you all the time, and after your accident, everyone rushed over to you, everyone cares about you, you're saying these things, are you still human? UBD. Rock Lee could understand the pain in Sasuke's heart. However, what Sasuke said was something he couldn't bear. Naruto warmed everyone up and has been helping them with their training. He should be the most respected by all. Not the object of your anger. Care? Ha 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 ha, the Avengers don't need such a meaningless thing. Sasuke laughed frantically, bouncing off the hospital bed and punching Rock Lee. Little Lee, you can't beat me now. My eyes have seen through everything. Bang! The unsuspecting Rock Lee was hit in the face and took a step back, with an angry look on his face. Let you feel the power of my eyes. Sasuke approached and continued to attack. Before, he and Rock Lee had lost more and less battles. But I believe that now, the situation will be reversed. After the evolution of the eyes, he is stronger than Naruto. Sasuke's movements are getting faster and faster, and with the enhancement of Sharingan's insight, all Rock Lee's movements are predicted. Due to Sasuke's sudden attack, Rock Lee was pressed and beaten for a while. Bang! Soon, he smashed the window glass, flew out of the window, and landed on the open space, clutching his waist in pain. Sasuke jumped to the clearing outside the window after him, looking crazy. Losing his senses, Sasuke strikes harder and faster. Sasuke hurriedly approached Rock Lee, first kicking the latter in the face, making a toothache muffled sound, and then approaching again. A knee hit Rock Lee's abdomen hard, and the severe pain and force pushed him to the sky. While Rock Lee was floating in the air, Sasuke's legs burst out with explosive power, came to the top of Rock Lee at a faster speed, raised his right foot high, and fell hard towards Rock Lee's back. Uchiha blackened in a row. With the loud noise, Rock Lee slammed back to the ground, smashing a huge pit, and the dust was flying in an instant. Sasuke landed, grinning wildly. Seeing it or not, this is talent. With these eyes, you will not be my opponent no matter how hard you work. However, under Sasuke's shocked gaze, Rock Lee climbed up from the pit nonchalantly and patted the dust on his body. Then he looked at Sasuke sullenly. I'm going to wake you up. Boom. Several pieces of the load were removed from Rock Lee, throwing large swathes of dust on the ground. At the moment of losing his weight, Rock Lee's figure blurred in Sasuke's eyes. Impossible, my eyes, my eyes. I can't catch it. Sasuke looked shocked. Impossible. If I can't even beat you, how can I kill him? Sasuke, who was unwilling to accept the reality, roared furiously. But at this moment, he was completely unable to parry Rock Lee's stormy attack, and could only parry with great difficulty. Wake me up! Rock Lee roared, first punching Sasuke's hands from his face. The enormous strength directly made Sasuke's hands numb and tremble. The next moment, Rock Lee punched Sasuke in the face. It's over, I can't dodge. Under Sasuke's angry and shocked eyes, his fists kept expanding. When his fist was less than a centimeter away from his face, Naruto's voice sounded. Enough. 9 of Bakud, collapsing wheel. The words fell, and the yellow light circle suddenly bound Xiao Li. Sasuke and Rock Lee only felt a flash before Naruto instantly appeared in front of him. Rock Lee struggled tentatively a few times, but finally gave up. After removing the crash wheel, Naruto comforted Rock Lee with a gentle face. Xiao Li, everyone is a friend, there is no need. Sasuke interrupted Naruto, laughing wildly. Friend, ha 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 ha, I don't need it, I'm Uchiha Sasuke, an avenger. Naruto, I'll beat you with these eyes, and Rock Lee. Then, I will find the man and kill him. The 11th of Had, decorated with thunder and lightning. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere. 10 seconds later, Sasuke fell to the ground and slowly exhaled a black breath, his black hair standing on end. Naruto's face was gentle. Can you listen to me now? Chapter 45. Naruto had read a piece of news about Raiden Dharma's internet addiction. He didn't take it seriously at first, but when he saw that Sasuke's Uchiha was paranoid, he subconsciously resorted to electrotherapy. Didn't expect it to work so well. After apologizing to hospital staff and promising compensation, Naruto and Rock Lee took Sasuke back to the ward. Sasuke looked confused and depressed. It was only after the electrotherapy that he realized that his emotions had been affected by Tsukuyomi. In just one day, from the carefree and wealthy eldest master to the present orphan of Uchiha, he was even devastated by Mangekyou's illusion. Tsukuyomi and his originally immature worldview has been distorted. He didn't know what to do next. I don't even know what to do. Naruto gently wiped off the dust from the battle for Sasuke. Let's reevaluate this matter and maybe give you a little help. The elder brother who has always loved you suddenly changed his temperament and wiped out Uchiha's family overnight. But only your life was left, and you lived in hatred. The whole thing is suspicious. Do you think Itachi can really exterminate a family with one person? Is it possible that this is not the truth? Hearing Naruto's slow guidance, Sasuke was stunned, and his confused eyes burst into a light called hope. Itachi has always held an extremely important position in his heart, which even his parents could not surpass. After being educated by Itachi, Sasuke's heart is ashes, and his heart is even more occupied by hatred, but now everything Naruto said brings him hope. Perhaps. Itaki is not that kind of person. That's right. Like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, he looked at Naruto hotly, his eyes full of despair already full of energy, and he said incoherently. Naruto, Itaki is not that kind of person, right? Sasuke likes his brother the most, and even now, he has his last fantasies about Itaki. Hope, he is still the same. But I saw Naruto shaking his head. I don't know, you, me, everyone doesn't know the truth, maybe some people know, but I believe what they want to do is to bury the truth. But I'm like you, and I don't believe that he, who has always been gentle, would do such a crazy thing. Remember what I told you? Don't be fooled by the eyes. If he really did it, how did he do it, why did he exterminate the family, and why did he leave your life behind? If he didn't do it, who did it, what was his purpose, and what role did Itaki play in the genocide? These are all things you need to think about. Naruto showed a distressed expression, looked at the setting sun outside the window, and his tone was a little low, as if recalling something. Sasuke, I used to have countless questions, why everyone hates me, why do they call me the Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Who are my parents? Do I have parents, who am I? In the beginning, all these problems were very tormenting, and they were affecting me all the time. But then I figured it out. In this life, people will take many wrong paths, suffer many betrayals, be in a state of despair, and find happiness. It doesn't matter. As long as you are still alive, there will be hope. Only by living can we find the truth. The darkest thing in this world is the eyes blinded by hatred, losing the courage to find the truth. Finally, I found out that I hated the wrong person. Having said that, Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and said softly. You have to remember that you still have us and everyone, and we will always accompany you on the way to find the truth. Be strong, Sasuke, no matter what the truth is, the only thing that can be confirmed is that Itaki wants you to be strong, and you have to be strong. Don't be blinded by hatred, you are proud Uchiha. After listening to what Naruto said, Sasuke fell into silence, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Tsukuyomi really had a big impact on him, and the immersive pain still affects his judgment. But as Naruto said, there are too many doubts about the whole genocide. When I calmed down and recalled, I was indeed blinded by hatred. Even if it is hatred, you can't hate the wrong person. He raised his head and his eyes became firm. Naruto, I know what you mean. No matter what the truth is, now I have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I explore the truth. So, now I will bear the glory of Uchiha, I want to keep getting stronger, I want to revive Uchiha, I want to find the truth. In the future, please give me more advice. Sasuke held out his hand to Naruto. And Xiao Li. Sasuke. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find the truth. Rock Lee had already burst into tears, sobbing hard. This is the Sasuke I know. Naruto smiled reassuringly. That smile was bright and sunny, just like the gentle Itaki. Sasuke was suddenly stunned. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Uncle Ichiraku closed early and closed the door. There were only 3 customers in the store, Naruto, Rock Lee, and Sasuke. The aroma of ramen noodles is fragrant, filling the entire space. Sasuke remembered that the last time he came to Ichiraku Ramen was with Itaki. At that time, Itaki was very gentle, and would fondly wipe the soup from the corners of his mouth. Weasel back then. And the self at that time. In less than a few days, things are different. Everything has changed. Sasuke ate his head down hard, as if he was eating with all his might, almost burying his head in the bowl, only the sound of slurping the noodles incessantly. Eat slowly, no one will rob you. Naruto reminded on the side, through Sasuke's slightly trembling body, he could feel Sasuke's sad heart at the moment. No matter how strong he pretends to be, he is still a 7-year-old child. I have to eat more, I have to nourish my body, so that I have the strength to train hard and become stronger. Then stand in front of him and ask the truth. Sasuke kept mumbling in his heart, his mouth stuffed. Got bulging. His favorite ramen flavor tasted like chewing wax at the moment, and he repeated the action of stuffing it into his mouth and chewing hard like a robot. Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears rolled down his face. Sasuke sniffed in embarrassment, raised his bowl, and covered his face, but unstoppable tears kept dripping down his shirt. Damn it! Such a shameful side of myself cannot be seen. I'm the one who bears Uchiha's pride, so I can't lose the face of the family. He roared inwardly, but the tears all poured out like a flood. The drops fell into the bowl, and the soup was mixed with the soup. Salty. Naruto watched this scene quietly, feeling quite emotional. A boy who grew up early because of despair. He has a good talent in itself. If he can overcome this hurdle, perhaps in the future, he can become his opponent. Naruto thought to himself. Eat more, I want to eat more. In order not to embarrass Sasuke, Naruto pretended to be ignorant and took up the bowl, and followed suit. Yo xi, I'm excited too. I'm going to eat hard too. That way I have the strength to train. Rock Lee on the side was suddenly full of enthusiasm, eating and eating in Naruto's dazed eyes, and even shouted. Naruto, let's eat ramen for 3 people each today. Tomorrow, the training intensity will be tripled. Only by working hard can we become stronger. Go ahead. As expected of the hardest working Xiao Li. A gentle smile appeared on Naruto's face. Chapter 46. Uchiha has been exterminated. In the sealed space, 4th generation side. While he was alive, the Uchiha family were not in a good position. 2nd Hokage's apprentice Danzo and the 3rd generation have always been extremely wary of Uchiha, constantly operating methods to suppress Uchiha. The 4th generation is in the eyes, and it is difficult in the heart. He has a very good relationship with Fugaku and Mikoto and can be called close friends. He has also been working hard to ease Uchiha's relationship with Konoha. He clearly knew that the Uchiha family was indeed arrogant and stubborn, but their nature was not bad. Even silly and cute sometimes. But Konoha executives, who are deeply influenced by 2nd generation, don't think so. They saw Uchiha as a wolf and never considered him a part of Konoha. However, it was their actions that forced Uchiha to rebel. Uchiha is gone, there's still a Hyuga, Konoha's family is really getting fewer and fewer. Nine-Tails gloated on the side, if I kill a few more families, Konoha won't be able to stop me. Minato's eyes were full of exhaustion. It is precisely because he has worked hard that he can feel the loss even more. Fugaku Mikoto is also dead, he murmured. Konoha really can't hold Uchiha. He sighed. Don't think about it. You are a dead person anyway, so you might as well think about how to have a good relationship with Naruto. Now he doesn't see you as a father at all. You are a tool person. Nine-Tails sneered. I've worked hard. Minato looked frustrated when it came to Naruto. I would love to give him the warmth of a home, but he doesn't seem to care about that at all. It's okay if he hates me, at least it means he still cares about me. But he looked at me like a stranger. Everything in the past seemed to him to be gone, you know that state? Nine-Tails, it really doesn't matter, it seems that everything that happened has been wiped out. It's the same. 4th generation clutched his head, incoherent. He doesn't care how he was treated by Konoha in the past, he doesn't care about me, he doesn't care about anyone, he looks elegant and gentle, but his heart is more ruthless than anyone else. That's not pretending, it's really not caring. Minato fanned his head in remorse. It's all because of me that Naruto is like this now. Minato was even a little outraged at Naruto's indifference. As Naruto said, he just wants to pursue strength and detachment from this world, but if someone stands in his way, he will crush him mercilessly. Whether it's Konoha, a friend, or even yourself. It's not all your own fault, Youngtame, you don't understand people's heart. Nine-Tails happily sat on the gaming chair and started his daily ridicule. Yeah, I really don't understand, I killed Naruto. Fourth generation did not refute, but whispered. Hurt him? Well, I suddenly understand why Naruto has been too lazy to care about you. Nine-Tails snorted coldly. Because you're so self-righteous, Naruto is doing well, he's living his life with training every day, and he's got a lot of friends at the same time. From my point of view, he is the most successful Jinchuriki, he deceives, no, he runs his own character set, which has been recognized by many people, and also has ambitions to become stronger. In my opinion, he is much better than you, and he doesn't need your poor pity. Nine-Tails praised without hesitation, turning to sarcasm Minato. This is the first time he has praised Naruto unreservedly. His relationship with Naruto is delicate. Not a friend, but it seems to be a friend. He is the one who knows Naruto the most, and the one who grows up with Naruto. But they were still wary of each other. On the one hand, they use the opponent to practice ninjutsu. The other side uses Naruto to make him more fun. Have fun. Looking forward to one day being able to get out of trouble, completely get rid of Konoha's control, and vent his anger. Nine-Tails is convinced that Naruto will not disappoint him. You're right, he's much better than me. Minato muttered to himself in a low voice. During the year, Minato thought a lot. Although Naruto is treated like this by Konoha, Minato still hates Konoha. Maybe he really loves this land deeply. So he transferred all his hatred to the top of Konoha. Now his goal is very simple, to ensure that Naruto can live well, but at the same time, he hopes to influence Naruto so that he will not hate Konoha. Even parting ways is better than destroying Konoha. Minato knew it was unfair to Naruto for thinking like that. But as a father, he naturally does not want to see his only son do such a horrific act of destroying Konoha. He hoped that Naruto would retain a little kindness. Even just a little. It's just that now he knows too little about Naruto. Even Nine-Tails knows Naruto better than himself. Thinking of this, Minato looked at Nine-Tails with a sincere tone. Nine-Tails, are you telling me about Naruto's past, okay? I'll give you another night of flash. Unexpectedly, this sentence directly made the originally laid-back Nine-Tails change his face in an instant, and roared angrily. UBD, don't even think about it, don't even touch my computer again. Otherwise, I'll be at odds with you. Why are you so stingy? Minato's expression froze, and he muttered, I was so serious for you before, aren't you very happy? Stingy? UBD. Naruto was really blind at the time, and he gave you Riotsu. Nine-Tails' tail was frizzy with anger. I still remember at the beginning, I was proud of myself thinking that I had grasped Minato to the death, and even sent him the task of capturing the Flash. Then sit back and relax. Everything went well at first. He tortured Minato to the point of ashes, brushing the Flash repeatedly every day like a walking dead. But everything changed after catching the Flash. After capturing the sprite, you can name the sprite. Minato, who killed 1,000 knives, even named his Flash Super Dream Super Escape Flash Chic Wine Zero. Even after 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, he can't think of such a retarded name. At that time, Nine-Tails was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. Immediately fell out with 4th generation. He almost cried, made trouble, and hanged himself. It even provoked Naruto to intervene to ease the mediation. Nine-Tails has kept Minato from touching his computer since then. He has a mental cleanliness, and any elves who have been named by Minato will be released directly. Thinking back on it now makes my heart hurt. That's a flashy dream. Thinking of this, Nine-Tails couldn't help but snorted coldly. To Minato sarcastically. Stupid 4th generation, you're just looking forward to it, scratching your head, longing to get Naruto's past from me one day, and when I graduate with a flash, it's the day you're truly desperate. Nine-Tails proudly raised its tail, hummed a little tune, and started the day's journey. Minato pursed his lips, stood behind Nine-Tails and began to propose all kinds of interesting names. Once again angered Nine-Tails. The sealed space suddenly jumped. Chapter 47. Sasuke stayed in the hospital for 2 or 3 days, receiving condolences and interrogations from various Konoha executives. Finally, he was discharged from the hospital. Walking on the familiar and unfamiliar streets, there is no chat among the clansmen. But there are some more sympathetic but harsh words. He is the last Uchiha. Not the last one, his brother is still alive. He's still Uchiha's eldest young master, so pitiful, he was alone overnight. Yeah, that's pathetic. Hearing those words of pity, and feeling the sympathetic gaze he had never felt before, Sasuke couldn't help clenching his fists. The Uchiha fan costume, which used to symbolize pride in the past, is now so uncomfortable. I Uchiha, when do I need someone's sympathy? Sasuke lowered his head and quickened his pace. Come to the mansion. The originally wealthy family was almost empty. Walking into the house, the furniture in the house was still there, the bloodline had been cleaned, and the basic tools of daily life could be used. There was $12 on the floor. This is the living expenses that third generation gave him. Almost all the wealth of the Uchiha clan was confiscated, but the property of Fugaku and Mikoto was left to Sasuke. At the same time, Sasuke also left a copy of the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke sat absent-mindedly in his empty home. After a long time, my stomach growled loudly. Sasuke stood up in confusion, went to the kitchen, and clumsily cooked a dish that was hard to swallow. Just ate one bite and threw it in the trash. A deep sense of loneliness surrounds Sasuke. Naruto's home. Naruto closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the sealed space. Who? The cold wind blew through, making people shiver uncontrollably. Looking down with the probe, it is a bottomless cliff. Dizziness struck, and Naruto almost looked away. Mr. Aizen, here I am, he shouted, echoes rippling above. However, there was no response. Naruto walked towards the top of the cliff in confusion, only to find that there was no one there. Mr. Aizen hasn't come yet. Naruto couldn't believe the situation. According to Aizen, the space comes only after falling asleep. Probably still busy now. Naruto chuckled and walked to the top, sitting on the rock that Aizen likes to sit on. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. The cold wind whistled in his ears, and his mood became calm. It seems that you can feel the loneliness of Mr. Aizen, the loneliness of a master. Naruto also tried to think about it. Assuming that the future self has invincible power, can easily crush Konoha, and transcend the world of ninja, how would you feel at that time? Maybe like Aizen, lonely. Therefore, Aizen will promote the growth of masters. In his mind, he is also a potential stock. This realm is too far away from me. Naruto's eyes showed a hint of envy. Day 2. Naruto came to the classroom as usual. After saying hello to his classmates, he took his seat. It wasn't long before Sasuke arrived late. He was hungry all night yesterday, and this morning he went out to eat a big meal and was barely full. But before going to school, he did a long psychological construction. He didn't want to see those sympathetic glances. Proud Uchiha needs no sympathy. So he decided to show a very cold side, so as to cover up his pain. Seeing Sasuke walking into the classroom, the classmates who were chatting all stopped. Moments later, bursts of condolences of all kinds. Sasuke, you are here. Are you okay? Ino cried and hugged Sasuke with an exaggerated expression. Sasuke, I'm really worried about you. Naruto keeps saying that you're alright, but I can't help but worry. Sasuke pushed Ino away in disgust, and his cold expression couldn't hold back. There was a warm current in my heart. Here, Sasuke. Naruto waved at Sasuke. Sasuke watched, and the warm golden sunlight fell on Naruto through the window, filled with a warm atmosphere. Naruto's smile was bright and perfect in the sun, and under the drooping golden bangs, a pair of blue eyes were full of joy. At that moment, he seemed to see the elder brother who cared for him, Itachi. Morning, Naruto. Sasuke walked towards Naruto with a smile on his icy face. Congratulations on being discharged from the hospital. Thanks. The noisy classmates also quieted down, and the girls fell into nympho one by one watching the scene where Naruto and Sasuke communicated. Really, so handsome. How can Naruto be so sunny? Woohoo, do you see the little Sakura? The cold-faced man. Sasuke was warmed by Naruto. Ino was holding the little Sakura, exaggerated. Of course, Naruto has a warm and charming charm. Little Sakura seemed to think of something, holding her chin and showing a charming smile. Hey? You look like an adulterer. Ino smiled wickedly. Say, what happened to you and Naruto? What can happen? That's it. Little Sakura retorted with a blushing face. Wow, that's amazing, little Sakura, it looks like you guys really have legs. Ino exaggerated suddenly. True or false? Congratulations, little Sakura. The classmates immediately sent condolences. Little Sakura, who couldn't make sense, could only laugh stupidly. If the misunderstanding can come true, so be it. As everyone knows, Hinata in the corner watched him quietly, with a rare trace of irritability in his eyes. Hinata, let's have lunch together at noon. At this moment, a female student came to Hinata and asked softly. Hinata is very popular among girls and is regarded by them as a good best friend and a close friend. Okay. Hinata nodded generously with a smile. Hee, our Hinata is getting cuter. Yeah, Hinata is so cute, she seems to be holding it every day. Cute. Hinata chewed on this sentence, and after a moment showed a small dimple. It's all because of one person that I have changed. It was because of that person that Hinata's heart became very strong. Since being exterminated, Sasuke can feel everyone's special care for him. But at the same time avoiding that kind of sympathetic look, everyone was afraid of hurting Sasuke's self-esteem. This moved Sasuke a little. This is Konoha, this is everyone. Sasuke heard Naruto's gentle voice, everyone cares about you. That's why I want to be Hokage, I want to protect everyone, protect Konoha. Yet. Sasuke nodded vigorously, suddenly feeling his heart full of power. Feeling the concern of his classmates, Sasuke's heart gradually softened. He was grateful to have met Naruto. If he and Naruto never knew each other, perhaps now he is a ruthless person who thinks about revenge. Now he wants to have the ability to think independently, escape from conspiracy and tricks, and see the truth with his own eyes. Instead of falling into all kinds of weaving illusions. Itachi, although I don't know your unspeakable difficulties, I will not easily forgive you for making such a decision. He clenched his fists quietly and said in his heart. Although he doesn't know the truth, he still wants to redeem his former brother, Itachi. Naruto redeemed himself. Now, instead of being yourself, become the light. Chapter 48. After being exterminated, Sasuke has a new experience of life. Usually, after getting up in the morning, I can see a hearty breakfast on the table, act like a spoiled child with my parents, and then go to the ninja school. After school training with Naruto, Rock Lee, and dinner afterwards, the light in the house is always on for myself. Every day my mother waits for her to come home, and sends a gentle, "Welcome home, Sasuke." But now, after waking up in the morning, there was nothing on the table, the refrigerator was empty, and even the Uchiha mansion after returning home was dead and dark. At some point, Sasuke slept without turning off the lights. He tried to buy ingredients and learn how to cook. Although the food in the restaurant outside is delicious and convenient, his family can't support the ho-ho of the restaurant every day. If you want to live for a long time, you must have a certain ability to live. Sasuke tried cooking. But the taste of the dishes is simply unbearable. He could only hold on and study hard. All life seems to be back on track, and everyone is busy step by step. Naruto continued his daily practice at the training ground. But today he is alone. Sasuke was unable to come because he had to tidy up the mansion. Rock Lee has family gatherings. Naruto is also happy to relax. Just as he was sweating profusely practicing the beheading technique, a hoarse middle-aged voice came from the forest. Yo Xi, you still need to walk 10,000 steps upside down today. If you don't do it, then jump around the Konoha frog 3 times. Naruto was attracted by what the man said about the training. Walking upside down and jumping frogs are extremely exhausting, but this man still wants to walk 10,000 steps upside down and jump frog 3 times? He took a closer look. Then I saw a watermelon-headed man in green tights walking upside down with his hands. The man was covered in sweat, and his arms were shaking frantically from exhaustion, but even so, he was still moving slowly. Naruto admired in his heart, but also admired by the will of men. This is the second guy besides Rock Lee to work hard to scary. Judging from his outfit, he was a ninja in the village. Ninjas who work so hard should not be unknown. Thinking of this, Naruto stepped forward. Hello, I saw your training, it was really amazing. Might Guy, who was training hard, raised his head and saw Naruto's gentle smile. With blonde hair and a clean smile, clear blue eyes and handsome looks. The extremely pale 6 beards on the face add a touch of unique temperament to it. Naruto, wearing a casual training suit, stood there, gentle and quiet, like the sunshine of a spring day, as if nothing would make him panic, always calm and indifferent. What an elegant child! Guy flashed surprise in his eyes, then stood up and patted the dust. Young man, you look familiar. Really? I should be quite famous, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto responded with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto? I remember. Hearing Naruto's words, Guy understood. Uzumaki Naruto, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a person who is highly valued by the village. He had heard that Uzumaki Naruto was very special, and now he looked at it. Definitely not like a child. Unexpectedly, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be interested in his own training. Sure enough, his burning youth is so eye-catching. Young man, are you interested in my training method? Would you like to dance around the Konoha frog 3 times with me? He scratched his head and laughed, showing a big white fang while giving a thumbs up. Guy's optimism surprised Naruto. He should be the first ninja other than 3rd generation to smile at himself. But that big white fang was something Naruto couldn't compliment. Training is unnecessary. Naruto shook his head. I just saw the shadow of a friend in you. Could it be that there are still people who are as young as me? Guy suddenly became interested. Yes, his name is Rock Lee. I can introduce you to each other when I have a chance. Naruto nodded. Rock Lee. Guy chewed on the name, a smile on his face. Boy, are you interested in having a fight with me? He shouted at Naruto. For some reason, Naruto in front of him is so gentle and elegant, and he is a student who has just entered the ninja school, but the blood in his body is boiling and his youth is burning. Even he wondered why he was interested in fighting a kid who wasn't a genin. Fight. Naruto looked at Might Guy seriously. With exploding body muscles, smooth lines, and calluses on his palms, he is obviously a martial arts ninja who has experienced many battles. Might Guy put him under much more pressure than those ordinary genin. The battle between himself and him will definitely be noticed by the higher UPS, which is also an opportunity for them to understand their own strength. Okay, I'd also like to know how far apart I am from a real ninja. You use a knife? Guy asked curiously, looking at Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hands. There are not many ninjas with knives in Konoha, the most famous one is Konoha's white fanja who has passed away. Although the knife is sharp, in actual combat, Guy is completely true. Yes, but my physical skills are also good. Naruto said with a gentle smile, by the way, I don't know your name yet. I am the Blue Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Blue Beast? A very handsome title. Naruto praised amiably. Really? Naruto. Do you think this name is very handsome? To Naruto's surprise, Guy in front of him burst into tears, and sparks seemed to ignite in his eyes. I'm so touched, this is the relationship between youth. Let's collide. To commemorate this day, I will jump around Konoha Frog 10 times. It turns out that this Might Guy is this kind of character. Naruto could no longer maintain his gentle expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Naruto. Be careful next, I will release my youth. After crying, Might Guy exclaimed angrily. The next moment, Naruto only felt that his hair was standing upright, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his body suddenly tightened. Stretch. Wait a minute. Naruto knew that the guy in front of him was definitely the most powerful ninja he had ever seen other than third generation. With a dignified face, he began to unload the weight on his feet. Bang! As the load was discarded, the originally solid ground was smashed out of small pits, and a lot of soil was splashed, enough to see that the weight was not light. Seeing this scene, Might Guy's eyes also became solemn. At the age when he just joined the ninja school, he was already able to bear such a weight, and Naruto worked harder than himself. What a terrifying genius! No wonder the blood in his body boils. This is because of encounters with the same kind. Might Guy remembered the rumors he had heard about Naruto. It is said that Naruto has awakened a special blood-based limit, and his knife can create an illusion. It seems to be a ninja with both talent and hard work. Mr. Guy, I'm ready. Naruto's words interrupted Guy's thoughts. He nodded, then, be careful, boy. As soon as he finished speaking, Guy's figure left an afterimage and disappeared from Naruto's eyes. This speed is comparable to Chunin, are you keeping your hands? Naruto smiled, Riotsu floating around his body. With Slash and Riotsu's perception, everything around him is invisible. Chapter 49. Mr. Guy, I suggest not to deal with me with such a perfunctory speed. Naruto smiled. The next moment, the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand slashed out, and where it fell, a dark shadow gradually solidified. Shhh. The sharpness condensed by the sword wind and Riotsu pressed to Guy's forehead. Guy's eyes gradually became solemn. The young man was able to sense his position in advance and counterattack in advance. Such perception is not something that can be obtained through hard work, but rather the accumulation of talent and thousands of battles. Naruto never left Konoha, so it can only be a talent. As expected of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it seems that he has to be a little more serious. Wow! Guy's body twisted at an odd angle, and he kicked out with a heavy kick, hitting Kaika Suijutsu right in the middle. OM! The unstoppable strange force came, and Naruto immediately took a few steps back uncontrollably, his eyes full of horror. Sure enough, after being able to perform tens of thousands of leapfrog and long-distance running training, the guy in front of him is an infinitely powerful Taiju monster. Just like a beast. Naruto pressed his left hand to his trembling right hand and looked at Guy. Young man, are you okay? The watermelon-headed guy looked stupid, but after entering the fighting state, his eyes were sharp, and the surrounding momentum continued to affect Naruto, making him feel jealous and even fear. Just standing there, but like a beast that devours people at any time. His gymnastics far surpassed his own. Naruto rubbed his wrists with a serious face. Mr. Guy's power is really terrifying, I'll attack next. The next moment, he instantly crossed the distance between him and Guy, and the dark green Kaika Suijutsu took a brilliant green trail and slashed towards Guy. Guy's goosebumps rose from the sound of the wind breaking Kaika Suijutsu. The knife stance locked Guy's movements tightly. Good swordsmanship, boy. Might Guy's pupils shrank suddenly, his body reacted quickly, his legs burst out with amazing strength, and he narrowly avoided a slash. But in an instant, Naruto disappeared before his eyes. Body flicker technique. No, what a special step it should be. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Originally thought that Naruto was only close to Chunin's strength, but now he found out. Naruto brought him too many surprises. Just as he was about to look for Naruto's trace, all of a sudden the hair on his body stood up, and a shadow appeared on his head. Naruto appeared above Guy and slashed hard from top to bottom. At the same time, in Hokage's office, the senior Konoha who received the report was also seriously watching the battle. Third generation has been following Naruto's training and has seen Naruto grow, but has never seen Naruto use his full strength. Now facing the mighty enemy Might Guy, Naruto must unleash the bottom of the box. Naruto's blood continent is really versatile. Not only does it have ninjutsu-like abilities, but it also has a knife that refracts illusions, and now there is a shunpo that resembles the body flicker technique. Third generation smoked a pipe and frowned. For Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it is not a good thing for Jinchuriki to have a strong blood following limit, because it may be difficult to control. But for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who possesses the will of fire, this is a wonderful thing. But Guy's strength is not an ordinary Jainin. If he does his best, I believe he can reach Kage level. Let's see how much Naruto can force Guy's strength. Humph, Hiruzen, Naruto's talent is too amazing, he should be cultivated from the root, otherwise he will be wasting his talent. Moreover, his bloodline limit is very high, and our roots have always been very experienced in developing the bloodline limit. Danzo said unwillingly on the side. But this time, third generation ignored Danzo and looked at the crystal ball with burning eyes. The battle continues. Kaika Suijutsu fell, but it was Guy's afterimage that was chopped up. Young man, you are really strong. Guy's voice sounded from behind. Naruto turned his head hastily, only to find the latter standing 10 meters away with a look of admiration. This speed is already Jainin level. Naruto was shocked, but suddenly chuckled. Under Guy's puzzled eyes, Naruto gently unloaded the weight on his wrist. I didn't expect to encounter a Jainin level powerhouse today. Your physical skills are the strongest I've ever seen. Even a strong person like you is working tirelessly, so I have no reason to relax. Next, I will fight you with all my strength. Bang! A heavier load than before fell on the ground, and Naruto raised Kaika Suijutsu with one hand, the tip of the knife down, gracefully. The breeze blew through his slender golden bangs, revealing ordinary black glasses, thick lenses with reflections. Break apart, Kaika Suijutsu. Letting go, Kaika Suijutsu fell towards the ground, shattering into thousands of pieces under Guy's astonished gaze, blending with the ground like a drop of water falling into the lake, causing ripples. The sun was setting, but Guy felt his vision blurred, and the world in his eyes seemed to be covered with an invisible veil. Boundaries of blood, which are good at creating illusions. Guy's heart was awe-inspiring, and he didn't underestimate Naruto because of his age. It is an indisputable fact that ninjas with blood-based boundaries are stronger than ordinary ninjas. Even a strong man like Guy must be careful when facing the unknown bloodline limit, otherwise it is easy to overturn. Here it is. The next moment, Naruto approached Guy like a ghost, a knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and stabbed at Guy. The speed doesn't seem to have increased much. Guy was puzzled, but his body avoided the passing blade in time. Click! The next moment, he only felt a slight tingling in his abdomen, and the green tights were separated by a small opening, leaving a shallow bloodstain. What's the matter? I should have avoided it. Guy shrank his pupils and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Guy is completely familiar with his body. He was 100% sure that he dodged Naruto's blow. But reality is the complete opposite of perception. Guy has experienced thousands of battles, and has seen thousands of ninjas with bloodline boundaries. But never has a battle been so bizarre. Before I could think about it, Naruto's second shot had arrived. Guy dodged perfectly again, but a second scar was added to his body. The line of sight ripples again, as if the world is fluctuating because of the dripping water droplets. Guy suddenly realized. It turns out that, using illusions to influence my judgment, under the limit of your blood, vision has become the biggest obstacle. In that case, abandon vision. He slowly closed his eyes. Did you find out so soon? Naruto looked in admiration, raised Kakashi jutsu in his hand and slashed again. This time, Guy disappeared from Naruto's sight. In an instant, a strong wind roared behind Naruto. The fists and feet mixed with the gust of wind swept in. Too fast. Is this the speed of Janin? In this case, Naruto had no time to react, so he could only turn around and block in front of him with the blade. Boom! The violent impact made Naruto lose his balance directly. Just when Naruto was shocked by Guy's sudden burst of speed, Guy's figure appeared in front of Naruto again, his eyes closed. Young man, your bloodline limit is indeed strong, but now. As Guy murmured, the fist shadow came crashing down. Bang bang bang! Naruto was engulfed in a swift punch, and at first he was able to parry, but soon the knife was out of his hands. Naruto was unafraid and raised his fist to meet again. In this way, the two of you come and go, punching to the flesh. Their figures left after images everywhere, and ordinary people couldn't tell their movements at all. Naruto just felt like he had a good fight, and it was his first all-out shot since training. But he could feel that Guy was still letting go in such a seemingly violent confrontation. He's feeding himself. Naruto uses all the white hit skills he has learned into it. Although not as powerful as Guy, the subtle white hits can help him unload some of his power. A minute has passed, Naruto's breathing is getting heavier and the defense is getting harder, but Guy's strength and speed are still the same, and his breathing is even very steady. Naruto understands that this is the limit of his physical skills, and it is time to fail. So he looked tired. Seeing this, Guy also knew that it was almost over. So he picked up his speed again and punched Naruto in the chest with a blistering punch. Naruto suddenly flew out like a cannonball, hitting a tree before stopping. As expected of Mr. Guy, I lost. Lying on the grass, Naruto showed an expression of admiration. No, boy, I'm far less powerful than you at your age. Guy opened his eyes, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Thank you for showing me the youth that is not inferior to mine. Chapter 50. There was silence in Hokage's office. Everyone was still reminiscing about Naruto's fight with Guy. It took a long time for Danzo to speak, his tone full of greed. Naruto was born for our roots, his talent should be guided by me. Hiruzen, give Naruto to me, I will teach him personally, I will not let you down. Third generation looked into Danzo's eyes and could see ambition and greed. Looking back now, Danzo doesn't seem to have any apprentices either. Unexpectedly, Naruto's potential impressed Danzo. Judging from the current situation, Naruto's bloodline limit potential is really good. But it should be in your own hands. He shook his head. Danzo, you know, I can't give Naruto to the root. Hiruzen, you are wrong, it has only been a few short years, Naruto's progress has been so fast, and now he is close to Chunin's strength, with the illusion of blood, his future is limitless. Eyes are most the part that he relies on, but his bloodline limit can completely play with this part, and he will be the nightmare of all ninjas. Danzo looked crazy. While Naruto and Guy's fight was no suspense, he saw Naruto's potential in it. The mysterious upper limit of the blood follower is definitely not only that. Not to mention, Naruto hasn't fully used the blood base limit yet, and he can still use spell-driven ninjutsu. Third generation felt that all the DNA in his body was in turmoil, and he wanted to blurt out a word. But he held back. He got up and looked at Konoha outside the window. Konoha under the sun is prosperous and peaceful. Did you see, Danzo, we made this peaceful world, this is the will of fire, and I also firmly believe that Naruto will follow the path I planned for him, trust me, Danzo, I am, Hokage. The battle is over. This is youth. Boy, it's so touching. Looking at Guy who was crying because of his youth, Naruto put away Kaika Suijutsu contentedly. Although he didn't use his full strength in the true sense, at least he used Taijutsu without reservation. But even so, he was completely crushed by Guy. It seems that his strength is still far from the strong. Mr. Guy, take the liberty to ask, are you Jonin? Naruto asked politely. Yeah, I'm just an ordinary Jonin. Guy raised his head, revealing a big white fang. There are many geniuses in Konoha, boy, you have to train harder, I look forward to meeting you again in the future. Fighting, I believe that the youth at that time will burn red. Mr. Guy is just an ordinary Jonin. Naruto's eyes widened, shocked. Of course, Konoha is the cradle of genius, but I believe that Naruto, you will soon become a Jonin, Yoshi, for the sake of youth, I have to train harder. Let's jump around the Konoha frog 10 laps today. Guy ran raising his fighting spirit, he raised his fist and shouted, but he did not invite Naruto to join. After being rejected, Guy left. Seeing the back of Might Guy leaping away, Naruto's eyes flickered. He still underestimated Konoha's combat power. But it doesn't matter, everything is still in its own plan. It is believed that after the battle with Might Guy, Kaika Suijutsu's ability has been believed by the senior officials of Konoha. The illusion is the blood following the limit. What a wonderful bloodline it is! Naruto felt the Riotsu inside him right now. Since Guy focuses on Taijutsu, his resistance to illusions is not high. In addition, he just manipulates vision, and the Riotsu in Naruto only consumes less than 1/5 of it. If you want to get into the perfect state of 5 senses control, your total Riotsu is not enough. This made Naruto deeply feel the power of Aizen. There is no invincible zanpakuto, only the invincible Shinigami. Rather than saying that Kaika Suijutsu is the strongest hallucinogen zanpakuto, it is Aizen who made Kaika Suijutsu. Now I have to put some time into Riotsu practice. Naruto suddenly remembered what Aizen once said. Naruto, the spirits in the air of your world are too inactive, which affects your practice of Riotsu. But where do you go to find a suitable place to practice Riotsu? The fight with Guy was memorable, and it was the first time Naruto unloaded all his weight. That kind of hearty unforgettable. A few days later, the Naruto trio met again at the training ground to train together. Naruto also found an opportunity to talk about the fight with Guy. Hearing the two little blood boiled, I can't wait to rush up to help directly with my sleeves up. Then, at the strong request of the two, Naruto had no choice but to fight them. The ending speaks for itself. The basics of Kid and White hits alone have made both of them complain. Even if Sasuke turns on Sharingan, he can't parry Naruto's attack. Naruto didn't even play Kaika Suijutsu to defeat Sasuke and Rock Lee. After Sasuke was completely out of combat and unconscious, Rock Lee took off all the weight. In order to take care of Sasuke's emotions, Rock Lee is hiding his true strength. Under the influence of Naruto, Rock Lee's mind is not as careless as the original, on the contrary, it is much more delicate. Sasuke, who was exterminated, was in a low mood and had a sensitive personality. If he showed his strength far beyond his own at this time, it would inevitably hit Sasuke's self-esteem. No one wants to be the tail of a crane, especially Sasuke who was exterminated. Rock Lee's real strength brought Naruto a big surprise, but compared to Guy, Rock Lee is still much immature. Naruto defeated Rock Lee after a fierce fist fight, but his arms also felt numb. Xiao Li, I see your efforts, you have really become stronger. He praised unabashedly. As you can see, there is a bright smile on Rock Lee's tired face, and his eyes are full of pride. Naruto, I will keep getting stronger and become your most trusted partner. He looked at the bright sun and said softly. After saying this, Rock Lee felt somewhat unconfident in his heart. There are many geniuses around Naruto, Sasuke, Inoshika even geniuses from the Hyuga family. Compared with these geniuses, he is inevitably much inferior. Although now his strength can easily defeat these geniuses. But what about the future? The cultivation of Taishu is extremely difficult, and the progress is slow, and each stage will have a bottleneck period. Rock Lee can already feel that he has reached a bottleneck. If you don't have a bigger breakthrough, you will stay in place for a long time. This is not a problem that simple training can solve. And those geniuses will wake up in the future, or learn family ninjutsu, they will make rapid progress and will soon surpass their own. Naruto, I know I'm not talented, but I'll work harder, I won't let you down. Rock Lee said very seriously without being frustrated. The autumn wind was blowing slowly, and a piece of grass was blown, and the sunlight fell through the leaves and fell on Rock Lee's tender face. Naruto suddenly chuckled, and his tone was firmer than ever before. Little Lee, I believe in you. He stretched out a hand to Rock Lee lying on the ground. Tears flashed in Rock Lee's eyes, his heart quivered, and Naruto's trust gave him an urge to cry. He grabbed Naruto's hand and stood up. Don't underestimate your talent in taijutsu, I will show you a person whose physique skills may greatly improve you. Naruto patted the grass on Rock Lee's body and said gently. With Naruto's introduction, Rock Lee met Guy and learned a new physique under Guy's guidance. It's just that Rock Lee doesn't compliment Guy's tights, and every time he shies away from Guy's request to wear a set of styles. Chapter 51. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Konoha's 60th year is also the year Naruto and Sasuke graduated. Everyone is nervous about the final graduation exam. Under Iruka's ranking, all students entered the classroom in order to take the three-body technique assessment. Waiting in the hallway with the other students, Naruto was at peace. As long as he passes the assessment, he will become a ninja and can go out of the village to perform tasks. He is 12 years old, but he has never taken a step out of Konoha. He yearns for the outside world and wonders if it is as full of unknowns as the knowledge he has learned in this world. He deeply felt the importance of freedom. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he was closely monitored for 12 years and remained in training for 12 years. His eyes swept over every classmate, and everyone's face was full of excitement and tension. Ninja. Naruto muttered in his heart. He understands that ninjas are not his home. From the knowledge of the world, he has learned about various occupations in modern society. White-collar workers, athletes, explorers, archaeologists. The existence of social order has greatly reduced the occurrence of evil. Naruto yearns for a peaceful world like the present. The current ninja world is full of crises. Ninja villages and big countries are all guarding against each other. No one knows when the ninja war will start. No one can guarantee that their family members will not lose their lives because of the real. In the chaotic ninja world, life is so fragile. I want to have life and power beyond everything. A seed was quietly planted in Naruto's heart. Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Iruka's voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts. He immediately stepped into the classroom. There was a row of Konoha forehead protectors neatly placed on the table in the classroom. The examiners were Umino Iruka and Mizuki. Clone technique. Naruto quickly closed the seal. The perfect clone appeared beside Naruto. Minato inside smiled, today Naruto is going to be a ninja. Nine-Tails on the side said disdainfully, if the old man interferes with the operation of Chakra, that is another matter. That's not necessarily true. Naruto's Chakra control is not bad. Minato shook his head, even if you interfere, he can pass. Qualified. Congratulations on becoming a ninja, Naruto. As the result was announced, Iruka picked up the forehead protector with a smile and handed it to Naruto gently, you are my proudest student. Thank you. Looking at Iruka, Naruto thanked him sincerely. Memories come to a day 2 years ago. Naruto remembers that it was snowing. After being separated from Sasuke and Rock Lee, he walks the streets alone. Various kid chants are kept in my mind. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure appear at the end of the street in his eyes. It's Iruka. It was learned from other students that Iruka's parents were also killed on the night of Nine-Tails. In a way, Naruto is Iruka's enemy. That's why Iruka's eyes are so complicated when they meet for the first time. It's just that Iruka has fulfilled the responsibility of a teacher perfectly in the following years. He taught knowledge seriously, cared about the growth of each student, and never gave Naruto shoes. This was something Naruto hadn't thought of. In his memory, any villager who had hatred with him would be insulted, and they would be cold-faced if they didn't, but Iruka didn't. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward to say hello to Iruka. Seeing Naruto, Iruka was quite surprised and explained his purpose. The father of a student in the class sacrificed in the execution of the task. The student was emotionally broken and locked himself at home all day long without eating or drinking. As his teacher, Iruka decided to go to the students' homes to find out more about the situation. That student, Naruto, also knew him, but he was very ordinary in the class, even a poor student. As far as he knows, the head teacher of the ninja school only needs to teach ninja knowledge. No matter how well the students teach, the monthly salary will not be less. The head teachers of many classes are also in a state of stalking, passing on everything they know to the students, and occasionally caring about the next students. But after school, you are you, I am me, and your life has nothing to do with me. I won't interfere too much, and I hope you don't bother me. Of course, the teachers are still very attentive to the top students and will try their best to meet all their requirements. As for poor students, let it die on its own. Iruka can be regarded as a very special teacher. Naruto, you are so popular in the class, can you come with me? Iruka invited Naruto in a gentle tone. Naruto followed Iruka to the poor student's house, watched Iruka comfort him gently, and told the student about his past. Like the poor student in the past, he had 2 parents and lived a happy life. But tragedy always comes quietly. On the night of Nine-Tails, his parents were killed, leaving him alone in the cold house. He was desperate and angry, but he thought that if his parents were alive, he would not want to sink like this. Life is tragic, but life goes on. He wants to live with the expectations of his parents. So he chose to become a teacher, hoping to find a direction with confused children. Iruka's remarks touched Naruto quite a bit. At one point, he even saw his mouth evading himself. So Naruto also came forward and cooperated with Iruka to order a chicken soup for 2. The poor student was moved to tears, and felt that his life was sublimated because of this, holding Iruka and Naruto to tell his determination. Since then, there has been 1 more good student in the class and 1 less poor student. Afterwards, Iruka warmly invited Naruto to have a meal of ramen, and the 2 chatted happily. Naruto is touched by Iruka's responsibility. Iruka was moved by Naruto's optimism and tenderness. Even though he was ruthlessly hurt, Naruto still chooses to warm everyone. Maybe that's why the class believed him. With a big wave of his hand, Iruka invited Naruto to eat 3 bowls of ramen. He then watched Naruto leave with a pitiful look on his shriveled wallet. Taking back the memory, Naruto took the forehead protector and tied it to his arm. She gave Iruka-sensei a gentle smile, nodded and left the classroom. Watching Naruto leave, Iruka's mouth twitched involuntarily. Mizuki frowned and asked, Iruka-sensei, Naruto is the Nine-Tails demon fox who killed your parents, don't you hate him? Hate? There used to be. Iruka shook his head and said with a smile, but then I realized that Naruto is different. He who is called the demon fox didn't hurt anyone, but tried his best to gain recognition. The rumors were defeated, and all the malice was bitten into pieces and carried, but the warmth and sunshine were left to everyone. He's my best student, and I'm sure he'll be Hokage, Iruka said firmly. In darkness, he became a light for all. This is my proudest disciple. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 52. When all the students' assessments are over, it also means that they officially become genin. All the students who passed were discussing excitedly in the classroom. For the innocent, they are finally one step closer to their dreams. But they don't know that they have officially entered the cruel world of ninjas. Iruka walked into the classroom and glanced at every immature face, as if trying to remember everyone's appearance, proud and reluctant to give up. I wonder if half of the ninjas in the entire class will survive after a few years. Congratulations everyone, you have successfully passed the exam, and now you are all Konoha's genin. When the words fell, the whole class burst into applause. I'll announce the squad roster next, and your genin will take you out at a later time. The students at the bottom immediately started talking. It's finally going to be a group. I want to be in the group with Naruto. He is so gentle and must be a very reliable teammate. You think too much. The people in the group with Naruto must be geniuses. We are out of play. If you want me to say, there should be Sasuke. I just don't know who the last position is. Ino and little Sakura nestled in the corner, excited. I'm going to be with Sasuke, so I can be with him every day, I'll be very happy. Ino looked like a nympho. Don't think about it, all generations of Ino Shikage are a group, so Ino, you and us are bound. Shikamaru on the side said lazily. Damn it, why am I teaming up with you? Ino looked desperate. Hey, troublesome woman. Ha 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 ha, why don't you join us? Chi devoured the potato chips. Hey, I want to go with the handsome guy. Ino looked dejected. Ino Shikage Konoha's ace combo. In battle, the Nara clan with shadow imitation skills and high IQ is generally responsible for tactical formulation and core control, and the Yamanaka clan, who are good at perception and mental control, are responsible for perceiving the target and connecting the thinking of the three, and finally the Akamichi with powerful destructive power is responsible for the clan finally attacked. The three of Ino have grown up together since childhood, and they have an excellent tacit understanding, so they are 100% divided. Little Sakura, I don't have a chance, you can definitely do it. Ino hugged little Sakura and put it to his ear, imagine you and Naruto are in a group, with his gentle temperament, he will definitely protect you, and when you encounter it when the enemy is strong, you are covered in blood, and his princess hugs you, while fighting, while comforting you, Under Ino's description, little Sakura blushed directly. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichichi. Above the podium, Iruka was already announcing the list. Higa Hinata, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Tooth. With the report of the list, some people are happy and some are sad. Little Sakura clutched her sleeves nervously, looking forward to her grouping. But in fact, she did not expect to be in a group with Naruto and Sasuke. Although her grades were good, her background was ordinary and her abilities were relatively mediocre. Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. The next moment, Iruka's voice sent little Sakura into a shocked ecstasy. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and cheered. Little Sakura, it's really you. Come on over. Under Ino's urging and the envy of his classmates, little Sakura walked towards Naruto. It turned out to be this nympho. Sasuke held his forehead painfully, and was already able to imagine the future. Little Sakura will linger around Naruto like a butterfly, chatting every day, which will inevitably affect Naruto and his training time. Even the members they train may add nympho little Sakura. Damn it! Desperate to think about it. I believe Naruto also has a headache. Sasuke looked at Naruto, only to find the latter smiling. Welcome, little Sakura. Sasuke's face immediately turned green. Little Sakura sat down next to Naruto, looking a little shy and shy. Am I the monster that made you so nervous? Naruto quipped with a smile. No, how come? I was thinking about how to chat with Naruto-kun. Little Sakura replied with a blushing face, the whole air seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, propped his chin and looked out the window, the corners of his mouth evoking a sinister arc. The real strong man will not be stagnant because of women. Naruto's talent is indeed amazing, but he will soon surpass him with these eyes. Indulge in beauty, and one day you will realize it. I am so strong. Sasuke stroked his eyes lightly, and the powerful power contained in Sharingan made him stand up instantly. With the appearance of the guide Genin one by one, soon only the Naruto trio were left in the class. Is our guide Genin late? Little Sakura lay on the table with a helpless expression. Inside Sakura roared in anger. It's fine. Just wait, maybe he's delayed. Naruto still had that perfect smile. I just don't know what's on my mind. Kakashi looked at the mirror. The man in the mirror has white hair and looks handsome. After a moment of silence, he put on his mask and looked at the sky outside. It's getting late. I was late again. Kakashi looked out the window with a complicated expression. He is a disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Konoha's famous copy ninja Kakashi. But at the same time, he is also an unqualified disciple. He watched helplessly as the teacher's widow suffered the villagers' malice. He lived in guilt and pain like a corpse. Hypnosis promises that everything will be fine. But now, he has a chance at redemption. He is about to become the teacher's widow, Uzumaki Naruto's teacher. Before, he was unable to intervene in Naruto's life, but now, he can guide Naruto's growth. A lot of emotions are mixed together. So Kakashi lost sleep last night. For a ninja, being troubled by tumultuous emotions is very unprofessional. Kakashi simply packed up and walked towards the ninja school. Along the way slowly, I bought breakfast, and by the way, I helped the old grandmother and fed the little wild cat. Like a trip, he finally arrived at the ninja school. Arrived at the door of the class. Push the door to enter. Then I saw 3 students sitting obediently in the classroom. One of the grim boys looked at him with a slightly sullen look. Another girl with pink hair pretended to be well behaved, but her fists were already clenched. As for the last blonde boy, neatly dressed and personable. With an elegant and gentle smile on his face, he did not feel any dissatisfaction because of his lateness. That genial smile instantly overlapped with 4th generation Namikaze Minato. Teacher. Kakashi murmured softly with longing eyes. But soon, he came back to his senses and leaned lazily by the door. My first impression of you is not bad. Chapter 53. Come to the rooftop. I'm your future instructor. Let me introduce myself first. Let's start with Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto meaningfully. Looking forward to how Naruto, the son of the master, will introduce himself. Introduce yourself before asking others to introduce themselves, Naruto responded. It makes sense, my name is Hatake Kakashi, what I hate and like is kept secret, and the rest don't want to tell you. Kakashi had a dead fish eye. What, it's no different from saying nothing. Little Sakura rolled her eyes and complained frantically in her heart. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with doubts in his eyes. It turned out that he was Hatake Kakashi. Naruto's eyes flashed with surprise. This can also explain why Kakashi looked at him with such complicated eyes before. He knew from Minato that Kakashi was his close disciple, and he was an excellent ninja whose talent was no less than attacking. It's a pity that after the death of White Fang, he fell into a sinking, and perhaps his talent has been wasted. Minato speaks highly of Kakashi, and regards him as a ninja who surpasses himself. But after Minato's death, Kakashi's inaction disappointed Minato. But even so, Minato still looked forward to Kakashi, and even said to Naruto, if Kakashi is your guide Genin, I'm relieved. Thinking of this, Naruto said lightly, Hatake Kakashi, Anbu Ninja, the disciple of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, became a genius ninja of Genin at the age of 12, and the name Copy Ninja is well known by all ninja villages. Ninjas will be our instructors. After listening, Sasuke was shocked. You can be promoted to Jonin at the age of 12, and Ataka can be promoted to Chunin at the age of 10. Is his talent more than Ataka? How strong will he be now? Sasuke looked at Kakashi seriously. The latter still had dead fish eyes, his eyes were calm, and his whole person felt like a salted fish, standing there like a waste person. There is no trace of a strong breath at all. This made Sasuke's mind wonder. Is this guy really Jonin? I didn't expect Kakashi-sensei to be so powerful. Please give me more advice in the future. After hearing Naruto's words, little Sakura immediately showed an expression of admiration. I am so blessed to be guided by such a powerful ninja. You can give corresponding information after hearing my name. Well done. This is the quality a ninja should have. I'm very impressed with you, Naruto. But if you don't disclose ninja information casually, I think I'll like you more. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his eyes finally fluctuated, and he said in a low voice. Sharing information is also a good quality. If the information is wrong, I hope Kakashi-sensei will point it out. Naruto responded with a smile. His information is not a secret among ninjas, but how did Naruto find out? Could it be Nine-Tails? It seems that the relationship between Naruto and Nine-Tails has eased, as expected of the teacher's child. You did a great job. Kakashi collected his thoughts and complimented Naruto, then turned his gaze to the three of them, motioning for them to introduce themselves. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like to practice with everyone. I hate people who are not punctual. My dreams become stronger and I find the truth. What an awkward kid, I hate trouble. Kakashi only felt a headache, and he could only imagine how troublesome life would be in the future. My name is Haruno Sakura, I love, looks at Naruto, dreams, looks at Naruto, hates people who are not punctual. Hearing this, the corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched unconsciously under the mask. An awkward kid, a nympho, the team's configuration is a bit desperate. But if it is the teacher's child, it should give people a little surprise. It is said that he was the warm son at school. Maybe he can help himself manage these two troublesome students. He put his last hope on Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, there seem to be a lot of things I like, so I won't talk about them one by one. My dream is to become a Hokage, to protect everyone, yes, just like the will of fire said, turn into flames, light Konoha, and hate words. Actually it doesn't matter anymore, after all, now I'm not afraid of hateful things at all. Naruto seemed to recall something, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. As expected of everyone's son. Naruto didn't let me down. Kakashi looked relieved. It's just that Naruto revealed too little information. It seemed that everything was said, but nothing was actually said. I don't know enough about him, I need to get along with him further. But talk. Shi Niang's hot temper at that time made the whole ninja school jump. Master has a gentle personality, but occasionally has a little black belly. Moreover, Naruto was also a mischievous king before enlightenment, but now his nature is suppressed, and he behaves elegantly, maybe he is also a black belly king inside. Kakashi just felt in a mess, wondering what he was thinking about. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I heard that grabbing the bell has been a tradition for all generations of squads. We should have this exercise as well. It sounds very interesting. Seeing Kakashi wandering around, Naruto said. Humph, childish drill, I'll grab the bell easily. Sasuke folded his arms and looked stinky. Grab the bell? Then can I fight alongside Naruto? Little Sakura laughed heartily. Originally, I didn't have that plan, but since you asked, I'll gather at the practice ground tomorrow and start the first task, grab the bell. By the way, don't eat breakfast. As a Jonin, Kakashi decided to stand up first. After all, it is more useful to use fists than bitter words. That's it, disband. Kakashi didn't say much nonsense, and directly disappeared from everyone's sight. Remember to have breakfast tomorrow, and go to the training ground at noon. After confirming that Kakashi had left, Naruto showed a sunny smile. Hokage Kakashi, the famous late king of Konoha, I got lost on the road of life. If you have an appointment with him, remember to be at least 3 hours late. After leaving the ninja school, Kakashi still recalls his previous contact with Naruto. He has the same sunny smile as the teacher, seems to be able to heal all wounds, and at the same time has great strength. Kakashi had seen Naruto's training before, and taijutsu may have been no less than Chunin's. The mysterious blood following the limit is even more people cannot be underestimated. Even if Naruto and the others don't say it, Kakashi will also conduct a bell-grabbing test. It was an exercise to understand Naruto's true strength. As for the rollover? Impossible, I am Jainin. In front of his rich combat experience and combat intuition, the Naruto trio is not enough to see. Chapter 54. Sasuke, let's practice more today. Little Sakura, do you want to be together? Okay. Little Sakura accepted Naruto's invitation without hesitation. The three walked towards the training ground. Along the way, Sasuke kept recalling the details. He has the burden of reviving Uchiha on his shoulders, so he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. However, he was already 12 years old, let alone Jainin, not even Chunin. Look at those geniuses again. Itachi became Chunin at 10, and Kakashi became Jainin at 12. Compared with them, he is too bad. How can such a self revive Uchiha? Sasuke was unwilling. Although he has been training and should be able to compete with Chunin, it is still too bad. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little worried. Excellent guidance Jainin will undoubtedly affect the life of the ninja, and if Kakashi has no ability, his own progress will definitely not be fast. Although Kakashi has the reputation of a genius ninja, but looking at his unreliable appearance, he is obviously weak. In this way, how to become stronger and how to find the truth. Seeing Sasuke's preoccupied appearance, Naruto also understood Sasuke's concerns and said comfortably, "Don't worry, Kakashi may seem unreliable, but he is a copy ninja with over 1,000 ninjutsu masters. In my opinion, he is very suitable. One of your mentors, Jainin. Kakashi has performed 42 S-rank missions, and each time he has completed them perfectly. His strength is far beyond that of ordinary Jainin. Sasuke, aren't you studying the nature transformation of Thunder Chakra? Kakashi can definitely help you." The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up. With Minato as an intelligence station, Naruto's knowledge of Konoha is even comparable to that of third generation. That's good. Hearing this, Sasuke was relieved, and his expression was no longer tense. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke heard a high-pitched male voice at the end of the street. "Well done, Xiao Li, I saw your enthusiasm for training, I was so moved, this is the blood of youth, this is the charm of youth. Everyone, let's stand upside down 3 times around Konoha today." 4 figures appeared at the end of the street. One of the taller men was wearing a weird green tights, with a watermelon head on his head, walking upside down. Followed by 3 students jogging with their faces covered. It was Guy and his 3 students. "Hey! It's Naruto. And Sasuke, and girl." Rock Lee saw Naruto first, and immediately left Niji and Tian running towards Naruto, leaving Guy behind him crying bitterly. Snot! On a sunny day, the teenager swept his sweat and ran to his friends. This scene is the most perfect interpretation of youth. This is the expression of friendship. I see the bloom of youth at this moment. This is youth. Naruto, Sasuke, and this one. Rock Lee came to Naruto, his eyes fixed on little Sakura. Under the influence of Naruto, Rock Lee's aesthetic has changed, so he didn't like little Sakura like the original. In his opinion, anyone who can stand next to Naruto must be a master. That pink-haired girl must have some talent that cannot be ignored. There are more and more partners around Naruto, stronger and stronger. Decided not to hold back. Double your training today. Her name is Haruno Sakura, and she's a member of our team, Naruto introduced. After the introduction, the two sides had a preliminary understanding. The Guy team in the back has also stepped forward. Guy finished his reasoning, gave a thumbs up, revealing the big white fang. Yoshi, Naruto boy, Sasuke boy, meet in such a romantic weather, I believe this is youth. Guy still remembers the fight against Naruto. The impressive blood follows the boundary, and I can still remember the details of the original battle. After several years of precipitation, Naruto's temperament is more calm and restrained. At first glance, it looks like a child with no power. But Guy knew that Naruto's strength had reached new heights. Over the years, Naruto and Sasuke have also consulted Guy for gymnastics. To be precise, in Konoha, if Guy's physique is ranked second, then no one can be ranked first. Under Guy's guidance, their physical skills have also improved by leaps and bounds. So they still respect Guy. Humph. Just as the two parties were discussing happily, the cold hum from behind caught Naruto's attention. He looked back, only to see Niji's trademark roll of eyes and hostility. Naruto remembers that also a year ago, Guy offered to have Naruto and Niji have a match. Niji is arrogant and arrogant. Although he lost to Rock Lee, his arrogance is still undiminished. Guy also wanted to take this opportunity to dent Niji's spirit. After all, as a ninja, pride is the biggest weakness. At that time, Niji still looked down on Naruto, believing that the gentle Naruto had little talent in physical arts. Then he was beaten mercilessly by Naruto, and his face was bruised and several ribs were broken. To this day, Niji still remembers Naruto's face when he set his bones with a smile. I shudder to think about it. Niji, long time no see. Naruto gave Niji a gentle smile. Okay, long time no see. Niji hurriedly put away his posture and responded with some reluctance. From that hang-up, he had a psychological shadow on Naruto. So he silently hides to the side and acts as a serious listener. The topic of several people came to guide Jainin. Naruto, who is your guide, Jainin? Rock Lee asked. Kakashi. Kakashi? A very familiar name. Rock Lee scratched his head in confusion, wondering where he'd heard it before. Kakashi, that guy is my old enemy. But he saw Guy's face sighing. Rock Lee and others suddenly realized this. I remembered, isn't Kakashi the old enemy that Mr. Guy often talks about, the opponent who burns youth? Isn't it the same style as Mr. Guy? It shouldn't be possible, I can't imagine anyone else wearing the same style as Teacher Guy. Mr. Guy, who is stronger between you and Kakashi? Rock Lee and Tien Tien chirpily asked. The question made the Naruto trio PK up their ears, expecting Guy's answer. In terms of strength, in 100 games, he can win 51 games, but in terms of youth, my boiling youth is incomparable to him. Kakashi is so powerful. Sasuke looked surprised. He clearly understands Guy's strengths, and he stands out among the Jainin. According to Rock Lee, Guy's box pressing technique allows him to instantly kill a Jainin. Although Kakashi's name is very loud, the first impression it gives people is really not close to being powerful. With Guy's words, Sasuke is looking forward to Kakashi's teachings. The few people chatted for a while, and the Naruto team also excused themselves to separate. When they were about to part, Guy suddenly said, "Young man, do you want to join us in the youthful training?" Training? It seems very reliable. Little Sakura looked confused, but was pulled away by Naruto and Sasuke before she could react. No, we're going to dinner. That's such a pity, we can only spend our youth. Guy roared at the three members, let's jump around the Konoha frog 3 times together. Seeing Guy's strange style of painting, little Sakura suddenly understood why Naruto refused Guy's invitation. Chapter 55. This was the Naruto team's first dinner together, and it won't be the last. Naruto thought about it and invited Sasuke and little Sakura, "Would you like to come to my house? I will cook you a big meal." "I'm fine," Sasuke said coldly with his arms crossed. Rock Lee has been to Naruto's house, and has also enjoyed Naruto's own cooking. The feedback afterward is, fairy-like dishes. This made Sasuke quite uncomfortable. After all, as Naruto's best friend, he had never been to Naruto's house. So after Naruto's proposal, he feigned indifference. The little Sakura on the side naturally raised both hands in approval. Lee Sakura even cheered directly, "Great, this time I go to Naruto's house, next time I sleep at Naruto's house, next time I can." Girls in the Hokage world are really precocious. Naruto brings Sasuke and little Sakura to his house. The tiny room was quite surprising to the eldest young master, Sasuke. However, although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. All the necessary facilities for living in the house are complete. A bed, simple kitchen, table, and chairs. The room was neatly tidy and spotless, not like a boy's house at all. Even Sasuke couldn't help thinking in surprise, even the house where there used to be servants wasn't that clean. The mood suddenly fell a little. In the past, there were servants in the house who specialized in cleaning, but now, let alone servants, there is no living person in the family except himself. And since the house is big, cleanliness is also a big problem. After the extermination, Sasuke was forced to learn the daily skills of cooking and cleaning up. But no matter what he tried, his cooking was terrible. In his opinion, cooking is the hardest skill in the world to learn. Naruto's talent is indeed good, but he can't have good cooking skills, right? Is he really omnipotent? Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's skeptical gaze. He played a few beautiful knives with the kitchen knife, and said to himself, "I don't have enough ingredients at home. Sasuke, go buy some meat, little Sakura, please go buy some vegetables." "Okay, Naruto, I'll be back soon. I'm looking forward to your cooking skills, it must be delicious." Little Sakura only felt a sense of happiness in her heart. If you tell Ino, it will definitely make her scream with excitement. After they bought the ingredients and went home, Naruto had put on a white apron and greeted with a gentle face, "It's hard work." He began to process the ingredients quickly. Wash, chop, marinate. Skilled movements are clearly veterans. Wow, the man who cooks is so handsome. Little Sakura sat on the chair, holding his face, looking like a nympho. The Naruto in her eyes was picking up the kitchen knife and slicing the meat gracefully. In the blink of an eye, the meat had been perfectly cut into pieces of the same size. Watching Naruto handle the ingredients is like watching a conductor of a symphony orchestra, elegant and confident. Every ingredient will be perfectly processed in a very short time. Under Sasuke's puzzled eyes, Naruto took out a piece of plastic wrap and placed it under the meat, with the kitchen knife in his hand, processing the ingredients with extreme speed. Cooking is actually a kind of practice. You need to be calm, concentrate on handling ingredients, and use the most suitable strength, not even a single cent. Naruto processed the meat in a very short time, set it aside and picked up the plastic wrap under the meat. Still smooth and tidy, with no signs of being cut at all. Sasuke looked at this scene with a shocked expression, and his eyes were enlightened. "That's it, I finally understand why you are so strong. Because you have integrated your practice into your life. I understand." Under Naruto and little Sakura's bewildered gazes, Sasuke's hands began to seal at extreme speed, and the corners of his mouth were pouting. Confident smile, "No matter in any scene in the future, I will try my best to practice the knot and make good use of all the fragments of time. Effort is hard work, it must be combined with rest." Naruto nodded. "Begin to dive into the cooking state with all your heart and soul." After half an hour, a table full of delicious dishes is ready. Mapo tofu, salmon sushi, fresh fish soup, steak, green pepper slices. "Come on, have a taste," Give me some advice, please. Naruto gestured politely. Hey, my requirements are very high. Sasuke cleared his throat and quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After the genocide, he hadn't eaten decent home-cooked food for a long time. Then I'm welcome. Little Sakura on the side couldn't wait to pick up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth. The spicy and delicious fragrance exploded in his mouth, and little Sakura's eyes widened, feeling that his whole body had ascended to heaven. How can it be so delicious? Sasuke took a bite of the green pepper slices suspiciously, his eyes widened slightly, and his doubts about Naruto instantly disappeared. This cooking? He looked at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto's cooking skills have surpassed that of his mother, Mikoto. How did you do that? Obviously he spends time training every day. How is it? How does it taste? Naruto wiped his hands, sat down at the table, and asked with a smile. Excellent, Naruto, you are amazing, and your wife will be so happy in the future. Little Sakura praised without hesitation. Humph, the taste is okay. Sasuke snorted coldly, his eyes dodged a little, but the speed of his hands did not slow down. Let's just eat it. Sasuke's chopsticks quickly moved to the other dishes. Hey, you're really dishonest. Little Sakura pouted, a little disgusted. At this moment, Sakura was possessed and said what was in his heart. Seeing Sasuke's slightly dissatisfied eyes, little Sakura snorted and gave Naruto a piece of meat, just like a hostess. Naruto, it's hard work, eat more. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Obviously Naruto was his friend. Why did the little Sakura who inserted it out of thin air pretend to be so familiar? So Sasuke said to Naruto, the steak is good, eat more. But you haven't eaten steak yet. Little Sakura replied immediately. You. Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto didn't care about the open and secret fight between the two. He adjusted his glasses and tasted his own salmon sushi first. The taste is not bad. However, there was a small flaw in the knife handling of the salmon, which affected the taste. This is a mistake that should not be made. Sure enough, I am not focused enough. By the way, Naruto, why are you wearing glasses? Sasuke asked curiously during the meal. Yes, Naruto-kun is not short-sighted. I really want to see what Naruto-kun looks like when he takes off his glasses. Little Sakura echoed on the side. Hearing the question, Naruto was obviously stunned, and then showed a meaningful smile. I won't take off my glasses until the right time. Sasuke and little Sakura on the side were confused and wanted to ask again, but were interrupted. Eat and have strength when you're full. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. The time was spent in a rather warm atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the night fell, and the three separated and walked towards the home. Chapter 56. The next morning, little Sakura was standing at the agreed training ground with a small box of bento in his hand. The cold wind blew through, and little Sakura hurriedly gathered up the few clothes on her body, her arms shivering a little under the air. Suddenly, she felt a warm coat with the smell of refreshing soap draped over her body. She hurriedly turned around, and saw Naruto's warm smile. The weather has changed a lot recently, but don't catch a cold. Naruto's words made little Sakura nodded, and Sakura was even more crazy. But soon she noticed that Naruto, who had no coat, was wearing only a thin piece of casual clothes, and hurriedly wanted to take off the coat. Naruto, if you wear so little, don't. Naruto gently stopped little Sakura's movements and put on her coat again, her beautiful blue eyes filled with tenderness. It's very ungentlemanly to see a girl who looks like a sakura flower frozen in the cold wind and do nothing. Sakura flower girl. Ah, Naruto, don't do this, I'll want to hug you so much. Sakura has completely collapsed and ran wild. Thousands of words finally turned into a shy Little Sakura, how long have you been here? Naruto asked softly. I've only been here for a while. At this time, Sasuke's figure slowly appeared in the distance. And just like that, the three-man group was assembled. It seems that Kakashi, the late king, is more exaggerated than I thought. Naruto suddenly chuckled. I'm sorry, I'm lost on the road to finding life. After a while, Kakashi arrived late, using the excuse that he couldn't get it right. It's all right, we've only just arrived. Naruto looked understanding. Well, this is delicious, I can't tell, the craftsmanship is okay. Sasuke on the side didn't even look up, took a piece of sushi from the small Sakura, and tasted it carefully, looking at the little Sakura in surprise. It's hard to imagine that this nympho girl has cooking skills far beyond her own. The praised little Sakura excitedly picked up a piece of sushi and fed it to Naruto's mouth. Naruto-kun, I made this myself. Okay, thank you little Sakura. Naruto took a small step back and took the sushi into his mouth. Well, it tastes good. Little Sakura, who was refused feeding, was not discouraged, but cheered herself up. Yoshi, at least Naruto-kun has eaten my bento, which is a big improvement. The girl's fighting spirit is high. Kakashi quietly watched the scene of the three of them sharing the bento, and suddenly felt like an outsider. It seemed that no one cared about being late at all. This feeling. So frustrating. Cough cough. Kakashi attracted everyone's attention with a light cough, tried to look serious, and said in a low voice. Next, the assessment of grabbing the bell will begin. I will put 2 bells on my body, you need to grab the bells before 12 noon. Those who don't grab the bell are not eligible for lunch. Since there are only 2 bells, one of you is destined to be hungry. Oh, it turns out that doing all this is boring. Sasuke snorted coldly. You, it's over, I must be starving. Little Sakura frowned. Don't worry, little Sakura, we won't be hungry after eating the bento, and we'll just have to divide our lunch. Naruto smiled nonchalantly. Kakashi? The atmosphere that Kakashi worked hard to create was immediately broken. He stood in the field with a look of doubt on his face, and his heart was messy. How is this completely different from what I thought? What script is this? Grab the bell. Minato in Naruto's body sighed with memories. With a nostalgic smile on his mouth, Kakashi went through a very strict bell test back then. It has been more than 10 years, and things have changed. Kakashi, who used to be a stinky fart, has also grown up, and now he has become a teacher for others. After adjusting his mentality, Kakashi leaned lazily against the tree, not like a ninja at all. You better have the determination to kill me, otherwise, it will not succeed. Be careful, he's a ninja no less than Guy. Naruto reminded calmly. Sasuke nodded, and little Sakura's hands were cold nervously. Then the assessment, let's begin. The words fell, and no one moved. Little Sakura's eyes closely followed Naruto. She understands that with her own strength, she can only hope to pass the assessment if she cooperates with Naruto. Sasuke decided to observe for a moment. Naruto, on the other hand, decided to attack directly from the front. They're all confident. Kakashi pulled out a book of Intimacy Paradise from his ninja bag and read it lazily. The mood also fluctuates with the content of the book. That book. Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned into Sharingan, and then he looked stunned. That turned out to be a yellow book. Sasuke found this Intimacy Paradise when he was cleaning the mansion. He was curious and simply read it, and the result was predictable. Can this kind of Jainin who reads yellow books really guide us? Sasuke looked suspicious. Don't underestimate anyone. Naruto started smiling. Nine-Tails, with Chakra, I want to see how qualified this Kakashi is to be our guide Jainin. Hey, use it, it's better to kill this 4th-generation disciple. Nine-Tails gloated and bewitched. Wind style, great breakthrough. After the complex seal, Naruto used a very skilled ninjutsu. Great breakthrough is just the most basic wind style, which simply generates a storm, but the wind size is linked to the caster chakra. You must know that the chakra in Naruto's body is a chakra level. Hey! Naruto spewed out a terrifying hurricane that could not be ignored. The forest in this area shivered instantly, the rustling leaves trembled louder and louder, and the dust on the ground was blown high, covering Kakashi. Can the Great Breakthrough have such power? Kakashi's eyes widened, and he put the intimacy paradise back into the ninja bag. Facing the Great Breakthrough, whose power was comparable to S-rank ninjutsu, he was horrified. Due to the vast scope of the Great Breakthrough, it is not suitable to escape directly with the body replacement technique. Earth-style multiple earth walls. But Kakashi was Jonin after all, so he responded instantly. Several high earth walls stood up, blocking Kakashi's face. Under the obstruction of the earth wall, the Great Breakthrough seems to have no lethality. But before Kakashi could breathe a sigh of relief, Naruto's chant came. O King's Lander! The mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the flying wing, the thing that bears the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, turning south across the sea, and marching forward. Had S-31 red artillery. A fiery ball of fire erupted from Naruto's palm, and flew into the Great Breakthrough. With the blessing of the wind, the flame burned even more violently, smashing all the earth walls in an instant, and the area where Kakashi was located behind the earth wall was submerged. A huge explosion erupted. The light and heat spread out in a spherical shape, and the involved trees were instantly charred and blackened, with billowing smoke. When the smoke cleared, the positive area was full of burnt, unpleasant smell. The ground was a mess, the soil under my feet even gave off an unpleasant smell, and the temperature was extremely high. Chapter 57. Gyulong. Little Sakura swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes. I can't imagine what I saw. Hey, are you getting stronger again? Sasuke snorted coldly, feeling even more desperate for the gap with Naruto. Naruto withdrew his hand in satisfaction. I got stronger after my fight with Guy a few years ago. The current self, whether it is ninjutsu or kid, is much stronger than the previous self. And the combination of ninjutsu and kid can increase the power to a greater extent, which is quite the effect of serial ninjutsu. Such an attack should not even be underestimated by Jonin. But Naruto knew that such an attack would not help Kakashi. Sure enough, although the field was in a mess, only Kakashi was not there. Kakashi, who managed to evade the attack, was surprised. As expected of Naruto, he has grown so much in just a few years, and even if he has not yet received guidance, his strength is far greater than last year's Jonin. But you must know that what he is facing is not an ordinary Jonin. It is Hokage Kakashi, who has been through many battles and is called a copy ninja by his enemies. Hard beheading technique. A pair of hands stretched out from the dirt under Naruto's feet, grabbing Naruto's ankles. The corners of Kakashi's mouth evoked a confident smile, and he could already think of the interesting picture of Naruto being dragged into the dirt by himself, with only one head sticking out. At that time, he must not be able to remain elegant and gentle. Had S fifth earth dance. When the words fell, the whole earth suddenly surged, and the shattered soil burst out from the stable ground, revealing Kakashi's shocked eyes below. Taking advantage of Kakashi's distraction, Naruto broke free from Kakashi's restraint, tapped his fingertips on the gravel, and quickly jumped into the air. Caught you! Naruto chuckled, extending his fingers. The 12 fire of Had. In an instant, Riotsu unfolded a huge kid net that bound Kakashi directly below. But the Kakashi in Kid's net has been reduced to a piece of wood after the smoke. Amazing reaction and decision, Naruto. Kakashi followed Naruto's back, but that's it. Under the shocked gazes of Sasuke and little Sakura, Kakashi's hands quickly formed a seal. Oops, does Kakashi-sensei still want to kill Naruto? Little Sakura watched this scene wryly, but couldn't do anything. 1,000 years of death. Kakashi's hands formed a tiger seal in an instant and stabbed Naruto's anus. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke's eyes widened. Little Sakura blushed and covered her eyes, not daring to look any more. Naruto-kun, even if you get caught there, or whatever, I can accept it, I will give you medicine. The girl's heart is very firm. Kakashi-sensei, it's against your identity to use such a vulgar attack. Naruto suddenly chuckled. Kakashi saw that the Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hand suddenly shattered, and it turned into a little bit of wonderful foam and disappeared into the air. The next moment, the world in his eyes seemed to ripple like a lake. Hey! 1,000 years of death successfully submerged into the deadly part, but the expected warm feeling did not come. On the contrary, Kakashi only felt a sharp blade wind breaking from his side, and his heart was suddenly alarmed. The information about Naruto's bloodline limit flashed back to his mind. A strange blood boundary that can manipulate vision and create illusions through the refraction of water and light. The only way to crack is to throw away vision. Kakashi believes that as long as Sharingan is used, the boundaries of this kind of illusion can be overcome. But if you have to use Sharingan against students, you will be too embarrassed. Body replacement technique. The skillful body replacement technique was used, but it had not yet completely landed. Kakashi's eyes flashed again, and the next moment he saw the second knife wind still stabbing head-on. What's the situation? Kakashi's dead fish eyes finally showed a hint of horror, and his hands formed a seal without hesitation. Great fireball technique. A fiery and fierce fireball spewed out of his mouth, and the power was completely different from what Sasuke used, at least 5 times stronger. A small area in front of Kakashi was immediately enveloped in flames, and the burning air distorted. Hey! A conspicuous white light suddenly lit up in the firelight in the sky. Then a bright white straight line appeared in the fire, and the seemingly violent flames were separated straight. Naruto, dressed in white, walked through the flames, and Kaika Suijutsu in his hands glowed with a dark green light. The flames that were separated were still burning, but not even Naruto's clothes could be hurt. This strange scene made Kakashi's pupils shrink suddenly. Even though he had prepared everything mentally before the battle, when the battle really started, he realized that he still underestimated Naruto. It should be said that, as expected of the teacher's son, he really has a terrifying talent. But he is a copy ninja Kakashi. In addition to excellent ninjutsu, taijutsu is definitely not weak. Kakashi immediately greeted Naruto with kunao. The sound of dense kunao colliding with Kaika Suijutsu suddenly resounded in the air. Both Naruto and Kakashi competed at super fast speed. The little Sakura on the side was stunned, her eyesight could no longer capture the traces of the two, which made her admire Naruto in her heart and annoyed at her own weakness. How could such a weak self stand by Naruto's side and become a trusted opponent? Sasuke on the side had already turned on Sharingan, but even so, his eyes could only barely capture the movements of the two. At first Naruto's stormy attack made Kakashi a little rushed, but soon, Naruto was completely overwhelmed. This Kakashi's taijutsu is so strong. Sasuke murmured in disbelief. Hey! Suddenly, Kakashi's body erupted with blood. He quickly backed away, looking at the scar on his chest in shock, full of disbelief in his heart. How is this possible? I obviously still dodged that attack. Is it an illusion again? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly realized that his dependence on vision was so great. Naruto's talent has surpassed that of the teacher, and he may become the top powerhouse in Konoha. Kakashi looked at Naruto solemnly, and his evaluation in his heart rose again. To Kakashi's surprise, Naruto did not pursue the victory, but stood on the spot with a knife, feeling the warm sunshine falling on his body, with an expression of enjoyment on his face, and said softly, "The sun before noon is really the most wonderful." Is he still savoring the sunshine? It seems that for Naruto, it is not the incomparable Jainin, but a trash fish. Pretentious. This strange adjective popped into Kakashi's mind for some reason. Sasuke on the side was breathing rapidly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. That's it. It's that vibe and look. simply. So handsome. I want to be that kind of man too. Chapter 58. It seems to be underestimated. Kakashi chuckled lightly and wiped the bloodline from his chest lightly. Naruto, you are indeed the most talented genin I have ever met. His tone was still lazy, but more serious. But you have to know that relying too much on the boundaries of blood is the biggest drawback of ninjas. Never underestimate the power of a ninja. When the words fell, Kakashi closed his eyes, and his hands quickly formed a seal. This series of intricate knots made little Sakura dazzled. Sasuke was also afraid. Is Kakashi-sensei using some advanced ninjutsu? Let me see how you can crack my Kaika Suijutsu, sensei. Naruto stood there calmly, his azure eyes watching Kakashi's movements quietly. He could have attacked directly while Kakashi was in the knot. The battle itself is ever-changing, although the gap between Genin and Genin is huge, but after all, there is only one life, even Genin-S is not invulnerable. Victory can be decided in an instant. History is not without incidents where Genin rolled over. The battle between ninjas is inherently full of unknowns. But he didn't care about it. He wants to compete with the real strong. Naruto is not like a ninja. For some reason, Sasuke's mind came to those words. Because Naruto's temperament is too elegant, and even generously makes the other party seal. What a calm demeanor, as if everything is under his control. Naruto, your bloodline limit is indeed very powerful, and being able to play with other people's vision is equivalent to directly abolishing half of the ninja's combat power. However, the flaws are also obvious. One is that it has little effect on ninjas who are good at illusion. Secondly, it only affects the vision, and does not produce any increase in your own physique. The way to crack is simple: throw away vision. Or use a wide range of ninjutsu. Kakashi muttered softly, closing his eyes. Water-style big waterfall technique. Kakashi's mouth suddenly spewed out a huge ball of water, which shot towards Naruto. This ninjutsu is a little wider than the Great Fireball, so I can't beat this kind of ninjutsu. Naruto shook his head and waved Kaika Suijutsu lightly. The water is soft, not a strong blade wind that can smash it. This operation is really confusing. But Naruto attaches Riotsu and Chakra to the knife. The knife light suddenly appeared, and the seemingly violent water polo was directly chopped up, and the water was scattered all over the place. Sasuke observed that the moment Kaika Suijutsu fell into the water polo, the blade glowed white, and the water polo was pushed away from the hand like an invisible hand, splitting in half. Is this an application of Chakra's swordsmanship? Sasuke mused. But seeing Naruto frowning, he was quite surprised. Why is the power of this ninjutsu not so great, so I kept it? Why? This is the first lesson I will teach you, the use of ninjutsu. Kakashi kept his eyes closed, and his hands made a mark. Water-style water prison technique. The words fell, and the water that had been scattered on the ground because of the slashing technique kept pouring into the air. As long as you abandon vision and use restrictive ninjutsu, you can break your bloodline limit. The chakra within Kakashi boils, depicting where Naruto is. It's over, Naruto. The surging water immediately rushed towards Naruto, who was caught off guard, as if alive, and enveloped him. The water is soft and not brute force can get rid of. The ninjutsu succeeded. Kakashi opened his eyes, his dead fish eyes were calm, and his tone was lazy. It's over, Naruto, to be honest, you are the best student I have ever brought, and this test has left a deep impression on me. However, you have made a fatal mistake. The individual ability of ninjas is important, but teamwork is the key to defeating the strong. If you join forces with Sasuke and little Sakura, you may be able to grab the bell. For a moment, Kakashi seemed to be back when he was just graduating, when he, Obito, and Lin received the bell-robbing test together. At the time, I, like Naruto, chose to go it alone. As a result, it was naturally taught by the teacher. Similar scenes are now being played out at different times and places. Kakashi's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Teacher, Obito, Rin, I am now Naruto's teacher. It turns out that the Great Waterfall technique seems to be extremely weak, but it is actually just paving the way for the water prison technique, allowing the water to fall on the ground, and controlling it while Naruto is not using the water prison technique. Complete the effect of controlling the opponent with minimal consumption. Is this Jainin? Sure enough. It seems that he is qualified to teach me. Sasuke thought with a stinky face. Looks like Naruto lost. In the water prison, Naruto didn't show any panic. As expected of Jainin, the combat IQ is amazing, and I used my laxity to fight back. However, eyes can deceive, and so can Chakra. Naruto in the water prison technique suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. It turned out to be a shadow clone. Kakashi's calm dead fish eyes rippled. Kakashi-sensei, it's over. Naruto's body appeared beside Sasuke, and he raised the bell in his hand. When Kakashi touched the ninja bag, but was surprised to find that the bell inside had disappeared. Then he suddenly realized. Could it be that he grabbed the bell a long time ago? It seems that he still underestimates this bloodline limit. Humph, it seems that Kakashi-sensei's strength is not enough, and he didn't even force me to take action. Sasuke folded his arms sullenly. Be stronger with this shame, at least one day, you can see my strength. Crack. Sasuke's head was deflected by Kakashi's head. Kakashi, who appeared in front of the three of them in an instant, glanced at Naruto indifferently, and said with admiration, well done, congratulations on passing the test, but since Naruto grabbed the two bells alone, today's lunch. Kakashi took out 2 boxes of bento. Let's all share. Naruto took the bento with a smile and opened it. There are fish and meat, it's very rich. Hey, isn't this bento the one that Konoha is famous and hard to buy? Little Sakura looked surprised. Then I'm welcome. Humph, my mouth is very tricky. Sasuke looked stinky. The three sat around the ground and shared their lunch boxes. You take a bite, I take a bite, the atmosphere is harmonious. Looking at it this way, Kakashi looks like an outsider again. The atmosphere is so warm, but I can't feel it. Kakashi stood by for a while, expecting a feed from the students. But the 3 students were still so immersed in their own world that they didn't even notice that their advisor was still on the side. We will gather here at the same time tomorrow. Unhappy came out of his heart, and Kakashi left the training ground in an instant. Finally, I can start taking orders. No matter how indifferent Rao Sasuke was, he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Although Kakashi teacher is unreliable, but his strength is still good, I hope he can teach some good ninjutsu. Naruto said with a smile. Chapter 59. Grab the bell so hastily ended. Kakashi was walking down the street, but his mind had drifted to the details of grabbing the bell. Although he has the element of underestimating the enemy, it can even be said to be released into the sea. Many lethal ninjutsu, even Sharingan, are not used. But failure is failure, and there is no excuse. That bloodline limit. He murmured softly, his eyes full of solemnity, if developed properly, Naruto may become Konoha's best illusion ninja. Illusion combined with visual manipulation is hard to prevent, and opponents can't tell the difference between illusion and reality. However, I don't know how much this blood secret boundary can work under Sharingan's insight. Kakashi stroked his covered eyes lightly, with nostalgia in his eyes. This is Obito's last gift. At the moment Naruto seems to be relying too much on the bloodline boundary, which is a big flaw. Naruto's strength is very strong, and his personality is stable and gentle, but he will inevitably underestimate the enemy and be arrogant in battle. It seems that he needs to take a few more tempered requests. As for those bloody commissions, let's postpone it for a while. Judging from Naruto's character, he should be able to complete those boring tasks perfectly. With him, Sasuke and little Sakura will definitely not have any complaints, so I can also save my mind and be a hands-off shopkeeper. It's just a pity, I didn't see the strength of Sasuke and little Sakura. He chuckled, and began to plan the team's responsibilities very seriously. It seems necessary to find a chance to understand their strength. For now, Naruto, who is good at illusion and taijutsu, is versatile and can play any role in battle. Little Sakura currently has no special strengths, but it is said that her chakra control ability is very good. Maybe she can become a good medical ninja. Sasuke, his ninjutsu and taijutsu are good, and he can be the main attacker just like Naruto. It should be taught to Sasuke Reikari, and as for Naruto, maybe raise Nan. Kakashi thought as he walked. In the past, Mr. Namikaze Minato poured great effort into him. Now, it was his turn to report back to Naruto. Within the sealed space. Congratulations on passing the bell-grabbing test, Naruto, your performance is very impressive. Facing Naruto, Namikaze Minato showed his signature sunny smile. Thank you. Naruto nodded gently. At first, Naruto resented the father who sealed Nine-Tails into his body without authorization. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and what Minato saw was his completely indifferent attitude. But Naruto is human after all. Humans have 5 emotions and 6 desires, and naturally they will not easily forget the painful past. Regardless of Minato's original intentions, it is an indisputable fact that Naruto was hurt. Just like the complex relationship between father and son. It is obvious that the other party is for your own good. But sometimes the so-called for your own good is so ridiculous in his opinion. Think about it carefully, how could parents think about harming their own flesh and blood? Perhaps the situation was urgent, and sealing Nine-Tails into one's body might be the best choice. After all, the past is over. For Naruto, it is because of the pain of the past that he can be strong now. He doesn't hate Minato anymore. But not bound by affection. Because he understands. The road he wants to walk is destined to be lonely, the road to the sky. The strong will not be bound by emotions, his goal is always to become stronger. How is Riotsu's practice going? Naruto asked Minato. Is Naruto caring about me? He should still have me in his heart and have a chance to repair the relationship. Minato was delighted. Then he replied, the progress is a bit slow, but the body can already be condensed. I think, maybe it is possible to leave the sealed space. After practicing Riotsu, Minato could feel the connection between his body and the sealed space begin to weaken. He had a hunch that he could leave Naruto's body and appear in the world in a new form. That might be what Naruto was referring to as Shinigami. How does the current strength compare to before? Naruto continued to ask. Now I should be able to exert 50% of my strength at my peak. Minato pondered for a moment and then said, but the fighting time cannot exceed 5 minutes, and the total amount of Riotsu in the body is not enough. If Riotsu is exhausted, I will dissipate directly. Hearing this, Naruto fell into deep thought. Minato was his first Shinigami transformation. Judging from the current situation, a few years are just to stabilize Minato's body and have a certain fighting power. 50% of the combat power is not enough, the current Minato should not even be an opponent of Kakashi. According to Mr. Aizen, mortals cannot see Shinigami. But with the existence of Chakra, the situation may change. From the current situation, the unknown is still very large. Continue to practice Riotsu, there may be things that need your help in the future. Naruto's tone was much gentler. In just a few short years, his strength has grown quite well, but compared with Konoha, he is undoubtedly still hitting the stone with an egg. If you want to completely get rid of Konoha's control, you will definitely need more chips. Shigamai. Naruto muttered to himself, his eyes deep. Maybe the Shinigami project can start to get on track. Assemble an army capable of competing with the top forces in the ninja world. Mr. Aizen, did you see my previous battle? Naruto asked Aizen after leaving the sealed space where Nine-Tails was. Naruto, your progress is really great. Aizen was still as gentle as always, with a hint of relief. Maintain this rate of progress, and soon you will be able to gain a foothold in Konoha. After several years of observation, Aizen has a general understanding of Konoha. I have also seen some more interesting ninjutsu. In his opinion, the upper limit of ninjutsu is still not low, and it is precisely because of this that he has begun to conduct Shinigami experiments related to Chakra. I still want to thank Mr. Aizen for his teaching over the years. Naruto's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. No, in fact, I'm just a guide. The strength you have acquired is your own effort. Naruto, remember what I said, I will not interfere in any of your decisions in the future, and your growth is up to you. Aizen stood up, feeling the cold wind blowing in his face, and the thick lenses lit up and reflected. Baby eagles always surprise because they have nothing to fear. Do what you want, let go, and do it, so that you will let me see something different. The corners of Aizen's mouth twitched slightly, and the originally gentle eyes suddenly flashed a fierce light. He felt that the blood sleeping in his body finally had a tendency to wake up. Riotsu plus Nine-Tails and Chakra. Naruto may really become an existence equal to himself in the future. I have waited too long. Chapter 60. Late at night. Naruto goes to sleep. But in some homes the lights are still on. Little Sakura, why haven't you slept yet? I want to practice ninjutsu for a while. In the yard, little Sakura was sweating profusely, and was about to collapse. Today Naruto's battle with Kakashi has left her feeling deeply defeated. Even though they both graduated in the same year, the gap between him and Naruto is a huge difference. She couldn't even see Naruto's movements. How can such a weak self team up with Naruto? Although Naruto has always had a gentle face, he will not blame himself for his weakness. But because of this, little Sakura wants to work harder, at least, to help Naruto in the future. Don't let him fight alone. Sasuke is also training, and in the family mansion, he keeps spewing great fireballs at the lake. With an unwilling look on his face. No, no. Such power is far from Kakashi's great fireball. It's not enough, this kind of ninjutsu won't hurt Kakashi at all. Damn it, if Naruto hadn't grabbed the bell, maybe Kakashi's decapitation technique would have solved me. Sasuke revisited today's battle between Naruto and Kakashi after returning home. He put himself into the role of Naruto, but was stunned to find that even if Sharingan was turned on, he might not be able to resist the attack in front of Kakashi. Is this the strength of Jonin? Too strong, Kakashi became Jonin at 12, and Ataka became Chunin at 10, so Ataka should be a little weaker. But even so, it can easily crush me. Sasuke's face was full of unwillingness. Could it be that my eyes are so unbearable? He covered his Sharingan and roared. Every battle since the awakening of Sharingan has been a humiliating battle. The bloodline limit, which was clearly regarded by Uchiha as a glory, was repeatedly frustrated. It's even harder to capture Naruto's movements. Sasuke suddenly recalled that horrible night. Itaka had a pair of weird eyes at that time, and it was those eyes that dragged him into a hellish dream. Those eyes. Itaka is so powerful because he got those eyes. Sasuke's heart was hot. As long as my Sharingan continues to evolve, one day I can surpass Naruto's. Kakashi's home. The lights were still on. Kakashi sat at the desk and wrote down the details of the training of the Naruto trio. From ninjutsu, taijutsu to other abilities from simple to deep. Day 2. Kakashi was expected to be late. When we arrived, we saw the Naruto trio happily sharing their lunch boxes. When they saw their arrival, they smiled and said hello, and there was no displeased expression on their faces. It seems to them that their lateness is just a routine thing. This gave Kakashi an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Inexplicable. Very upset. Papa. He clapped his palms, attracted all eyes, and said with a serious face, "Today, we will take you to receive the commission." Under the anticipation of the students, Kakashi took them to the commission office. After careful selection, he chose a few D-level commissions under the displeased eyes of the students. Konoha's commissions are divided into 6 levels: D, C, B, A, S, and Super S. Among them, the Super S and S level commissions are super difficult commissions of the transnational level, which require at least a ninja above the Jonin level to complete. A-level commissions are tasks related to the movement of the country or the village. The general content is escorting important people, crusade against ninja troops, etc. B-level delegations are mostly joined by individual request. Covers guards, assassinations, etc. C-level and B-level content are similar, but the difficulty will be 1 level lower, and they are generally only ordinary robbers or extremely weak genins. Both Chunin and Genin can accept this type of commission. Finally, there is the D-level commission that only Genin can take. D-level commissions are basically irrelevant to battles, and they deal with trivial matters. As a rookie group, the Naruto trio can only choose to compromise. Help Mama Yaking find the lost kitten. Help the uncle in the mountains to farm. That's what the 2 D-level delegates are for. This kind of boring commission is a waste of life. Sasuke couldn't help complaining, and little Sakura nodded. It can't be said that everything has a process of continuous growth. We have just been promoted to Genin. Of course, we have to sit up from the simplest commission. Naruto understood, any commission is a process of accumulation. Kittens can train ninjas in insight and investigation, and helping farming can train endurance. These are all basic commissions. Yes, Naruto, you are right. Kakashi made no secret of the appreciation in his eyes, although you don't need to lay these foundations now, Naruto, you are a ninja team, and advancing and retreating with your companions is a quality that a qualified ninja needs to have. I understand, don't cry, let's complete the commission together. Naruto smiled and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. The current Naruto is really mature, and it's a little different from the battle. Kakashi said in his heart. Chunin couldn't help but sigh. The next delegation to Naruto was done very efficiently. The first is farming. Naruto directly divided 10 clones and asked them to help farming together. Fortunately, these shadow clones are all warm men, and they all respond with a smile. Naruto, thinking that this commission is to help the villagers, my heart is full of motivation, let's work together. In this warm weather, farming is also a chic romance. Only when you go deep into the grassroots can you feel the beauty of life's existence. One by one Naruto's words made Naruto's head go crazy. The second delegate is a little more cumbersome. However, in the end, the entrusted cat was seduced by little Sakura's transformation technique. During the capture process, the cat struggled frantically, which made Naruto's team full of doubts. It is said that once domestic cats enter the stray world, the fatality rate is very high, and they will long to return to the family. But how is this cat very different? It wasn't until they delivered the cat that they fully understood why. The aunt hugged the cat tightly, and her voice was even distorted. "Ah, our baby must be frightened outside, don't be afraid, mother is here, mother will protect you, no matter how many times you escape or get lost, mother I will find you back, and my mother will give you a very warm home." For details, please refer to Lady Shiji. The pitiful appearance of our baby is so cute, my mother is going to eat you, hia. Then the red lips slammed against the cat's head, making a harsh, twisted laugh. This scene made the Naruto trio go silent. I always feel that this commission should not be completed. The first day of commissioning had just passed, and Kakashi was quite surprised by the performance of the trio. Has exceeded his expectations. You must know that his first commission was a mess. Some stubborn idiot nearly ruined a simple D-rank assignment. Thinking of this, Kakashi's eyes also showed a smile. That's it for today, go back and rest, and eat a little more tomorrow. I need to know your ninjutsu progress. At the end, Kakashi added, by the way, don't be late tomorrow. Chapter 61. A New Day. The 7th squad, led by Kakashi, gathered in the training ground. The sky is still clear and sunny today. Perhaps because of Kakashi, there are no ninjas watching Naruto today. This made Naruto a little uncomfortable. The weather is so good, suitable for hiking. Little Sakura closed her eyes, raised her head and smelled the aroma of grass on the tip of her nose, and whispered to herself. Being used to training beyond the limit, it is also a good choice to relax occasionally. Naruto also closed his eyes and said softly. Sometimes, a moment of silence is enough to heal all tiredness. Humph, hurry up and start training. Sasuke snorted coldly. Then, come with me. Kakashi, still looking like a salted fish, split into 2 clones and took Sasuke and little Sakura away respectively. He will learn about the strength of Sasuke and little Sakura based on last night's plan, and then specify the next step of training. Naruto, what kind of ninjutsu are you mastering now? Kakashi asked Naruto when Sasuke and little Sakura disappeared from sight. I'm not good at ninjutsu, Kid is good at it. Naruto began to make seals, showing his ninjutsu skills. There are only very basic 3-body technique and a few wind-type ninjutsu. After a set of ninjutsu, Naruto's face was not red or panting, and the chakra in his body hardly decreased. Leaving aside the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto, who has the physique of the Uzumaki family, also has a considerable chakra. Compared with kidney deficiency Kakashi, the Chotanla owned by Naruto is terrifying. Naruto didn't rely on Nine-Tails chakra, though. After all, that is really not the power of the source, and it can still be used in emergencies. The most important thing is to improve your chakra and Riotsu. In this way, if Nine-Tails leaves the body one day, he will not become a waste person. After watching Naruto's ninjutsu demonstration, Kakashi is inevitably a little envious. Don't look at him being called the copy ninja Kakashi, but his blue is pitiful. After a few ninja operations, the person is like being hollowed out. It also has something to do with the Sharingan that Obito gave him. Why didn't he want to experience Naruto's wanton splurge chakra, the feeling of fullness and overflowing his body? Your Sweji limit is really good, and you also have Kid, which is similar to ninjutsu, but it's not powerful enough. Next I will teach you a ninjutsu for attacking. But you have to be mentally prepared. This ninjutsu practice method is very difficult and requires a lot of time to accumulate. You may have a lot of frustration. Kakashi began to exaggerate the difficulty of ninjutsu. A talented instructor, Kakashi can't wait to see Naruto's frustrated expression. At that time, he would smile slightly and teach him hands-on. Oh? Why is ninjutsu so difficult? Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto immediately became interested. 4th Hokage's own ninjutsu, Raise Nan. Kakashi said eloquently. That's it. Minato shared this self-created ninjutsu with Naruto long ago. It is indeed more suitable for Naruto. However, since Naruto is still in the surveillance stage at this stage, he did not follow Minato to learn this ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, now Kakashi has offered it up. Then it can only be respectful rather than obedient. Then trouble Kakashi-sensei. Before we learn, let's learn about this ninjutsu. Kakashi brought Naruto to the shade of a tree and started teaching seriously. Raise Nan is my teacher. 4th Hokage spent 3 years developing A-level Muji ninjutsu. The principle is to concentrate the chakra on the hand, flow continuously in an irregular direction, and compress it to form a palm-sized, attributeless chakra ball. I'll show it to you next. Kakashi stretched out his right palm, palm up. A powerful airflow mixed with chakra and condensed in his palm, gradually forming a beautiful blue ball. The energy contained within is not to be underestimated. This is Raise Nan. Kakashi pressed Raise Nan against the tree. Bang! The smoke filled the air, and a huge hole was blown out of a tree that could not be embraced by an adult. If you press it on a person, wouldn't it be smashed to pieces? The power is not bad, at least it can make up for your shortcomings in ninjutsu. Kakashi retracted his palm, the dead fish eye still calm. It's very powerful ninjutsu, then I'll trouble Kakashi-sensei. Naruto gracefully brushed over the tree, which slowly collapsed, splashing a large cloud of dust. With a little bit of destructive power, it is indeed a good attack method. I'll explain the principle to you next. Kakashi nodded. The most difficult part of Raise-nan is controlling the irregular flow of chakra, allowing them to form a balanced Raise-nan in the palm without hurting themselves. This ninjutsu requires very high control over chakra. Kakashi breaks down the main points of practicing Raise-nan. This is the essence of what he has repeatedly summed up all night. It's really difficult, Kakashi-sensei, it's really hard for you to explain such a complex ninjutsu so clearly. After listening to Kakashi's explanation, Naruto couldn't help but praise. He stretched out his right palm, palm up. Under Kakashi's stunned gaze, the chakra swirled around, forming small blue balls. It seems to be a success. Naruto gently threw Raise-nan with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Raise-nan landed on the ground and circulated inside, and the seemingly gentle chakra suddenly rioted like water falling into a pan, rolling up the soil and bursting out violent energy. With a loud bang, the smoke filled the air, blasting a hole in the ground directly. The power is not bad, but indeed, as the teacher said, this ninjutsu is very difficult. Naruto said in a very flat tone, as if explaining a fact from the perspective of God. This. Kakashi was at a loss for words, unable to maintain his calm and salted fish appearance. Rasengan's difficulty, high? Is it really high? It seemed that it took me a long time to become Master Raise-nan. Those days were quite painful. But how come Naruto? Kakashi has deep doubts about his own talent. Then he saw Naruto with a perfect smile, facing the rising sun, stretched out his right palm. Maybe I could also create a kid like Raise-nan, which also manages irregular energies. The words fall. A small white ball appeared in Naruto's right palm, and the terrifying energy contained in it made Kakashi's eyes widen. It's chakra? No, it's not just chakra, it's a new development of his bloodline. Kakashi's eyes gradually changed from shock to numbness. Boom! A big tree was swept up by the white Raise-nan, and instantly exploded into ashes. The bones are not preserved. Naruto's magnetic voice resounded in the air. It's called Muji Kid, Wooing Raise-nan. At the same time, Minato's voice resounded in the sealed space, born with the limitless limit of the Wuji Kid, the Raise-nan of the infinite daytime enlightenment. Chapter 62. Excuse me, what should I do if the disciple is too talented? Kakashi blankly watched Naruto continue to practice Raise-nan. The originally plain blue Raise-nan was gradually added to the nature transformation of chakra with different attributes by him, resulting in different chemical reactions. Kakashi quietly put away the notes he made last night. Although a little helpless, but also full of joy. Naruto is worthy of being the son of a teacher, and his talent is amazing. This way you can rest assured. It's just that as an instructor, the sense of achievement I get is a little low. But none of that matters compared to Naruto's growth. At this time, Naruto on the side noticed Kakashi's somewhat frustrated look. He put away Raise-nan, and gave Kakashi a gentle smile. Teacher Kakashi, thank you very much for your careful teaching. Without your in-depth guidance, I think it may take me several days to master this ninjutsu. Naruto's thanks made Kakashi feel better. He looked at Naruto. The breeze rose slightly, blowing Naruto's slender golden bangs on his forehead, revealing those pure blue eyes. His eyes were full of sincere gratitude. At that moment, Kakashi's heart suddenly warmed. He remembered what Iruka said about Naruto. Naruto, he is a being who can warm everyone and take care of everyone. He is the sun for all of us. Calm and gentle character, elegant and gentle manner. Naruto is a ninja who perfectly inherits the will of fire. A smile appeared in Kakashi's eyes, and he held his forehead pretending to be frustrated, and exaggerated slightly in a lazy tone. It seems that I have had a lot of luck and picked up such a talented disciple. After that, I'll ask Kakashi-sensei for more advice. Naruto responded with a smile. The teacher and the apprentice looked at each other and smiled, without saying anything. Compared to Naruto's smooth side, Sasuke and little Sakura's side were difficult. First up is Sasuke. After a brief demonstration of ninja, Kakashi discovered several major problems with Sasuke. One is that Chakra's control is not good enough. It is understandable that most children of this age are impetuous. For them, the boring basic skill of Chakra control is a practice that can be avoided. Although under the influence of Naruto, Sasuke also practiced Chakra control, but the effect is not impressive. Climb trees and tread water first. Kakashi pulled his mask and said calmly. Next is little Sakura. Kakashi was taken aback by the excellent Chakra control that little Sakura had. But little Sakura, who came from a commoner family, does not have any ninjutsu as a master. Compared with Naruto and Sasuke, she can only be considered good in theory, but she is extremely crotchety in actual combat. Kakashi seriously asked little Sakura for his own opinion. The girl's expression was a little confused, but she quickly seemed to think of something. Her expression became firm, and she answered loudly, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? I happen to have master-based medical ninjutsu. Kakashi decisively taught little Sakura the use of basic medical ninjutsu. Little Sakura's choice was in line with the growth plan he made last night. All three started their practice. Kakashi quietly watched the harmonious scene and nodded secretly. Although Sasuke and little Sakura's personalities are not very good, their hearts are the same as Naruto's. Such a team. Still better to carry. A month later. Teacher Kakashi, please, I'm going to vomit for D-level commissions. Do you have the heart to let us waste time on these commissions? Little Sakura burst into tears, grabbed Kakashi's arm, and threw it wildly, but unfortunately her strength was limited, couldn't break Kakashi's arm. Humph, boring request, Kakashi, I'm going out of the village to do a mission. Sasuke still had a stinky expression on his face, and he didn't even put the word teacher on it, which clearly showed his unhappiness in his heart. Crack! Sasuke's head was smashed as expected, and it was Naruto who shot. He looked at Sasuke with a smile, and said warmly, respect your teacher, Sasuke. Humph! Sasuke, who knew that he was wrong, blushed and snorted coldly. This team is a bit difficult to bring. Kakashi's dead fish eyes filled with helplessness, and he gently broke free from little Sakura's hand. With a lazy tone, he refused the request. No, you are too impatient now, and it is not time to leave the village. Damn it, such a boring task can't improve my strength at all. If it goes on like this, when will I have the strength to find the truth, and then knock that man unconscious? Sasuke punched the tree unwillingly. During this time, he had thought deeply about it. But what is Itake's original intention? He will not easily forgive him. He'll stun Itachi and let him help him revive Uchiha. The glory of Uchiha will one day return to its glory. But the current self is actually doing that kind of garbage commission for pets and farming. You must know that Itake's hands are already covered in blood at this age. Compared to him, he is like a little brat with no full hair. Kakashi-sensei, in fact, Sasuke and little Sakura's strength is almost at the limit. It's time for them to experience the cruelty of Geniners. At this time, Naruto stood up and said softly. Ninja cruelty, Naruto you mean? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Before that, Kakashi had received similar hints from third generation. Ninjas who have not accepted the baptism of death are rookies after all. Naruto's strength is improving faster than expected, so there is no reason for them to suppress it deliberately. Time to show Naruto some blood. But this hint was ignored by Kakashi. In his opinion, a ninja team cannot serve an individual. Each ninja squad member is unique and irreplaceable. The task of seeing blood has a certain degree of danger. Only after confirming that all the members' temperament and strength have been tempered to a certain level is the best time to accept the commission. Kakashi looked at the three, and the faces of the lovely students were filled with anticipation. Just like the original Obito. He chuckled lightly, since you all said so, then take a mission out of the village. Hooray! Little Sakura cheered first. Even Sasuke, who was always stinky, was full of joy in his eyes. However, Kakashi increased his voice, you must listen to my instructions and don't act without authorization. Soon, Kakashi took on a slightly higher D-level quest. Defeat the bandits near Nightwish Town. After the end of the Ninja World War, many displaced people and ninjas formed small gangs to commit crimes. Perhaps their original intention was just to live. But over time, they became the people they once feared the most. Yuan Town is half a day away from Konoha. This group of bandits is very smart. They controlled Yuo Town on the same day and did not let anyone have the opportunity to leave. It's just that they did all the calculations, but they didn't count the man who left the town when he accidentally found out that his hometown had been occupied through the special code mark in the town, so he hurried to Konoha to rescue troops. Delegates are rated D, even Genin can do it. Chapter 63. The next day, the sky was slightly bright, and the 7th class had already assembled at the door. Due to the entrustment, they set foot on the road to Nightwish Town after simply packing up. Along the way, the whole team was silent. Kakashi and Sasuke are both people who don't like words, and little Sakura is the first time out of the village, and he is nervous. Although Naruto smiled, he seemed to be thinking about something. This is the first time he has ever left Konoha. The air outside Konoha is fresh and free, and you can often see small animals passing through the trees. Naruto felt that the sword that had been hanging in his heart had disappeared, and his heart felt more relaxed than ever. It turned out that this is the taste of freedom. During the march, Kakashi was the first to speak to break the silence. This is your first mission to leave the village. I will not intervene. You need to detect the information of the bandit team first, then make a plan, and finally complete the commission. What do you think of this commission? Timing, Naruto said. Well, like. Kakashi came interested. At our current speed, we can reach our destination before night and start collecting intelligence. Night is the best time to execute. Through the cover of the sky, we can reasonably allocate everyone's responsibilities. The strength of the thief gang may not be enough. It's worth mentioning, but the timing of the removal in the whole process is very important. If you start a snake, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, Naruto is right. Kakashi's eyes were full of admiration. This is also the biggest problem you will encounter in this commission. This will be your first time killing someone. After the words fell, the atmosphere of the entire team was a little low. Sasuke's eyes flickered, wondering what he was thinking. Little Sakura had resistance written all over her face. They are only 12 years old after all. Only Naruto's face remained calm and his eyes were calm. Facing the impending first kill, his mood was unexpectedly calm. In this way, after a long journey, they successfully reached the vicinity of Nightwish Town. A little further ahead you will encounter a dark sentry. The physical adjustment during the journey also brought a little problem to the 7th class. Due to the lack of physical strength of little Sakura, they still delayed a little time along the way. Then, let's start your commission execution. Kakashi divided 3 clones and followed each team member. The 3 of us are detecting intelligence in 3 directions. First, we will use Nightwish Town as a central point. Naruto immediately entered the state, adjusted his glasses, and began to formulate a plan for intelligence collection. After the formulation was completed, the 3 of them disappeared into the forest. Naruto shuttled through the forest, and soon stood at a higher place, observing the entire town where the smoke curled up. Riotsu's eyes converged to help him see the situation in the town more clearly. This is a small town that can accommodate less than 100 people. The economy is relatively sluggish, and the villagers rely on agriculture to support themselves. It's just that all you can see now are people with rough clothes and fierce faces. Naruto noticed that no one is working in the farmland. Compared with the farmers, they have been controlled or killed. During the observation, Naruto even saw several men drag the woman covered in out of the house. The woman being dragged looked desperate and looked like a body. If this group of bandits hadn't appeared, the residents of the town would surely have lived a good life without competition. No malice, no prejudice, just day-to-day work and mutual help among neighbors. In the ninja world, this is invaluable. But it was all ruined. Naruto's eyes sank, and for some reason, a boiling killing intent was brewing in his heart. This is as strong as when I was bewitched by Nine-Tails Chakra. Naruto withdrew temporarily after memorizing everything about the town and the distribution of the dark posts. Night. Soon, the trio met and shared the information they had obtained. Compared with Naruto, the information obtained by Sasuke and little Sakura is very trivial. Naruto is still formulated as a strategy, laying out a simple map of the town. According to the previous intelligence detection, the bandit team has about 20 people. There is a rough flow of chakra in the leader and deputy leader, but they have not even reached the genin level. It is estimated that the use of the three-body technique is not smooth. So it's not a threat to both of you. Having said that, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, I'll leave this deputy leader to you, is there any problem? No, it's just a trash fish. Sasuke said coldly, but Naruto saw nervousness in his cold eyes. He chuckled, if you're afraid, you can leave it to me. Hearing this, Sasuke blushed and defended, afraid? I won't be afraid, leave it to me. After Naruto's fierce battle, Sasuke found that the tension in his heart eased a lot. Since that's the case, it's settled. Naruto pointed to several places on the simple map, leave this area to me, the leader to Sasuke, little Sakura, you are in charge of this place. One thing to remember. Naruto's gentle expression disappeared, his expression became serious, and his tone was low, be ruthless, and don't hesitate. He took out a kunai from his ninja bag. It's okay to get started. When the words fell, Naruto saw Sasuke disappear from sight. A small smile in my heart. Sasuke is a really strong guy. But seeing little Sakura still in place, her expression was a little dazed. The girl's hands gripped the kunai nervously, and even her fingers turned white. Seeing this, Naruto also understood that he was laughing and joking in the ninja school every day, but he had to see blood and even kill people when he was entrusted. For little Sakura, the span was still relatively large. He walked over to little Sakura and said softly, I'm afraid. Yet. Little Sakura's shoulders trembled, and she muttered, I dare not. This is what you have to experience to become a ninja. Naruto rubbed little Sakura's pink hair, the real world is different from what we learn in textbooks. When we became genin, we entered this world. Little Sakura, your grades are among the best in the class, but do you know why your actual grades are always suppressed by Sasuke? Because he has the family's ninjutsu. Little Sakura raised his head blankly. No, he saw the cruelty of ninjas in advance, so he has the consciousness to become stronger. Bearing the honor of the family, breaking the limit in life and death, for him, ninja is not a game of family, but it will die. Naruto took out the kunai from little Sakura's hands and said softly, we might have to perform a few more months of commission before entering this cruel part. I'm really sorry for taking little Sakura into such a cruel world without authorization. Until Sakura makes up her mind, let me bear it all. After all, I'm used to the real world. Naruto's tone was soft and his expression gentle. Me. Thinking that his hands could be covered in blood, little Sakura's body trembled, and 2 lines of tears fell down his face. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I'm so naive. But, I still want to try it, I don't want to hold back. Little Sakura wiped her tears and took the kunai from Naruto's hands. Really? Little Sakura, you are as strong as I thought. Naruto smiled and rubbed little Sakura's head. Then let's get started. Kakashi watched this scene quietly, and Chunin couldn't help sighing. I'm used to the truth. Sure enough, Naruto used to be crueler than murder. You only know how to cherish when you feel pain. It is because of this experience that Naruto has become such a dazzling light. Chapter 64. Hey? Something interesting happened. Aizen, who just appeared in the sealed space, looked amused. Naruto's first kill. He pushed his glasses, his eyes filled with anticipation. A young eagle who has not experienced life and death is only a young eagle after all. If you have had a painful childhood experience, will you become a person who enjoys killing, or a person who controls killing? Aizen sat quietly on the mountain peak, letting the cold wind blow through his low-hanging hair. Thoughts gradually drifted away. The number of times I come to seal the space by myself is getting less and less, and it is precisely because this time is too busy. From Naruto, he saw the potential of Chakra and Riotsu practicing at the same time. It is for this reason that he has started Chakra experiments on some Shinigami. He first found a puppet human with a manipulated consciousness in the present world, let it practice Chakra, and used special means to extract Chakra into a container. Then, through a series of small methods, several Shinigami were evaporated, and the extracted Chakra was injected into Shinigami's body. However, what gave him a headache was that the Shinigami who had been forcibly entered into Chakra had various degrees of festering in their bodies within a short period of time. Fortunately, Shinigami's body did not change, but the Chakra in his body disappeared in a short time. According to the experimental situation known so far, Shinigami whose body is composed of spiritual sons cannot practice Chakra. Known from the Chakra system that Naruto learned. The product of the equal mixing of Chakra spiritual energy and physical energy. Chakra flows through the body's meridians, creating a perfect set of balances. Does this mean that only human beings can practice Chakra? Aizen had too many questions in his mind. All this needs to be answered from Naruto. The souls of people in the Shinigami world will go to the Soul Society after death, or they will be turned into nothingness. What about the Hokage world? Coincidentally, Naruto is also thinking about the soul. In the past communication with Aizen, he learned that Riotsu's Shinigami and Su exist in his body. People with obsessions will have a certain chance of becoming empty after death. This is different from the ninja world. At least there is no unofficial history that proves that there may be different upgrades after death. Moreover, in the Shinigami world, humans cannot see Shinigami and Fu. Even if there is a void in the ninja world, no human will be able to see it. But Naruto is different. He is half a Shinigami who practices Riotsu, and naturally he can see some unnatural objects. This commission is also a test opportunity for him. Where do human beings go after death? Is it possible to become a Shinigami? These are all very interesting topics. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but look forward to it. Shhhhh. Several figures flashed under the moonlight, with a slight sound of breaking wind. Only leaves swaying slightly. Within town. The dark whistle that is Vigil is also a little tired. After all, they are not ninjas, and they do not have such high vigilance. Besides, this town has been captured for at least 4 days, even if it is lazy for a day, it will be fine. There was silence in the town. I just closed my eyes and listened carefully, and occasionally I could hear some strange sounds coming from the room. This is the routine used by bandits. After taking the town, spend it freely, and kill it when you get tired of it. Swish! A few shadows passed by, and a bandit vigilantly rubbed his eyes, thinking it was an illusion. But the next moment, he only felt a cold on his neck. His eyes widened, he touched his neck in a daze, it felt warm to the touch, and some viscous liquid kept dripping down. Enemy attack! He covered his throat, but couldn't make a sound. His dilated pupils saw a black shadow appear in front of him at the moment of death, his eyes were cold and ruthless. Crack! Sasuke retracted his hand and wiped Kyoshang's blood. It was the first time he had killed someone, but his mood was unexpectedly calm. Itachi, did you feel the same way when you slaughtered your fellow clan? Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and he disappeared in place, heading towards the second target. Sasuke is a natural ninja. Kakashi, who was observing secretly, said in his heart. On the other side, Naruto has also approached the leader's house. Chakra was evenly attached to the soles of his feet, so that he could sit firmly on the ceiling, just upside down watching the sleeping leader. The leader at the moment is sleeping with his chest slammed. Naruto was able to sense the very faint chakra in the leader's body. Once, this leader was also a ninja. Naruto just stood upside down like a bat, staring at the leader with cold eyes, and there was no gentle expression on his face. In the ninja world, the most powerful are those who are strong in the ninja village, but for civilians, the most dangerous are these ants that are too weak to be trampled to death by the strong. It is because they are weak that they are more evil. Naruto had learned from temporal knowledge that strict laws could tie down the weak, reduce crime rates, and at least allow civilians to live relatively peaceful lives. Unlike in the ninja world, the weak and the weak live under threat. The strong disdain to actively protect the weak, and only interests will drive them. Just like Naruto now. If it wasn't for the entrustment, he would not have come here to help Nightwish Town, which was captured by bandits. With the gentle sound of the knife, Kakashi Jutsu appeared in Naruto's hands, and under the dim moonlight, a green shimmer appeared. With just a flick, a fresh life will pass. The thrill of controlling the length of life is intoxicating. However, Naruto's eyes instantly regained clarity. Only the weak indulge in killing. Dark green knife light slid across the leader's neck. The room fell into silence again, and the leader's body did not move at all, but his chest no longer rose and fell. At first glance, he seemed to be still immersed in sleep, quiet and peaceful. Shh. Naruto retracted the knife, the still smooth surface of the blade reflected his thick lenses, as well as a pair of calm eyes hidden in the lenses. Okay, boring, he murmured softly, stomping on a humble ant will only bring about endless emptiness, which is not what I want. He looked at the cold moonlight outside the window, and finally there was a hint of enjoyment in his eyes, the moonlight tonight. It's very charming. At this moment, Naruto noticed that the dead leader suddenly glowed with a faint light, and then a glowing spirit body slowly emerged from the corpse. This is the soul. The eyes under Naruto's lenses were full of surprise and joy. Aizen in the sealed space also widened his eyes. I want to live, and I want more money. Naruto's mind suddenly received the obsession of the leader. I'm going to look for a suitable shelter with my subordinates and build a paradise. Damn ninja, I want to destroy those evil ninja villages. The leader's voice was full of anger and resentment. Those who hate the devil eventually become the devil in the eyes of others. Naruto's eyes were cold, and Riotsu penetrated from his body and merged into the body of the leader's soul. In this case, I will give you a chance to become my experimental body. Chapter 65 Konoha, Naruto Text Volume 65, taught by Aizen, a ghost full of resentment, can degenerate into a ghost in the Shinigami world. So in the Hokage world, what kind of chemical reaction will the resentful soul with the Chakra system and Riotsu have? Naruto is looking forward to it. He knew that Kakashi had been watching from the shadows, but who cared? Kakashi Jutsu swayed slightly, and the whole world rippled slightly like the surface of a lake. No one noticed. In Kakashi's eyes, Naruto, who had successfully killed the leader, seemed to be standing there calmly, but his shoulders were shaking slightly. This is the fear of killing for the first time. Even Naruto, who is as warm as the sun, can't take it easy when faced with such cruel things. Understanding flashed in Kakashi's eyes. I vaguely remember that the first time their team performed the mission to see blood, Obito, who had been careless, suddenly felt a lot lower after killing someone, but Lin was much stronger than she thought. Give Naruto some alone time, and with his character he'll come out soon. Kakashi smiled faintly and quietly disappeared into the darkness. Kakashi is by no means a simple genin, the manipulation of the five senses is so difficult. After Kakashi left, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead was already covered with dense cold sweat. It also made him deeply feel the importance of Riotsu. I need to find a suitable venue for Riotsu to practice as soon as possible. The moment Riotsu entered the leader's soul body, his soul trembled. The Aizen inside Naruto was staring at this scene, and the experiment Naruto was doing now was a concept he had not yet encountered. The leader's soul also contained chakra, and after Riotsu entered the body, it did not collapse directly like those Shinigami experimental subjects. Instead, a thick white cloud of transpiration gradually appeared. What is this? Naruto frowned closer and looked closely. Kakaka. Every joint of the soul's body made a strange dislocation sound, and the eyes full of resentment were even shrouded in a thick white mist. The continuous sound of joint dislocation sounded, and the soul body that was lying on the bed seemed to be pushed up by something, its chest bulged high, and there was a strange sound in its mouth. Followed by the hissing sound of burning objects, the originally smooth chest of the soul suddenly dented, and a strange black circle appeared from the chest, and began to leave marks like a painting. At the same time, the chest inside the circle begins to hollow and gradually becomes transparent. The thick white mist also began to condense a pale mask on the soul's face. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Reminds me of the definition of virtual. Void is an evil spirit. The emptiness is characterized by a hollow in the chest, representing the emptiness in their hearts, and the emptiness mask on their face. All signs are showing. This soul is transforming towards the void. Soon, the soul transformed into a black outer body, a phantom wearing a white long-nosed mask. I made it. Naruto's heart surged with ecstasy. I didn't create Shinigami, but it's good to create virtual. The new Su slowly stood up, the eyes behind the mask were full of killing intent. Hey? There is chakra in the body, and Riotsu, which is completely different. Naruto silently looked at the new emptiness. It turned out to be killing me. I don't know if he retained his consciousness. I don't know if the ninja can see this virtual. After he has chakra in his body, I believe he will no longer be invisible to humans. Naruto whispered to himself, his eyes full of curiosity. Suddenly, Su raised his claws and fell towards Naruto's head, who remained motionless. The claws swept over the afterimage of Naruto's body, and the next moment, Kaika Suijutsu passed through Su's head, and Naruto's icy voice sounded. From the current point of view, Su has great research value, but I can't keep you now, so please die. When the time is right, let's start the research of Su and Shinigami. Withdrew the knife, opened the door softly, and walked out of the house. After Naruto left, white flames ignited in the empty body inside the house, gradually dissipating and disappearing into this world. No trace was left. I don't know who made a mistake when he started, which alarmed the bandits in the town. Now, the remaining bandits walk out of the house with all kinds of weapons in their hands, including hatchets, sickles, kunai, and even long knives. They gathered together with hatred on their faces, staring at the slender figure walking out of the leader's house. How did he get out of the leader's house? The leader won't die, right? BD, we want to avenge the leader. Vengeance? They are ninjas. There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Hearing the bandits talking loudly, Naruto soon found Sasuke and little Sakura looking apologetic not far away. It was clear in my heart that they made a mistake. Also, Instead of dying in a deep sleep, it is better to die with nostalgia and fear of the world, so that you can at least take a look at the world with regret. Kaikasuijutsu whispered softly, and the reflections it brought were chilling. With Kaikasuijutsu in hand, Naruto walked towards the bandits with graceful steps. This kid is dying? Is he crazy? BD, does he look down on us? His accomplices are not moving on the other side. It is impossible for so many of us to beat even one person and kill him. He is so young, even if he is a ninja, let's go together. Kill. These bandits, whose hands were already covered in blood, were filled with murderous intent at this moment, and swarmed towards Naruto. Their faces were hideous, and they couldn't wait to see a look of fear on Naruto's confident face. Only when the cold light flashed, all the anger and killing intent in their hearts dissipated, and their bodies still maintained their original posture, but their pupils were enlarged, and their vitality began to flow away. With the fall of the first group of bandits, the bright red crossed a graceful arc in the air and sprinkled on the ground, warming the ground that was cold due to the moonlight. The bandits in the back were not afraid and rushed towards Naruto one after another. Tonight's moonlight is too suitable to be dyed with beautiful blood. Along with babbling, Naruto, who was wearing a white Shinigami robe, drowned in the bandits. This guy. Sasuke looked at what happened next with a shocked expression on his face. Naruto is like a light white butterfly, walking among the angry bandits, all attacks are easily dodged by him, just like walking in a leisurely garden, every blink of an eye, a bloodline will appear on the neck of a bandit. Is so elegant, so calm. As if murder is like a depiction of art. Let people linger. Crack. With the fall of the last bandit, Naruto put away his knife, and his white Shinigami robe was not stained with any blood. Under the miserable moonlight, Naruto's body was all over the place, and hot blood was flowing on the cold ground. Naruto stood on the blood red, smiling warmly to Sasuke and little Sakura. We go home. Chapter 66. Both Naruto and Sasuke adapted to kill with great speed, they were both born ninjas. Little Sakura is a little less adaptable, but he's doing great. I am honored to be their teacher. Kakashi quietly observed the entire process of the 7th shift completing the commission in the dark. Although there was a small problem before the commission started, it was quickly resolved. Although the result was satisfactory. But unfortunately, the townspeople of Nightwish Town were all killed. The only woman who was ravaged and insisted on living until now also chose to commit suicide. For the 7th shift, the commission is complete. But also lost. On the way back, the atmosphere was heavy. Even Naruto put away his smile. You guys did a good job this time. Kakashi was the first to break the silence. The first is intelligence collection and reconnaissance. You have done a good job, and you have obtained the information you want. Although there are some minor problems in the back, the flaws are not concealed. You have done a wonderful job. It is completely impossible to see that it is the first time for a ninja to accept such a commission. However, Kakashi's praise didn't lift the team's mood in the slightest. Remember, you've done what you're supposed to do, and you've done a good job of commissioning. There are many unknowns in the world itself that we cannot control. We are ninjas, and we cannot generate unnecessary emotions because of entrustment, and we should not be influenced by judgment. Kakashi said in a low voice. However, he unconsciously remembered Konoha's former top powerhouse and his father, Konoha's White Fang. His expression became a little trance, and his tone was sighed. For the 7th class, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At noon the next day, when they returned to the village, Kakashi gave them a holiday, each went back to his own house, each looking for his own. Inside Hokage's office, Kakashi will commission a debrief of everything that happens. Third generation smiled and smoked his pipe. After Kakashi finished reporting, he said, well, it seems that Naruto and the others have good adaptability, so I'm relieved. Kakashi, what do you think of Naruto's performance? Is there anything unusual? If it's abnormal, he was still quite affected when he first killed people, but after self-adjustment, he was fine. He performed very well in the whole commission, and both tactical allocation and intelligence investigation were impressive. He has potential. What about the mental state? Nothing has changed, I even cared about my teammates before seeing the blood. Really? Naruto has the same gentle personality as Minato. Third generation sighed, got up and walked to the window, looking at Konoha, who was peaceful and peaceful. It's up to you to grow, Naruto, Kakashi. It's not a Hokage request, it's an old man's request. Naruto's home. Naruto was still serious, but he wasn't down because of Night Wish's commission. The soul of cultivating Chakra can be hollow, but what about the soul of ordinary people? He has been thinking about this. Kakashi was there when he was commissioned before, he didn't dare to inject Riotsu into those souls arbitrarily, and in the end he could only watch the souls disappear into the air. Where did these souls end up going? Is there a place like Soul Society in the Hokage world for souls to live in? There were so many questions in his mind that he wanted to find answers to. But I can't practice it, I can't find the answer. It's all because of Konoha. Konoha restricts me too much. His eyes gradually turned cold. I have to find a way to gain a higher level of trust from Konoha, so that I have the opportunity to start human experiments. Naruto secretly said in his heart. From the current stage, basic experiments can be divided into Summoning Soul and Chakra Soul. The content of the experiment is the changes that the two types of souls may produce under the infusion of Riotsu. In the sealed space at the same time, Aizen was also muttering to himself. The current Naruto is too restricted. It would be better to destroy such Konoha. After this commission, Kakashi gave the 7th shift 3 days off. During this period, Sasuke did not stop training, and he still came to the training ground every day to earnestly practice Yuyin and ninjutsu. Little Sakura is still affected. She hides at home these days and often has nightmares. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely unaffected, just worrying about how he could experiment. Only through repeated practice can we break through everything that exists. But unfortunately, he couldn't even carry out the experiment. We must find a way to get out of the village again, Naruto thought. With slightly frustrated thoughts, he fell asleep. After 2 consecutive days of high-intensity commissions, Rao's steel-like body was a little overwhelmed. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he came back to the palace full of fantasy. It was still the lonely, deserted atmosphere, and the exquisite throne at the end of the palace. Here again, Zanpakuto's space. Naruto paced in place, frowning. The last time he came to this space, he awakened Shikai. This time, could it be Bankai? Learned from Aizen's mouth. Shikai is not the full power of Zanpakuto. On top of Shikai, there is the more powerful Bankai. In general, only Shinigami with the leader skill can master Bankai. After Bankai, Shinigami's Riotsu, combat power will have a qualitative leap. Depending on each person's situation, Bankai's combat power is generally about 5 to 10 times that of Shikai, and the increase can be described as terrifying. After Bankai, Zanpakuto not only changed his appearance, but maybe even his clothing and hairstyle. There are 3 main types of capacity changes. The original ability is further strengthened. Acquire new abilities. Transform into a completely different ability. Some people may have more than one of the above conditions at the same time. Naruto once asked Aizen about its Bankai status, but got no answer in the end. It also made him extremely looking forward to his Bankai. At this moment, the line of sight was distorted, and a familiar black-robed man appeared beside the throne, still wearing a kabuto hat, so he couldn't see his face clearly. But the figure is similar to the current Naruto. Long time no see, my king. The man in black robe respectfully said. Hello. When Naruto came to this space again, he calmed down a lot. He walked slowly to the man in black and looked at the throne curiously. No gems, no patterns, just a simple gray, but Naruto's heart aroused the urge to sit on it. "King, I wonder if you are satisfied with Kaika Suijutsu?" Sombra asked respectfully. Naruto looked away from the throne. "Any Bankai?" he asked casually. "Is that so? It turns out that you are longing for Bankai of Kaika Suijutsu." Sombra's body trembled, and his tone was filled with disappointment. "Bankai is." Before he could hear it, Naruto felt dizzy for a while, and the palace seemed to be getting farther and farther away. In the dimness, he seemed to see what the dark shadow's lips were squirming. But apart from his lips, he still couldn't see the appearance of the man in black robe. By the time Naruto regained consciousness, he had returned to reality. His eyes were full of confusion, and he muttered to himself. "Am I not at the point where I touch Bankai yet? This world has affected my Riotsu practice too much. But what does he mean? I long for Kaika Suijutsu's Bankai? Are there any other Bankai?" Chapter 67. In the days that followed, Kakashi sank into a corner where inspiration dried up. Even though he is known as the copy ninja Kakashi, there are moments when he is exhausted. Under the pressure of Naruto, he continued to teach the known wind ninjutsu. Some ninjutsu are tasteless, and some are extremely powerful. Regardless of any ninjutsu, Naruto can learn it in a very short time. Although the proficiency and stability will be relatively weak, these can be compensated by subsequent practice. Finally, under Naruto's questioning again, Kakashi's mouth under the mask twitched slightly, and the dead fish's eyes filled with helplessness. "There is another ninjutsu suitable for you, do you want to learn it?" "Learn? Why not learn? What ninjutsu?" "1,000 years of death." After that, Naruto never asked Kakashi to learn ninjutsu again. Kakashi regrets that. Imagine, even with a gentle smile, Naruto first used Kaika Suijutsu to control the enemy's vision, then used Shunpo to come behind the enemy, and then used 1,000 years of death to enter the enemy's warmest and most vulnerable parts after a complex knot. This is the ultimate ninjutsu tailor-made for his bloodline limit. Pity. He couldn't see the scene. Inside the training ground. At Naruto's request, Sasuke prepares to open Sharingan to crack Kaika Suijutsu. "I'm sorry to trouble you this time, Sasuke." Naruto still had his trademark gentle smile. The opposite Sasuke looked stinky. "Humph, come on, in front of my eyes, all illusions are nothing." Sharingan has a strong resistance to illusion, so Sasuke is confident that Naruto's bloodline limit will be useless in front of him. "Then, be careful. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu." The Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hands fell to the ground, shattered into pieces, and disappeared from sight. Sasuke only felt a flower before his eyes, and the world seemed to have ripples. "This is the Kaika Suijutsu that I hit earlier." Sasuke took a deep breath. He was not in a hurry to turn on Sharingan, and first felt Naruto's illusion with his normal eyes. Using the refraction of natural elements such as water, fog, and light to control the other's vision, resulting in a visual deviation. Sasuke remembers Kaika Suijutsu's abilities and is always on guard. "This way." Naruto punched Sasuke in the face. The fist wind burst. Sasuke's eyes widened. "It's right in front of me." He waved his fist, but he felt lonely, his right shoulder hurt, and he was immediately knocked back a few steps. However, Naruto pulled back at the crucial moment, but it didn't bring much pain to Sasuke. Impossible. Even if the vision is deviated, the boxing style is really coming. Sasuke asked with a puzzled face. "Illusions are not as simple as you think." Naruto walked up to Sasuke and waved his hand in front of him. The breeze was blowing, and ripples appeared in front of his eyes. In Sasuke's sight, Naruto's palm fell directly toward his face, and he subconsciously took a step back. The human brain is amazing. Naruto put away his hand and explained with a smile, From your point of view, my blood limit is an illusion of pseudo-illusion, and it creates visual illusions by changing the surrounding environment. The effect, to a certain extent, is not actually an illusion. Sasuke nodded. True illusion should be able to affect all senses. Wrong. Naruto shook his head. Wrong? Could it be that Kakashi Jutsu can still affect other senses? Sasuke looked suspicious. That's one of your misunderstandings. Naruto continued. Illusions come from two possibilities. One is the visual system. When there is a blind spot in the visual system, or you are a color-blind person, the information you process is likely to be wrong. The second is that the visual system is correct, but as the brain and other regions outrun the neurovisual system, it reorganizes itself and makes up a whole new correct story. Naruto's words made Sasuke dizzy. Although there are some courses in the ninja world that will involve science, they will not be so hardcore. Those who can settle down and do research are basically very important laboratory members. Orochimaru, like one of the former Konoha Sunin, used to be a very good researcher. In simple terms, in addition to the visual system, there is one of the most important information processors, the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is a higher-order thinking area, and it is the part of the brain responsible for prediction and decision-making. It also means that all visual analysis, computation, and prediction in observation happens outside the visual system. In other words, the illusion I've woven has been so detailed that it tricked your brain and affected your other senses to a certain extent. Naruto smiled, and under his control, the world in Sasuke's eyes rippled again. I can simulate the ripples generated by the punching wind vibrating in the air, and even the detailed changes caused by the surrounding flowers and plants, so that through your eyes, I can construct the scene I want in your mind, which can also affect to a certain extent your other senses. Is this explanation clear enough? I understand, that's why this blood continuum limit is called the pseudo-illusion art blood continuum limit. Sasuke suddenly realized. That's pretty much the truth, so closing my eyes can really restrain my bloodline limit. Naruto nodded, but most ninjas rely on their eyes. Then use Sharingan. Sasuke turned into Sharingan. With the appearance of Sharingan, Sasuke's self-confidence also began to expand, covering his face and laughing wildly. I saw it again. I saw the illusion you woven. I'm not weaving illusions right now, Naruto said softly. The air was silent. It doesn't matter, use Kakashi Jutsu, Naruto, I'll beat you with my eyes. Sasuke laughed wildly. As you wish. Naruto waved Kakashi Jutsu and began to change his surroundings. Kakashi, who was on the sidelines watching the battle, was also watching all this intently. Kakashi Jutsu's real ability is to manipulate the five senses, but it is also easy to manipulate a single vision. In order to test whether Kakashi Jutsu's visual manipulation is effective for Sharingan, and to show the details of his abilities to Konoha executives in more detail, Naruto chose to fight Sasuke this time. When the illusion was completed, Naruto slapped Sasuke lightly. Sasuke's Sharingan circulated wildly, Chakra gathered at his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. I see. Sasuke turned sideways, avoiding Naruto's attack, and punched Naruto in the face with a backhand. The Sharingan of Tsukuyo can decipher visual manipulations that are not fully used. Naruto's heart sank, and he went back and forth with Sasuke a few times. Sasuke's eyes soon became tired, his breathing was also rapid, and the chakra in his body was consumed violently. Looks like it's the limit. Naruto shoved Sasuke's arms away forcefully and retreated from the battlefield. So be it. It's not over yet. Sasuke leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, his face unwilling. I can still fight. You've done a great job. Naruto shook his head. Kakashi Jutsu's abilities have been known to a certain extent under this experiment. As long as Naruto uses all Riotsu, Kakashi Jutsu is enough to block Sasuke who has Tsukuyo Sharingan. You must know that Uchiha's illusion resistance is very high. As long as Naruto's Riotsu has a significant boost, Kaika Suijutsu, who is fully motivated, will be unstoppable by the 3 Guyo Sharingan. Chapter 68 Konoha, Naruto Volume 68 taught by Aizen to train Hokage. Sasuke covered his eyes, gasping for breath. The feeling of exhaustion from Sharingan shocked him. He looked at Naruto, who was still smiling softly, not blushing, not panting, not even sweating. What a horrible bloodline limit! He couldn't help muttering to himself. Oh, it seems that this bloodline limit is better than I thought. Kakashi's dead fish eyes on the side rarely fluctuated. Then Naruto, I'm curious, what's the reason for your kid? Kakashi asked. The Konoha executives had been wanting to know. Obviously it is the blood-based limit of the illusion department, but it can use kid with various attributes. The known attributes already have fire and thunder. You can understand it as a change in properties derived from light and water. Naruto raised his glasses and replied, flowing water can generate electricity, light can generate heat, and many different movements can generate different properties, thus giving birth to the use of kid, which involves scientific knowledge, is relatively complicated, and you should not understand it. Kakashi and Sasuke both had question marks on their heads, but they both coughed lightly, pretending to be literate people who already understood. It turns out that it's really a good bloodline limit. Kakashi struggled to remember what Naruto said, ready to repeat it to third generation. Naruto then continued with Sasuke for a day of training. Recently, Sasuke and Kakashi are asking about the chakra change of the Rai attribute. I heard that I am learning Reikari, a special ninjutsu. As for Naruto, he still maintains the practice of slashing and chakra, looking forward to finding a way to improve Riotsu one day. He had a hunch that this day was not far away. Now that I am an official ninja, the entrustment in the future will definitely witness the passage of various lives and the departure of souls, and perhaps find a way to go to the world where the soul is located. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes sank. Third generation never imagined that Naruto's progress would be so great with the guidance of a good teacher. In less than a month, Kakashi was already a little out of his skills. For Naruto, the development of the blood base and the practice of slashing are obviously more important than ninjutsu. This makes the teacher Kakashi seem a bit tasteless. Unless he picks up swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of Konoha's White Fang is amazing. Kakashi also understood this, and he returned home a little disappointed, not knowing what to write in his mind. After White Fang's death, he gave up swordsmanship. Originally, as a well-known genius of Konoha, he not only possessed superb ninjutsu and taijutsu all his life, but also had a good bonus to swordsmanship. But his proud father, Konoha's White Fang, chose to commit suicide because of rumors in the village. The pain of losing his only relative makes Kakashi put down the knife. Kakashi took out the knife left by his father from the hidden compartment, and his eyes were complicated. He hasn't used a knife for more than 10 years, and he has even forgotten the knife skills he once learned. It's just that when his hands touched the cold handle of the knife again, the memory buried deep in his mind emerged, and the long-lost muscle memory reminded him. He did not forget. In the following time, the 7th class successively received several simple commissions, many of which were similar to those of crusade against bandits. The 7th class, who has already mastered a lot, is not afraid of blood, and even little Sakura plays perfectly. All are perfectly capable of gathering intelligence and making plans. Kakashi is satisfied with the progress of the 7th class. But their shortcomings are also obvious. That is the lack of actual combat experience and a sharper sense of combat. After all, cruelty is cruelty, and it is difficult to improve combat experience without fighting ninjas of equal strength. Realizing this, Kakashi contacted Guy and Hong, hoping that the 3 ninja squads could conduct a ninja training camp that lasted several days. Guy responded boldly, while Red spent a day thinking about it, and finally chose to respond. One is Jainin, who is good at taijutsu, the other is an illusion ninja, and Kakashi, a copy ninja who is good at ninjutsu. The combination of the three of them is all-powerful. When the three squad members converged, Naruto felt a different look. The first to bear the brunt of course is Hinata's slightly admiring eyes. However, unlike the shyness of the past, this time Hinata's eyes were slightly burning. Presumably in the commission, her temperament has also been tempered, and she has become more generous and enthusiastic. In addition to admiration, Naruto also received slightly hostile glances. Without a doubt, it was Neji and Inuzuka. The former was educated by Naruto with love, while the latter was dissatisfied with Naruto's status as the number one in the grade. He often challenged and was barked every time. But Ya is different from Neji. Ya is a ninja who is more and more fierce and is not afraid of challenges. No matter how many times he falls, he will challenge Naruto with a higher fighting spirit next time. It's just that compared to the real genius, Ya's talent is really not enough to see, and the progress cannot be called fast. But even after being knocked down countless times, Ria and Naruto have a good relationship in private. Fight is fight, life is life. Naruto's elegant and gentle appearance is unpleasant. After all, you don't reach out and hit the smiling face. Except Neji, of course. Even Naruto couldn't understand why Neji was so hostile to him. During the 7 days of joint training, Naruto received Hong's guidance and gained a deeper understanding of illusion. Make him realize how terrifying Jainin, who is good at illusion, is. As long as Hong thinks, he can crack his Kaika Suijutsu in a very short time. This also allowed Naruto to see the possibility of strengthening Kaika Suijutsu. That is illusion within illusion. Through the combination of Kaika Suijutsu and illusion, the practitioner falls into multiple illusions, constantly tormenting the spirit and causing it to collapse. Certainly. These are just an idea, and the specifics have yet to be developed by Naruto. Judging from the abilities on Kaika Suijutsu alone, as long as the amount of Riotsu increases, even a phantom ninja cannot resist. Naruto then took some more in-depth advice from Guy. Even learned 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates is not a top-secret forbidden technique. It's just that the practice of 8 inner gates requires a very strong physical foundation as a basis. Even Rock Lee, who worked so hard to get close to self-abuse, was able to reach the threshold of practice. Moreover, if you want to use 8 inner gates, you often need to practice from an early age. After using 8 inner gates, the chakra in the body will become extremely violent, and it is easy to cause pain to the body that requires a lot of time to cultivate. When 8 inner gates exceed the body's capacity, the user may even die. So apart from Naruto and Rock Lee, everyone else can only watch. During this period of devil training, everyone has undergone a huge transformation. One of the most surprising is Hinata. In the past, Hinata was the only one, and even a weak Hinata once completely crushed Sasuke in a one-on-one duel, and only lost after Sasuke started Sharingan. The entire training camp came to an end in an atmosphere of mutual involution. All have gained a lot. On the last day, Guy, with tears in his eyes, proposed to have a dinner together. After all, everyone has been busy training these days, and there is little communication. Chapter 69 was heading towards the restaurant in a mighty way. After today, each team will resume the daily routine of accepting orders. The next meeting may be a chance encounter on the street in a few days, or a meeting in a few months. A group of people are sitting together at the Konoha Grill. Although there have been quarrels and discussions in these short 7 days, at this moment, all the grievances have vanished, and everyone is a good partner. Cheers! With the collision of more than a dozen cups, laughter filled the store. Even Neji, who has always been hostile to Naruto, unleashed kindness towards Naruto. Naruto, I admire you, not only for your talent, but for your hard work than everyone else. Neji, whose face was flushed with drunkenness, couldn't even stand. He almost fell several times, but he was able to stand still with the help of Rock Lee. After saying this, Neji tilted his head and fell into Rock Lee's arms, his peaceful sleeping face even rubbed against Rock Lee's arms, maybe feeling the firm chest muscles. Niji suddenly showed a simple and honest smile. Rock Lee's face suddenly turned green. This scene caused everyone to burst into laughter. I believe this will be the black spot of Niji's life. When the grilled meat came to the table, Guy waved the clip directly and roared loudly, "Come on, Kakashi, let's have the 102nd competition. The one who completes the grilled meat in the shortest time will win." "Yeah. Come on, Mr. Guy." The Guy team followed suit. "Humph, we can't lose, Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke stared at Kakashi's eyes tightly, sparks ignited in his eyes, and said coldly, "That's right, Kakashi-sensei, come on, you can't lose." Little Sakura also echoed, "What a boring game." Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, but seeing that everyone was in high spirits, it wasn't easy to disappoint. With a gentle expression, he encouraged, "Come on, Kakashi-sensei. Then I'll be the referee." Hong said with a smile. "It's a bunch of troublesome guys." Kakashi straightened his blindfold, with a helpless expression on his face. His tone was still lazy. "If that's the case, then come on." Kakashi suddenly had a barbecue tongs in his hand. "Let's start." There is a legend circulating in the real barbecue world. Top experts can control 2 tongs at the same time to perfectly grill the food in 2 baking pans, and our party A is the splendid beast of Konoha, Might Guy. The lively Tien Tien and Ya acted as game commentators. "This time, my youth will burn violently." Guy clenched his fists and roared loudly, "Leaf Hurricane!" Guy picked up the barbecue with both hands, causing a rotating arc in the air. Appeared the blue beast's trick, Leaf Hurricane. Through the rapid shaking of the wrist, a wonderful airflow is generated around the meat, and at the moment when it is placed on the grill, the airflow will drive the sparks to skyrocket, thus smearing the meat with a layer of charcoal. The roasted aroma and the roasting time can also be reduced. What an amazing skill! The commentators explained in real time. "Kakashi, my fateful opponent, this time you lost." Guy proudly turned his head to look in Kakashi's direction, and instantly his pupils shook. "Nani?" In sight, 3 Kakashi occupied 3 plates, roasting meat at extreme speed. "My god, this is the shadow clone stunt of the copy ninja." Through shadow clone, you can make perfect use of the extra roasting pan, so that the speed of roasting can also be greatly improved. As expected of the fateful opponent, my youth has been ignited. 8 inner gates, open the door, open. Second gate, Hugh gate, open. The mighty Chakra burst out from Guy's body, and his hands suddenly turned into invisible shadows. Countless roasts are put into trays for roasting. My fateful opponent, feel my enthusiasm. This is my speed, the speed that surpasses everything. Beautiful lotus flower. Guy threw countless pieces of meat into the sky, and then the bandages flew, tying the meat pieces and letting them fall into the baking pan in a rotating shape. "It's amazing!" As expected of Teacher Guy. The Guy team cheered. "It's a troublesome game," Kakashi said directly, "then let's use fire style to decide the outcome." Hot flames shot towards the barbecue. In the end, Guy was victorious. Because the meat of Kakashi was mushy. After such a small episode of the test, everyone feels that the relationship is a bit closer. The aroma of the barbecue was fragrant, and while everyone enjoyed it, they also talked about the interesting things in the execution of the commission. When they heard that the Naruto trio had completed their mission to defeat the bandits, the rest of the team looked envious. "Damn it, we are still doing some boring commissions." He gritted his teeth and said enviously, then turned to look at Hong, "Teacher, when are we going to crusade bandits? Our strength is not bad." "What? No, you're still a long way off." Hong took a sip of tea slowly, and said slowly, "If you use your frizzy temperament to crusade the thieves, you're likely to get into trouble. And you even carry out the simplest commissions. I can receive complaints from clients, so how can I feel at ease to accept more difficult commissions? Damn it, I'm so unwilling. Tooth looked frustrated. Really? Teeth are typically reckless and hot-blooded, and are prone to mistakes in the execution of tasks. Although these mistakes will eventually be made up for by the Kamabara Shino and Hinata, Hong is still worried. As expected of Naruto, after becoming a genin in such a short period of time, he was able to carry out the commissions of bandits. At the beginning, we seemed to be doing D-rank commissions for 3 months. Rock Lee sighed on the side. That's because they have a strong team, and Naruto-kun has a gentle and stable personality, so he will definitely be able to complete the commission well. Tien held his chin and said admiringly. Of course, Naruto is the target I've been chasing. Hearing Naruto being praised, Rock Lee felt as if he was being praised, and he was overjoyed. But by the way, Ye, how is the entrustment on your side? Here we are, as usual, but rely on Hinata. Several times the client's attitude was bad, but Hinata was shocked. What? Hinata? Everyone looked at the gentle, harmless Hinata in shock and suspicion. Hinata in the impression is shy and gentle. Yet, Hinata is very strong. Ye nodded and began to describe Hinata's great achievements. When an aunt wanted to default on her debt, Hinata didn't back down and quarreled with her for a long time. To be honest, it was the first time we saw a Hinata like that. Ye scratched his head and smiled. Hinata, who was on the side, blushed and hid to the side, looking at Naruto from time to time. For fear that Naruto would show any look of disgust. There was laughter and laughter in the barbecue restaurant, and Naruto sat in it with a smile on his face, and occasionally echoed a few words. It's just that his mood is always so calm. The eyes hidden behind the lenses are even more calm. The party at the rotisserie is over. On the occasion of parting, Guy burst into tears again. This is the burning of youth, this is youth, I have seen everyone's youth. He smelled of alcohol all over his body, blushed, and shouted at his throat. With the efforts of Rock Lee Niji, Guy was finally brought home. After saying goodbye, Naruto walked home alone. The short practice is coming to an end, and the next step is to start accepting commissions. Chapter 70. Naruto's growth is under the control of Konoha. At this stage, Naruto has formed an indestructible bond with his partners, and has also passed the killing test. For this, third generation is very satisfied. Standing in front of the window, he couldn't help but sigh again. When I see Naruto, I will think of Minato, they are all warm little sons. I believe that under Naruto's example, this year's genin will be our Konoha future. Hope. These kids are very talented. He smoked his pipe, feeling happy. Konoha's top combat power withered too quickly in the previous big events, and now Konoha desperately needs new cage-level powerhouses. And Naruto, who possesses the power of Nine-Tails, and Sasuke, the orphan of Uchiha, are obviously the objects of their attention. Danzo behind him sneered without saying much. Because he understood that no matter what he said, third generation would have a strong enough reason to suppress himself. If you want to have real power in Konoha, you must become Hokage. After a period of commissioning like this, Sasuke's anger finally exploded. Why do these rubbish commissions? I don't think it will help my strength at all. What I need is to stay far away from the village and execute the commissions. In simple words, Sasuke wants to go out and see the scenery. The little Sakura on the other side didn't say much, but looking at the expression, he agreed with what Sasuke said. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who smiled and said mildly, "Teacher Kakashi, in fact, our strength has surpassed that of genin now. Even if we face genin, we have the strength to fight. Maybe we can take on a more difficult task. Is that so?" Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. "Since Naruto said so, let's go to the commission office to see if there is a suitable commission." Kakashi is still at ease with Naruto. Naruto's personality is calm and gentle, and he doesn't do things he's not sure about. Moreover, Naruto's strength has surpassed that of Chunin, and he can completely protect his teammates in the entrustment. Soon at the commission, the 7th squad led by Kakashi met the drunk Dazna. When they first met, Dazna's words made the 7th class quite uncomfortable. He was drunk, like a bad old man, and scolded over there with his accent, "Oh, why are they all children? Can you do it? It doesn't feel reliable." Sasuke leaned against the tree without even looking at Dazner. Little Sakura stood next to Naruto, carefully sorting out the various props needed to be commissioned later, preparing to spend a romantic day with Naruto. Naruto glanced at Dazner lightly, his face still gentle. No one knew what he was thinking. But judging from the way he didn't bother to talk to Dazner, he could guess that he was not in a good mood. "Don't underestimate them, they are the best in Genin, more than enough to carry out your commission," Kakashi said lazily, with the tone of defending his disciples. "Hey, I hope it's more reliable." Dazner snorted coldly. But for some reason, Naruto could feel Dazner's unease. "Why are you disturbed? Obviously only an escort, Genin is enough to keep him safe, why does he feel a little bit of fear?" Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Under Naruto's slightly probing gaze, Dazner only felt restless and scolded loudly, "Okay, let's go quickly, I have to go back to build the bridge, I feel that you are all unprofessional." The country of waves is a small country composed of small islands. Because road traffic is monopolized by the underworld Kado, the economy of the country of waves has been in a state of sluggishness. Dazna hopes that by building a bridge, the adjacent islands across the river can flow freely, communicate with each other, and save the country's economic crisis. This was a move to enrich the country and the people, but it touched Cardo's cake. It is conceivable that Dazner will face the assassination of the ninja sent by Cardo next. In order to safely repair the bridge, Dazner came to Konoha to issue a commission. However, due to insufficient funds, Dazner concealed this information, making Konoha mistakenly believe that the assassination of Dazner was just an ordinary bandit. Dazner looked worriedly at the unreliable 7th class, with a lot of worry in his heart. Fortunately, there is a Jainin Kakashi who at least gives him some comfort. He knew that this move would likely put the group of ninjas in a dangerous situation. But he had no choice but to hide it. He is not sure of the level of ninja who came to assassinate him, but he believes that with a Jainin escorting him, the whole process should be smoother. With such an uneasy mood, Dazna hoped that he would not be discovered, and after the facts were revealed, the ninja team would still insist on completing the mission. "Then let's go. This time the destination is the land of waves. This time the journey is longer. Everyone must protect Mr. Dazna throughout the process." Kakashi stood up and assigned tasks. Naruto, the strongest, naturally got the role of personal protection, while Sasuke and little Sakura protected Dazna before and after. Considering that Dazna is just an ordinary person and an old man, the speed of the team's progress is very slow. After traveling like this for nearly a week, they finally left the border of the Fire Nation. Along the way, Kakashi always looks lazy, as if nothing can make him show an unsalted expression. Little Sakura was very excited at first, seeing this commission as a camping with Naruto, and she would be diligent at every meal and night. At the beginning of such a day, it was still beautiful. She always enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way with great interest, and the words Naruto once said always appeared in her mind. It is also a kind of happiness to see Sakura's flower-like pink in this season. But as time passed, these originally beautiful landscapes became dull, and little Sakura's mood sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along the way, Sasuke has been practicing the knot seal, deeply implementing the phrase integrating practice into life. What he didn't know, however, was that the later Hokage world was all instant ninjutsu. The efforts he's making now have little in the way of late. Naruto was in a good mood along the way, he smiled and admired the scenery along the way. But in his opinion, these scenery are not as good as the blood-red moonlight in his memory. He kept recalling that night of killing, and the birth of Void. All this gave him an urge to do research. Want to explore the secrets of the Hokage world. They stopped and went all the way, and when they passed a puddle, two ninjas suddenly jumped out of the puddle and strangled Kakashi, who was stunned, to pieces with chains in hand, leaving a helpless Naruto and shocked Sasuke and little Sakura. This Kakashi really implements the fish to the ultimate. The ninja, who had succeeded in one blow, moved towards the next target with a bloodthirsty face, and Naruto attacked and killed. This laughing fool looks like a bully, so kill him first. Chapter 71 Was not simply entrusted with what are you kidding? Kakashi-sensei was immediately stunned. Sasuke's face changed instantly, and his face was speechless. It's so slow. The speed, thank you Kakashi for leaving the enemy to us. Maybe Xiao Huangshu has read too much. Naruto smiled, and the Kaika Suijutsu in his hands suddenly unsheathed. Sasuke, one per person, little Sakura, you help us, will it be okay? Humph, whatever. Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned into Sharingan, and he coaxed, in front of my eyes, they are not enough to see. The two ninjas obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and they even had wild grins on their faces. Naruto still maintained a harmless smile, his eyes locked on his own target. This speed is just Chunin, no, the relatively low-level Chunin, the forehead protector on the forehead is Mist Shinobi. It is Mist Shinobi Rebellion, for me, there is no threat. After evaluation, Naruto used Shunpo to disappear in the sight of the two Mist Shinobi rebels. And Sasuke has already entangled one of them, Chunin. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto started with the unsatisfactory wind style. Just an ordinary ninjutsu made the Mist Shinobi's rebellious look changed, and he hurriedly used the body replacement technique to escape. Turning his head to look, the place where the great breakthrough blew was already in a mess, the trees were overturned and the grass was uprooted. Is this a normal genin? Even though Mist Shinobi had been through a lot of battles, this moment was shocked by this scene. Being able to become a rebel, his vision and strength are naturally not simple. But even so, he still had a deep fear of Naruto. He waved the chains in his hands and charged towards Naruto. The moment he got close to Naruto, he suddenly felt a flower in front of him. A cold light enough to cut through the sky occupied his sight. In the next second, a blood line appeared on the neck. Mist Shinobi still kept the expression on his face, but his head and body were separated. Such a familiar body, why does it look like me? The thought flashed across his mind. Then consciousness plunged into chaos. Little Sakura on the side saw that Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hands suddenly unsheathed, bringing a cold light across the neck of rebel ninja who was caught off guard. Naruto stood silently beside the headless corpse, watching the blood begin to spread beneath his feet. Beheading has always existed for the purpose of killing people. The strength of the Mist Shinobi is not bad, but after all, it is still careless. This gave Naruto a deeper understanding of his strengths. Now, his slashing technique alone is enough to kill an ordinary Chunin in seconds. With the death of Ren Nin, the soul emerged from above the body of Ren Nin, accompanied by the raving of the soul. Dead, die. I'm taking this bounty. More money, more ninjutsu. This is a rebellious obsession. If you inject Riotsu, maybe you can spawn a very good Shinigami or virtual. Naruto's heart fluttered, but he also knew that the chance wasn't there yet. He quietly glanced at Kakashi's hidden location, and after a moment of hesitation, he chose to give up, only to watch his soul dissipate in the air. On the other side, Sasuke's body flashed. Holding a kunai and fighting with another ninja. After a hearty battle and little Sakura's help, Sasuke's kunai slid across Rinan's neck and successfully killed the opponent. At this time, Kakashi also appeared beside the tree, leaned lazily, and said lazily, "Yes, you have made great progress, and now your strength has surpassed the General Chunin. Especially Naruto, even without relying on blood you can also defeat Chunin following the limit, so it seems that my evaluation of you was still low before." Then he turned to look at Dazner, his eyes became sharp, even murderous. Mr. Dazna, please explain why a Chunin-level ninja appears in an escort mission. I believe you also know the seriousness of deceiving Konoha. I won't say what happened to the last client who deceived Konoha. Under Kakashi's threat, Dazna's legs softened, he fell to his knees, and began to tearfully tell the truth that he came to Konoha to find his guard. Kato won't let me build bridges to connect to the outside world, so he sent ninjas. I have no choice. Our country of waves is too poor. These commission fees and travel expenses are all collected by everyone. I can't go to waste. I beg you, for the future of the country of waves, for the future of young people, please help me. So touching. The emotional little Sakura burst into tears. However, no matter how eloquently Dazner spoke, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto always responded with cold eyes. Their reaction made Dazner a little flustered. He naturally knew that Kakashi was the decision-maker for the team, so he could only kneel on the ground, pretending to be pitiful, and murmured. Even if you give up the mission, I can understand. Anyway, even if I die, the only one who will cry to death is my grandson who just turned 10 years old. Of course, my daughter will live the rest of her life with resentment towards ninjas. It doesn't really matter, it's not your fault. Dazna's words made the 7th squad black line. Talent. The word popped into their minds. What do you think? This time I entrust you with full responsibility. Kakashi spread his hands, acting as an outsider. I'm free. If I continue to entrust it, it seems that I can meet a good opponent. Sasuke folded his shoulders and looked at Naruto. I think he's pitiful, but this commission seems to be really dangerous, or... Little Sakura looked at Naruto tentatively. All eyes were on Naruto, whose thoughts would determine whether the commission would go ahead or not. Dazner had hope in his heart. The boy in front of him looked very gentle, and the possibility of continuing to entrust should not be small. Under the gaze, Naruto still maintained a smile, looked at Dazna, and said, "Your idea of serving the country and the people is really great and admirable. However, you were selfish all along, and you didn't consider whether such deception would put us in danger. The funds are not enough and the situation is urgent. You can tell the truth. Our Konoha is not one of those indifferent ninja villages, and there are places for emergency loans. But you still chose to hide it and put us in danger. Sorry, it's hard for me to think of helping you in this situation." Naruto's tone was gentle, but what he said made Dazner desperate. I'm sorry, really, please help us." Dazna knelt on the ground in despair, filled with remorse. "But..." Naruto's words changed. "As you said, this commission is related to the fate of the country. The other party's advance force is Chunin, and there may even be Jainin later, so I am very interested. It's not so much that I took the mission for the country of waves, but rather, I chose to continue the mission for the ninja hired by Cardo." After speaking, Naruto looked at Kakashi and smiled, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to continue the mission." Dazner burst into tears of joy and kowtowed hard. Chapter 72. The group resumed the entrustment. During the period, Kakashi asked Naruto in a low voice curiously, "Naruto, did you really want to fight against the strong before continuing the entrustment?" Naruto shook his head and said softly, "The country of waves is remote and will be annexed by a big country sooner or later, but they have not given up hope and have been working hard, hoping to use their insignificant strength to change the country. With such courage, in my opinion, they are worthy of respect. What reason is there to refuse their request? After all, they are also the people I always wanted to be. Although my power is small, I also want to change Konoha and change everyone." The sun shone warmly, and in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto's gentle smile was so dazzling. "So like your own teacher." Kakashi suddenly felt a sore nose, turned his head hastily, and said in a somewhat flustered tone, "You think so? It's quite not bad. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. In order to take care of the other party's self-esteem, Naruto used fight against the strong as an excuse. Born from the powerful Konoha, he also inherited Konoha's gentle will of fire. Naruto is my best disciple. Kakashi is relieved. Naruto, who had a dark childhood, still maintains his original intention and sticks to his inner kindness. The reason why Kakashi handed over the decision to the Naruto trio is because he believes that they will choose to continue the mission. Although the difficulty of the task may be quite high for them. But Kakashi is confident that with his cage-level strength, he can protect them well. Most importantly, I saw a more mature Naruto in this commission. The commission continued to be implemented, and everyone was a lot more cautious this time. After all, the next enemy to encounter may be in existence beyond the level of Chunin. Judging from Kakashi's urination, he must be watching from the sidelines. Dasna followed Kakashi's team closely throughout. Although Sasuke on one side disliked it, he would still subconsciously stay by Dasna's side. Naruto still maintains a smile, walking in front of the team like a stroll in a garden. He seems to be free and easygoing, but in fact his body is impeccable and has no weaknesses. This is also learned from Fighting Guy. Naruto's eyes flickered, and thoughts ran through his mind. He is looking forward to playing against a Jonin from the outer village, so that he can be more sure of Konoha's strength. Brother Ghost is dead. In the forest, two figures quickly shuttled, one of them was covered in bandages, and behind him was a beheading knife with the height of an adult. He was the Jonin that Naruto thought of. Miss Shinobi is rebellious and will not cut to die again. Did you go to Konoha to find a rescuer? Well, I just used it to practice my hands, Shiro, I'll take a step first. Zabuzan's eyes were boiling with murderous intent, and he speeded up and disappeared in the eyes of the handsome young man behind him. Since his defection, he has rarely fought against the stronger Jonin. After all, Konoha is the most powerful ninja village, and the Jonin in it are not weak. I hope that I can make myself happy. The handsome young man sighed slightly, with a trace of unbearable in his eyes, but he still accelerated and followed behind Zabuzan. Due to Desuna's lack of physical strength, Naruto and the others rested on the spot for a while. The smoke from the cooking rose, and no one said a word, only the crackling of the bonfire sparks and the diffuse aroma of grilled fish. Along the way, Naruto was thinking. The whole commission is full of doubts. With Konoha's ability and the importance he places on himself, there is no reason why Dasner's background cannot be found. But still let the team accept the commission, all of which is very intriguing. Thinking of Cardo, the wealthy businessman who controls the waterways of the Land of Waves, Naruto felt as if he had caught something. Even as the most powerful shinobi village, Konoha's monthly expenses are still huge. There is no real kindness in the shinobi villages in this world, and the tension between the Jonin villages makes all the shinobi villages, even Konoha, constantly accumulating strength. Under such circumstances, a small neutral country like the Land of Waves is bound to be gradually annexed. Among them, Cardo, who is rich and rivals the country, is a sweet pastry in the eyes of all ninja villages. Perhaps Konoha wanted to take this opportunity to control Cardo's wealth, or perhaps, to give a warning to Kirigakure, which is adjacent to the Land of Waves. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who happened to be looking at Naruto, and the two looked at each other. Don't worry. Kakashi seemed to sense Naruto's doubts and said softly, don't worry, everything is under control. Looking at Sasuke and little Sakura again, both of them were inevitably a little nervous, especially little Sakura, who was clenching kunao tightly in both hands, and his fingers even turned white. This little girl is really... Naruto chuckled, thinking about comforting, but his face changed suddenly. Here. He got up and looked solemnly into the depths of the forest. Sasuke and little Sakura on the side also hurriedly stood up, their faces dignified and nervous. Naruto's ability to perceive is also quite amazing. Kakashi watched quietly, surprised. I saw Naruto staring in one direction. The Riotsu in his body transformed into a large net and penetrated into the surrounding air, detailing the sound of rapidly approaching not far away. This forward speed and chakra capacity are already Jonin level. Naruto's eyes flashed with excitement. Be careful, this could be Jonin. Naruto smiled at Sasuke and little Sakura. Dazner, who was beside him, looked dazed. I really can't understand Naruto's emotions. Obviously the opponent is Jonin, why is this boy still laughing? As soon as the voice fell, with the sound of breaking wind, a sound and shadow appeared on the branches of a big tree not far away. Bandages all over his body, even covering half of his face, carrying a huge decapitation knife on his back, with Mist Shinobi's forehead protector on his forehead. The same as Mist Shinobi Rebellion. Humph, interesting, leave this opponent to me. Sasuke crossed his arms and said rebelliously. You better leave it to your teacher. Dazner hid behind Sasuke, his legs trembling. Humph, long-winded. Sasuke snorted coldly. Copy ninja, Kakashi. Zabuza, who was standing at the top of the tree, looked dreadful. I didn't expect that a simple assassination commission would involve the famous copy ninja. In terms of strength, he is really not Kakashi's opponent. But this is Kakashi with Jonin students. During the battle with himself, he also needs to be distracted to protect his disciples. How could such a Kakashi defeat himself? Without a sneer, he said in a loud voice, Kakashi, the famous copy ninja of Konoha, and the ninja who copied thousands of ninjutsu, are among the best in Jonin. It seems that it takes some effort. It's really troublesome. Mist Shinobi is a traitor, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the holder of the beheading sword, and has the powerful assassination ability to kill silently. It seems that this task is very troublesome. Kakashi reluctantly patted his head. After the business exchange, the people on the side looked at each other. I wanted to fight with you for a long time, and now I finally get my wish. Zabuza said coldly, with a confident look in his eyes. You stand back. Kakashi took out his kunai with a solemn face, and whispered to Naruto and the others. It's a battle between Jonin. For a time, the atmosphere was tit for tat, and the battle was about to break out. Chapter 73. Sasuke's body even started to tremble. Just shivering with excitement. The previous bell-grabbing limelight was all stolen by Naruto. Now, with the 2 Tomo Sharingan, and even learning the secret art, he must be able to fight against Jonin just like the original Naruto. This will be a battle to prove yourself and an important stepping stone to become stronger. If you don't cut it again, there are 7 people with ninja swords, this bullshit has a bad reputation. Sasuke only felt a high fighting spirit in his heart, stepped forward, and looked confident, leave it to me. Then he closed his eyes and said softly with a fascinated face. Today's wind is very noisy. Kakashi, _ It seems that Konoha has developed well recently, and the little Jonin is so confident. Zabuza sneered disdainfully. If that's the case, let you guys see the difference between Jonin and Jonin. If you don't cut it, it will disappear instantly. When it reappeared, it had come to the surface. Step on the water and start printing. Ninja Mist Shinobi Technique. A thick white fog began to diffuse, covering the forest almost instantly. In the mist, Naruto can feel the chakra that pervades it. Ninjutsu that can change the environment, this is not easy to cut. With the Mist Shinobi technique, the visibility is almost reduced to 0. It's a bit like Kaika Suijutsu, which completely abolishes the vision. Naruto muttered to himself. But his own line of sight is also thick fog, can he see clearly? Little Sakura couldn't help but asked. Maybe this ninjutsu doesn't work for him. Naruto shrugged, it's just that under Sharingan, this ninjutsu doesn't work much. After that, Naruto motioned for Sasuke to turn on Sharingan. Sure enough, Sasuke could confirm the approximate position of Zabuza, but it wasn't accurate. This ninjutsu is restrained by the limits of sentient ninjas and sentient bloods, Naruto said lightly. At this time, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector up, revealing the eyes that had been covered all the time, a scarlet glow. It's Sharingan! Sasuke exclaimed suddenly. He stared at Kakashi with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Is Kakashi from the Uchiha clan? Why does he have a Sharingan? At that moment, countless guesses emerged in his mind. There was even a hint of joy. If Kakashi is Uchiha, then he is not alone. But he instantly overturned the idea. Kakashi is from Hotaki's family, it can't be Uchiha. Then his eye, maybe a transplant. Sasuke's eyes suddenly showed a faint murderous look. In the field, Zabuzan's figure disappeared in the fog. 8 places. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Which part do you want me to attack? A terrifying murderous aura pressed towards Kakashi and the others along with the thick fog. Know that Zabuza was the elite Jonin of Kirigakure. After defecting, the strength has increased greatly in the killing. The accumulated murderous aura alone is enough to crush a side dish like Sasuke. Under the murderous intent, little Sakura's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground, her eyes full of fear. Sasuke on one side felt cold all over, his pupils dilated and he looked forward. The original confidence suddenly dried up. He stood there with a look of astonishment, his legs even trembling uncontrollably. It's such a strong murderous aura that it takes a lot of effort to even turn the eyeballs. Could this be Jonin's true strength? Damn it! I'm proud Uchiha. How can I show my cowardice here? Feel such a horrible murderous aura. Sasuke suddenly felt that his Sharingan seemed like a joke in front of Jonin, so vulnerable. It turns out that there is such a big gap between me and Jonin. It looks like I still need to train harder. Naruto, you must think so too, right? Sasuke turned his head stiffly to look at Naruto beside him. Unexpectedly, Naruto still looked calm and gentle, and even sighed softly. Is this the murderous aura of Mist Shinobi Jonin? It's really impressive. How is that possible? Sasuke looked shocked. Naruto didn't seem to feel the pressure. It is also Jonin, who is like a lamb to be slaughtered under the murderous aura, but Naruto is like a duck in water. It turned out that before he knew it, the gap between himself and Naruto was still so big. The ridiculous self is still complacent about gaining the power of Sharingan. How can such a self be qualified to continue to become stronger? How can you be qualified to hurt the weasel? Now I am disgracing the glory of Uchiha. Damn it! With resentment in his heart, Sasuke suddenly took out his kunai and inserted it into his left hand. Laugh! Blood spurted out in the panicked and surprised eyes of little Sakura and Naruto. I, Uchiha Sasuke, swear by blood, from now on I will not be afraid, I will not run away, I will carry the glory of Uchiha and fight to the end. Sasuke breathed heavily and said word by word. Naruto took out a handkerchief from his arms, handed it to Sasuke, pointed to the bleeding wound on Sasuke's left hand, and said, if this continues, you will lose too much blood and die. Sasuke, who thought he was very handsome, suddenly broke down and rummaged through the knife bag to stop the bleeding. But he didn't realize that Zabuza's murderous aura had been destroyed by him. Humph, interesting kid. No longer said coldly, looking at Naruto and Sasuke with admiration. Konoha really deserves to be the cradle of genius. It's just. I've killed a lot of geniuses over the years. After the words fell, Zabuza had appeared beside Naruto and Sasuke, and the beheading sword in his hand suddenly swung out. Damn it, it's so fast, my eyes can catch it, but my body can't keep up. Sasuke stared at the approaching beheading sword in horror. Even if you don't use your full strength, you can easily kill Sasuke. Shooting Jonin directly would be too ungentlemanly. At the critical moment, Naruto's Kaika Suijutsu unsheathed and blocked the blow of the beheading sword. Bang! The enormous power filled Zabuzan's eyes with astonishment. How could a little genin have such power? Are Konoha's genin so scary? Genin is also distracted in battle. With Naruto's sneer, Kaika Suijutsu shook the beheading sword away. Naruto took a step back, put away Kaika Suijutsu, and began to make a seal with both hands, Wind-style great breakthrough. Chakra couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, kid, you are so naive. Do you think a small great breakthrough can blow away my thick fog? Our Chakra is very different. The fog created by Mist Shinobi technique, not your great breakthrough, can blow it away. In the Mist Shinobi technique, the concentration of the mist will be changed by the amount of Chakra, and the amount of Chakra in genin cannot be used for wind style that blows away the dense mist. This is also the reason that makes Zabuza laugh. Hey! The next moment, the gust of wind suddenly rose, rushing into the thick fog like a bandit rushing towards a villager without the strength of a chicken, sweeping everything. Under the astonished eyes of Zabuza, the entire area was like a typhoon passing through, and there was no dense fog left, only a mess of a place. Chapter 74. Seeing this familiar scene, Kakashi, who was observing secretly, couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and there was an urge to laugh. At this moment, Zabuza, who was originally in the fog, had broken bandages in countless places, and even had small wounds all over his body, and he was in a state of embarrassment for a while. Too careless, he didn't expect the power of the great breakthrough to be so terrifying. After it was too late to react, he was equivalent to eating a great breakthrough in its entirety. What's going on? Why is Genin's chakras so amazing now? He swallowed hard, and then anger surged in his heart. Just one Kakashi is already difficult to deal with, and now there is another guy with such a terrifying amount of chakra. It seems that Bai's help is needed. If you don't see it again, don't hesitate anymore, and issue a secret signal. The next moment, a tall ninja wearing a turtleneck and a Mist Shinobi mask appeared next to Zabuza. Compared with Zabuza, this ninja has a quiet temperament and is harmless to humans and animals. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, don't cut it to me again, you hold another ninja. Kakashi shouted with solemn eyes upon seeing this. The current state of affairs is somewhat beyond his expectations, and the helper of Zabuza does not seem to be weak. When the words fell, Kakashi was entangled with Kunao and Zabuza in his hands. The physical skills of the two are not much different, and each time the attack is open and close, Kakashi is agile, and cooperates with the three-body technique to fight back and forth with the opponent in a short time. On the other hand, Shiro has thrown a large number of thousands of copies at Naruto and others. Thousands of dense, accurate, and fast. Naruto's eyes lit up with this excellent throw. It's just that the parts that Kyanben is aiming at are non-lethal parts, and after hitting, they will only restrict the opponent's actions. This surprised Naruto. Generally, betrayal is cruel. Not to mention the betrayal that came for the bounty. Before he could think about it, Naruto used Kaika Suijutsu to hit the incoming Senbon and shouted at little Sakura and Sasuke, "Sasuke, little Sakura, be careful yourself." Had number 11 lightning bolt. Lightning flashed from Naruto's fingers, hitting Shiro. This familiar kid made Sasuke tremble, recalling the day he was dominated by the Thunder King, and snorted in disgust. Naruto of damn it, trying to swallow his opponent again. From being together for a long time, Sasuke also understands Naruto's temperament. Not a guy who likes teamwork, often likes to eat alone. Leave this guy to me, Naruto. He hurriedly turned on Sharingan and joined the fight. Hey! Facing the attacking lightning bolt, Bai tapped his fingertips and disappeared from sight. The lightning bolt fell into the air and hit the tree behind Bai through a huge hole, and the air was filled with a burning smell. This shocked Bai Anshin. I didn't dare to hold back too much, and immediately used my own blood to follow the limit. Bing done. Several sharp icicles bounced out of his fingers, hitting Naruto and Sasuke respectively. Is this an ice escape? Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly, becoming more interested in Shiro. The 31 red cannons of had. The fiery ball of fire instantly melted the ice cone that was shot at Naruto. Having done all this, Naruto did not continue to attack, but stood gracefully with Kakashi jutsu on his side, looking at Shiro with interest. Compared to Naruto's relaxed and freehand brushwork, Sasuke on the other side seemed a little bit chaotic. He first used the Great Fireball technique, but unexpectedly, the ice cone exploded in mid-air, turned into ice rain, and shot Sasuke through the fireball. After a frantic dodging and parrying, Sasuke's arm was scratched, but he managed to defend against the opponent's attack. This betrayal is actually from the Shueisha clan. Minato in the sealed space looked shocked. Water without moon. Naruto looked puzzled. The Mizuki clan is good at ice escape. They are one of the most powerful blood descendants in Kirigakure, and their status is equivalent to the Hyuga clan of Konoha. How could a ninja from the Mizuki clan become rebels? Minato was at a loss. During the blood fog period of Kirigakure, all the powerful blood follower bounded families were slaughtered, but the most powerful Dead Bone Pulse and Mizuno Yuki were slaughtered. These all happened after Minato died, so it is normal for Minato to not understand now. If he knew that the mastermind behind all this was Obito, who controlled 4th Mizukage, he would have mixed feelings. Interesting, this seems to be a very talented opponent. Naruto smiled and put away Kakashi jutsu, stood aside leisurely, and said to Sasuke, since you are so interested, then let this opponent give you. All of Bai's attacks were not aimed at the dead end. Compared to not slashing again, he was too kind. Naruto has no interest in playing against opponents who have no killing intent, so he just ceded white to Sasuke, hoping to see the potential of Sasuke and white. At the same time, he is also looking for suitable targets for his Project Shinigami. After opening Sharingan, Sasuke excitedly entangled with Shiro, expecting that he would be able to defeat his opponent with full firepower, which shocked Naruto. Most of the Uchiha family are arrogant. In previous battles, he was a supporting role who was beaten every time, so he was eager to wash away the shame. Because of his kindness, Bai is merciful everywhere, so the two of them fought evenly for a while, you come and I go. The Bingdun that I saw for the first time was extremely eye-catching, which greatly increased Naruto's interest in Shiro. The battle on Kakashi's side is like the original. The two sides competed in taijutsu and ninjutsu respectively. In the end, they were not defeated by the copy of Kakashi Sharingan, but Kakashi, who was extremely lacking in blue, was also hollowed out by Chakra. Seeing that he was defeated again, Shiro didn't hold back anymore. He used the ice escape to release an ice pick at Sasuke that was much faster than before, nailed Sasuke's limbs to the big tree, and then looked at Naruto. Naruto gave Shiro a meaningful smile, we'll meet again. Although Bai wondered why Naruto didn't shoot, he could keep himself with Naruto's strength, but considering the safety of Naruto, he didn't think much about it. Little Sakura, who was watching the battle, hurried forward to clean up Sasuke's wound. Damn it, I actually lost again. Sasuke covered his eyes in pain, his voice full of anger and puzzlement. Why? Why is it that I who have these eyes are not his opponent at all, even if he is being done, so I won't lose so miserably? You know how to be brave. Little Sakura on the side treated Sasuke with medical ninjutsu, and scolded him mercilessly, even if you are not strong enough, you still have to fight alone, aren't you stupid? You. Sasuke was angry, but the black-bellied little Sakura pressed Sasuke's wound, and Sasuke's face paled in pain. You guys. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others helplessly, his voice extremely weak, one likes to be brave, and the other likes to stand by, you are really. Before he could speak, Kakashi's eyelids were exhausted. Fainted. Naruto reluctantly held Kakashi on his shoulders and said to Desna, let's go, they will definitely not come to assassinate them in a short time. Chapter 75. On the way, Naruto also pointed out the purpose of watching from the sidelines. That missed shinobi renegade kept his hand during the battle and had absolutely no intention of killing. If he was serious, Sasuke, you would be killed in a very short time. In my opinion, he seems to be a kind ninja. It's really interesting that kindness is the quality of a renegade ninja. Naruto said with a smile. So you let him go? That guy is a dangerous person if he doesn't kill him. Sasuke asked in confusion. Don't question Naruto. Little Sakura twisted Sasuke's arm hard, causing the latter to roll his eyes for a while. This is not the main reason. If you kill them, it will be less fun, and the commission will be completed more smoothly. Naruto said leisurely, I still want to play outside for a while, so let the ninja take it and run away. Already. Besides, we also have a general understanding of their strength. Sasuke, you have to become stronger during this period of time. Next time, you won't be as embarrassed as today when you face that betrayal. Naruto chuckled. Humph, I'll beat him next time. Sasuke snorted coldly. Although Dasna on the side was angry, he didn't dare to express it, so he could only silently follow behind Naruto. He couldn't understand Naruto's behavior. Although he has good strength, he does not work hard to complete the commission, but instead allows his opponent to escape. The next assassination will definitely be more dangerous than this one. Dasner's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. But considering that he concealed the task first, he could only hide his small emotions. On the way, Kakashi woke up, and after eating a military ration pill, his complexion was much better. But in the battle with Zabuza, his body still suffered a little trauma and needed a few days of cultivation. But if you don't cut it, you will be hurt more seriously. Naruto, you, alas. Kakashi looked at Naruto and couldn't help sighing. He knew his disciples. He looks gentle, but he is actually far more arrogant than Sasuke. He disdains teaming up with others, and also looks forward to fighting stronger opponents. While dealing with Zabuza, Kakashi also noticed the situation on Naruto's side. Shiro kept his hands everywhere, he was just holding back Naruto and the others. I believe that Naruto disdains to fight with such an opponent. Letting him take him away is also to let Bai do a good job of psychological construction. Next time, fight with the idea of killing the opponent. This kind of thinking is really arrogant, and it can even be said to be naive. This is how confident you are in your own strength to make such a decision. Such Naruto, how to say? It's hard to say. Kakashi sighed. At Konoha, Naruto is the little son for all. Outside, all Naruto's actions made Kakashi tremble. For fear of something going wrong. After that, Kakashi also explained the origin of Sharingan to Sasuke. His own companion Uchiha Obito handed Sharingan to himself before dying. For Kakashi, this eye is not only the last gift of a best friend, but also the will of a best friend. Sasuke, who understood the reason, did not delve further. After a few days of travel, Kakashi and his party finally came to the land of waves. Taking a boat to the island where Dasna lives, they immediately received a warm welcome from all the townspeople. To the townspeople, Kakashi and others are the angels who save the land of waves. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Dasna bowed sincerely to Kakashi and his party, with tears in his eyes. With the help of Lord Ninja, there is hope for our country of Wave. The townspeople cheered, great, Ninja-sama is here, our hero is here. With the ninjas in charge, Cardo's subordinates will definitely not dare to come again. Great, the country of Waves has been saved. These townspeople were very enthusiastic, and in their words they regarded Kakashi and his party as heroes who saved the country of Waves. Under Dasna's arrangement, Kakashi and his party temporarily stayed on the island, because they also needed to protect Dasna from a second attack by Zabuza. In the evening, they enjoyed a delicious meal under the warm hospitality of the Dazners. Only after all the laughter, a boy sat alone in the corner. Naruto noticed the boy first and looked curiously. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Dazner sighed and began to tell the boy's story. From Dazna's mouth, Kakashi and his party learned that Inari was a cheerful boy who worshipped his father, who was regarded as a hero by the townspeople. Because his father is a hero, he will stand up every time to fight against the evil force Kado. Under his father's leadership, everyone was full of hope. However, in a struggle, Inari's father tragically died. Since then, the small country where Dazner is located has lost hope and is in a state of confusion, from being dominated by fear to being dominated by habit. Everyone seems to have lost their blood. Lost hope. Inari no longer believes in heroes, and thinks that all heroes are stupid. But Dazner didn't give up, he was still trying to heaven-defying his life, so he found Konoha and issued a commission. So pitiful. After listening, little Sakura sighed with pity. Hey! Sasuke was rather disdainful. In Naruto's view, the child Inari is pitiful and pathetic. It is not so much that he does not believe in heroes, but rather that he paralyzes himself and makes himself not believe in heroes. There is absolutely no need to waste time for such an awkward child. Late at night, Naruto heard the constant noise at the door, and walked out the door after wearing a simple dress. Outside the door, Sasuke was still training. He concentrated chakra on the soles of his feet and kept rushing towards the sloping waterfall. The water flow of the waterfall continued to wash down, rushing into the pond along the stream, causing a large wave, while Sasuke's legs were firmly attached to the water surface, and in his right hand, the boiling thunder and lightning chakra continued to condense, changing under Sasuke's laborious control. Shape. Practicing lightning style in water is extremely dangerous and suicidal. In order to become stronger, Sasuke did not hesitate to use death as his catalyst. In such a crisis, he felt a surge of adrenaline in his body, unleashing his potential. What a lunatic! Naruto shook his head in relief. Sasuke is his pick and has a lot of potential. Perhaps in the future, Sasuke can reach a new height. Naruto retracted his gaze and was about to leave quietly, but found a small figure walking along the stream to the vicinity. It is Dazner's grandson, Inari. Tonight, Inari couldn't sleep at all. Every time he closed his eyes, the scene of his father, who was once regarded as a hero by the townspeople, was killed by Kado would appear in his mind. Hero. How ironic! As a hero, doing things that are completely impossible to succeed, and even losing his life in the end. Why try hard when you know you can't succeed? Inari walked out of the house, walking like a corpse, and unknowingly walked along the waterfall to the stream, and saw Sasuke who was still doing ascetic work in the middle of the night. Chapter 76. In the sight, Sasuke was panting heavily, the sweat and stream water on his body had mixed, and electric light was continuously released from his hands, and he even vomited blood several times due to lightning. But still did not give up. This scene inexplicably reminded Inari of his father. The man called a hero by the townspeople. If he is not brave, he will not die. If he chose to be like the other townspeople, he would definitely be by his side now. If Inari recalled the daytime scene, where the villagers regarded these ninjas as heroes who saved the land of waves. But how can a few ninjas fight against Kado? In the end, they will end up just like their father. Die. What hero? Like an idiot, there are no heroes in this world. He clenched his fists and whispered. Sasuke, who was cultivating, stopped and looked at Inari with an indifferent expression. Hey, boy, don't go back to drink milk at this time, stay up late like an adult. Hearing Sasuke's disdainful tone, Inari only felt puzzlement and anger brewing in his chest. He stepped forward and asked in a tender voice. Kado is something you can't stop, why do you want to stay as heroes? Why? It's obviously impossible to do it, but you have to come here to die. It's unreasonable and incomprehensible. Unconsciously, Inari's face was covered with tears. Hey, kid, don't hinder my training. Sasuke snorted coldly, his eyes piercingly cold. No matter how strong, I will definitely defeat them. I swear by Uchiha's glory, I will not be afraid, I will not back down, and I will fight to the last second. It's you, crying like a BCH, thinking that you are the protagonist of the tragedy all day long. I tell you, there are too many powers in this world, but because of this, hard work has become so valuable. Power is not scary. What is scary is the heart that does not become stronger. I will continue to become stronger and stronger to surpass everything. The so-called Cardo is just my stepping stone. A crybaby like you will only cry with self-pity and be immersed in the pain of losing a loved one. In my opinion, you are a waste. After speaking, Sasuke ignored Inari and continued his cultivation. Sasuke saw his own shadow in Inari. At that time, I was immersed in the pain of being exterminated, and I was like a corpse all day long, like a waste. So he hates those who don't work hard and give up at will. I am a cripple. Inari, who was outputted by a meal, stood there in a daze, and received a great shock in his heart. Looking at Sasuke, who was training hard despite his injury again, a place in his heart seemed to be touched. He wiped his tears and looked at Sasuke blankly. Humph, stinky brat. Sasuke's mouth twitched when he noticed Inari's change. Naruto, who was quietly watching from a distance, smiled and turned to leave. Sasuke now has the mentality of becoming a strong man. The 7th class has been training strictly these days. The construction of the Wave Kingdom Bridge is also in progress. Naruto came to the forest alone to practice slashing. After a long, high-intensity practice, he leaned against a tree to rest. I couldn't help thinking of Zabuza and the mysterious bloodline ninja. Bing Dun is really a good bloodline limit. I hope he has the consciousness to kill himself next time we meet. That's more fun. The outside world is amazing, there are so many bloody limit ninjas. It's hard to leave Konoha, without any surveillance, so free. Feeling the warm sunlight, Naruto, who had been tense all the time, only felt an unprecedented ease, approached the book, and fell into a deep sleep. You'll catch cold when you fall asleep here. After some time, a pair of cold hands pushed Naruto and said softly. I'm so inattentive. Naruto woke up suddenly from his sleep, irritated by his own neglect. For any reason, it is very stupid to fall asleep outside casually. Naruto got up hastily and looked at Shiro warily. Soft long black hair, a gentle smile, and the familiar chakra fluctuations slowly flowing in his body. Is a great beauty. It's that person. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and from the familiar chakra fluctuations, it was certain that Shiro was the mysterious Mist Shinobi. Facing the sleeping enemy, he didn't choose to kill, but instead woke up, which is really strange and kind. Naruto thought to himself. However, it was precisely because there was no killing intent that Shiro would not wake Naruto. Naruto gave by a gentle smile and said, "Thank you for waking me up, the sun is too comfortable, so I accidentally fell asleep. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, how about you?" "My name is Bai." "Look at you, are you a ninja?" Bai squatted down and asked softly. "Yes, why are you here?" "I'm picking herbs." "Are the family members injured?" "Yeah, very important person." After hearing the answer, Naruto's eyes flashed. The important person is not to cut. What medicinal herbs need to be found? Let me help you. Naruto's voice was full of magnetism. Bai looked at Naruto, who smiled warmly and brightly, not like the ninja with bloody hands in Bai's cognition, but like a confident big brother. This makes Shiro feel good about Naruto. "It's okay, I can do it myself, don't bother you." He declined gently. Although they belong to the hostile camp, they are gentle and kind, unlike other ninjas. Bai thought to himself. It's okay. Your family is important. Naruto brushed the dirt off his body and laughed. Then I'll trouble you. Bai Xiao was like a flower, and at that moment, the surrounding flowers lost a lot of color. Shiro, you are really a kind and gentle girl. Seeing your smile makes me feel a lot easier. Naruto was stunned, and then showed a warm smile. Really? Thank you, Naruto, you are also very gentle. Bai Xiaoai nodded sweetly. By the way, I'm a man. Then he added. Naruto's figure froze, and his originally calm eyes flashed with shock. Are you kidding me? The man is so beautiful? During the herb collection, Naruto and Shiro chatted. Bai, why are you taking so many medicines? Are your family members seriously injured? Yes, he is seriously injured. Bai's voice was a little low and his mood was a little depressed, because he is doing something very dangerous. Danger? It turns out that this is how he views the bounty commission. Then why don't you stop him? Naruto asked after a pause while picking herbs. Hearing this, Bai was silent for a moment, his expression a little sad. I can't stop him, all I can do is stay by his side and become the tool he needs. A memory flashed in Bai's eyes, and he said softly, it was he who brought me back, who was helpless, so as long as my life is still burning, I will complete the mission he gave me. Even if he doesn't care about your life at all. Naruto asked solemnly. Yes. Bai showed a perfect smile, I just want to protect him. With the help of Naruto, the herbal medicine collection was soon completed. During the departure, Naruto looked at the back of Shiro's departure and suddenly asked. Bai, if you protect him with your life, and everything is clear between you and him, would you still be willing to start a new life? Bai's figure paused, turned back, and smiled softly, maybe, but I think I was already dead by then. Chapter 77. After leaving Konoha, Naruto saw a different face than the people of Konoha Village. There are rebels and forbearance, and there are small country residents who survive. There are also ninjas like Shiro who are kind-hearted but have to hurt others. There is so much pain and helplessness in this war-torn world. Even after the end of the ninja war, the disputes between the ninja villages and countries are still going on in secret places. Although Konoha looks dark, it is actually much better than other shinobi villages. Naruto's mood is inevitably a little heavy after leaving. This made him even more determined to become stronger. Go beyond the ninja village, go beyond the boundaries of the country, and stand on the top of the world. Go change the world. Aizen in the sealed space had deep eyes and fell into memory. In his eyes, the current soul society is like a leaf, with a bright exterior, but a rotten interior. The Spirit King, who is clearly the supreme being, has become a tool for the upper class to stably rule the lower class. The upper class, the aristocracy, and the Central 46 monopolized the right to education and wealth, and the 5 aristocrats monopolized knowledge. As the saying goes, whoever masters the past, masters the future. Whoever masters the present, whoever masters the past. In the past, the master meant to control the truth of the existence of the Spirit King, ignoring the bottom layer, and controlling the bottom layer. Mastering now means that as long as you control the current rights, you can tamper with history at will. Just like the current Konoha, the so-called truth is controlled by the top, and the villagers at the bottom, and even the ninjas are reduced to tools for making fire. The decadent upper echelons of the Soul Society control all resources, and the gifted commoners, Shinigami, have little chance of getting ahead. Aizen is aware of this, and will think about betraying the Soul Society, changing the existing rules, and realizing the true harmony of the world. This road is destined to be regarded as a villain and a road that cannot be understood. So Aizen is eager to find the existence that is on a level with himself and understands each other. Or, reduced to a true normal Shinigami. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It is precisely because of Aizen's terrifying talent that what he has undertaken is unimaginable to ordinary people. Naruto, you are now on a path that is destined not to be understood by everyone. Aizen sighed softly, with a complicated tone, it's really nice to be your teacher. When everyone is clear about his goals and mission, his motivation will skyrocket. He will not fear any danger. After tens of days, he would not cut his wounds to heal his wounds. He looked at Bai and said solemnly, the next battle will be the final battle with Kakashi. Bai, as a tool, you must be ready to kill. My strength is not as good as that. No more cuts, so you need to kill those 3 genins quickly. Listening to the words of not slashing again, Bai's consciousness drifted farther and farther. Suddenly, in the afternoon of a certain day, the elegant and gentle boy I met in the woods. Bai, you are really gentle and kind. Gentle, kind? With a struggle in his eyes, he raised his head for a moment. If I don't kill you again, I'm ready, and I will perform the duties of a tool. The final battle is here. The 7th class and Zabuza and Bai were far away from each other near the bridge. And those townspeople who see the bridge as a hope for revival are all hiding at home, not even daring to watch the battle. The 2 sides quickly found their opponents. With previous combat experience, Zabuza and Kakashi also understood each other's fighting style, so they were extremely cautious. Naruto looked at Shiro, who was wearing a mask, and in those calm eyes, he could see a hint of determination. Is this a decision? Interesting. Naruto chuckled and stepped forward. Naruto, he is my opponent. Sasuke stopped Naruto and said solemnly. Sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. The Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hands turned into pieces and sank into the ground. Under the interference of Kaika Suijutsu, Sasuke begins a battle of wits with the air. Naruto then looked straight at Shiro. Shiro, let me see how strong you are after awakening. Naruto, so you already know. Shiro looked complicated, and took off his mask gently, revealing a delicate face. What's the situation? Does Naruto know that big sister? Little Sakura hadn't figured out the situation yet, and looked blank. Little Sakura, please go and take a break, this is my battle with Shiro. Naruto nodded to little Sakura gently. Then he looked at Bai with a solemn expression. Bai, don't keep your hands, if you don't use all your strength, you will be killed by me. As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Naruto's body. Bai's forehead was quickly covered with fine sweat, and he glanced at Sasuke, who was still fighting with the air, and his heart was horrified. What kind of unknown bloodline limit is this? It feels so dangerous. He can use Chakra to suppress me while controlling that genin, such a terrifying ninja. He didn't dare to underestimate Naruto, and threw thousands of dense copies at Naruto as a test. Shiro, this level of attack has absolutely no effect on me. With the piercing tinkling sound, all Senbon were instantly blocked by Naruto with Kaika Suijutsu, and used Shunpo to appear behind Shiro and slashed down. The knife fell into the water body, and the next moment, the chopped water body suddenly climbed up Naruto's wrist and turned into a solid icicle. With the water style, the ice escape is really terrifying. Naruto's face froze, and the strange force exploded, directly cracking the icicle that bound his wrist. This scene shocked Bai Aizen. This combo was more than enough for ordinary Chunin, but unexpectedly overturned on Naruto's side. Bai, if you only have this amount of power, then you will die today if you don't cut it. Naruto smiled, his tone was still gentle, but what he said made Bai's heart shudder. Zabuza's strength is slightly inferior to Kakashi, and if he can't get rid of Naruto quickly, he'll be in a dangerous situation. Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Facing the powerful Naruto, Shiro could only use all his strength, and his hands quickly formed seals. During this time, Naruto has been standing there, smiling and waiting silently. Soon, the moisture in the air around Naruto had a tendency to condense, and in a very short time it condensed into an ice mirror that surrounded Naruto and built an ice crystal palace. Every piece of ice is like a mirror, and you can see your own reflection. Soon, Bai appeared in an ice mirror and said softly, "Naruto, this is the magic mirror ice crystal, this is a ninjutsu you can't crack, you lose." Bai's voice echoed throughout the ice crystals. "Interesting, is this the ability of being done? It's really interesting." Naruto smiled and stretched out his fingers. The 33 King Fire Pendant of Had. The fiery explosion slammed into the mirror where Shiro appeared. With the deafening sound, King Huopeng blasted a large hole in the mirror, but it was instantly covered with dense drops of water and returned to its original state. And Shiro's figure also appeared in the mirror behind Naruto. "Give it up, Naruto, I can move around in the mirror at will, in the magic mirror ice crystal, I am invincible. I'm sorry, in order not to kill Mr., I have to defeat you." Secret Art 1000 Kills Shui Xiang. Small, diffuse currents of water appeared around the ground in the ice palace, and then turned into countless sharp steel needles, stabbing from all directions of Naruto. Chapter 78. Outside World. In Mirage, Sasuke successfully defeated Naruto and Shiro. He stopped the attack panting, and said proudly, "Humph, your strength is good, but now I am stronger." Naruto. Sasuke heard little Sakura's scream before he finished speaking. He rubbed his eyes hastily, his vision twisted for a while, and Kaika Suijutsu's control disappeared. It was only then that he realized that Shiro, who was fighting with him, had always been false. How is that possible? Are my eyes completely toyed with? Sasuke stroked his eyes in disbelief and muttered to himself. In the line of sight, a huge magic mirror ice crystal enveloped Naruto, and the ice crystal was filled with steel needles made of ice, which were stabbed towards Naruto fiercely. "What kind of weird ninjutsu is this?" Sasuke screamed in horror, "Damn it, Naruto! Stop it! Fire style Great Fireball Technique." Sasuke's fire style hit the surface of the magic mirror ice crystal, but it didn't even hit the hole. In the end, I could only watch in despair as the ice needles kept approaching Naruto. "Shiro, is this your full strength? It's surprising." Naruto didn't have a flustered expression at all, but chuckled lightly, his eyes full of admiration. Bai's age seems to be 2 or 3 years older than Sasuke, but his strength is very close to that of Jainin. With his own rare bloodline limit, his potential is definitely not lower than Sasuke. Such weight is the object of their own investment. In the future, he will definitely have strength far beyond the present. However, do you really think such ninjutsu can trap me? With a chuckle, Naruto gently waved Kaika Suijutsu, accompanied by a boiling Riotsu. The next moment, all the ice needles that pierced Naruto seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand, stagnating in midair, unable to get close to half an inch. "Hey!" A bloodstain suddenly appeared on Bai's chest hiding in the magic mirror, and the blood filled the air. Although it's out of season, it's nice to be able to see snow and ice. Naruto put away Kaika Suijutsu and walked slowly towards Shiro, who fell to the ground. The icicle in midair fell to the ground like a headless fly the moment Naruto approached, making a crisp sound. In the entire magic mirror ice crystal, only Naruto's footsteps and the sound of ice cones breaking and falling were heard. Soon, Naruto walked up to Shiro. "Why is this happening?" Bai raised his head with difficulty, with a puzzled look on his face. "Because, what you see is as full of falsehood as the reality you are in." Naruto put away the knife and said softly, "You have done your best, Shiro, from now on you should live for yourself." The magic mirror ice crystal disappeared, revealing the shocked expressions of Sasuke and little Sakura outside. The sun shines on the ice cones all over the ground, reflecting the light, which is beautiful. Feeling the warm sunshine that is different from the hard ice, Bai stood up with his chest covered, blood flowing down his fingers, so real and warm. There was a harsh sound like 1,000 birds chirping in the distance, and Kakashi's right hand gradually condensed a sharp-edged electric current formed by gathering lightning-style chakra. On the other hand, Zabuza was already wounded. The battle over there has also come to an end. Sorry, Naruto, I still have duties to complete. In Naruto's rather surprised eyes, Shiro was in severe pain, and his hands quickly formed seals. At the moment when Chidori was about to pierce through Zabuza's chest, Shiro stood in front of Zabuza's body. Chilla! Kakashi's Chidori sank into Shiro's chest, and a large splatter of blood fell on his face. Zabuza was stunned at first, followed by a loud and savage laughter. Good job, Bai, good job, you are a perfect prop. As he was dying, Bai seemed to hear the laughter that would never be cut again. As a tool, he has fulfilled his mission. Blocked the last blow for Mr. Zabuza. But, where will the soul go after death? Is it possible to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life? Consciousness drifted farther and farther, and for some reason, suddenly remembered something Naruto once said. Bai, if you protect him with your life, and everything is clear between you and him, would you still be willing to start a new life? New life? Bai's consciousness fell into chaos, and he closed his eyes. After Bai died, Zabuza, who was originally grinning, had already burst into tears and fell to his knees on the ground. He Bai has been living with each other's support until now, how could he possibly regard him as a prop? It wasn't until Bai died that he suddenly realized that in his heart, Bai was already his most important partner. Naruto watched all this quietly, his eyes calm. He sighed and walked towards Bai's body. In his sight, he could see Bai's soul beginning to emerge from the corpse. He picked up Bai's body and walked into the distance. Finally, he glanced at Zabuza, who was trying to stop him, and he said coldly, Bai has always hated killing. This time, let his soul rest in peace. Naruto gradually disappeared from sight in the eyes that were no longer complicated. After Naruto left, Kado came with a group of thugs, first sneered at Zabuza, and then ordered his men to kill Zabuza, Kakashi, and others. The townspeople who were originally timid as mice and secretly watched the battle changed their expressions and kept shrinking in despair. It's over, Kado came with people, and they're dead. We're running too. Run? We can't run anywhere, let's give up, we are destined to be unable to build this bridge. When the townspeople were desperate, a small figure stood up fully armed. His legs were even shaking because of fear, but his little face was full of determination. Everyone, we can't just give up, the ninja heroes are fighting hard for the fate of the country of waves. Inari's voice was tender and firm, and in his words, he thought of his father. And the firm figure I saw and the words I heard that night. I want to be a hero like Sasuke brother, and not be afraid of the opponent's strength. Everyone, take up arms, if our hearts don't become strong, if we don't have courage, then the country of waves will never have a future. Please stand up and fight for yourself and for the future of the country of waves. Please. Seeing Inari's sincere face, the townspeople fell silent. Extremely ashamed. Finally, an adult stood up, and then countless people stood up with them. They held weapons. Although their hands were trembling, their eyes were full of courage. I can't hide anymore, for the country of waves, we have to fight. Under the leadership of Inari, the townspeople came to compete with the Kado group. Inari looked at Sasuke with a firm face, and said loudly, Brother Sasuke, I want to be a hero, and I want to have the same awareness and courage to become stronger like you. He aimed the crossbow at Kado and the others, you are not allowed to come close to this place. Stinky brat. Sasuke snorted coldly, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. With the help of the townspeople, Kakashi and others blocked the attack of Kado's men. Zabuza, who was determined to die, picked up kunai with his mouth, and rushed into the formation of Kado's men, exchanging his life with Kado's limit. As he was dying, what appeared in his mind was a pure white smile. Goodbye, bye, if there is an afterlife, don't become my tool. Chapter 79. When he came to a quiet place, Naruto put Shiro on the ground, and inside Riotsu slowly entered the confused soul. You will have a chance to live again. Bai, who had already lost consciousness, suddenly found that a new force appeared in his body. This force is constantly swimming in his body, repairing all parts of the body, and it is warm. He could hear the crisp chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of grass. Feeling nature at such a close distance, his heart suddenly became very calm. At the same time, doubts arise. Am I not dead? My heart has been pierced by ninjutsu. Why do I still have consciousness? Why don't you kill the adults? He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Naruto's gentle face. Naruto, are you dead too? He asked in astonishment, rubbing his body subconsciously. There were no wounds on his chest, and his body was unscathed. This is... Bai got up, but found a corpse lying beside him, and when he looked into it, it turned out to be himself. His chest was pierced, and he was bathed in blood. Am I dead? As you can see, you're dead. Naruto's magnetic voice sounded. Shiro looked at him in confusion, and saw Naruto pointing at himself with a smile on his face. But now you've been reborn. Naruto briefly explained the process of Bai's resurrection, and Bai's eyes also changed from disbelief at first to confusion at the end. Naruto, don't kill him again. Bai hesitated. He's dead. Naruto whispered. Neither Kakashi nor the Kato group will be allowed to live without slaying, so his end is already doomed. Shiro, you already have a new life. From now on, you should live for yourself. Naruto said warmly. Aren't you going to kill the Lord again? Bai's mood became depressed, and his eyes were full of sadness and confusion. He wanted to ask why Naruto didn't use the same method to resurrect and not kill. But thinking about it carefully, the price of doing so must be huge. He has resurrected himself, how can he expect more? It's just... What else can I do if I leave and don't kill the adults again? As I said, in the past you have sacrificed your life to not be killed again, now you should live for yourself. What are your plans next? Naruto asked. I don't know. Bai looked at his fresh hands in confusion. In the Shinigami state of Chakra combined with Riotsu, his normal state is almost indistinguishable from a living person. As if he was still alive. Naruto-kun, why did you resurrect me? Actually, it's fine to let me die like that. Hearing Bai's words, Naruto chuckled and said, I value your potential very much. Your bloodline is very powerful. I don't want a genius to die in obscurity like this. Hearing Naruto's sincere answer, Shiro was silent, before saying, but I don't like fighting. I understand. Naruto smiled and sat down beside Shiro, quietly watching the setting sun. That was just my first thought. Later, I was moved by your kindness. I followed the rebellion and kept my kindness all the time. This is very commendable. Speaking of which, Naruto showed a hint of envy in his eyes, and said softly, you know what? In fact, I have been hated by the whole village since I was born, and everyone wanted to kill me, even Grandpa Hokage, the only one who cared about me, just wanted to control the tailed beast within me. How could it be? Naruto-kun, you are so gentle, you should be liked by many people. Bai exclaimed in disbelief. He had heard of the tailed beast, which was a terrifying beast that was enough to shake the ninja village, and it was also the village's weapon of war. All the tailed beasts, Jinchuriki, had a bad life, maybe even a bad one. So, when I saw your kindness, I was really envious. If someone could retain such kindness in childhood, maybe it wouldn't leave me with such painful memories. Naruto looked towards Bai, with a sincere look in his eyes. That's why I don't want you to die like this. I don't want the world to be less kind. Hearing Naruto's words, Bai's eyes flashed with unspeakable touch, and he smiled like a flower. Naruto-kun, in my opinion, you are also a precious and kind person. Thank you. Naruto looked back and smiled at the sunset. Bai's heart was suddenly touched. If it's a dream, it seems that I really don't have it now. Thinking of this, Bai suddenly asked, Naruto-kun, do you have any dreams? Dream? In the past, I wanted to keep getting stronger, but after seeing so much real cruelty out of the village, I thought. Naruto's eyes were firm, he stood up, and said word by word, I want to overthrow the rotten rule, use the most powerful force to step to the top of the sky, become the maker of the rules, and let this world achieve peace in the true sense. No killing, no pain, everyone can live according to their dreams. Is the world peaceful? So this is Naruto's dream. It's out of reach, but it makes people yearn for it. For some reason, Shiro's eyes flashed with tears, looking at Naruto who was smiling in front of him, he seemed to see around the warm sun. In Bai's memory, the world was so cruel. The family was wiped out, fled to other towns, surrounded by all kinds of malice. Fortunately, it was picked up by Lord Zabuza and lived a life accompanied by killing. The war in the ninja world was chaotic and uneven, and he has seen too much despair and pain, and his instinct also has a longing for peace. But, in such a world, is peace really possible? I believe you can do it, Naruto. Shiro looked at Naruto with a firm tone. For some reason, his heart was so convinced. Naruto has that ability, that charisma. At this moment, Bai, who has never had a dream and will only follow Bai who will not cut it, has an impulse in his heart. He wants to witness this peace, he wants to promote this peace. Naruto, how do you want to realize your dream? Bai chased. Naruto pondered for a moment and replied. Having unrivaled power beyond the world of ninjas and clearing up all the great powers and the high levels of ninja villages. Then become the one who sets the rules and bear all the malice, so that the world can usher in real peace. But there will definitely be a lot of killings like this, right? Bai asked with a frown. Judging from the scene Naruto describes, his future enemy will be the whole ninja world. If it takes killing to make these brutal people fear and suffer, then make me the last devil in the world. Only by feeling the pain can human beings understand the horror of killing. Naruto turned and looked at Shiro with a warm smile on his face. Naruto. Shiro's mouth opened slightly, obviously not expecting Naruto's consciousness to be so strong. Against the malice of the world. But Naruto, can the shock of strength alone really bring peace? Bai asked curiously. From historical events, power is not enough to bring about peace. The original god of the ninja world had the power to shock everything. Under his suppression, the ninja world did have a very short-lived peace, but after the death of the god of ninja world, the ninja world split again and ushered in a new ninja world. War. It turns out that strength is not the key to bringing about peace. Chapter 80. Facing Bai's question, Naruto smiled lightly and answered confidently. If you want to usher in permanent peace, the most important thing is to change people's fundamental thinking. This is the first step I will do, vigorously develop education. Let everyone have the right to be educated, knowledge can change destiny, knowledge it can bring innovation. With knowledge, can you get rid of ignorance and savagery? Then there is the development of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu has always been used in warfare, but in fact, ninjutsu can also be used in other industries, such as agriculture, fishing, and education. In this way, people will use their energy to innovate their lives, and no one will worry about eating and drinking, and no one will be displaced. Before this is achieved, I will be the strongest, deter them, and lead them. I was the same as you, hating fighting, hating swinging swords. But in order to complete my mission and protect those I want to protect, I will swing my knife without hesitation and chop all the thorns in front of me. Naruto's eyes passed through the clouds as if he saw the naked refugees suffering from the war. I also saw those refugees who wielded hatchets and turned into demons. His tone was very firm. I will never die until I complete my mission, and I will make all those in power, even Shinigami from hell, fear me. I will lift the dark clouds shrouded in this world and let everyone see the warm sunshine. Realize peace in the true sense. Naruto's eyes were deep, and he said loudly, from then on, this continent will become the cradle of countless geniuses. Naruto, in this case, you can't do it alone. Bai asked softly. Yes, so I'm looking for it, not a tool, not a subordinate, but a like-minded partner. Under the sun, Naruto showed a bright and gentle smile, like a warm sun. Shiro, I know you're confused right now, but if you really don't know where to go, come and help me. Help me build a peaceful world together. If I disappoint you in the middle, you can leave at any time. Naruto's tone extremely confident. No one is born to love swinging a knife, but when you swing a knife for your beliefs and dreams, you will find that it is all full of meaning. Naruto's tone became a little sighed, looking at the sunset, and said softly, it is because of the pain that I have the courage and faith to wield a knife. Although Naruto did not elaborate, Bai could understand Naruto's hardships along the way and the pure heart that yearned for peace. Those who hate the devil will eventually become the devil. But the devil Naruto is going to be is to resist all pain and malice and leave peace to others. Naruto-kun, I want peace too, can I help you? Hearing this, Naruto smiled and extended his right hand to Shiro, welcome to join, Shiro. After that, Naruto brought Shiro to pay homage to the buried Zabuza. Bai knelt in front of the uncut grave, and burst into tears. Mr. Naruto, please rest in peace. From today, I have my own dream, and I want to protect Naruto-sama's dream. Bai said a lot before cutting the grave again, and it took a long time to get up. Come on, Naruto-sama. Just call me Naruto. Okay, Naruto-sama. The reborn Bai seemed to be a lot happier. Under Naruto's plan, Bai put on a black robe to cover his alluring face. Perhaps due to the possession of Chakra, his Shinigami form can be seen by normal people. It's just that the current Shiro has not awakened the exclusive zanpakuto, which is not as good as before in terms of combat power. But the upper limit is definitely far beyond the human form. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Shiro embarks on a journey, and his mission will be to find like-minded companions, while at the same time standing by. Watching Shiro gradually disappear from sight, Naruto also walked towards the town. In this battle, all the subordinates that Cardo brought were killed, and even Cardo himself fell into the sea. Died in this sea area he has always controlled. Rather ironic. Without Cardo's restraint, the residents of the Land of Waves regained their fighting spirit, but they all knew that if one Cardo fell, thousands of Cardos would stand up. This is the cruelty of the world, cruelty is true, cruelty is helpless. But the completed bridge will give the lifeless country something to look forward to. They named the bridge the Sasuke Bridge. Hopefully in the future, they can be as courageous as Uchiha Sasuke. Because of Big Brother Sasuke, I understand that no matter how powerful an opponent is, I can't give up. Trying and working hard again and again may not be successful, but at least it means that I have tried my best. Inari looked at it admiringly. Said clearly to Sasuke. Facing Inari's adoring gaze, Sasuke was quite uncomfortable, he didn't dare to look at him from the side, and his face was a little blush. Hey, little devil! Suddenly I felt an unspeakable taste in my heart. So, is this what it feels like to be light? Although he didn't want to admit it, Sasuke had a fascination with this feeling in his heart. Sasuke has grown up and has become a person who supports other people's beliefs. Kakashi looked at this scene with a smile, proud in his heart. Unconsciously, the once awkward boy also inherited the will of fire. Thank you Ninja-sama, welcome to come and play at any time. With the respectful farewell from the townspeople, the 7th class embarked on the journey home. On the way, Kakashi summed up very seriously, this time's mission. His eyes fell on Sasuke and little Sakura, you did a good job, Little Sakura played a good auxiliary role and rescued many people. Sasuke, you did a good job. Very good, the strength has improved a lot, and even gave the townspeople hope. As for Naruto, Kakashi dragged his voice, but found that the latter was admiring the wild flowers by the roadside. He suddenly had a black line, and his tone changed a lot. Naruto, your commission this time is too casual. In the face of an unknown enemy, you are not vigilant enough, and you even let it go. Do you know? I see, Kakashi-sensei, I'm really sorry for my arrogance. Naruto interrupted Kakashi with a gentle face. I will do my best for the next entrustment. Cough, just know. But this time everyone can complete this commission together, I am proud of you. Kakashi smiled and said, this is a big commission comparable to A level. This time back to the village, I will treat a guest and eat together. Ichiraku ramen. The three answered the same. It's so tiring this time, I can eat 3 bowls. Naruto smiled. Humph, I eat 5 bowls. Sasuke was not to be outdone. I can't eat enough, Kakashi-sensei, can I be called Ino? Little Sakura raised her hands. Then why don't you just call the teeth and the others, it's said that Hinata is very edible. Little Sakura pouted and pondered. Kakashi suddenly felt Alexander, and his hands even began to tremble. Can I take back what I just said? No. The three of them said in unison. Chapter 81. For Naruto, this time the Nami Country Commission was very successful. He successfully completed the first Shinigami research. With Riotsu's infusion, Shiro became a Shinigami, not a virtual. Recalling the details, Naruto frowned slightly and muttered to himself, will the strength of the ninja affect the success rate of Shinigamiization? He is looking forward to future research. In the past, Naruto has been training and has never been exposed to anything like research. After passing this test between the Bandit and Shiro, he was very interested in these unknowns. I also look forward to meeting people in Konoha who are as interested in research as I am. In his opinion, fighting and killing should not be the whole of his life. Just like second Hokage, as an excellent Hokage, he is also an excellent researcher, creating various forbidden techniques through research. Aizen is also an excellent researcher, constantly exploring the boundaries between Shinigami and the virtual. Every researcher is being questioned by the eyes of the world, and their research process may be horrific and unethical. But the harvest is likely to open up a new system. Naruto had heard Minato say that Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sunnins, seemed to be very interested in research and had provided Konoha with some good experimental results. Naruto had wanted to visit Orochimaru, but found out that Orochimaru had defected a few years after Minato's death. Konoha Sunin, who was once famous and even fought against demigods. Until now, those who have defected, and those who have left. Really saddened. There is no need to go into detail about the tricks in it. Naruto does not need to use his brain to guess that he is inseparable from the high-level Konoha. After a long journey for the next few days, under the leadership of Kakashi, the 7th team returned to Konoha. Kakashi also promptly reported the details of the execution to 3rd generation. After listening, 3rd generation smoked his pipe vigorously, the smoke lingered, his face was contemplative, and his brows were furrowed. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Naruto, you are too arrogant. Kakashi, you've done a good job, let's step back first. After Kakashi left, 3rd generation slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said to himself, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's growth is very important. Naruto's strength is improving too fast now. There is still a lot of room for his blood to develop, but Kakashi can't teach him anymore. This commission also exposed Naruto's greatest weakness, arrogance. How can Naruto, who doesn't understand teamwork, understand the importance of companions? Maybe it's time for Jiraiya to come back. With Jiraiya's training, I feel relieved. 3rd generation muttered. Back in Konoha Village, Naruto was walking the streets. He deliberately avoided the crowded streets, just to enjoy a moment of cleanliness. Chiang chiang. Suddenly, at the end of the street, there was the sound of a cane knocking on the ground. Soon, an old man with a bandage all over his body and a long scar under his one eye appeared in his sight. He was obviously just a strange-looking old man, but for some reason, Naruto's hair stood on end. He narrowed his eyes slightly, still maintaining a perfect and gentle smile on his face, and walked forward leisurely. At the same time, the old man on the opposite side still maintained a slow pace. I thought it was just a simple pass. But he didn't want to. When the two bodies were about to meet, the old man stopped. A pair of cloudy eyes and Naruto suddenly looked at each other. In those cloudy eyes, Naruto saw dark despair. "Naruto, be careful, he's Danzo." Minato in the sealed space reminded vigilantly. "Shimura Danz?" One of the top executives of Konoha, and after failing to compete with the third generation for the position of Hokage, he hid in the shadows, built a rotten root, and controlled Konoha's forest ecology. A man full of stench, disgust, and fear. How could Danzo be here? What does he want to do? Is it allowed by third generation? Numerous thoughts passed through Naruto's mind in an instant, and finally turned into a perfect smile. "Hello, do you know me? Uzumaki Naruto, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, son of Namikaze Minato." Seeing each other face to face is as elegant and confident as the intelligence said. Danzo's eyes flickered, holding the top of the cane with both hands, smiling, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. "I'm the elder Shimura Danz. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm very interested in your bloodline limit." How could Danzo bypass the third generation to contact Naruto? Minato in the sealed space lost his voice. Is Danzo so arrogant now? Naruto looked at Danzo carefully, and the smile faded away. Danzo in front of him did not give Naruto a chance to continue thinking, and continued, "Uzumaki Naruto, who showed an extremely powerful line of blood in the Country of Waves Commission, Kakashi Jutsu was able to completely control Uchiha Sasuke of Sharingan, the derived kid. It also has good destructive power, but you are far from enough to develop the boundaries of blood." Danzo's eyes were calm, and he said in a hurry. "Furthermore, your bloodline boundary has great drawbacks." Hearing this, Naruto's eyes suddenly turned cold. Danzo ignored it and continued, "If you don't believe me, you can use your bloodline limit on me." This. Naruto was struggling with how to make Konoha seniors see his Shikai and become Kakashi Jutsu's slave, but he couldn't think of the troublesome root leader, so Danzo came to the door. "So Naruto starts Shikai, crack it, Kakashi Jutsu." The world rippled, but Danzo kept smiling. However, seeing Danzo's figure paused slightly, the next moment, the world in his sight suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing Naruto's genuinely surprised eyes behind the mirror. Danzo was secretly proud in his heart, with a gentle smile similar to Naruto's on his face, and said softly, "I see, in front of a strong person like me, your bloodline limit is not strong enough. Be my apprentice, Naruto. Think about it, I can give you everything you want." When the words fell, Danzo turned around and walked slowly in the direction he had been in. Naruto put away Kakashi Jutsu silently, and resumed his gentle and refined smile. The Hokage office soon after. "You've crossed the line, Danzo. As I said, I've made a growth plan for Naruto." There was anger in third generation's eyes. If it weren't for the old partner in front of him holding the heavy power, he would definitely shoot without hesitation now. Hiruzen, Naruto's performance in the Land of Waves this time is too good. His talent has surpassed Minato's. As long as his bloodline is properly developed, our Konoha is likely to have an extra wealthy family comparable to Hyuga. Danzo with hot eyes, he grabbed the cane excitedly. "Do you think a Kakashi is qualified to teach Naruto?" Hiruzen, since Uchiha was exterminated, our relationship with the various ninja villages has become very tense, and we have no time to wait for Naruto to grow slowly. Danzo said bitterly. We're running out of time. The words fell, and the Hokage office fell silent again. Third generation naturally understands that Danzo's approach is also because of talent. After all, Naruto's performance in this commission really exceeded everyone's expectations. Naruto's progress is indeed beyond my expectations, but that's not the reason for your intervention. Third generation smoked a pipe and frowned. I'll let Jiraiya teach Naruto next. You. Danzo's expression was stagnant, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, let Naruto choose. If he doesn't want to be my disciple, I won't interfere in Naruto's growth from now on. Chapter 82. If you become a disciple of Danzo, I believe that everything will be completely controlled. What's more, Danzo is not even a Hokage. Inside the sealed space, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered, it's best to maintain the status quo for now. You just think so, remember, Naruto, the farther away you are from Danzo, the better. Minato sighed in relief, and reminded with a serious face, Danzo's roots have been deeply rooted in Konoha for decades, compared to since third generation, Danzo is a man who has truly abandoned kindness. As fourth Hokage, Minato, who has been exposed to many secrets, naturally understands how dangerous Danzo is. During his tenure, various decisions were thwarted by third generation and Danzo. Not so much that he is fourth Hokage, it is better to say that he is an overhead Hokage. It was very frustrating. It can be said that third generation and Danzo almost completely control Konoha. Even if he is determined to change the status quo, it is still difficult. And it was seeing this that Sunan would leave one after another. One side is the teacher, and the other side is the love Konoha. It is really difficult to be sandwiched between them. I suspect that Danzo has colluded with Orochimaru before, and maybe Orochimaru's defection is also related to Danzo. Minato said a guess. Anyway, it's not a good thing to be involved with that old guy. Nine-Tails snorted softly and added to the topic. Anyway, Naruto, you are now wretched. When the time comes, the old man will lend you all your strength, and you defect directly to Konoha. They will be shocked by then. How could Naruto, who was originally gentle and elegant, defect? That Uchiha kid will definitely look like I'm going crazy, like being betrayed. Maybe my eyes can evolve again. The more Nine-Tails spoke, the more excited he became. The hair on his body began to tremble. Then you stab him and tell him that the eyes can't believe it. Thinking of the possible future scenes, Nine-Tails couldn't help rolling in excitement. As the mastermind behind Naruto's betrayal, isn't this more exciting than the game? Minato, who was on the side, wanted to speak, but for fear of causing Naruto's dissatisfaction, he could only sigh helplessly. Actually, Konoha is just a bit rotten at the top. If the younger generation is willing to change, definitely. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted mercilessly by Nine-Tails. The younger generation will be eaten and wiped clean by them. Fourth generation, this is your fault. How can you push Naruto into the fire pit? Okay, needless to say, I know it myself. Naruto interrupted the quarrel, smiling with a hint of chill. The future of Konoha has nothing to do with me, I just want to do what I want to do. He looked at Minato and said, Fourth generation, you may need your help later, and you need to be ready to leave at any time. After speaking, Naruto left the sealed space, leaving fourth generation and Nine-Tails to look at each other. Humph! Nine-Tails snorted coldly and sat back in front of the computer. After an episode with Danzo, Naruto is back to his normal days. Get up, train, rest. During this period, Danzo waited for a long time and did not wait for Naruto's response. Finally, he learned from third generation's triumphant tone that Naruto had no interest in becoming his own disciple. This made Danzo very frustrated and even dissatisfied with Naruto. In the end, he could only walk away in anger. This made third generation laugh like honey. Outside Konoha, a figure was moving vigorously through the forest. Surprisingly, This person is dressed in weird clothes, tall and wearing a forehead protector with the word oil written on it. He was wearing a red jacket with brown clothes inside and wooden sandals on his feet. This person is one of the famous Konoha Sunin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a rather complicated character. Over the years, he has been gathering intelligence about Orochimaru outside Konoha. At the same time, according to the prophecy left by Toad Sage, he is looking for disciples who can bring changes to the ninja world. As a ninja, he was undoubtedly successful. His strength reached Kage level, and he was feared by countless ninja villages. But as a disciple, he left Konoha, yearning for freedom. After Minato's death, as Minato's master, he also considered adopting Naruto, giving Naruto an incomplete home. But after thinking it over and over again, I decided to leave Konoha and gather intelligence. Over the years, he has also returned, but after seeing Naruto's tragic situation, he has completely given up on Konoha's top management. After the intervention was fruitless, he simply drifted away on the grounds of gathering intelligence. There must be guilt towards Naruto in his heart. So after receiving the recall from third generation, he left what he was doing and rushed back without stopping. Looking at Konoha, who overlapped with his memory, but was somewhat unfamiliar, Jiraiya sighed and sighed. In just a few years, it has become a different person. Even Sunin is dead. Jiraiya couldn't help feeling a little sad. With mixed feelings, he walked into Hokage's office and briefly greeted third generation. Soon, he also learned the situation. Heart cannot help but stunned. Kakashi can't teach Naruto? Naruto's talent is so outstanding. Jiraiya lost her voice in shock. Yes, Naruto has awakened the very potential blood rank. Third generation smiled and said, in my opinion, Naruto may really become Hokage in the future. Hey, Hokage! Jiraiya sneered, her tone a little unkind. Although he looks lecherous and stupid, he is actually wise and foolish, and he can clearly see the struggles of Konoha's high-level officials over the years. No matter what the political struggle is, it's all for the two words Hokage. Faced with Jiraiya's rather indifferent attitude, third generation smiled bitterly and took the step back. I'm getting old too, it's actually better for you to be the Hokage, think about it, and don't leave when you come back this time. Don't, I can't stand this position. Jiraiya hurriedly refused, let's call Tsunade to be the Hokage. I went to Naruto. After speaking, Jiraiya walked towards the window and jumped off. Leaving third generation to shake his head and chuckle, Jiraiya, after so many years, still can't get rid of the problem of jumping out of the window. Walking on the familiar street, Jiraiya already had a general idea in mind. I heard that Naruto is elegant and gentle, and he is highly rated among his classmates. Can be called a little son. It may be a bit abrupt to rush to recognize him now, so it is better to observe it secretly for a while, and then meet him by chance. After all, I am ashamed of Minato, and naturally I have to teach my whole life what I have learned. Just take Naruto as a disciple. Speaking of apprentices, will Naruto be the son of prophecy? Jiraiya looked a little dazed, thinking of Toad Sage's prophecy. The apprentices you accept in the future will bring huge changes to the entire ninja world. As long as you have the correct guidance, the son of prophecy can save the ninja world. Chapter 83. Soon, Jiraiya found Naruto, who was shopping for ingredients on the street. Dressed in casual white clothes, golden bangs hanging down to his eyes, a pair of azure blue eyes are clear and pure, and a pair of lifeless black-rimmed glasses did not limit his appearance, but added a touch of elegance to Naruto. Minato, Jiraiya murmured, her eyes moist. But soon he recovered. Minato had died fighting on the night of the Nine-Tails, and what he saw was Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya had detailed knowledge of Naruto's childhood. Full of darkness and malice. It's hard to imagine how a child who is helpless can survive. He had put himself in his shoes, only to find that in that environment, it was difficult for him to remain optimistic even with such a carefree temperament. It is invaluable. Like Minato, Naruto is gentle and elegant, and is the little sun in everyone's eyes. Do not. Precisely. The light in the dark is the most precious. In order to be recognized by everyone, Naruto must have put in a lot of effort. Jiraiya couldn't help feeling a little distressed, and calmly observed Naruto's every move. At this moment, Naruto came to the door of the store and said hello to Aunt Yamanaka gently, but said his intention. Aunt Yamanaka, I want to buy some vegetables, radishes, and some pork. I'm going to cook some pork and radish soup at night. Naruto, long time no see, you are back to the village. Seeing Naruto, Aunt Yamanaka burst into a simple and honest smile and said. Yeah, this time the commission is a bit long, and I came back as soon as the commission was over. It's hard work outside, but it's still the most comfortable home. Aunt Yamanaka swiftly put the ingredients Naruto needed to buy into a bag while chatting, and added a small ball of vegetables by the way. Mama Yamanaka, that's enough, I won't be able to finish it if you stuff it anymore. Naruto shied away with a smile. How is it enough? You are growing up now, you need to eat more. After a push and pull and a battle of wits, Naruto politely bid farewell to Aunt Yamanaka with a bulging shopping bag. Along the long street to the south, I also greeted many friendly villagers along the way. These villagers are almost all the parents of their classmates. After entering the ninja school, the parents of many students also intuitively understood Naruto's talents and people, so they did not object to their children's contact with Naruto. During his 6-year study career, Naruto quickly got along with these classmates and was recognized by the parents of the students. After walking for about 10 minutes, Naruto came to the empty training ground, put the shopping bag next to the big tree, and shouted to the empty training ground, "You've been with me for so long, come out. I've been exposed." Jiraiya, who had been suspicious because Naruto didn't come home, was horrified. Over the years, he has been wandering outside Konoha to investigate intelligence, and his concealment skills are perfect. It is no exaggeration to say that he could hide in the bathhouse for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone finding out. Although the tracking this time was a little negligent, it wouldn't be noticed by Genin. It seems that Naruto is close to Genin in strength as the intelligence said, but his perception ability has reached Genin, or even surpasses Genin. Who are you asking me? Listen. Jiraiya jumped out of cover and stood on a high rock, looking excited. Immortal Toad just hides the world's name, I can do everything easily, the whole world. Jiraiya shook her flowing white hair violently. One of the unrivaled Sunin, the white-haired boy Toad, the one who can instantly shut up crying children and intoxicate beautiful young women, Jiraiya-sama. It is also Papa. Jiraiya turned in a circle, and the clogs made a crisp sound on the rocks. So you are Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. Naruto kept smiling. Yes, it's this handsome guy. Jiraiya raised her head. Oh, nice to meet you, I'm going back to cook, bye. Naruto nodded, picked up the shopping bag, turned his head and left. Wait a minute. Jiraiya suddenly broke down and jumped off the rock in a hurry, following behind Naruto. Aren't you curious? Why did the famous Sunin appear in Konoha and follow you? Jiraiya reluctantly followed behind Naruto, his clogs rattling. Not curious. Naruto kept his pace. You followed me just to see how the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the village was doing, and whether it was the same as what others said. That's true. Jiraiya followed closely, rubbing her chin, as if thinking about what to say next. I didn't expect Mr. Jiraiya to return to the village. It seems that third generation wants him to be your teacher, Naruto. Minato said in the sealed space. Although Mr. Jiraiya looks unreliable and very lustful, he has mastered a lot of secret arts, and among them, immortal arts are the strongest. Naruto, you can learn from teacher Jiraiya. After master summoning, you can enter Mount Maiboku to practice celestial arts. I think it may be a good place to practice Riotsu. Minato pondered. Naruto stopped, and Jiraiya, who was meditating, was caught off guard, slammed his forehead into Naruto's back, and then rubbed his head in pain. Is such a person really Sunin? No matter how refined Naruto was, it was difficult to maintain a smile on his face at this moment. He watched the old child Jiraiya play crazy with a black line, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I said. He sighed helplessly, don't follow me, I'm very busy. Cough, actually. Jiraiya put away her funny expression and was slightly embarrassed. Actually, I heard that you are Kakashi's disciple, right? Naruto grunted. That's such a coincidence, do you know who my disciple is? Jiraiya said to herself, my disciple is Kakashi's teacher, Namikaze Minato, so nominally, I should be your master's master. Going around, Jiraiya herself will be around. Fainted. Guilt may be at work, but when it comes to Naruto, Jiraiya is always a little unnatural. He looked at Naruto. But he found that Naruto was looking at himself with a playful face, so you want to teach me ninjutsu? That's right. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, and then changed the words, accurately, I can accept your request to learn ninjutsu. Oh, no, I'm fine now. Naruto regained his gentle smile and turned away. Don't go, wait a minute. Jiraiya followed behind with her butt twisted, anxious in her heart. Didn't you say that Naruto is a little son? How can the character be so bad? Chapter 84. In the end, under the stocking, crossed out, Jiraiya became Naruto's master as he wished. And came arrogantly at the 7th class meeting on the second day. Yo, Kakashi, they're all grown up now. He greeted Kakashi slightly frivolously. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi said respectfully, when did you return to the village? Kakashi's attitude towards Jiraiya surprised little Sakura and Sasuke. Unexpectedly, this very frail-looking old man in front of him turned out to be the legendary Konoha Sunin. I also just arrived yesterday. Little Kakashi is now a competent teacher, and he has taught students well. Jiraiya praised with a smile. No, my disciple is more talented. Kakashi looked humble. Although Kakashi and Jiraiya do not have many intersections, they are still in awe of this teacher. Jiraiya doesn't look like a ninja, but her strength is genuine Kage level. And among the Konoha Sunin, Jiraiya is the best at fighting. If Light is fighting, the other two are really not Jiraiya's opponents. I didn't bother you, did I? Of course not. Then I took my disciple away. Eh? Your disciple is? Kakashi looked stunned. Naruto. Jiraiya winked at Naruto. Well, then nephew, uncle will go first. Naruto was a little naughty and nodded slightly to Kakashi. Kakashi? BD. Naruto actually has Sunin's guidance, Kakashi. Teach me all your box pressing stunts, I can't be pulled farther and farther. After a few minutes, Sasuke, whose body was stiff, let out an angry roar, grabbed Kakashi shamelessly. Please, Kakashi-sensei, teach me more powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi sighed and said earnestly, my stupid disciple, from the perspective of seniority, Naruto is already your master, why do you need to compare with master? Jiraiya, who was in a good mood, hummed a ditty and led Naruto down the street. Soon came to the waterfall. Yoshi, Naruto, before learning ninjutsu, I need to understand, what is your dream? Shouldn't you know about my dreams from other people? Naruto asked curiously. Ahem, that's different, everyone's dreams will change, so I want to hear your latest dream. Oh, the same as before. You. Cough cough cough. Looking at Naruto who still kept his elegant smile, Jiraiya suddenly felt a burst of heartbreak. Then why do you want to be stronger? Wahara. It can't be the same as before. Guard the person you want to guard, incarnate as the will of fire, point. Okay, I get it. Jiraiya interrupted Naruto and pondered. Your bloodline limit is very good. I think it's important to develop bloodline limit, but you also need to learn some ninjutsu to assist your bloodline limit. Of course, you can't rely too much on the Sweji boundary. After all, your current Sweji boundary has great drawbacks. However, it's the first time I've heard of the bloodline limit that can control vision. Want to try it? Naruto interrupted Jiraiya, asking gently. Experience? That's great. Use your full strength to weave the illusion. By the way, remember to use Kid. I want to see how far your bloodline limit is developed. Jiraiya responded boldly, tapped her toes, and the next moment appeared on the grass 10 meters away from Naruto, looking relaxed. Clearly, with his cage-level strength, he didn't take Naruto's impending offensive too seriously. After all, he has been in the ninja world for decades, he has seen countless bizarre bloodlines, and he has also played against countless top powerhouses. No matter how good this bloodline limit is, it only affects the vision. He is going to crack Kakashi Jutsu and Kid with an absolutely crushing attitude, shocking Naruto, who has always been elegant, and asking him to follow him to learn techniques, ninjutsu. In response, Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. Break apart, Kakashi Jutsu. Kakashi Jutsu abruptly unsheathed, and with a whisper, it turned into a shattered lens and melted into the air. Jiraiya only felt the sight in front of her eyes distorted, like water droplets falling into a lake, causing fluctuations in the originally peaceful world. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omniscient, the one who flutters his wings, the one who bears the name of mankind, the truth and temperance, standing only with his minions on the wall of the dream that knows no sin. Had number 33, King Fire Pendant. The explosive flames fell from the sky, turning into a rolling fireball, bringing with them strong light. Wow, is this Kid? He's so handsome. Jiraiya wailed strangely, her hands quickly forming a seal. Earth-style earth flow wall. An earth wall with a height of 15 meters appeared in front of Jiraiya, easily blocking King Huoi's whereabouts. The seemingly violent fireball didn't even appear, and went out directly in front of the earth wall. As expected of a cage-level ninja, such a simple ninjutsu is so powerful. Naruto sighed inwardly. Only a simple one-handed ninjutsu, the gap between Kakashi and Jiraiya has been revealed. Had number 57. The earth turns and dances. Naruto did not stop and continued to launch the offensive. At the moment when the earth rolled and the earth wall collapsed, he Shunpo came to Jiraiya, and Kakashi Jutsu cut out mercilessly. Oh, what a powerful swordsmanship! Jiraiya was chopped in two and turned into smoke. But Naruto instantly crossed the distance from his real body and slashed straight out. The sound of the wind of the sword came towards him, and Jiraiya's eyes suddenly became solemn. This is Shunpo comparable to the body flicker technique. There is no chakra fluctuation at all, this should be some kind of special pace, amazing talent. With just these few moves, Naruto's strength is already at the level of Chunin. Thoughts flashed through Jiraiya's mind, and her hands formed a seal. Ninja Needle Jizo. What kind of ninjutsu is this? In Naruto's stunned eyes, Jiraiya's long silver hair hardened and completely wrapped his body. Kakashi Jutsu slashed at the silver hair, and there was a violent spark, and the force that came out made Naruto's hands tremble suddenly. Hey, Naruto, how about this ninjutsu, do you want to learn it? Lion hair technique. The words fell, and the long silver hair formed a lion shape, wrapping Naruto tightly. Jiraiya said proudly. See, Naruto, this is Ben Toad Sage's self-created ninjutsu, is there any? Hey! Before he could finish speaking, a slash came in the air again. Isn't it trapped by me? Jiraiya's eyes widened, only to find that Naruto had appeared above him. He hurriedly used the body replacement technique to escape, staring at Naruto, who was standing in the field with a smile on his face. He immediately operates Chakra, directly dispelling Kakashi Jutsu's control. But the horror in my heart could not stop for a long time. He understood that he still underestimated this bloodline limit. If I hadn't been deliberately perceiving, I would never have realized that my vision had been completely manipulated. If other people don't have information about Kakashi Jutsu, they may be killed directly in a short time. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, who was smiling with a lingering fear. The sun was warm, but he felt terrified. Chapter 85. Stop fighting, I already understand your abilities. Jiraiya shouted at Naruto. Is this not going to be a fight? I still want to learn about Jiraiya-sensei's ninjutsu again. Naruto felt a little regretful. Your bloodline limit, not bad, no matter your physical skills, kid, is not something that ordinary Chunin can resist, but you can't be proud of it. Jiraiya organized the following language, but I can feel that you are too nervous. Well, the tension here is the state of your muscles. Training is important, but the most important thing is to combine work and rest. I won't train today, I will take you to a very important practice. Jiraiya hooked her fingers at Naruto with a mysterious look. Jiraiya took Naruto to a bustling street that had almost never been there before, telling Naruto what he had seen and heard over the years while walking. There are peculiar blood and limit ninjas, and there are also some wonderful things. Of course, he concealed the mental journey of people in Hokage, drift to lost contact. After all, Naruto is only 12 years old now. When he was still growing, if he fell in love with handicraft at this time, it would easily affect his future development. Although manual work is fun, it consumes too much for the body. Jiraiya understands the pros and cons, so it will not help Naruto become an adult. Jiraiya wants to let Naruto experience the prosperity of Konoha and try to bond with him. In his opinion, the current Naruto is too mature and calm. Sometimes, people also need a little innocence. Although Jiraiya knows that for Naruto, who had a dark childhood, the word innocence is very ironic. Walking in the bustling streets, feeling the crowd of people coming and going, Naruto still maintains an elegant smile, but there are complex emotions flickering in his eyes. The people who come and go sometimes stop for shopping, and sometimes buy snacks and eat while walking. The villagers had a relaxed and happy smile on their faces, as if there were no worries. Naruto just found out. It turned out that Konoha was so prosperous. It's just that this prosperity is not open to itself. Hey, Naruto, come, eat this. Jiraiya's carefree voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts, and he looked up to see Jiraiya stuffing himself an ice cream cone. You shouldn't have eaten this, I haven't eaten it for 10 years, so eat it. Jiraiya said cheerfully. Naruto took the ice cream, his eyes calm. Once, he also looked forward to tasting this snack, watching other children enjoy the refreshing summer with desperate eyes. Ice cream is undoubtedly a luxury for him. Naruto took a sip. Cold and sweet. But some things, once they pass that age, don't have that fantasy flavor. Why don't you eat it? Isn't it delicious? Jiraiya took out a cylinder in 2 mouthfuls and looked at the ice cream in Naruto's hand. Here you go. Naruto shoved the ice cream into Jiraiya's hands generously. Actually I don't like it that much, it's just that I haven't eaten it for a long time. Jiraiya explained embarrassingly, but the movements on her hands were quite quick. Naruto watched all this calmly, without any disturbance in his heart, and even wanted to sleep. He understands. Jiraiya is trying to make up for his missing childhood. But I really don't feel it. Some even wanted to laugh. Try this again, this is delicious. This is also very fun. Jiraiya's rather cheerful voice sounded in his ears, watching the nearly 50-year-old child presenting treasures and introducing various foods and toys, but Naruto's thoughts drifted farther and farther. The original self longed to be loved and looked forward to being loved. In the face of the turbulent reality, he was beaten time and time again. If I hadn't accepted Mr. Aizen's teaching, maybe I'm grateful now, and I think Jiraiya is a very important person in my life. It's just that the current Konoha, it is difficult for people to approach their hearts now. I have chosen a path destined to be lonely. Naruto retracted his thoughts. For some reason, there was a trace of sadness and relief in his heart. He and Konoha will eventually part ways. Teacher Jiraiya, let's go, I don't like this place very much, he said softly. Eh? Oh. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and replied stupidly. The two left the bustling street, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After a long time, they had reached the door of Naruto's house unknowingly. Mr. Jiraiya, I'm going back to rest, so I won't go shopping with you. Naruto said warmly, still with a gentle smile. Jiraiya could feel the slightest sense of alienation, so she could only scratch her head stupidly. I'll teach you some good ninjutsu tomorrow, you can rest well today. Okay, Teacher Jiraiya, see you tomorrow. Watching Naruto close the door, Jiraiya felt a little bitter in her heart. Some people come late, it is difficult to forge a bond. Alas! He sighed, not knowing where to go for a while, so he could only wander aimlessly. Unconsciously, he came to the vicinity of the bathroom. Even though she wanders aimlessly, her inner DNA honestly leads Jiraiya to where she belongs. Hey, I wonder if Konoha's bathhouse is still so unforgettable. Jiraiya suddenly showed a wretched smile. He used ninjutsu to sneak into the Konoha bathhouse, and came to the senior men's soup nearest to the women's soup. There was no one inside. Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a wretched and excited laugh again. By the waterfall, Kakashi hugged his shoulders and looked serious. At this moment, Sasuke was bathed in thunder, his hair stood on end, and his expression was a little sad.